So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 824 to Chapter 885. Reconcile? Yang Ming felt weird after listening to Wang Mei's words. Is it reconcile? Yang Ming didn't know himself. It was a very strange feeling. Isn't it? Wang Mei listened to Yang Ming's somewhat strange rhetorical question and couldn't help but wonder. Probably. Yang Ming nodded perfunctorily. Zhang Bin put his hand on Wang Mei's waist. Wang Mei pushed him and let him do it. For Zhang Bin's behavior, Yang Ming frowned, but he had already talked to him about this issue before. Now, in front of Wang Mei, it was even more inappropriate to mention it again, so he didn't say anything. The three people entered the casino together. The security guards at the entrance of the casino knew Wang Mei and knew that she was a friend of the young lady. They all nodded to her and greeted her. Miss Wang, the young lady is waiting for you and your friend on the second floor. I will take you there. Okay. Wang Mei nodded. Sorry to trouble you. The security guard walked in front to lead the way. Wang Mei and Zhang Bin walked in the middle, and Yang Ming walked in the back. The decoration here was no less luxurious than Heavenly Earth, but it was obvious that it was much livelier than Heavenly Earth. This was the case no matter from the number of waiters or the flow of guests. It was no wonder that the gambling industry was one of the economic pillars of Macau. Most of the Asian gamblers would choose Macau instead of Las Vegas. After all, the road was there. In fact, there was no need for the security guard to lead the way. Wang Mei was already very familiar with this place. Leading the way was just a superficial courtesy. On the second floor, Wang Mei went straight to the innermost room that did not have any room signs, but a Do Not Disturb sign was placed at the door. Without knocking on the door, she pushed the door and walked in directly. Lele, I am here. Huang Lele was playing Bubble Bobble in front of the computer. When she heard Wang Mei's voice, she was too lazy to lift her head. She responded, and then you take Zhang Bin to play. I am playing Bubble Bobble for a while and challenging others. With Huang Lele's words, the security guard was relieved. Otherwise, although Wang Mei was a friend of the young lady, if he lost too much in the casino, he couldn't afford to be blamed by the higher-ups. This security guard was the captain of the security team, Chen Hu. He used to be the bodyguard of Huang Lele's second brother, so the Huang family was willing to ask him for help. Zhang Bin and Wang Mei followed Chen Hu out of the room, but Yang Ming did not follow. When Zhang Bin was about to call him, Wang Mei slapped his outstretched hand and whispered, "Are you stupid?" Zhang Bin was stunned and immediately smiled. He looked at Yang Ming and then looked at Huang Lele ambiguously. He thought, boss won't be enlightened, right? After closing the door, only Yang Ming and Huang Lele were left in the room. Huang Lele was playing happily. She didn't notice that there was another person in the room. Aya, how can you play so fast? It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. Looking at the bubbles on her side being added more and more by the other party, Huang Lele was anxious. She didn't care about the rules and slammed on the keyboard. However, the more she slammed, the messier it became. It was going to be game over. Looking at Huang Lele's carefree play, Yang Ming was really speechless. Yesterday, the two of them just did that. Huang Lele was like nothing had happened. She was dancing and playing online games. Let me do it. Yang Ming walked to Huang Lele's side and pointed to the computer screen. Ah. Huang Lele was shocked. She didn't expect that there was someone around her. When she looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming, she was relieved, but she didn't believe it. You? Can you do it? Yang Ming was really speechless this time. He thought that Huang Lele would blush or even be embarrassed when she saw him, but he didn't expect Huang Lele to question whether he knew how to play games. Won't you know if you try? Yang Ming and Huang Lele already had that relationship, so there was not so much taboo in their behavior. Anyway, Yang Ming had made up his mind to accept Huang Lele. Huang Lele sat on a sofa bed. Yang Ming sat directly next to her and grabbed the keyboard from Huang Lele's hand. Huang Lele was dissatisfied. Yeah, she moved her body to the side. Do you want to squeeze me to death? However, the two were still very close to each other. Huang Lele stared at the computer screen closely. She was afraid that Yang Ming would break it. I'm a bubble mentor. Don't make me lose my experience. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Although Yang Ming's points in the QQ game were not high, it did not mean that Yang Ming was not a master. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple bubble bobble. In fact, there was a big story behind it. If you want to play bubble bobble well, you not only need to have agile reflexes, but also have keen judgment so that you can ensure that you can defeat the bubbles of various colors and win. These two were exactly what Yang Ming had. If an assassin didn't have these two basic skills, then he could only wait for death. Therefore, Yang Ming could still easily master this bubble bobble game. After a few crooked balls, Yang Ming gradually found his state, but Huang Lele was anxious because she saw that Yang Ming played worse than her. If this continued, it would be strange if he didn't lose. She couldn't help but say, Yang Ming, do you know how to play or not? You're deliberately retaliating, right? Don't be noisy. Yang Ming gestured for her to keep quiet. He pointed at the keyboard and then pointed at the player who challenged Huang Lele on the screen. Your keyboard is not smooth. I'm trying to find the feeling. He will lose immediately. Really? Huang Lele obviously didn't believe it. However, Yang Ming seemed to be really powerful. The bubbles on her side were decreasing layer by layer, but the bubbles of the opponent were constantly increasing. Ah! Huang Lele looked at the computer screen in surprise and excitement. Her eyes widened. Really? He will die soon. Yang Ming was operating the computer. If Huang Lele wanted to see clearly, she had to turn her body sideways. In this way, Huang Lele's chest inevitably touched Yang Ming's arm, giving Yang Ming a strange feeling. Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele's chest and looked at the excited Huang Lele. He really didn't know what to say. He had seen people who were careless, but he had never seen someone like this. It shouldn't be described as careless. How should I say it? To put it nicely, it was called naive. To put it bluntly, it was called stupid. Finally, the bubbles on the other side filled the screen. The game was over. Yang Ming won. Huang Lele was stunned at first, then she immediately exclaimed, won. I actually won. I defeated Little Fox Fairy. Little Fox Fairy, what is that? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. It is the master of Bubble Dragon. She is already at the level of Bubble Martian. I have never won when I challenged her. Today is the first time. Huang Lele was so surprised that she danced with joy. Yang Ming looked at the other party's nickname. Sure enough, she was called Little Fox Fairy. Her level was Bubble Martian. Although he didn't know if Martian was more powerful than Mentor, seeing Huang Lele's overjoyed appearance, it was probably the case. Lele, you cheated. Did you turn on G? Little Fox Fairy sent a private message on the computer screen. What does G mean? Yang Ming rarely played these things. Naturally, he didn't know these professional terms. It is a game plugin. After Huang Lele saw it, she grabbed the keyboard and typed, who turned on G? Don't talk nonsense. Why? Are you not convinced after losing? It's not that I'm not convinced. Why did you suddenly become powerful when you were about to die before? Asked Little Fox Fairy. Hee, it's a secret. Huang Lele glanced at Yang Ming and then typed. I just don't believe it. Why don't we go to the little new game hall again? Little Fox Fairy said unconvinced. Let's go. Who is afraid of who? Huang Lele typed. Huang Lele opened an icon on the desktop called Xianxia Game Hall. This was a new game hall. The content inside was similar to the QQ Game Alliance game. It was just that it did not appear for a long time. There was no plugin for it in the world, so Little Fox Fairy would specify here for the competition. Huang Lele skillfully logged into her account, then found Little Fox Fairy in the friend column. She pulled her into a separate room, and the battle began. Huang Lele pushed the keyboard to Yang Ming and said, it's your turn. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and took the keyboard. Then, he began to concentrate on the competition with Little Fox Fairy. Although Little Fox Fairy kept saying that Huang Lele used a plugin, she didn't dare to neglect this time. Although there were similar plugins in the world, Little Fox Fairy was very clear that no matter how good the plugin was, it was always just a program. It couldn't be as smart as a human brain. It was okay to use a plugin to compete with the average player, but when encountering a player above the level of Teacher Bubble, the plugin had no advantage at all. Instead, it would die faster. Not to mention that she was a bubble Martian. However, Little Fox Fairy unexpectedly found that this time she lost even more miserably. She still persisted for a long time. This time, she died in a few minutes. Little Fox Fairy was so angry that she sent a rage emoji. Huang Lele came over and stuck to Yang Ming's body. She sent a few smiley faces with the keyboard. Yang Ming had a physiological reaction, but Huang Lele didn't know it. She was very excited. Yang Ming, you are really amazing. Yang Ming scratched his head. If you said this to me in bed last night, I would be very happy, but now? What is this? It's just playing Bubble Bobble. Huang Lele was happily curled up there and typed to Little Fox Fairy. Yang Ming enjoyed the feeling of Huang Lele rubbing against him. This kind of feeling of rubbing against each other was really wonderful. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. Wang Mei came in. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the intimate look of Huang Lele and Yang Ming. She was stunned at first, then she showed a clear look. It seemed that the two must be together. When Wang Mei saw such a scene, she didn't want to be the annoying third wheel and quietly left the door. Huang Lele was in high spirits, and her attention was on the computer. How would she notice Wang Mei coming in? But Yang Ming was different. When the door just sounded, he locked his attention there. Originally, Yang Ming was instinctively careful as an assassin, not to mention that it was a special time now. Someone wanted to assassinate Xing Xiaopeng, a consultant in the Huawei casino. Who knew if they would plot against Huang Lele? So, how could Yang Ming relax his vigilance? But when he saw that it was Wang Mei, he didn't care. When he saw her quietly leave, he couldn't help but find it funny. Huang Lele and I are like this. It's hard not to be misunderstood, right? Little Fox Fairy over there had completely lost her temper. Just now in the QQ game hall, she suspected that Huang Lele had used a plugin assistance program. However, in the Xiaxing game hall, there was no plugin available at all. Therefore, Little Fox Fairy had lost, and there was no excuse. What was the use of being angry when her skills were not as good as others? Huang Lele was happy, and Little Fox Fairy over there suddenly reacted. She said to Huang Lele, I know. You must have found a shooter. You are not the one playing there. Huang Lele was stunned. She didn't expect Little Fox Fairy to be so smart. She actually guessed that she found someone to replace her. But it was no wonder. Little Fox Fairy and Huang Lele were old opponents in the game. Who didn't know each other? Suddenly, Huang Lele won twice in a row. The second time was such a high-profile victory. How could Little Fox Fairy not be suspicious? She didn't react because the loss was too tragic. She hadn't recovered from the pain of failure. Now that she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. Just now, Huang Lele was about to lose. How did she suddenly change a person and turn defeat into victory? When Little Fox Fairy thought of this, she immediately had this bold conjecture. However, Huang Lele was exposed. She was quite embarrassed. Her face was flushed. She pursed her lips and typed, the one playing with you just now is my apprentice. You can't even beat my apprentice. Yang Ming was stunned. When did I become Huang Lele's apprentice? But this is nothing. I will just accept her bragging. But how would Little Fox Fairy believe it? Apprentice? Playing Bubble Bobble can also accept an apprentice? He typed, keep bragging. Huang Lele wanted to continue bragging, but Yang Ming closed the dialogue window with a click of the mouse. What are you doing? Huang Lele frowned and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. Stop playing. I have something to ask you. Yang Ming turned off the monitor. Seeing that Yang Ming was so overbearing, Huang Lele couldn't help but pout angrily. Seeing that you helped me win against her, I won't argue with you this time. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. What were you thinking yesterday? What do you mean, what did you think yesterday? Huang Lele was stunned. She was thinking about the computer game. She didn't think about what Yang Ming was talking about. You didn't forget what you did to me yesterday, right? Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This Huang Lele is really the best. Oh, you were talking about yesterday? Huang Lele finally remembered what she did with Yang Ming yesterday, but she was very excited. Hey, don't you think you are great? Don't you think you are virtuous? In the end, weren't you fascinated by me? Yang Ming opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. Why did Huang Lele still feel that she did something very proud yesterday? Didn't she think that she suffered a big loss? You want to prove this? Yang Ming was stunned for a long time before he asked with a bitter smile. Yeah. Huang Lele nodded seriously. Now, do you dare to say that you don't like me? Yang Ming touched his chin and sighed. First, I want to clarify that I have never pretended to be virtuous. I don't think I am great. On the contrary, I think I am a lecher. Second, I have never said that I don't like you. If I am not tempted by you, then I am not a normal man. But, whether I am lecherous or tempted, I can't escape the fact that I have a girlfriend. So, I have the will, but I don't have the strength. Huh? Huang Lele widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming without blinking. After a while, she finally said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Although Huang Lele's character was very pure, she didn't think that the relationship between her and Yang Ming was inappropriate, but she was a woman after all. She also knew how important a woman's first time was. At first, she ignored this because she wanted to vent her anger. Anyway, she was the miss of the Huang family. Her future husband wouldn't dare to care about this. However, when what she did became meaningless, Huang Lele really wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Ming readily admitted that he was tempted by her, and a previous rejection was only because he had a girlfriend. Huang Lele bit her lip. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. After a long time, did I misunderstand? Then, my first time is gone just like that? As the saying goes, some people's death is as light as a feather, some people's death is heavier than Mount Tai. If you want to die, at least you have to die meaningfully. My first time should at least have some meaning, right? Now that it had become meaningless, how could Huang Lele not be angry? Yang Ming shrugged and said helplessly, "That's what I've always said before." Huang Lele recalled carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to do. After a long time, she said, "What should I do now?" What should I do? Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele. This girl is really not ordinary. How to describe it? Yang Ming had no way to describe it. It was so silly that it was a little cute. Do you like me? Asked Yang Ming. Like? Huang Lele thought about it and said, a little. Then, do you mind if I have a girlfriend? Yang Ming continued to ask. It's okay. I don't know. Huang Lele thought about it again and shook her head. Then, will you be my lover? Yang Ming asked tentatively. Okay. Huang Lele hesitated and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, so she nodded. Yang Ming never dreamed that one day he would pursue a girl like this, but for Huang Lele, this trick was really practical. However, Huang Lele immediately asked, "What do you do as a lover? Do you want to do what you did yesterday?" Yang Ming nodded. Huang Lele's next words shocked Yang Ming. Can we not do it? It was very painful. Although I felt good for a while, I still felt pain when I went home at night. Why don't you play Bubble Bobble with me in the future? Getting such a lover was enough to give Yang Ming a headache. Fortunately, Huang Lele was like a happy person. Her words made Yang Ming have a headache, but he felt that she was a little cute. Okay. Yang Ming replied with a head full of black lines, but he was still a little uneasy about Huang Lele's stupidity, so he said, then, in the future, except for me, don't do that with others. Do you think I'm stupid? Huang Lele asked with a glare. Yang Ming said in his heart, aren't you stupid? But, this was not easy to say. Since the identities of the two people had been revealed, Yang Ming did not have many taboos. His hand naturally hugged Huang Lele's waist. Huang Lele was not used to it at first. She moved her body and looked up at Yang Ming. But, she thought that lovers should be closer, right? She no longer cared about Yang Ming. She reached out and turned on the computer monitor, wanting to continue playing her bubble bobble. On the screen was a bunch of private chat messages sent by Little Fox Fairy. They were all scolding Huang Lele for finding someone to play for her. After scolding for a long time, there was no response from Huang Lele. In the end, she was impatient and went offline. Huang Lele saw that Little Fox Fairy was gone, and she lost interest. She flattened her mouth and returned to the QQ game hall. She looked for others to challenge, but this time, the people who played with her were almost the same level. Huang Lele won and lost. Yang Ming only admired and liked Huang Lele. Feelings couldn't be formed overnight, so Yang Ming's love for Huang Lele was mostly shown on her body. It was undeniable that Huang Lele's figure and appearance were top-notch. It was just that she was too simple. It was no wonder. She grew up in such a rich family and was spoiled. Everything was self-centered. Otherwise, she would not do stupid things and still be proud of herself. Right, Yang Ming suddenly remembered an important thing. He patted Huang Lele's back and said, "Did you take the medicine after you went back yesterday?" "Take the medicine? What medicine?" Huang Lele was surprised. "Birth control pills, stupid. Do you want to get pregnant?" Yang Ming whispered in Huang Lele's ear. "Yeah, I forgot." Huang Lele was shocked. "What do I do now? Can I get pregnant?" "It shouldn't be possible. It's not too late to eat now." Yang Ming was defeated by her. Huang Lele really didn't understand anything. "Then hurry up and eat. I will ask Wan Mei to buy it." Huang Lele had never bought this kind of thing, but she knew that Wan Mei must have bought it, so the first person she thought of was Wan Mei. "This kind of thing, it's better not to let her know." Yang Ming shook his head. "Is Huang Lele really not afraid of others knowing?" "You wait. I will buy it." "Okay." Huang Lele nodded and continued to play the game heartlessly. Yang Ming glanced at Huang Lele and got up to leave the room. He didn't go far, but he saw Wan Mei standing not far away. Yang Ming couldn't pretend to not see her. He had to say, "Wan Mei, why are you here?" "I met my boyfriend. He came here with his friends to play. He almost saw me with Zhang Bin." Wan Mei smiled bitterly and patted her chest. "I saw you and Lele in the room. It wasn't good to go in and be a light bulb, so I just walked around outside." Yang Ming listened to Wan Mei's words and couldn't help but shake his head. Yang Ming hated this kind of disloyal woman the most. No matter what, she couldn't cheat on her boyfriend. But thinking about it in reverse, wasn't he like this in the eyes of women? However, since ancient times, the custom was that men were superior to women. Men could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women couldn't. So many unequal things had become natural. "Then what are you going to do?" Yang Ming looked at Wan Mei and sighed. "If you continue like this, it won't be a problem. You are Huang Lele's friend, so I advise you to know your place." Wan Mei looked at Yang Ming with some depression. She lowered her head thoughtfully. "Where is Zhang Ben?" asked Yang Ming. "He is downstairs. He was playing roulette just now." Wang Mei said, "Fortunately, I was watching the horse race. Otherwise, something big would have happened." "What does your boyfriend's family do?" asked Yang Ming. Although the matter between her and Zhang Ben was consensual, if she met an unreasonable and strong boyfriend, he might harm Zhang Ben after knowing about it. Therefore, Yang Ming paid attention to this matter for the sake of Zhang Ben's safety. "It's an import and export trade. There is a big company in Macau," Wang Mei said, and she didn't avoid it. "He is also a member of the upper class, but I don't have much feelings for him." "For money?" Yang Ming could only think of this. "If I say no, then it is a bit hypocritical." Wang Mei smiled. "A woman's youth is very short. Love and money often can't be had at the same time." Yang Ming nodded. What Wang Mei said was true, and her behavior was understandable in today's society. Yang Ming was not qualified to criticize her. Everyone had their own pursuit and outlook on life. Wang Mei suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "I have to call Zhang Ben and tell him." If he doesn't know the severity of the matter and calls my name in the casino, then it will be terrible. As Wang Mei said this, she opened her backpack and began to search for her mobile phone. Perhaps because she was anxious, the mobile phone was at the bottom. Wang Mei was so anxious that she directly poured the things in the bag on the windowsill. She finally found the mobile phone, and then she hurriedly dialed Zhang Bin's phone. The things in Wang Mei's bag could be said to be a variety of things, from cosmetics and sunscreen to women's pads. And Yang Ming suddenly found something that he was going to buy, levonorgestrel tablets. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mei exhaled. It was really thrilling. As she was about to pack up the things in the bag, Yang Ming picked up a small box and said to her, "Can you give this to me?" "Give it to you?" Wang Mei was stunned. She saw the words on the small box. She suddenly looked at Yang Ming with a strange look. You and Lele?" Yang Ming smiled and did not answer. With Huang Lele's character, she would definitely tell Wang Mei about yesterday's matter. Since he decided to find Huang Lele to be his lover, he couldn't hide it from her. "No way? When did you two?" Wang Mei was a bit puzzled. "Just now? So fast?" Yang Ming didn't want to discuss this topic with Wang Mei. He was looking for a reason to change the topic, but he saw Zhang Bin running over here. "Zhang Bin is here. I will go back first." "You talk to him." Yang Ming pointed behind Wang Mei and smiled. Wang Mei was shocked. She subconsciously began to look around. When she saw Zhang Bin, she said with some annoyance, "How did you come up? Do you want to kill me?" Unbeknownst to him, she had a guilty conscience. Just now, when she was standing with Yang Ming, she talked for a long time without feeling anything wrong. However, as soon as Zhang Bing appeared, she began to feel uncomfortable. "What are you afraid of?" "At most, we will break up," Zhang Bin said indifferently. "Break up? Are you going to support me after we break up?" Wang Mei glared at Zhang Bin. She didn't know if Zhang Bin was joking or what, but he actually said, "Okay." Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Bin. He didn't know what he was thinking. He shook his head and ignored the two of them flirting. He turned and walked to Huang Lele's room. After entering the room, he closed the door. Huang Lele just looked up at Yang Ming and then buried her head to play the game in her hand. "Here, eat it." Yang Ming handed the medicine box to Huang Lele. "So fast?" Huang Lele looked at the time on the computer and was surprised. There were big hotels and casinos nearby, and there were no pharmacies. Yang Ming bought the medicine so quickly, which made Huang Lele a little surprised. "It's for Wang Mei. I saw that she had it in her bag, so I took it." Yang Ming found a bottle of mineral water for Huang Lele, opened the lid and put it on the computer table in front of her. Wang Mei opened the medicine box and took the medicine. Then she said, "Oh, she knows about us?" "Probably." Yang Ming nodded. "Are you hungry? Let's go and eat something." "My treat." "Hey, you are finally willing to treat me to a meal?" Huang Lele looked up and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. "Isn't it different now?" Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Huang Lele. Huang Lele turned off the computer, stood up, stretched and said, "I choose the place." "Of course, no problem." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. After a morning of contact, Yang Ming found that he already liked Huang Lele's heartless character. It was really rare for a girl to be so pure. Huang Lele put on a beige trench coat and then looked in the mirror. She felt quite satisfied, so she went out of the room with Yang Ming. Yang Ming gently pulled Huang Lele's hand. Huang Lele's body trembled, but she obediently let Yang Ming hold her hand. However, Yang Ming could feel that Huang Lele's palm had a layer of sweat. It was probably the first time this little girl was held by a man, right? "Hey, Yang Ming, do you think we are dating?" Huang Lele hesitated and said to Yang Ming. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Oh, so this is dating." Huang Lele nodded thoughtfully. "It's okay. I feel quite happy." When they went out and didn't see Zhang Bin, they were puzzled. However, they heard Zhang Bin's low voice, "Bro, here." Yang Ming turned his head and saw Wang Mei and Zhang Bin hiding behind a screen in the corridor. He couldn't help but be amused. There was nothing to worry about in the world. If you stood there openly, it wouldn't make people feel anything. If you were to hide behind the screen, it would be difficult for people to not associate some dirty things. You too. Yang Ming was dumbfounded as he pointed at Zhang Ben. It's fine to stand together as ordinary friends. The more you hide, the more trouble you will have. Zhang Ben scratched his head. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he felt that it was true. He couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. Let's go out and eat. Yang Ming said to Zhang Ben and Wang Mei. Can't we eat here? Wang Mei was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming and Huang Lele strangely. Is there a restaurant here? Yang Ming was also stunned and turned to look at Huang Lele. Huang Lele's face was red. Even if there was a restaurant here, she didn't want to eat here. She was still annoyed that Yang Ming broke his promise before. Now that there was a chance, how could she let it go easily? The food here is not delicious. I don't like to eat. Huang Lele blushed and found an excuse. If the chef here heard it, wouldn't he be mad? This was the standard of a 5-star restaurant. Huang Lele actually said that it was not delicious. However, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything. Who let Huang Lele be the miss? Wang Mei opened her mouth and wanted to say something. She vaguely guessed what Huang Lele was thinking, so she said, okay, then let's go out and eat, but let's go through the back door. I'm afraid of being seen. In fact, it's nothing. Just say that Zhang Ben and I are Lele's friends. Yang Ming followed Huang Lele to the back door. This car can't fit all of us, right? Yang Ming pointed to the Porsche Boxster in the parking lot. There are other cars. I will ask someone to drive it. Huang Lele nodded and took out her mobile phone and started to make a call. After a while, a Toyota Previa commercial car drove over. The driver opened the door and got off. He respectfully said to Huang Lele, Miss, do you want to drive yourself or should I drive? You go ahead. Just leave the car here. Huang Lele didn't like outsiders. Okay. The driver got out of the car and quickly left. Who's driving? Huang Lele turned and asked Yang Ming and Zhang Ben. I'll drive. Zhang Ben volunteered. He hadn't driven a right-hand car yet, and he wanted to try it out. Can you do it? The traffic rules here are different from the mainland. Don't make any mistakes. Yang Ming was a little worried, but Yang Ming had driven a right-hand car during training. No problem. Zhang Ben said indifferently. In this way, Wang Mei and Zhang Ben sat in the front, and Yang Ming and Huang Lele sat in the back. Yang Ming had never been very interested in Japanese cars, but he had to admit that this Toyota commercial car was still very good. In the beginning, Zhang Ben was still not used to driving a right-hand car. After all, it was not easy to master, but he slowly got the hang of it. On the road, it was the same as driving in Songjiang. Wang Mei's boyfriend, Lu Jihao, accompanied several clients of the company to the casino today to improve each other's relationship. At noon, there was a client from Hong Kong who wanted to eat at the Newport restaurant in Macau. Although the casino also had similar food, Lu Jihao, of course, focused on the client's request. Lu Jihao just came to the parking lot with the guests, but he caught a glimpse of a Toyota commercial car passing by in front of him. Sitting in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Wang Mei. In fact, Lu Jihao didn't associate anything bad. The casino here was opened by Huang Lele's family, and Wang Mei and Huang Lele were good friends, so it wasn't strange for Wang Mei to come out here. Although the driver was a strange man, there was nothing to be suspicious about. Lu Jihao took out his mobile phone and called Wang Mei. Looking at the caller ID on the phone, Wang Mei was shocked. She glanced at Zhang Ben in a panic. What's wrong? Why don't you answer the phone? Zhang Ben found it strange when he saw Wang Mei holding the phone and not answering. My boyfriend. Wang Mei whispered. Zhang Ben looked at the phone in Wang Mei's hand and said, Do you want me to answer it? Why are you answering it? Wang Mei was shocked and quickly said, Don't make a sound. I will answer it. Mei, where are you? Lu Jihao called for a long time and saw that no one answered. He was about to hang up the phone, but the call was connected. I am with Lele. Wang Mei looked at Zhang Ben and said. Oh, just the two of you? Lu Jihao asked tentatively. Yeah, I am at Leilei's house. How could Wang Mei dare to say that there was someone else? Really? Lu Jihao was stunned. He hesitated and said, oh, then that's it. I am accompanying the guest. After that, he hung up the phone. Lu Jihao frowned. Did I just see it wrong? But it's impossible. My eyesight isn't that bad. Others can be wrong, but can my girlfriend be wrong? Obviously, I am in the car. How can I say that I am at Huang Leilei's house? What's there to lie about? Could it be that I want to hide something? Originally, Lu Jihao didn't think so much, but now he began to be suspicious. It's over. He seems to have some doubts. Wang Mei said with some worry after she turned off the phone. Did he see us? Zhang Ben guessed. Ah. Wang Mei was shocked and lost her voice. It must be like this. This is bad. What should we do? You shouldn't have lied to him. What's wrong with being with a friend? Yang Ming also heard the conversation between Wang Mei and Zhang Ben. I was subconsciously nervous. Wang Mei said with a bitter face, but it's too late to say anything now. I hope he doesn't suspect anything. Under the guidance of Huang Leilei, Zhang Ben drove to a shop called Dali Laiji Coffee House. It was a very simple shop. Yang Ming didn't expect that a lady like Huang Leilei would have a hobby of eating roadside stalls. However, after listening to Wang Mei's introduction, Yang Ming realized how famous this seemingly small coffee house was. It had even become a landmark in Macau. Many native Macau people would habitually come here to drink a cup of coffee and eat a pork chop bun in their spare time. Huang Leilei found a table and sat down first. She ordered 4 cups of coffee and 4 pork chop buns. Because the pork chop buns were made on time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and it was only 2 o'clock now, they had to wait for a while before they could eat it. Do you often come here to eat? Yang Ming took a sip of the coffee that was served first. The taste was really good. Yeah, every time I take a break, I come here with Wang Mei. Huang Leilei nodded. I like to eat the pork chop buns here the most. I learned how to make it myself, but I can't make it taste like that. Yang Ming smiled. This was natural. This kind of shop relied on these delicious dishes to attract customers. If it could be made normally, there would not be so many people patronizing. Looking at Zhang Ben and Wang Mei on the opposite side, the two of them were still making small movements in this situation. They were stepping on their feet and scratching their palms. Yang Ming couldn't help but be angry and amused. They are really not afraid of death. They are already suspected, and they still dare to play like this? Not long after, there were more people here. It seemed that they all came for the pork chop buns that were freshly made at 3 o'clock. After a while, the pork chop buns were served. Because there were so many people, the waiter was probably anxious. When he served the pork chop buns, he accidentally spilled the half cup of coffee that Zhang Ben hadn't finished drinking. Fortunately, it didn't get on him. After the waiter apologized, he brought a new cup of coffee to Zhang Ben. Why didn't he spill mine, and then? Give me a new cup. Huang Leilei shook the cup with only 1 cup of coffee left in her hand. She looked at Zhang Ben's cup full of coffee with some envy. After the 3 people heard it, they all laughed. Huang Leilei was really cute. With her family background, how could she care about a cup of coffee? Zhang Ben pushed the cup of coffee in front of Huang Leilei. You can have it. I don't want to drink it. I want to eat the pork chop buns. I still want another cup. Huang Leilei was a little embarrassed and declined. Just drink it. He is a carnivore. Yang Ming smiled and took the coffee back to Huang Leilei. Only then did Huang Leilei pick it up and take a sip happily. The pork chop buns here were really delicious. It was delicious. Huang Leilei and Wang Mei's appetite was relatively small. They couldn't eat any more after eating one. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming asked for 8 more in one go, which was equivalent to eating 5 per person. When they checked out, they found that the things here were really not expensive. The 4 of them spent less than 200 patakas. Because Wang Mei had something in her heart, she didn't go anywhere else after eating. Huang Lele wanted to go out with her second brother, so Yang Ming and Zhang Ben sent them back to the Huawei casino. During this time, Xia sent a short message to Yang Ming, asking Yang Ming if he had time tonight. Yang Ming naturally replied that he had time. Xia said that she would look at the situation after the concert and try to get away as much as possible. Back at the hotel, Zhang Ben was lying in bed with some melancholy. Yang Ming watched TV for a while and found that Zhang Ben was still silent. He asked with some surprise, "What happened to you?" Zhang Ben sighed and sat up in confusion. He said after a while, "Bro, I fell in love with Wang Mei." "What?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't understand. "You? Fell in love with Wang Mei? What do you mean?" "It was when I realized that I had feelings for her, and they were very strong. It was like love at first sight." Zhang Bing held his head with both hands and said helplessly. "Are you kidding?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Ben with some surprise. Zhang Ben didn't seem to be such an irrational person. "What about Zhao Sisi?" "I don't know, but there are two ways of liking." Zhang Ben shook his head and said, "Zhao Sisi is more like a family member to me. She is plain and indispensable, but I can't find the passion. Wang Mei and I are different." Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Zhang Ben from talking. Instead, he asked, "What are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I just don't know what to do, so I am distressed. Just now, I hoped that Wang Mei and her boyfriend would quarrel and break up. Then, I would have a chance." Zhang Ben smiled bitterly. "Does Wang Mei know your feelings for her?" Yang Ming asked. This was the key. "I don't know." Zhang Ben still shook his head. "Bro, what should I do?" "You're asking me?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Ben and suddenly laughed. Zhang Ben was inexplicable by Yang Ming's laughter. He said with some surprise, "Bro, what are you laughing at?" "If you ask me, the answer is very simple. That is, you accept it all." Yang Ming smiled. "Yeah." Zhang Ben slapped his thigh. "Why didn't I think of it? It's just like that. Today in the corridor of the casino, I talked to Wang Mei. She and her boyfriend have no feelings. They are together mainly for a woman's vanity. After all, her boyfriend's family is very rich, but you are not bad. It is good to let her follow you." Yang Ming analyzed, "It's just that Wang Mei's character is really. You have to at least determine if she loves you, or else you will be cuckolded in the future." Zhang Ben nodded and didn't say anything, but Yang Ming believed that he must have thought so. Since Wang Mei could betray her boyfriend and be with Zhang Ben, how could he guarantee that she wouldn't betray Zhang Ben in the future? However, Yang Ming didn't say anything. Zhang Ben would also know this. It depended on how he decided. No matter what he thought, Yang Ming would support him. After all, this was a personal matter. Yang Ming wouldn't interfere too much. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Ben received a call from Wang Mei, asking him to go out and meet her. It could be heard that Wang Mei's voice had a sobbing tone. Zhang Ben was sleeping. When he answered the phone, he began to put on his clothes without saying anything. "Go out? Do you want me to go with you?" Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Ben would cause some trouble. "No need. I will deal with this kind of thing myself." Zhang Ben shook his head. "I can go by myself." "Then you be careful. I guess that your matter has been discovered by Wang Mei's boyfriend." Yang Ming said, "If there is any trouble, call me immediately." "I got it, bro, don't worry." Zhang Ben patted his chest confidently. Yang Ming had nothing to do here, but something happened at home. When he received a call from Yang Li, Yang Ming was watching TV. "Big sister, what's the matter?" Yang Ming was surprised that Yang Li suddenly called him. Although his relationship with Yang Li had eased, and it wasn't as tit-for-tat as before, Yang Li was studying in another city. She didn't have much interaction with Yang Ming. "Big Ming, something happened to me and my dad." Although Yang Li said so, she wasn't very anxious. She thought that things weren't particularly serious. "What happened?" asked Yang Ming. "Didn't second uncle, who is your dad's company, start some heavy engineering equipment projects under my dad's suggestion? My dad and I went to the engineering company in Phoenix City to discuss business, but we were stopped by another local engineering equipment factory. Xianxia said, they threatened us not to sell our company's products in Phoenix City. Otherwise, we would have to bear the consequences. Originally, it was better to call Yang Ming for this matter, but since the kidnapping incident, Xianxia had an inexplicable trust in Yang Ming. When something happened, the first thing she thought of was to call her brother. "Oh? Are you all right?" asked Yang Ming. "They are fine. They just threatened us. They didn't dare to do anything to us." Xianxia said. "That's fine. You can come back first. I am in Macau now. I will talk about other things when I go back." Yang Ming told Xianxia, "Oh, that's fine. Then we will go back first." Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly agreed. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. The problem that Xianxia mentioned seemed to be a small matter, but it was a big problem. The sales target of this kind of engineering equipment was not to the public like cars, but to a fixed target. The company or institution that purchased these things in each city was fixed. As a result, an important problem was local monopoly. The threshold for the manufacturing of engineering machinery was not high, and many parts could be imported. As long as the assembly technology passed, engineering equipment such as trenchers, bulldozers, and other engineering equipment could be produced. Many small local engineering enterprises could produce. Although these enterprises did not have the strength of Mingyang heavy industry, they had deep backgrounds and relationships in the local area, so it was impossible to ignore Mingyang heavy industry snatching their business. A warning was considered light. If they encountered someone with an underworld background, it was possible to beat them back. However, it was not that there was no solution. It depended on the individual's means. But in any case, Yang Ming had to go back and make a decision. After all, it involved some grey fights. His father, Yang Dahai, and his uncle, Yang Dashan, were not good at this. If Bao Sanli were to deal with it, he might make a big deal out of it and bring a group of people to kill them. So Yang Ming chose to let them give in temporarily. Zhang Ben received a call from Wang Mei and quickly rushed to the place Wang Mei said. This was a coffee shop, but the location was a bit remote. The shop was not bad, and the interior decoration was also very elegant. Zhang Ben walked into the coffee shop quickly. At the moment, there were not many people in the coffee shop. Zhang Ben saw Wang Mei wearing sunglasses at a glance, but he could not help but be stunned when he saw a man next to her. A thin and tall man in his 30s, wearing a black suit, sat there with a gloomy expression. Wang Mei lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Ben. When Zhang Ben saw the situation in front of him, he vaguely guessed something. He quickly walked to the card table and sat down. "You are Zhang Ben?" the lanky man asked in a condescending tone to Zhang Ben. Although Zhang Ben had seduced the man's girlfriend, he didn't feel that he was in the wrong. She was his girlfriend. Since they were not married, it meant that there was no legal relationship between them. She looked up at the man in front of her, who was Lu Jihao, and asked with some disgust, "Who are you?" "Heh, brat, your words are quite blunt." Lu Jihao sneered at Zhang Ben and said softly. "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have much time." Zhang Ben often hung out with Yang Ming, so he became calmer and not as impulsive as before. "Well, since you have this attitude, we don't need to talk about it." Lu Jihao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I think you have already guessed who I am. Now that you are on my girlfriend, how are we going to settle this?" "Huh, why are you so funny? You said it yourself. She is your girlfriend, but she is not your wife." Zhang Ben smiled with some contempt. "Humph, do you think I can still want this kind of trash?" Lu Jihao snorted. "Since you like her so much, then I will give her to you." "Oh? That's good. Thank you very much." After listening to Lu Jihao's words, Zhang Ben was suddenly inexplicable, but what he said was a good thing for Zhang Ben. "Don't be too happy too early. There are still accounts to be settled." Lu Jihao smiled. "What accounts?" asked Zhang Ben. "Now, Wang Mei is your woman, right?" asked Lu Jihao. "So what?" Zhang Ben still didn't quite understand Lu Jihao's meaning. "That's fine. Wang Mei was with me for 2 years. The money I spent on her in these 2 years was spent on you." Don't you think I have to get the money back? Lu Jihao finally said his purpose. Zhang Ben was stunned and immediately understood. Lu Jihao wanted to extort a sum of money from him, and the previous words were just excuses. Of course, you cannot give the money, but the consequences of not paying back the debt are very serious, tsk tisk. Lu Jihao waved his hand, and two black-shirted macho men immediately stood up from a table not far behind him and walked over. Lu Jihao pointed at them and said, I have spent tens of millions on Wang Mei in the past 2 years. I just owe them 10 million, so I will transfer it to you. Oh right, I forgot to mention, these two are loan sharks. You're from the mainland, right? You don't want anything to happen to you in Macau, right? 10 million. When Zhang Ben heard this number, an angry expression suddenly appeared on his face. 10 million in 2 years? Who are you kidding? Why? You don't believe it? Then you can ask Wang Mei yourself. Lu Jihao had a look of confidence as he pointed to Wang Mei next to him. What happened? Zhang Ben looked up at Wang Mei. My mother was sick before, so I borrowed from loan sharks. Later, the interest compound. Lu Jihao helped me settle it. Wang Mei explained while trembling. When Zhang Ben heard Wang Mei's words, he knew what was going on. It is loan sharks again. It seems that this Lu Jihao and these two loan sharks are likely to be in cahoots. He found them to scare me and take some money from me. Did she borrow money from both of you? Zhang Ben looked up at the two black-shirted macho men and said with ridicule. The two macho men's faces suddenly turned red. It seemed that Zhang Ben hit the nail on the head. Don't say those useless things. Lu Jihao waved his hand and said, take out the money. You take her away. Do you think I can take out 10 million? Zhang Ben looked at Lu Jihao as if he was looking at a fool. Zhang Ben's family was indeed rich, but Zhang Ben's total was only tens of millions. Don't you have a friend? Didn't he hook up with a little rich woman? You can borrow from him. The little rich woman Lu Jihao was referring to was naturally Huang Lele. After listening to this, Zhang Ben suddenly stared at Wang Mei with some anger. Why did Wang Mei tell everything to Lu Jihao? Make a call. Just say that you owe a loan shark. Let him pay you back. Lu Jihao didn't care about Zhang Ben's expression and said proudly. Are you sure you want me to make a call? Zhang Ben knew Yang Ming's temper very well. If he really called Yang Ming, forget about paying the money, the 3 people in front of him wouldn't be able to walk out of here in one piece. If he was in Songjiang, Zhang Ben would definitely be very thick-skinned and call Yang Ming. As Yang Ming's underling, Zhang Ben didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was natural to let Yang Ming clean up his mess. But in Macau, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. Zhang Ben didn't want to add any trouble to Yang Ming. The 2 people in front of him were loan sharks. They obviously didn't look like good people. Maybe they had a relationship with the local gangs. It would be troublesome to provoke these people. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Lu Jihao didn't hide his threat. Zhang Ben hesitated. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Zhang Ben asked himself that he was definitely not the opponent of these 2 macho men. If he didn't make this call today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this alive. However, because this matter would drag Yang Ming into it, Zhang Ben didn't want to do this. You don't want to call, right? Then you call. Lu Jihao threw his phone in front of Wang Mei. Wang Mei lowered her head and didn't speak. She didn't pick up the phone that Lu Jihao handed over. I asked you to make a call. Didn't you hear it? Lu Jihao shouted. I don't want to call. Wang Mei shook her head. Pa, a loud slap was thrown over, and the sunglasses on Wang Mei's face were knocked away. Lu Jihao said furiously, do you believe that I will kill you? At this time, Zhang Ben saw that Wang Mei's originally delicate face was bruised everywhere. Because of the sunglasses, and Wang Mei had been lowering her head, he didn't notice it. What happened to you? Did he hit you? Zhang Ben was shocked. Originally, he complained that Wang Mei told everything to Lu Jihao. Now, he only sympathized with her. Wang Mei pursed her lips and didn't speak, but her expression had already acquiesced. F*ck your mother. Zhang Ben slammed the table and pointed at Lu Jihao. You hit a woman? Are you still a man? Why? Are you distressed? Lu Jihao curled his lips indifferently. If you are distressed, quickly take the money. You can hurt as much as you want when you go home. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Jihao's business wasn't very smooth recently, and he had lost a lot of money. He wasn't the only son at home. He had a younger brother, so if he didn't fill in the losses as soon as possible, it was likely that his younger brother would use it as an excuse to attack him and let him leave the company's core. His mood was already bad, and Wang Mei happened to hit the muzzle. Originally, Lu Jihao didn't doubt Wang Mei. He just said that he saw her in the parking lot of the casino and asked why she lied to him. However, Lu Jihao's face wasn't very good. Wang Mei, coupled with her nervousness, thought that Lu Jihao knew something. She didn't explain it clearly for a long time. At this time, Lu Jihao's suspicion was even greater. He questioned a few more words and found that Wang Mei's words were full of flaws. Under his bluff and deception, he finally figured out that Wang Mei actually had an ulterior motive. How could this be? Lu Jihao was already in a bad mood, and his girlfriend did this kind of thing. He was so angry that he punched and kicked her, forcing her to ask about her lover's situation. Originally, Wang Mei didn't want to say it, but she couldn't withstand Lu Jihao's punches and kicks, so she said it all. It was not that Lu Jihao had no feelings for Wang Mei. After all, they had been together for such a long time. However, Lu Jihao was a very narrow-minded person. He couldn't tolerate his girlfriend having an affair with others. Moreover, he was in a bad mood these days. He encountered a business failure, and he heard that the adulterer's friend had hooked up with Huang Lele. His heart immediately began to become active. How could Lu Jihao not know about Huang Lele's family? That was more than 100 times bigger than his own family business. He also had feelings for Huang Lele, but Huang Lele couldn't be interested in him at all. He didn't expect that the adulterer's friend was also good at hooking up with girls. After weighing it, he decided to use Wang Mei as an excuse to squeeze some money from them to make up for the previous deficit. Thinking about it, these two foreigners couldn't make any waves, and this matter was also Zhang Bin's fault, so Lu Jihao was not afraid. It could be said that Lu Jihao was a villain who liked to scheme. In order to get Wang Mei, he used some underhanded means. Those loan sharks were his friends, and they were also instructed by him behind the scenes. In fact, Wang Mei also vaguely guessed this. Although she had no love for Lu Jihao, because she could live a life of luxury with Lu Jihao, she accepted her fate. Later, she became a stewardess and met Huang Lele. She felt that her friends were all rich people. Wang Mei was afraid that Huang Lele and the others would look down on her after losing the current life of luxury. She did not dare to break up with Lu Jihao. Although Wang Mei had no feelings for him from beginning to end. In fact, Wang Mei was not as bad as Yang Ming imagined. Although she hooked up with Zhang Bin, it was also because she really had feelings for Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin's humor and care for her were something she had never gotten from Lu Jihao. Love came so suddenly that Wang Mei was a little dizzy for a while. Otherwise, Lu Jihao couldn't see the clues so quickly. Wang Mei didn't think about breaking up with Lu Jihao and then being with Zhang Bin. However, after knowing that Zhang Bin had a girlfriend, she changed her mind. Is it possible that Zhang Bin is with her? She probably only thought of him as a playmate. This time, she called Zhang Bin and asked him to come out to meet her. Wang Mei didn't expect him to stand up for her. But she didn't expect that Zhang Bin's reaction to Lu Jihao hitting her would be so fierce. Zhang Bin was extremely angry. His chest heaved up and down as he panted heavily. However, when he thought about how he couldn't cause trouble, he could only suppress his anger. He slowly sat down and said, 10 million, isn't your tone too big? Do you think Huang Lele will give me 10 million? Hey, I don't know if I will give it to you or not, but if your friend asks Huang Lele for it, it should be possible, right? Huang Lele's family doesn't need this 10 million. Lu Jihao saw that Zhang Bin's tone had loosened, and he was overjoyed. Moreover, this IOU is still in my hands. I tell you, now we have a good discussion. If you take out the money, we will be fine. Otherwise, I will sue you in court, and you won't be able to reason. If this kind of IOU written under the pressure of a loan shark really went to court, 80% of it would not have legal effect. However, Lu Jihao was sure that Zhang Ben, a foreigner, definitely did not understand the local laws of Macau, so he was not afraid that he would be exposed after cheating him. Although Zhang Ben knew that if this kind of thing was brought to the mainland court, the other party's chances of winning the lawsuit were very small, here, he really didn't know the corresponding legal provisions. It was basically unrealistic to ask him to take out 10 million. Zhang Ben didn't have so much money. But if he looked for Yang Ming, Zhang Ben still didn't know the true value of Yang Ming. Although he knew that Lu Weishan gave a lot of money to Yang Ming, the money was also invested in the new jewelry company. The cash on hand of Yang Ming should not be much. If he borrowed money from Yang Ming, Zhang Ben could naturally put down his face. After all, the relationship between the two was still there. However, if he asked Yang Ming to ask for money from Zhang Ben, this kind of thing could not be done. Have you thought about it? What do you want to do? Lu Jihao saw that Zhang Ben didn't speak, and he was impatient. He said with a gloomy face, I will give you two choices. One is to call your friend and let him find a way to get money. The second is that I hand you over to these people. I don't care how they deal with you. Lu Jihao pointed to the few big men around him who were loan sharks. Zhang Ben also had no way. He hesitated and decided to tell Yang Ming about it. No matter what, it was good to discuss it. I will go out and make a call. Zhang Ben said as he stood up and walked to the door. Watch him. Don't let this kid run away. Lu Jihao was afraid that Zhang Ben would use this as an excuse to escape. He didn't think that Wang Mei had any attraction to Zhang Ben. If it was just for Wang Mei, would Zhang Ben be willing to spend 10 million? Lu Jihao really didn't believe it. However, Zhang Ben really planned to do so. Otherwise, what did Wang Mei's life and death have to do with him? Zhang Ben came to the door. The four big men who collected loan sharks stood by and stared at Zhang Ben, fearing that he would run away. Zhang Ben dialed Yang Ming's phone number. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to answer. Bro, I am in trouble. Zhang Ben said straightforwardly. With his relationship with Yang Ming, there was no need to hide. What's wrong? Yang Ming was waiting for Shuya's call. He was lying in bed and watching TV. When he heard Zhang Ben's words, he was shocked. Wang Mei's boyfriend knows about our matter. He wants 10 million from me. I don't know what to do now. Zhang Ben said as he clenched his teeth. 10 million? Yang Ming was a little surprised by this price. He didn't expect Wang Mei's boyfriend to offer such a high price, but this money was nothing to Yang Ming. Bro. I know that I have troubled you, can you help me borrow some? I have been working for you all my life. Zhang Ben knew that Yang Ming was also in a difficult situation. He hesitated for a long time before he spoke. Work? Yang Ming was dumbfounded, but he found it strange that Zhang Ben was willing to spend 10 million for Wang Mei. Are you sure you want to give him 10 million? It was the loan sharks that Wang Mei owed. Her boyfriend paid it for her. Zhang Ben smiled bitterly. Although I don't know if there is anything fishy in this, my feelings for Wang Mei. Okay, you don't have to say it. Where are you? When Yang Ming heard this, he understood that what Zhang Ben said to him before wasn't just a casual remark, but he really fell for it. Although Yang Ming's impression of Wang Mei wasn't good, Zhang Ben liked her. He wouldn't interfere with anything. This time, Zhang Ben should really have feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such an irrational thing. It seems that he isn't very rational, but wasn't I the same at the beginning? Because of Suya's departure, how many stupid things did I do? I spent a lot of money at the auction just to buy a similar ring. Although it was confirmed later that this ring was the one that I gave to Suya, I didn't know about it at the beginning, right? Zhang Ben said a location. Yang Ming hung up the phone and hurried over. When Yang Ming appeared in the coffee shop, Zhang Ben lowered his head embarrassedly, but Lu Jihao's eyes lit up. If Yang Ming could come over, it meant that there was an 80 to 90% chance. Otherwise, Yang Ming couldn't come over. Yang Ming sat calmly next to Zhang Ben and looked at Wang Mei, whose face was full of injuries. He couldn't help but frown. It was true that he didn't have a good impression of Wang Mei, but Yang Ming also hated people who hit women. He patted Zhang Ben's shoulder and signaled him to rest assured. Then he said to Lu Jihao on the opposite side, 10 million, right? After that, you have nothing to do with her, Wang Mei, right? Yes. Lu Jihao held back the excitement in his heart and nodded. He didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Okay, then it's up to you. Yang Ming looked at Lu Jihao and said, is a check okay? Yes, yes. Lu Jihao couldn't help but be excited in his heart. He really wanted to shout twice. The company's deficit was only more than 6 million. This time, not only could he make up for the deficit, but he could also get a lot of income. He couldn't help but be a little smug. This Huang Lele is really willing to give up. She asked for 10 million and she gave it to me. Ha ha ha, brother, you are amazing. Huang Lele? Yang Ming was stunned, but he immediately guessed what he was saying, but he did not refute. In Yang Ming's view, it was a waste of cells to talk to this kind of person. Yang Ming took out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote down the amount, and then signed a strange name. This was a checkbook from the Union Bank of Switzerland. Yang Ming had an account there. Of course, it was not the main account. There were only a few $100 million on it. The account name was also a pseudonym, but it didn't matter. The bank only recognized the customer's exclusive checkbook and signature. Even the checkbook is given to you? So strong? Lu Jihao looked at Yang Ming in surprise and opened his mouth wide. He had always thought that Yang Ming's money came from Huang Lele. Yang Ming was too lazy to explain so much to him. He tore off the check and spread it on the table. It is from the Union Bank of Switzerland. There is a branch in Macau. You can call to confirm now. Lu Jihao was also a person in the business field. He still recognized the authenticity of the check. He made a phone call, and the other side gave a positive answer. Lu Jihao reached out and wanted to put the check into his pocket. Yang Ming was quick with his eyes and hands. He directly put his hand on the check. Where is the original IOU? IOU? What IOU? Lu Jihao wanted to act shamelessly and leave a trick behind. He would leave the IOU to see if there was any opportunity to extort in the future. He didn't expect Yang Ming to remember this. I don't want to talk nonsense. Yang Ming said as he took the check back. Yang Ming's hand just took the check back. One of the four macho men behind Lu Jihao reached for his waist and seemed to want to take something out. He took it out and shouted, "Put it down." Yang Ming frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble. Since Zhang Bin really liked Wang Mei, and Wang Mei owed Lu Jihao money, then he would help them pay it back. However, he didn't want to cause trouble here, but Lu Jihao was playing tricks on him. There was a burst of disgust in his heart. Yang Ming's hand gently stretched forward. He had already taken the thing out of the macho man's waist. It turned out to be a three-edged knife. Yang Ming sneered and threw the knife in front of Lu Jihao. It's best not to play tricks in front of me. When I came out, you didn't know what you were doing. Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were soft persimmons, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to have such skills. He could actually grab the knife from the macho man behind him. Listening to the tone of Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he was also in the underworld. He couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. It seems that this person is not easy to provoke. Lu Jihao was also afraid that there would be more problems, so he chose to stop while he was ahead. He awkwardly took out an IOU and said with a dry smile, "Hee hee, it's just a joke. We are all civilized people. There is no need to use knives and guns." That's the best. Yang Ming despised Lu Jihao's softness in his heart. He was too easily frightened, and his impression of Lu Jihao was even worse. After taking the IOU, Yang Ming glanced at it. After confirming that there was no problem, he directly tore it up and threw it into the juice in front of Zhang Bin. The handwriting on the IOU was soaked in the juice, and all of it became blurred. Coupled with the corrosion of the sticky juice, it was impossible to restore it. However, Zhang Bin was even more extreme. He picked up the cup and drank it directly. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. "Let's go," Yang Ming said and stood up. He turned to Zhang Bin and said, "Take her back to the hotel." Although Zhang Bin didn't say a word of thanks, Zhang Bin was already very grateful to Yang Ming. However, Zhang Bin knew that Yang Ming didn't need him to thank him. That would be too pretentious. Zhang Bin stood up silently and took Wang Mei's hand. Wang Mei trembled and stood together with Zhang Bin. She understood what it meant when Zhang Bin drank the drink with the IOU and held her hand. In fact, from the fact that Zhang Bin was willing to borrow 10 million yuan for her, she already knew Zhang Bin's intentions. Wang Mei suddenly had a very relaxed and liberated feeling. She didn't have to be a hypocrite in the future. With Zhang Bin, whether he was rich or poor, what did it matter? Wang Mei suddenly felt that she didn't care about anything. As long as she could be with this man, she was happy. Yang Ming didn't take 2 steps, but he turned around again and went straight to Lu Jihao's side. He picked up the triage knife in front of him. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming had changed his mind and wanted to fight with him. "This knife is very good. Give it to me as a souvenir." Yang Ming patted Lu Jihao's shoulder and said. "Ah? Oh." Lu Jihao was stunned and nodded. "It's just a triage knife. Just give it to him." Yang Ming took the knife and walked out of the coffee shop with Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. As soon as they went out, Yang Ming threw the triage knife into the trash can not far away. "Bro, why did you throw that away?" Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming strangely and didn't understand. "I lied to him. What do I need this broken knife for?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's just to confuse him." Zhang Bin didn't understand much, but he didn't ask. He just held Wang Mei's hand tightly and said to Yang Ming, "Bro, you can rest assured. I will find a way to return the money to you as soon as possible." "Money? That's not necessary." Yang Ming waved his hand and took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin took the paper and opened it. It was actually the check that Yang Ming had just signed. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Bro, what's going on? Didn't you give it to him?" "I originally wanted to give it to him, but he was so greedy that he wanted to play tricks, so I simply didn't give it to him." Yang Ming said with a smile, "When I asked him for the triage knife, I took it back." D***MN. Zhang Bin shouted excitedly after listening, "Bro, you're too bad *SS. This works too. I thought I would be a slave in the future. Even if I gave it to him, he wouldn't ask you to return it." Yang Ming shook his head indifferently, then he stopped a taxi and said, "Let's go. That guy will find out in a while." The 3 people got into the taxi together. Yang Ming sat in the front row, and Zhang Bin and Wang Mei sat in the back row. Back at the hotel, Zhang Bin booked another room, which was opposite Yang Ming's original room. "You apply some medicine to her first. You all come to my room in a while." Yang Ming glanced at Wang Mei and instructed. "Okay, bro." Zhang Bin nodded and took Wang Mei into the room. He had just bought some medicine downstairs. Zhang Bin applied the medicine to Wang Mei. Wang Mei wore sunglasses again, so it wasn't obvious. "Zhang Bin, you seem to be afraid of Yang Ming?" Wang Mei asked, baffled. "Ha, I'm not afraid, but I do admire and respect him." Zhang Bin said sincerely, "If we were to talk about bro's speed of development, no one can compare to him." Wang Mei nodded. She knew that from now on, she would be integrated into Zhang Bin's circle. The 2 of them came to Yang Ming's room together. Yang Ming was reading the local newspaper. When he saw the 2 of them come in, he put the newspaper aside and signaled them to sit down and talk. "Let's talk about it. What are you going to do in the future?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. In the future? Zhang Bin really didn't think about what to do in the future. After being impulsive, it brought a lot of trouble. Zhang Bin's mind calmed down at this moment. If he brought Wang Mei back, not to mention Zhao Sisi, even his father, Zhang Jiafeng, wouldn't let her go. Although Zhang Jiafeng wasn't a conservative, he wouldn't allow Zhang Bin to casually bring a woman home. It was fine to play outside and socialize, but if he really brought her back, he would definitely be the first to disagree. "What about you?" Yang Ming looked up at Wang Mei again. I don't know." Wang Mei lowered her head. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that she became very cautious and oppressed in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming seemed to have a condescending feeling, like an elder. "Then I will arrange it for you. You can bring your family to Songjiang." You don't have to work as a stewardess, or I can find someone to change the route for you. Don't fly to Macau. Is that okay? Yang Ming seemed to be asking for Wang Mei's opinion, but in fact, his tone was unquestionable. Wang Mei didn't have her own opinion at the moment. She didn't have any opinion about Yang Ming's arrangement. She also knew that Lu Jihao wasn't a good person. If she still flew to Macau, she might meet him again. At that time, it might cause some trouble. Then, you can keep the check. Yang Ming turned to Zhang Ben and said, first, buy a house in Songjiang and settle her down. Then, we will slowly study later. How can this be? Zhang Ben shook his head subconsciously. Although he didn't know where the money came from, he thought that it was definitely not Yang Ming's own money. How could he let Yang Ming owe others money for him? What's more, he didn't need this money to buy a house at all. Buying a small house with more than 40 square meters in Songjiang was about 400,000 yuan. He could still take out this money. Don't worry. The money was not borrowed from Lele. It was my own money. Yang Ming saw Zhang Bin's thoughts and comforted him with a smile. There are some things that I will find time to tell you. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. Wang Mei was a little shocked when she heard it. It seems that I really underestimated Yang Ming. Yang Ming's net worth didn't seem to be under Huang Lele, or even more. Huang Lele couldn't just throw out 10 million yuan casually, but Yang Ming didn't seem to care about it at all. However, Yang Ming was so bad *SS Zhang Ben, as his underling, shouldn't be bad. At least, Zhang Ben had a bright future. It was 100 times better than following Lu Jihao. The most important thing was that the feeling of being with Zhang Ben was something that Lu Jihao couldn't give. Well, you shouldn't go out in these 2 days, so as to avoid new problems. Yang Ming told Wang Mei. Walking out of the room, Wang Mei breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Zhang Ben, is your boss very powerful in Songjiang? Although Zhang Ben didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, from the people who Yang Ming usually contacted, he could know how good Yang Ming was now. It was no exaggeration to say, boss is very low-key here. In Songjiang, probably no one dares to talk to him like this. Of course, except for me and his father, ha ha ha, and several of his girlfriends. Zhang Bing boasted as he laughed out loud. Wang Mei snorted. However, wasn't Zhang Bin telling the truth? Yang Ming was just the young master of Mingyang heavy industry. No one dared to underestimate him. Besides, Lu Jihao was happy that he had made an unexpected fortune. When he returned to the company, he wanted to cash the check immediately, but when he touched his jacket pocket, he found that the check was gone. Lu Jihao was shocked. This wasn't a joke. How could the check be gone? He took off his coat and flipped it around until it was torn, but he still couldn't find it. Where's the check? Did you see it? Lu Jihao asked the 4 men beside him. These 4 men were the ones who had just collected the loan sharks. On the surface, they seemed to have nothing to do with Lu Jihao, but in fact, these 4 men were all Lu Jihao's subordinates. They usually did business with the bank and helped Lu Jihao obtain some private money. Brother Hao, didn't you keep the check in your pocket? Said one of the macho men. Of course, I know, but now it's gone. Lu Jihao frowned and said anxiously, that's 10 million yuan. Then, could it be left in the coffee shop? Another macho man reminded. No, I remember that I put it in my pocket. Lu Jihao shook his head. I also remember that Brother Hao put it in his pocket, said the macho man who spoke before. Then how could it be gone? Lu Jihao began to think hard, but there was no place where he could lose the check. Coming out of the coffee shop, he was surrounded by his own people. Then he got in the car and went all the way back to the company. There was no place where he could lose the check. Brother Hao, why don't you call that bastard again and ask him to write a new check for you? A macho man suddenly suggested. Yeah. Lu Jihao slammed the table and said, this is a good idea. As Lu Jihao said this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Mei's phone. But in less than 2 seconds, his face that was full of hope suddenly showed a disappointed expression. He slammed the phone and scolded, D****, smelly woman, she actually turned off her phone. The phone number of her lover, Brother Hao, didn't you also save it? The macho man quickly reminded him after listening. After Lu Jihao listened, he quickly picked up the phone again and dialed Zhang Bin's phone number. When Wang Mei called before, Lu Jihao secretly saved it. When the phone was turned off again, Lu Jihao was completely desperate. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The other party definitely didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. It was reasonable for her to turn off the phone. It was just that. Lu Jihao was really unwilling. That was 10 million yuan. Not only could it make up for the loss of his business, but it could also accumulate a sum of money for his little treasury. As he was thinking about what to do, Lu Jihao's phone suddenly rang. Lu Jihao was shocked. He thought that it was Wang Mei and the others who called. He quickly picked up the phone. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who are you looking for? Lu Jihao reluctantly answered the phone. Is this Brother Lu? The person who spoke was a somewhat hoarse male voice. I am. Who are you? Lu Jihao was not familiar with this voice. Now that he was in a bad mood, his attitude was even worse. I'm Ouyang Junwei. Why, Brother Lu, don't you remember me? The man on the other side introduced himself. Lu Jihao was stunned at first, then immediately remembered who the other party was. Ouyang Junwei, the helmsman of a very powerful company in the mainland's province P. He had business dealings with Yang Junwei, and they were all big deals. Yang Junwei had made a lot of money. Moreover, the Ouyang family also controlled the underground forces of province P. Even when they were drinking, Ouyang Junwei inadvertently revealed that his old man was abroad, and he still had contact with an assassin organization. How could Lu Jihao not maintain a good relationship with such a powerful person? Thinking of this, Lu Jihao's face was suddenly full of smiles. Big brother Ouyang, it turned out to be you. Sorry for the neglect. It's fine. I changed my number. It is normal that you don't know it's me. Ouyang Junwei said with a smile, Brother Lu, I'm afraid I have to ask for your help this time. Help? Lu Jihao was stunned. With Ouyang Junwei's strength, does he still need my help? However, since he has a favor to ask of me, it can't be better. As long as he brings me a big deal after this, it will be great. Lu Jihao said quickly, as long as big brother Ouyang needs something from me, just say it. This is the case. I am now in Macau. Are you free? Let's meet and talk. Said Ouyang Junwei. Oh? You are in Macau now? Lu Jihao said after listening, where are you? I will come to you right away. I am staying at the Dao Hotel. Call me when you arrive. I will go downstairs, said Ouyang Junwei. Okay, no problem. Lu Jihao promised. Although he was troubled by the inexplicable disappearance of the check, he couldn't ignore other things just because the check was lost. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Every time Ouyang Junwei contacted Lu Jihao, he could send a lot of money to Lu Jihao. Although it wasn't as much as 10 million, it was always in the millions, so Lu Jihao didn't dare to neglect him. In other words, Ouyang Junwei came to Macau this time for Yang Ming. Ouyang Junwei always remembered his brother's broken finger and waited for the opportunity to retaliate against Yang Ming. During this time, Ouyang Junwei had found some of Yang Ming's background through his own channels. These backgrounds were amazing. The son-in-law of Dong Hai's Sun family also had great power in Songjiang. He had a close relationship with Songjiang's local tyrant, Bao Sanli, and Ho Zhenhan. It could be said that if he sent someone to Songjiang to find Yang Ming, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return. This was the same as others wanting to attack the Ouyang family in the territory of Province P. It was simply nonsense. Therefore, Ouyang Junwei had been waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. Yang Ming actually went to Macau. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? Yang Ming went to Macau through the normal channels, so it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of people like Ouyang Junwei. As long as there was a relationship in the airline, it could be found. Moreover, the airline's network was connected to the internet, and it could be checked in Province P. Ouyang Junwei had already greeted his acquaintances in the company and asked them to pay attention to the flight records of a person named Yang Ming. Although there were several people with the same name before, the departure place was not Songjiang, so Ouyang Junwei did not pay attention. This time, the plane took off from Donghai. Ouyang Junwei paid attention and carefully checked the registered ID number. He calculated the age of this Yang Ming. It was basically consistent with the age of the Yang Ming who hurt his brother. Ouyang Junwei knew that the opportunity had come. He quickly contacted his father, Ouyang Kenki. When Ouyang Kenki heard that the murderer who hurt his younger son went to Macau, he didn't say anything. He brought the most powerful assassin in his Hawkeye group, nicknamed Delayman 001, to Macau. The reason why this guy was called Delayman 001 was that when he killed someone, there would be a 1-second delay. No matter what kind of weapon he used, he would pause for a second before it fell on the victim, so that the victim would have a second to show panic, fear, and despair. Then, he would kill the victim in one move. He liked to see this kind of panic, fear, and despair, which gave him an indescribable feeling of happiness. This was a psychological desire that was close to perverted, but Delayman 001 was happy in it. Of course, because they were in Russia, they wouldn't come as fast as Ouyang Junwei, so Ouyang Junwei arrived in Macau first. He just wanted to explore the situation and find out where Yang Ming was. It didn't take long for Ouyang Junwei to receive a call from Lu Jihao, telling him that he had arrived downstairs at the hotel. Ouyang Junwei put on his coat and went downstairs. He saw Lu Jihao waiting for him in the hall at a glance. Although Lu Jihao was a business partner of the Ouyang family, he was a very small business partner. He didn't account for any proportion of the Ouyang family's business. Normally, although it couldn't be said that Ouyang Junwei despised him, Ouyang Junwei wouldn't lower himself to call him a brother. However, this time, he had to ask Lu Jihao for help, so Ouyang Junwei couldn't care so much. He had power in Province P, but when he came to Macau, he didn't know anything. If he wanted to do things here, he couldn't do it without knowing one or two local tyrants. What's more, if he wanted to find Yang Ming's residence, he had to rely on the local tyrants here, so Ouyang Junwei thought of Lu Jihao. Lu Jihao had once mentioned to him that there was a small underground money house here. Although it wasn't a big deal, this was enough. The people who were in contact with the underground money house were people from all walks of life. It shouldn't be difficult to find out Yang Ming's residence through them. The next thing would depend on his father, and Lu Jihao didn't need to do anything. Big brother Ouyang. Lu Jihao saw Ouyang Junwei and greeted him enthusiastically. Younger brother Lu, how have you been? Ouyang Junwei also enthusiastically reached out and shook hands with Lu Jihao. Hehe, I'm just SOSO. I'm not as good as you, big brother. Lu Jihao smiled. Since we are in Macau, let the younger brother be the host. Let's find a place to have a good drink. Ouyang Junwei also had this intention. Some words were more convenient to say at the wine table. This was also the habit of the Chinese people to talk about things. The two people occupied a private room, but the hotel waiter didn't have any displeasure because the dishes ordered by these two people were enough for 5 people. Lu Jihao naturally wouldn't save money on these occasions. How much was a meal? How much money could a business bring back? Lu Jihao lost the check. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was still very uncomfortable in his heart. He unconsciously began to drink to drown his sorrows. Ouyang Junwei was also looking for the right opportunity to speak, so he naturally accompanied Lu Jihao to drink. After 30 minutes of drinking, Ouyang Junwei began to talk about business. Younger brother Lu, in fact, I came to Macau this time to find someone. Who? Let's talk. How can I help? Lu Jihao raised his head with a big tongue. Of course, it is brother's enemy. Ouyang Junwei didn't need to hide it from Lu Jihao. In his opinion, Yang Ming and Lu Jihao couldn't have any intersection. Oh? Tell me about it. I will do my best. Lu Jihao promised immediately. This is the case. This person broke a finger of my brother, Ouyang Junyuan. Ouyang Junwei said with hatred. D***MN, who is so bold? Who dares to hurt big brother Ouyang's brother? Lu Jihao was shocked. He still knew the power of the Ouyang family. Daring to provoke the Ouyang family was simply courting death. Yeah, I came here this time to make him unable to return. Ouyang Junwei sneered confidently. Lu Jihao couldn't help but shudder. Although the Ouyang family didn't have any local power, it wasn't difficult to retaliate against an individual. Who is it? Lu Jihao was a little curious. It's a person named Yang Ming. You won't know him even if I tell you, said Ouyang Junwei. Yang Ming? Yang Ming? Lu Jihao was stunned. Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Why? Do you know him? Ouyang Junwei's heart tightened and asked vigilantly. I don't know. I just feel that this name is a bit familiar. Lu Jihao shook his head. He only remembered the name of Zhang Bin. The name of Yang Ming was only mentioned occasionally. How could Lu Jihao remember? What's more, he was already drunk at the moment. He didn't think about that place at all. When Ouyang Junwei heard Lu Jihao say this, he was relieved. He took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lu Jihao. There is a photo of this person here. He is now in Macau. I will rely on you to find him. Oh? There is a photo? That's easy. I will find some henchmen. Lu Jihao took the envelope. I have 4 henchmen under me. If you are in a hurry, I can mobilize more. Hee, I understand this. If you want the brothers to work for you, naturally there must be benefits. Ouyang Junwei smiled and took out a box that had been prepared long ago. He pushed it in front of Lu Jihao. This is 1 million. Let the brothers rest assured. If you find the person, there will be a big reward. When Lu Jihao heard that there was 1 million in his account, he immediately smiled. He pretended to decline and said, logically, I shouldn't accept money for your matter, brother, but those henchmen aren't my people. If you don't give them benefits, they really won't work for you. Brother, you don't have to say it. I understand it. If it's not enough, just tell me. I just want to find the person as soon as possible. Okay, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Lu Jihao opened the envelope and took out the photo. He wanted to see who was so awesome that they dared to provoke the Ouyang family. And? Seeing the photo, Lu Jihao was obviously stunned. The person in this photo was not someone else. It was the person he had just met this afternoon, the friend of Wang Meifeng. Yes, otherwise, why did the name Yang Ming sound so familiar? It turned out to be him. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ouyang Junwei looked at Lu Jihao's expression and asked, baffled. I know this person. Lu Jihao exclaimed. What? You know him? Ouyang Junwei frowned imperceptibly. He didn't expect that Lu Jihao would actually know Yang Ming. What is the relationship between the two of them? I have revealed that I want to kill Yang Ming. Will he immediately inform me? Thinking of this, Ouyang Junwei's heart suddenly had a murderous intention. I was a little careless. I can only kill Lu Jihao together. Lu Jihao also suddenly felt this murderous aura, and couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly understood what was going on, and hurriedly explained, Big brother Ouyang, don't misunderstand, I just know this kid, but there is no friendship at all. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. How do you say that? Ouyang Junwei smiled, but he still didn't feel alert in his heart. It's like this. Lu Jihao told Ouyang Junwei about what happened today. He also told Ouyang Junwei about the company's loss and how they wanted to use the 10 million that they cheated to offset the debt. Later, the check was lost and so on. He also told Ouyang Junwei the whole story. There was no concealment. It turned out to be like this. Ouyang Junwei nodded after listening. He said with some regret, if I came a day earlier, it would be effortless. Now, it is not so easy to find him. Because Ouyang Junwei also heard Lu Jihao say that the key figures were turned off and couldn't be contacted. It doesn't matter. I will try my best. For this 1 million, Lu Jihao had to work hard. Right, it seems a bit suspicious that you suddenly lost the check. Ouyang Junwei said, after you put the check in your pocket, did Yang Ming do anything strange to you again? No. Lu Jihao was stunned and suddenly said, ah. You don't mean that Yang Ming took my check back, right? Exactly. Ouyang Junwei nodded and said that Yang Ming is not simple. His skills are very good. It is not difficult for him to steal a check from you without anyone noticing. I remember. Lu Jihao said suddenly, when they left, that Yang Ming suddenly came back and said that he wanted to take my 3-edged knife as a souvenir. At that time, he also patted me on the shoulder. That's right. Ouyang Junwei said affirmatively. He must have taken it back again. In fact, Ouyang Junwei wasn't sure whether the check was taken back by Yang Ming. This was originally a matter without evidence. But in order to make Lu Jihao hate Yang Ming, he could only do this. Because the more Lu Jihao hated Yang Ming, the more effort he could put in to find him. F***ck. Lu Jihao slammed the table. I was wondering why he took out the money so obediently. It turned out that there was still a trick behind it. But, isn't it just 10 million? Ouyang Junwei said in a timely manner, Brother Lu, rest assured. If this is done, I will give your company a big order. I guarantee that you will earn no less than 10 million. Ah. That's great. When Lu Jihao heard this, he was so excited that he almost danced. If I can earn 10 million for the company, then the position of the heir will be mine. I will find someone to search for him in a while. D***mn, he dares to fool me. Then, I will trouble Brother Lu. Ouyang Junwei saw that his purpose had been achieved, so he no longer talked nonsense. He had to rush back to the hotel to arrange some matters after his father and Delay Man 001 arrived in Macau. Big Brother Ouyang, you go ahead. I am here. Don't worry. Lu Jihao patted his chest and promised. After Ouyang Junwei left, Lu Jihao gritted his teeth and scolded angrily, Yang Ming, Sun Jia was a master's student at Songjiang Industry University. There was a computerized accounting in the elective course in the new semester. This was not unusual, but coincidentally, the teacher of the computerized accounting course was actually Xiaoqing. Looking at the newly announced class schedule on the campus website, Sun Jia was a little dumbfounded. I actually became Xiaoqing's student? This relationship was getting more and more chaotic. Since that night in the hotel, Sun Jia's thoughts had also undergone some subtle changes after Yang Ming caught the two of them fooling around. Although she had a very close relationship with Xiaoqing before, she always felt that there was some gap between the two. After experiencing the absurdity of that night, she really felt that the relationship between her and Xiaoqing had gone one step further. They had truly become a sister who could talk about anything. Because the two people were originally a couple, there was no hostility between them, and it was impossible to have any hostility. How to say it? In short, this wonderful triangle relationship made the two people more closely connected. After Valentine's Day, Sun Jia also spent the night at Xiaoqing's house, but the two did nothing. No one was interested in playing the two-person game that they used to enjoy. They just lay quietly in bed and talked about women's topics. Although the two did not mention Yang Ming again, they seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. Well, it's fine to be a student. Isn't Yang Ming also a student? Sun Jia selected this elective course. After submitting it, she closed the class schedule. She pursed her lips and glanced at the windowsill. The flowers were sent by the express delivery company in the morning. She thought, this Yang Ming doesn't know how to change the pattern. He only knows how to send flowers every day. Similarly, there was another person who received flowers. That was the mysterious Wang Xiaoyan, student Little Wang. At this moment, student Little Wang was gritting her teeth and staring at a lot of love cards in front of her. This Yang Ming is not done yet, right? He still sends flowers every day? Wang Xiaoyan wanted to find him to clarify, but in the villa next door, she couldn't see him all day long. Yang Ming didn't seem to have come again at all. Therefore, although Wang Xiaoyan was angry, there was no place to vent. Fortunately, there were other things to do, so this flower-sending incident was temporarily put aside. She would talk about it again in the future. Sun Jia selected the elective course for the next semester online. Zhaoying was also looking at the class schedule on the other side. For students who studied economics, computerized accounting was also a knowledge that should be understood. Therefore, Zhaoying selected this elective course very quickly, submitted it, and succeeded. After carefully noting down the name of the teacher, Xiaoqing, Zhaoying closed the website. Remembering the name and contact information of the lecturer was something that students who loved learning on university campuses would do. Because the university was not like junior high school, the lecturer would leave after the class. If there was a problem, they could only find the lecturer privately. Of course, Zhaoying didn't know the relationship between Xiaoqing and Yang Ming. She didn't know that there was another lover of young Master Yang, Sun Jia, who would also appear in this class. Yang Ming didn't know that Lu Jihao actually had such an opportunity to meet the people of the Ouyang family, but even if he knew, it didn't matter. Yang Ming didn't put the Hawkeye group of the Ouyang family in his eyes from beginning to end. After all, this was not his territory. Yang Ming told Zhang Bin not to go out in these 2 days. If he wanted to eat something, let the hotel's waiter send it to the room. Everything had to be done in a low-key manner. Zhang Bin also knew the importance of the matter and nodded seriously. He didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. After all, Zhang Bin was never vague about the overall situation. Wang Mei was also surprisingly honest. She began to be cautious in front of Yang Ming. She didn't tease him when she saw Yang Ming. She didn't dare to joke about Huang Lele. However, after Wang Mei saw Yang Ming's net worth, she sincerely blessed Huang Lele. At least, Lele wouldn't be wronged if she followed him, right? Of course, not being able to go out was limited to Zhang Bin. Yang Ming was not afraid of anything. Even if Lu Jihao wanted to do something to Yang Ming, he had to have the strength. Yang Ming lay on the bed in the hotel room and looked at the empty bed beside him. He was a little dumbfounded. This Zhang Bin, who just stayed for 2 days, left the bed empty again. In fact, Lu Jihao's strength was not great. The gangs in Macau were very complicated. After 1999, most of them began to turn to legitimate industries, but those underground money houses still existed. The operators had also changed from the original big gangs to the current small gangs. The people under Lu Jihao were one of them. Although they had some power, they were not big. They could only speak in a limited area. But for the face of money, how could Lu Jihao not work hard? Lu Jihao took out 200,000 yuan and gave it to his men. He asked them to find some good gang friends to inquire about the whereabouts of Yang Ming. He also made some copies of Wang Mei's photos and gave them to his men. In his opinion, Wang Mei must be with Yang Ming and the others. Although the underlings acted, how could it be so easy to find a person in a big city? What's more, the number of people doing this was limited. They could only inquire from hotel to hotel. Because of the gang forces, many hotels that had no direct relationship with them did not put them in their eyes. Most of the hotels here also had the shadow of the gang, so they basically did not buy these people's accounts. Therefore, there was little progress in one night. This made Lu Jihao very anxious, but there was no other way. I'm not the police, and I can't post things like a wanted poster. At night, he would probably be able to meet Xianxia. Yang Ming's mood could be said to have never been so nervous. What kind of feeling is this? Yang Ming himself couldn't explain it clearly. Excited? Confused? Nostalgic? Expectant? In the end, Yang Ming Wang's, to TSS, he s, after all. In this groggy state, he waited until 9:30 in the evening. Then, his mobile phone text message rang. Yang Ming touched the mobile phone and opened the text message with some excitement. Sure enough, it was from Xianxia. The concert celebration banquet has just ended. I'm at the variety show hall. Where are you? Yang Ming smiled and replied with a message, wait for me. I will come to you. When Xianxia sent a text message for the first time today, Yang Ming knew that a tacit understanding had been established between the two people. Although Xianxia's mobile phone number was changed, and the person who sent the text message did not say who she was, Yang Ming was still sure that this person was Xianxia. After greeting Zhang Bin, Yang Ming hurried downstairs. There were taxis at the entrance of the hotel waiting for guests 24 hours a day. Yang Ming got in the car in front and told the name of the variety show hall. The driver started the car and quickly left the hotel. Wait for me at the back door of the variety show hall. When he got in the car, Xia's text message came again. Sir, go to the back door of the variety show hall. Yang Ming added. Okay. Although the driver didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to go to the back door, he didn't ask much. Generally, except for the staff there, very few people went to the back door. Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around. There was no one nearby, so he found a bench to rest and sat down first. It seemed that Xia's matter hadn't been dealt with yet. Sitting on the bench, Yang Ming's thoughts couldn't help but return to that winter. He and Xiya were also sitting on a bench, but the location was by the Sea of Songjiang. The sea breeze was blowing in his face, and he was thinking about the future of the two. The feeling of the tender and inexperienced love was still unforgettable. After a long time, soft footsteps sounded. Yang Ming returned to reality from his memories. Someone came over. Yang Ming looked up subconsciously. A girl in white was walking slowly to this side. Although it was far away and Yang Ming didn't use his special ability, Yang Ming was sure that she wasn't Xia. Even if he couldn't see clearly, the outlines of the two faces were different. Yang Ming was about to shift his gaze away, but his eyes suddenly focused. A person in his memory suddenly emerged in his mind, and gradually overlapped with the person who was walking over. Yang Ming was stunned. His whole person was stunned. So when the girl came closer, Yang Ming still looked at her in a daze. Although the person in front of him was more beautiful and didn't have the original childishness, Yang Ming could still recognize that she was Suya. It was the real Suya, not the big star Suya. Suya seemed to be very proud of Yang Ming's current reaction. Her mouth was slightly raised with a playful smile. Until Suya sat next to Yang Ming calmed down from the shock. He said with some disbelief, "Is it really you?" "It's me." Suya nodded gently. The voice was still the voice of Shuya that he had heard before, but the person in front of him had become the woman who was very important to him in his memory. It wasn't until this time that Yang Ming really believed that Suya was the fact that Shuya was Suya. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Yang Ming had a pair of miraculous glasses. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to so easily believe that a person wearing a pair of glasses can change their appearance sounded so absurd. The same moonlit night, a different location. 6 years later, the two of them sat on the bench again. This "it's me" was enough. Yang Ming no longer had any doubts, and it was impossible for him to have any more doubts. Suya also knew for sure that Yang Ming still had her in his heart, which also made her feel relieved. There wasn't so much concern. They looked into each other's eyes. Everything was expressed without words. Although the winter in Macau was much warmer than Songjiang, the temperature in the middle of the night was still relatively low. A cold wind blew on their faces and messed up Suya's bangs. "Are you cold?" Yang Ming gently raised his hand and put it around Suya's waist. Suya shook her head and leaned on Yang Ming. "I have gotten used to the climate here. Why didn't you tell me before that you are her?" Yang Ming said it very vaguely, but the person involved would definitely understand. "You know." Suya lowered her head. "Because of Chen Mingyan?" Yang Ming also faintly guessed this reason. "She used to be, but not now." Suya smiled and shook her head beautifully. "Because I talked to Mingyan." "Talked to? You too?" Yang Ming widened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, he was really surprised. Chen Mingyan had actually reached an agreement with Suya before me? Sometimes, the things between women were really incomprehensible. Suya actually told Chen Mingyan her identity. "When we were in Songjiang, I didn't let her tell you, so don't blame her." Suya said faintly. Yang Ming nodded silently. Although the two women did something behind his back, which made Yang Ming somewhat uncomfortable, it also solved a big problem. That was the balance between Chen Mingyan and Suya. Could they come up with a harmonious problem? But now, it seemed that this problem no longer existed. If it were up to him to adjust, it would be much more difficult. "Right, why did you change your phone?" It was a very bad topic to talk about with a woman about another woman. "Change my phone?" Suya was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming strangely, but she didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "You didn't open the gift I gave you?" "Gift? No. I wanted to open it, but I met Uncle Su at the door of the hotel, so I rushed to Macau to find you." Yang Ming replied truthfully. "You met my father?" This time, it was Suya's turn to be surprised. She thought that Yang Ming came because he saw the gift she gave him, but now, it seemed that this was not the case. "Did he tell you my identity?" "Yeah, otherwise, how could I be so sure?" "Your appearance has changed too much. Even if I have doubts, I'm not sure that you are her," said Yang Ming. "It turned out to be my father," Suya suddenly said, "but why is he here?" Then, she said reproachfully, "I think he told you about me. But didn't you think that I was wearing a mask or something?" Yang Ming hesitated and smiled bitterly. "I thought about it, but the reason why I was so sure that you weren't her was that I have a similar secret as you." "Similar to me?" Suya looked at Yang Ming, baffled. Previously, she also doubted whether Yang Ming would believe that she could change her appearance through a pair of glasses, because this matter was too outrageous. However, when she met Yang Ming with Suya's real appearance, Yang Ming did not show too many doubts, and from just now until now, he had not mentioned the relevant topic. This made Suya a little puzzled. Why didn't Yang Ming have any doubts? Now, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Suya was stunned. Yang Ming also has a secret similar to mine? What would that be? This matter started when I was in my senior year in high school. For Suya, Yang Ming didn't need to hide his secret at all. First, it was because of his trust in Suya. Second, it was because Suya herself had a similar experience as him, so it was easy for others to accept it. Including Xiaoqing, Yang Ming didn't mention how he got his special abilities because the process of having special abilities was too bizarre. Most people wouldn't easily believe it. Yang Ming told Suya about the process of getting the glasses. Suya exclaimed loudly, "You also have such a pair of glasses?" "And it sounds a bit incredible, right? But it is really a coincidence. Maybe this is the only 2 pairs of glasses in the world, and they fell on you and me respectively." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's just that the function is a little different. However, I don't know what other functions my pair of glasses have." "You just said that your pair of glasses has many other functions besides X-ray vision?" Suya frowned and began to think. Why? What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Suya and immediately realized that Suya seemed to have thought of something. Sure enough, after a long while, Suya said, "At that time, when Grandpa's son gave me the glasses, he said that this was a pair of glasses with incomplete and defective functions. And your glasses were guessed a long time after me. It was probably the glasses that he said had a complete function." "You mean, your glasses and mine were given by the same person, Grandpa's son?" Yang Ming actually had doubts in his heart that these 2 people were the same person. "And, from the way you said the old man spoke and looked, it should be the case." Suya nodded. "So, your glasses should be the latest complete version." "You mean, my pair of glasses can also change my appearance?" Yang Ming was surprised. This was something he had never thought about. For a long time, he had been exploring the abilities related to X-ray vision and telescopic vision, but he didn't pay attention to other aspects. Now that he listened to Suya's words, he was enlightened. It seemed that his vision was limited in the past, so he walked into the dead end that he set up himself. If our assumption is not wrong, then it should be like this, Suya said. After listening to Suya's words, Yang Ming was a little excited. This ability was not a small matter. If it was small, it could trick others. If it was big, it could even provoke a war between 2 countries. How do I change my appearance? I want to try. Yang Ming was very anxious. He wanted to confirm whether his pair of glasses had the function of changing his appearance. You just have to think of yourself changing into another appearance in your mind. Suya said, "Mine is like this, but I'm not sure about yours." Yang Ming didn't expect it to be so simple, but thinking about it carefully, aren't my other abilities also issued by the brain? They can be achieved just by thinking about it. However, Yang Ming really didn't try it, and he simply didn't have a similar idea. But fortunately, although Yang Ming wanted to try it, he didn't forget the situation at the moment. Although there was no one nearby, Yang Ming didn't dare to casually try to change his appearance. If someone saw it, it would be a big problem. Yang Ming took off his coat and covered his head with it. He said to Suya, "I'll try to see if I can change my appearance. Help me take a look." N. Suya nodded and also got into Yang Ming's coat. Yang Ming closed his eyes and began to think of the image of Zhang Ben in his mind. Yang Ming wanted to ask, but Suya said, "Ah. It's really possible." Suya exclaimed softly. "You've become your friend." "Really?" Yang Ming listened to Suya's words and touched his face excitedly. Sure enough, the outline had changed a lot compared to before. Quickly changed back. Why do I feel weird? It was no wonder that it was inappropriate for Suya to be so close to a strange man. Yang Ming smiled and thought about himself in his mind. Only then did Suya breathe a sigh of relief. A faint fruity breath sprayed on Yang Ming's face, making him a little restless. It was a familiar smell. Anna Suya's wishing spirit, the perfume that used to be Suya's favorite. After so many years, it still hadn't changed. Originally, Yang Ming and Suya suddenly met. Although they were very excited, it was more of the joy of reuniting after a long time. Now that they were covered in clothes, the long-suppressed feelings in Yang Ming's heart were suddenly released. Little ya? Yang Ming looked at Suya's black eyes and said softly. N? Xianxia was stunned. Yang Ming hadn't called her like this for a long time. It was a very familiar feeling that made her heart beat faster. Yang Ming took the opportunity to kiss Suya's slightly raised lips with some doubts. Suya's body stiffened, and then she closed her eyes as if she had been prepared. At this moment, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. The long-lost passion burst out in an instant. The flame of love was quietly ignited in this cold winter night. Although this was Suya's first kiss, it didn't have the slightest awkwardness. Everything seemed so natural. It was more of a communication between the two of them. Even if they had just met, they weren't eager to talk about their thoughts. Instead, they talked about some private topics like lovers for many years. This was a very rare tacit understanding. Time passed by minute, but the two of them didn't feel the slightest boredom and fatigue. They hugged each other tightly and used the contact of their tongues to express their love for each other. Old hey, I think we got a big news. Not far away, two people wearing caps and holding cameras were squatting. One of them said to the other. Zhuzi, are you sure that person is the big star, Xia? The one called Old Hey asked the person who just spoke. Of course, I'm sure. You didn't attend Xia's celebration party just now. You don't know. Xia was wearing this set of clothes at that time. Zhuzi said proudly, it must be right. Look at the height and figure. Besides, if it wasn't Xia, who would cover her head when dating with a man? Then what should we do now? Just like what you said, the person's head is covered. If we take a photo, others won't believe that this is Xia, said Old Hey. So, I will go over in a while and suddenly lift up their clothes. You take the camera and shoot. After the shoot, we will evacuate. Zhuzi had already thought of a countermeasure. When he heard Old Hey's words, he immediately suggested. Is it okay? Old Hey hesitated. After all, as a member of the paparazzi, it was okay to take photos secretly, but what Zhuzi said was a bit against the rules. Why not? Let me tell you. This is big news. Zhuzi said indifferently, let me tell you. Once this news is published, our magazine will immediately sell. At that time, won't the bonus be counted until your hand cramps? When it came to money, Old Hey began to be tempted. After all, who couldn't get along with money? After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said, okay, then let's do it. In a while, you go over and lift up their clothes. I will take photos from behind. Old Hey's courage wasn't as big as Zhuzi, but after thinking about it, he was only responsible for taking photos. The work of going forward was done by Zhuzi, so there was no danger for him. After the two premeditated, they began to slowly approach Yang Ming and Suya. Speaking of which, Zhuzi was able to succeed because Yang Ming was too immersed at the moment. Otherwise, if it were any other time, he would have been discovered by Yang Ming before he could get close to Yang Ming. However, he just approached Yang Ming when Yang Ming didn't notice him. The reunion of Yang Ming and Suya made him very surprised. Even his usual vigilance was thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. How could he have the mood to care about other things when he was kissing his lover? Zhuzi quickly ran forward and pulled off the clothes covering Yang Ming and Suya's heads. Then, the flash suddenly lit up, and the sound of the camera shutter was endless. Ah? Zhuzi was stunned, and Old Hey was also stunned. They originally agreed that after the photo was taken, they would quickly escape the scene together, but at this moment, they were stunned at the same time. Because they found that the person sitting there wasn't the big star Xianxia. Although she was wearing the same jacket as Xianxia, they definitely looked like two different people. Even if this girl was also so beautiful and even better than Xianxia, she was still not Xianxia after all. Only then did they realize that they had chosen the wrong person. Yang Ming was very immersed before, but if he didn't make a quick reaction at this time, then he wasn't Yang Ming. What's more, because Zhu Zi and Lao He had hit the wrong person, they were momentarily stunned. This gave Yang Ming more time to catch them. Just as the two of them were about to run away, Yang Ming grabbed their collars from behind. Are the two of you crazy? Zhu Zi and Old He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce. He actually caught both of them in one shot. They were shocked, but they gave up the idea of continuing to run away. Anyway, it was a mistake. It was better to apologize to others. I'm sorry, sir. We are reporters from XX Weekly. We shot the wrong person. Zhu Zi quickly explained. Oh? Shot the wrong person? Then who do you want to shoot? Yang Ming's heart moved, and he asked. I. Zhu Zi's eyes turned, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. This person didn't reprimand him for ruining his date with the couple. Instead, he asked who they wanted to shoot. This doesn't seem to be very reasonable, right? Speak. Yang Ming tightened the clothes behind the two of them, and suddenly the two of them couldn't breathe. Lao He was more cowardly. He couldn't be scared. After being strangled by Yang Ming, he spilled the truth. We saw that your girlfriend's clothes were very similar to the big star Xianxia's. We thought it was her. Then you came over to take photos of us? Yang Ming's face turned black after listening. Aren't you being mean? Even if it is Xianxia, she doesn't have privacy. Yang Ming let go of Lao He and slapped him. Lao He was shocked and immediately closed his eyes in fear. Pa, there was a loud sound. This slap was on Zhu Zi's face. Look at your shifty look. Is this your idea? Yang Ming said as he stared at Zhu Zi. You, what are you doing? Zhu Zi was slapped until half of his face immediately swelled. He exclaimed, don't mess around. We didn't mean it. We have already apologized to you. Don't push it too far. I tell you, we are not to be trifled with. Our boss is Brother G. I don't care what Brother G or Brother Duck you are. I am Brother Goose. I tell you, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time. Yang Ming snorted and grabbed the camera in Zhu Zi's hand. Then, he took out the memory card and put it in his pocket. This memory card can't be given to you. Until Yang Ming took away the memory card and returned the empty camera to Lao He suddenly reacted. Are you stupid? Yang Ming looked at Lao He like he was looking at an idiot. You took photos of me and my wife. It's good that I didn't sue you for invasion of privacy. Why don't you give me the memory card? No. I can delete the content in front of you. Lao He said quickly. Do you think I am stupid? Yang Ming looked at Lao He contemptuously. The deleted content can be restored. Do you think I am brother? She? Lao He pouted and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming impatiently. Okay, get out before I get angry. Don't hang around in front of me. Lao He looked at Zhu Zi with a bitter face and looked at Yang Ming, who was strong. He knew that the two of them together were not his opponent. He had to sigh and leave helplessly. Isn't it just a memory card? Yang Ming looked at the memory card strangely and put it back in his pocket. He was puzzled and said to himself, a 2G SD card is only a few dozen yuan, right? Is it necessary to be so stingy? However, Yang Ming didn't care. How could he know that the two of them didn't care about the value of the memory card itself, but... Lao He and Zhu Zi walked far away. Lao He said with a sad face, what do we do now? It's your fault. You insisted on taking photos of the big star, Xianxia. Now, we didn't take photos of Xianxia, and the memory card was taken away. Didn't I also want to get more bonuses? Who knew that such a thing would happen? Zhu Zi also had a sad look. The thing is gone. How do we explain if the boss asks? Lao He was a little scared when he thought of this. this? Zhu Zi thought of the boss who paid them to be private detectives. He also had a cold sweat. That person was too mysterious and too terrible. They thought they had taken on a big deal, but now. It was true that it was a big deal. The mysterious man gave enough money, more than 1 million yuan. However, after a few contacts, Lao He and Zhu Zi began to be a little scared. This mysterious man was simply not a human. It was okay to take his money and do something for him. If something went wrong, then. Yang Ming returned to Suya's side. Suya's face still had the blush from the previous passion. Especially when she heard Yang Ming's words, "You took photos of me and my wife," it made her heart beat faster. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly meant that he had completely accepted her, which made the remaining anxiety in Suya's heart disappear into ashes. These two people are annoying enough, Yang Ming said with some resentment. The French kiss with Suya was going on, but it was destroyed by these two guys. Now, without the mood and atmosphere just now, it was impossible to continue. Fortunately, if that was photographed, wouldn't it be worse? Suya sighed, being a celebrity is really a hard job. There is no privacy at all. Even if they were photographed, they can't take it away, Yang Ming said with a smile. If they dare to talk nonsense, I will directly make them disappear from the earth. Suya listened to Yang Ming's words. She first smiled, and then suddenly thought of Yang Ming killing Dorsk in front of her. It was not good to ask about her identity before, but now, Suya began to be curious. What is Yang Ming's identity now? He said that he was the leader of the underground forces in Songjiang, but Songjiang was only a prefecture-level city in the mainland. It wasn't even a provincial capital city. Even if the leader of the underground forces in that place was powerful, it was impossible to go abroad to kill people, right? Moreover, judging from Yang Ming's skill, it seemed that he was more like an assassin in a movie. Not an underworld leader. Not to mention a small city in the mainland, even the underworld leader of Hong Kong couldn't just go abroad to kill people, right? But these questions were not good to ask at the time, but now it was different. The two had revealed their identities, so Suya didn't need to care so much. Yang Ming, what happened to you? It's not as simple as what you told me before, right? Suya asked. Are you talking about the incident with Dorsk? Yang Ming immediately noticed what Suya wanted to say, but it was no wonder. Who asked him to mention the topic of killing people? Suya nodded. You didn't know who I was before, so you didn't say much. Now you won't hide anything from me, right? That's natural. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. I had doubts about your identity before. How could I tell you so much? Of course, it's different now, but it can't be explained clearly in a few words. When I have time in the future, I will slowly tell you about my experience over the years. But one thing won't change. I'm still the previous Yang Ming. At this moment, the sky had begun to brighten slightly. Suya knew that this was indeed not the time to talk. There was still an intense rehearsal to do in a while. She should go back to the hotel. She had been out for too long. The two were like a young couple who had just fallen in love. They were reluctant to part with each other, but there would be a time when they had to part. I am leaving? Suya hesitated for a moment, but she still said goodbye. Yang Ming nodded because he had already seen it. Not far away, Su Li's car had already stopped there. She must have come to pick up Suya. Watching Suya disappear from his sight, Yang Ming turned and left the entertainment hall. Recalling this magical night, it was like a dream. The knot in his heart had been untied just like that. Just like the saying goes, all of this happened too suddenly. Moreover, what surprised Yang Ming the most was that Suya and Chen Mengyan had already contacted each other privately and established some kind of tacit understanding. This made Yang Ming surprised, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Logically, with Chen Mengyan's temperament, how could she accept Suya so easily? How could Yang Ming think that Chen Mengyan actually did this to keep her promise? Chen Mengyan also understood Suya's position in Yang Ming's heart. Indeed, she could mess with Yang Ming about Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Zhou Jejia. Only this Suya, she couldn't mess with him. When he returned to the hotel and opened the door, Yang Ming hesitated. He glanced at Zhang Bin's room with his special ability. Fortunately, Zhang Ben and Wang Mei didn't leave. They were hugging each other and sleeping soundly. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to peep into other people's privacy, but at this moment, he had to be cautious. If Zhang Ben wasn't in the room, he would be busy again. Just now, when he was with Suya, he didn't feel sleepy. He was full of energy. Now that he returned to the hotel, he was sleepy. Yang Ming fell on the bed and quickly fell asleep. However, it didn't take long for Yang Ming to wake up with a burst of alarm from the phone. He took a look at the phone. It turned out that there was a notification from the memo schedule. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that today was the day when the new issue of Australian Street Shopping magazine was released. In other words, today, the assassin who took the mission would find the place to assassinate Jing Xiaoping in the magazine. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. This was the first mission that Fang Tian gave him alone. Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless. Although it was just to let him figure out the ins and outs of the matter, Yang Ming also had to take it seriously. After simply washing his face, Yang Ming went out and went to the coffee shop near the hotel. Yang Ming saw the waiter from the last time. The waiter naturally had an impression of Yang Ming. He gave him so much tip last time that it was impossible for him to forget. He smiled and greeted him, "Sir, you are here again. Welcome." Yang Ming nodded. "Show it to me and give me a cup of coffee by the way." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment," the waiter said with a smile, but he wondered in his heart. The world is really full of strange things. Someone is actually interested in this kind of magazine full of advertisements. The waiter handed the coffee and the latest issue of the magazine to Yang Ming. Yang Ming paid him 100 patakas and said, "Keep the change." The waiter took the banknotes happily, thanked him and turned away. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He opened the magazine and turned to the page number of the advertisements in the middle of each issue. Sure enough, it was still in that position. There was a code. Yang Ming couldn't immediately read the meaning of this code. After all, Yang Ming was still in contact with the assassin industry for a short time. Although he had mastered a lot of things, these codes were really not all of them. He could only check with the dictionary. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the code. Then, he quickly got up and left the coffee shop. Only the waiter was left. He shook his head inexplicably. This customer is really strange. He is generous, but why is he interested in that broken magazine? The waiter tidied up Yang Ming's table and casually flipped through the magazine that Yang Ming had just read. He didn't feel that there was anything particularly interesting in it, so he casually threw it into the newspaper column in front of the bar. After Yang Ming returned to the hotel, he pulled up the dictionary file on the computer, and then compared it with the code on the mobile phone to get the complete information. At 8 o'clock tonight, Jing Xiaopeng, the director of Huawei Casino, will participate in a small exchange meeting organized by the Folk Gambling Association. After the meeting, he will participate in a banquet and dance. Of course, the specific banquet and dance time were not mentioned. It was probably not fixed. The possibility of temporary arrangements was higher. The timing of the action was controlled by the person who took over the task. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yang Ming still had a long time to prepare. Seeing this information, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. At least this assassination seemed to have little to do with Huang Lele on the surface, because the assassination location was not in Huawei Casino, but Jing Xiaopeng was killed when he participated in the event. But it was not done against Huang Lele's casino. Yang Ming had no time to investigate, and there was no clue to investigate, but these were not important. As long as Huang Lele was not hurt, it was fine. As for that Jing Xiaopeng? Yang Ming was not an international humanitarian. He did not care about the life and death of this stranger. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Yang Ming quickly turned off the dictionary file on the computer and turned the mobile phone screen back to standby before he got up and opened the door. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei had already woken up and just had breakfast. Wang Mei thought of a very important thing. That was, her parents were still in Macau. Her mood was very unstable yesterday, and she did not think too much about it. She only thought about it today. If she and Zhang Ben returned to Songjiang, what would happen to her parents? The most important thing was that Yang Ming played with Lu Jihao yesterday. If he couldn't find her, what would she do if he retaliated against her parents? Although Wang Mei had never mentioned her family to Lu Jihao, this was not something that could be hidden. As long as Lu Jihao went to the airline to check the file, he could easily know the address of her parents. Bro, I want to accompany Mimi home and bring her parents to the hotel. Wang Mei didn't dare to speak, so Zhang Ben said Wang Mei's idea. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown after listening. At this time, it was taboo to go out and hang out. If that Lu Jihao was not a fool, he should have noticed it. The check couldn't disappear for no reason. He didn't lose it himself, so there were only a few possibilities left. Therefore, once Zhang Ben and the others encountered any trouble, it was really difficult for him to handle. Because Yang Ming had more important things to do today, he couldn't be distracted. Is it okay to go tomorrow? I will accompany you. I have other important things to do today. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Ben and said. But, bro, I'm afraid that tomorrow, Lu Jihao will. Zhang Ben said with some difficulty. Yang Ming hesitated. He knew that Zhang Ben was telling the truth. If Lu Jihao really made an issue out of Wang Mei's parents, then things would be troublesome. After pondering for a long time, he said, well, you go and come back quickly. Remember, don't take anything from home. It's fine as long as you come over. You won't lack anything in Songjiang. Yang Ming could only hope that Lu Jihao didn't think of this. Yang Ming wasn't distressed about the 10 million yuan, but Lu Jihao was really unlikable. I know. Wang Mei nodded quickly. She also understood the current situation. She didn't want to add unnecessary trouble to Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was right. She didn't need to care about the things at home. She would have everything when she returned to Songjiang. If you encounter trouble, call me quickly. Yang Ming instructed. After Zhang Ben and Wang Mei left, Yang Ming began to prepare for the evening. Yang Ming's previous plan was to carefully put on makeup. Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his true identity. After all, today's matter had nothing to do with him. There was no need to involve himself. But now, this plan was completely unnecessary. Yang Ming could now change his appearance without the help of any accessories. To be honest, Yang Ming had never thought that his glasses had such a function before this. Even though he learned from Su Haikua that Suya's disguise was entirely due to such a pair of glasses, Yang Ming thought at the time that every pair of glasses had a unique function. Until Suya said that she got the glasses, the old man told her that this was an undeveloped pair of glasses, and Yang Ming's pair might be a fully functional version. If he followed this train of thought, then this pair of glasses couldn't only have these functions that he saw now. There must be other functions that had not been discovered, but Yang Ming had no way to discover them one by one. Yang Ming pulled the curtains and then began to change his appearance in the mirror. After changing a few appearances, Yang Ming wasn't very satisfied. It was either too handsome or too ugly. Of course, Yang Ming didn't care about whether his appearance was ugly or not. These didn't matter. Anyway, it wasn't his true appearance. What he cared about was that as an assassin, his face shouldn't be too distinctive. It should be the kind of common face that made people feel very ordinary after seeing it and forget it in a blink of an eye. In the end, Yang Ming merged the images of many people in his memory and made a very ordinary face. It wasn't handsome or ugly. It couldn't be more ordinary. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He took out a pair of sunglasses from the suitcase and put it on his face. He covered his eyes with his hands. A person's appearance changed, but it was difficult to change the eyes. So, to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still wore sunglasses. Before going out, Yang Ming first scanned the corridor with his special ability and found that there were no guests and waiters passing by. Then, he quickly flashed out of the door of the room. Downstairs and out of the hotel, no one doubted the identity of Yang Ming. There were many strangers coming and going in the hotel every day. Especially with Yang Ming's current common face, there were even more. Yang Ming bought a newspaper on the side of the road and held it in his hand to make himself look more like a local. A white-collar worker working in a company. Yang Ming followed the address provided in the Australian Street Shopping magazine and came to the vicinity of the gambling seminar venue. This was a small private club. Yang Ming wanted to go in, but he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Hello, sir, please show me your invitation." Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect to need an invitation to enter here. It seemed that entering here required strict checks. Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. "I don't have an invitation. I thought this place was open to the public." "I'm sorry, sir. You can't enter without an invitation." The security guard politely reached out and stopped in front of Yang Ming. "So, forget it. It's nothing." Yang Ming pretended to be indifferent, shook his head, and turned to leave the club. The security guard didn't care. There were a few people like Yang Ming every day, so he was already used to it. However, Yang Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and walked far away. He turned back, but this time he did not go to the main entrance of the club. Instead, he walked around the club. There was a tall fence around the club. It could be seen that at the top of the fence, there was a surveillance camera running. Although Yang Ming could climb over it, he would definitely be recorded by the camera. In other words, the security here was very tight. If you wanted to enter here, you could only break in if you had an invitation. It was obviously unwise to carry out an assassination here. First, it was a big difficulty to enter here. Unless you had an invitation, you could enter openly. If you broke in, it would not be such a scene now. Those security guards would definitely have acted. Second, even if you entered here and the assassination was successful, it was quite difficult to get away. But if the first possibility was established, it was not impossible to do so. However, the key problem was that Yang Ming didn't think that the assassin here would get an invitation. The reason was very simple. He was the same as Yang Ming. He only knew the location of the assassination target after reading the magazine today. It was impossible to prepare an invitation here in advance. Now, it was too late to find a way to forge an invitation. Therefore, that person was likely to be rejected and left like Yang Ming, or he hadn't come yet. Thinking of this, Yang Ming decided to wait at the door of the club. For a while. If he could meet the assassin, it would be great. But to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still used his special ability to look around the clubhouse in the courtyard. Except for the security personnel, everyone else gathered in a conference room. It seemed that they all knew each other and were discussing something enthusiastically. It could be concluded that the assassin was not among them. Yang Ming was slightly relieved. However, Yang Ming waited here for nearly 20 minutes, and no one else approached the club. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but it was reasonable to say that the assassin should not have come yet. When Yang Ming came, the seminar had just begun, unless the assassin came earlier. As he was thinking about it, Yang Ming suddenly found a young man wearing a cap walking to the door of the club. Yang Ming was shocked and immediately vigilant. "Brother Wang, are you on duty today?" The cap man said to the security guard on duty. Although Yang Ming couldn't hear it, he could tell what they were saying by looking at the shape of their lips. "Yeah, Boss Zhu, 20 chicken chops for takeout today," said the security guard called Brother Wang. "Okay, no problem." "Is it delivered at the same time?" asked the man in the cap called Boss Zhu. It's the same time every day." Brother Wang nodded. "Give the brothers more food." "Don't worry. You are all old customers. I will definitely let you eat until you are full." Boss Zhu nodded with a smile and promised. After that, he turned and left. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head helplessly. It seems that this is just a delivery man. It can't be an assassin. However, Yang Ming still had patience. Otherwise, there was no other place to go at this time. He sat on a bench on the side of the road, holding the newspaper he just bought in his hand. It seemed that he was reading the newspaper seriously. In fact, Yang Ming's eyes had already passed through the newspaper and stared at the door of the club. About 10 minutes later, a fashionably dressed and sunny girl with a small bag on her back walked towards the entrance of the clubhouse. Looking at her clothes, she should be a student. She wasn't tall, but she was well proportioned. A pair of sunglasses was pinned on her hair, which made her look more charming and lovely. According to common sense, this person should have no connection with an assassin. Such a pure and lovely girl really couldn't be an assassin, but Yang Ming didn't relax because of this. Assassin? Must look alike to be an assassin? Yang Ming shook his head. My usual appearance is very sunny. My identity is also a college student of Songjiang Industry University. Isn't my secret identity equally shocking? Therefore, from the moment this girl approached the club, Yang Ming's eyes never left her. The girl was very beautiful. How should I say it? She had an indescribable temperament. She was lazy, but she was very cute. This feeling gave Yang Ming an illusion of déjà vu. There seemed to be such a person beside him, but Yang Ming couldn't think of anyone who was more similar to her. When Yang Ming narrowed his eyes like a telescope, Yang Ming felt a hint of abnormality. The girl's appearance looked very natural and sweet, but it was carefully decorated. Although the current non-mainstream people liked to paint themselves beyond recognition, it was also because their foundation wasn't good enough. This girl, whether it was the shape of her face or the position of her facial features, was perfect. There was no need to put so much makeup on herself. This made Yang Ming subconsciously look with his X-ray vision. When he saw the girl's true appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost dropped the newspaper in his hand. This was because the shock that this incident brought to him was too great. Yang Ming couldn't imagine that this girl was actually that person. The person I know. Yes, this person is my neighbor, the delinquent girl, Wang Xiaoyan. This brought Yang Ming more than a little shock. What is Wang Xiaoyan doing here? Yang Ming's eyebrows frowned together. Things were getting more and more complicated. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wang Xiaoyan was the murderer, but if not, why did Wang Xiaoyan come here after dressing herself up? Yang Ming didn't believe that there were such coincidences in the world, but coincidences still existed. Yang Ming adjusted his emotions and decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. Wang Xiaoyan walked lightly to the front of the clubhouse. She looked inside the clubhouse curiously, but she didn't take the initiative to talk to the security guard. When the security guard Brother Wang saw a cute little girl come here, although it was a little strange, he still asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here? What is this place? Can I go in?" As Wang Xiaoyan spoke, she took out her mobile phone and shook it. "I'm a tourist here. I see that this place is very beautiful, so I want to take a few photos. Little girl, this is a private clubhouse. People who don't have an invitation can't just enter." The security guard Brother Wang shook his head embarrassedly. "If you want to take photos, you can stand outside and take photos." "If that's the case." Wang Xiaoyan's face showed a disappointed look. "Then I'll just take a picture around." After that, Wang Xiaoyan turned around and walked around the clubhouse. The security guard Brother Wang didn't care and let her go. Because Wang Xiaoyan's appearance was too harmless, Brother Wang didn't have any vigilance. Just from a few words of dialogue between Wang Xiaoyan and the security guard, Yang Ming couldn't determine whether Wang Xiaoyan was the assassin or a group of people with the assassin. He could only continue to observe her. However, the next behavior of Wang Xiaoyan made Yang Ming suspicious. The reason was very simple. When Wang Xiaoyan walked around the clubhouse, she didn't take photos with her mobile phone, but looked at the fence and the monitor above. When she saw that the security here was so tight, she seemed to shake her head slightly and sighed. This made Yang Ming even more suspicious. Wang Xiaoyan didn't come here to take photos, but she had other intentions. Her approach was almost the same as his. First, she found an excuse to talk to the security guard, then she observed the security situation and terrain of the clubhouse. This made Yang Ming suspicious. However, Wang Xiaoyan is the assassin who took the mission. Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? Yang Ming couldn't associate her with the assassin. However, there was a good saying. You can't judge a book by its cover. Do I look like an assassin? Even if Wang Xiaoyan isn't an assassin, then she should have some connection with the assassin. Yang Ming then turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoyan's bag. In the next moment, Yang Ming no longer had any doubts. A small silenced pistol, a small dagger for assassination, binoculars, a flashlight. All of these were familiar to Yang Ming. This is an assassin's suit. There was only one sentence to describe Yang Ming's current mood. That was, "This world is really crazy." Oh? What is this? In Wang Xiaoyan's backpack, there was also a pack of feminine hygiene pads. Yang Ming sweated. After Wang Xiaoyan observed the terrain, she probably felt that it was basically impossible to start here. She turned and left the clubhouse. She looked around and found the bench where Yang Ming was. This was the nearest bench near the clubhouse. Although there was already someone on it, Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and walked over here. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened slightly. Could it be that she saw some clues? However, he was relieved immediately. First of all, it was impossible for her to recognize him now. Even if she had doubts, she would not come over to alert the enemy. The only possibility was that Wang Xiaoyan had the same idea as him. That was to find the nearest bench to sit down first, and then observe the movement of the clubhouse. After the seminar was over, she would find a suitable time to make a move. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoyan just glanced at Yang Ming faintly, and there was no doubtful expression. Yang Ming was still reading his newspaper, but his attention was not on the newspaper. Wang Xiaoyan took out a napkin, wiped the chair, and sat next to Yang Ming. She put the MP3 headphones on her ears. It looked like a tired tourist taking a break midway. Wang Xiaoyan certainly couldn't have the ability to see far like Yang Ming. She couldn't take out the binoculars in the daytime, but she couldn't stare in the direction of the clubhouse. However, she had her own way. She pulled down the sunglasses on her head so that others couldn't see the direction of her gaze. She could observe what she wanted to observe without any scruples. Of course, these couldn't be hidden from Yang Ming, because Yang Ming and she were the same kind of people who were doing the same things. The difference was that Yang Ming's attention had now shifted from the clubhouse to Wang Xiaoyan. The appearance of Wang Xiaoyan made Yang Ming feel that things were more confusing. Which side does Wang Xiaoyan represent? What kind of person is she? She and Zhaoying have lived together for so long. Didn't Zhaoying notice anything? Yang Ming was more willing to believe that he didn't know the person in front of him, but the truth was the opposite. Could it be? Wang Xiaoyan belongs to an assassin organization? Now that he thought about it, there was indeed this possibility. Although he didn't have much contact with Wang Xiaoyan, it was certain that Wang Xiaoyan had kung fu. Moreover, she was agile. This could be seen from the time Wang Xiaoyan attacked him and the time they climbed the rock. Moreover, he had never heard about Wang Xiaoyan's family from Zhaoying. Wang Xiaoyan was alone, but she could afford a villa. This made the Yang Ming Association realize that her money was earned as an assassin. However, is there an assassin organization in Songjiang? Wait. Yang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. Songjiang really has an assassin organization. I remember that the assassin Wu Ming that I caught once said that there seemed to be an assassin organization called Black Widow in Songjiang. Could it be that Wang Xiaoyan also belongs to it? However, Yang Ming was calm on the surface. He still seriously read the newspaper in his hand. Wang Xiaoyan's expression was also normal. She listened to the MP3 quietly. She even hummed a few words from time to time. She had the image of a young girl. The seminar was still going on slowly. About an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of it ending. Yang Ming had almost finished reading the content of the newspaper. Even if a person read the newspaper carefully, an hour was almost enough. Sometimes things go in the opposite direction. When Wang Xiaoyan came over, Yang Ming was already reading the newspaper. Now more than an hour had passed. If Yang Ming read it again, it would be a bit fake. Yang Ming put down the newspaper and took a deep breath. Then he turned his head to Wang Xiaoyan and asked with a smile, "Are you a tourist here?" He and Wang Xiaoyan had been sitting in this chair together for almost an hour. Yang Ming felt that according to common sense, he should say hello. Wang Xiaoyan took off her headphones and turned to look at Yang Ming. "Sorry, what did you say?" "I said, are you a tourist here?" Yang Ming repeated what he had just said with some helplessness. "Yeah, how did you know?" Wang Xiaoyan did not hide it. In her opinion, Yang Ming was not a threat to her. He was just a passerby. Hee, I guessed because I'm not a local." Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "Are you also a tourist?" Wang Xiaoyan was also very bored. Now that there was someone to talk to, she naturally would not refuse. "I'm not. I'm working here." Yang Ming's current outfit did not look like a tourist at all. If he insisted that he was a tourist, it would be suspicious. "However, I'm from the mainland." "That's the case. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. I'm also from the mainland. I came here during the winter vacation. Are you alone? Yang Ming seemed to be chatting, but in fact, he was trying to figure out the details of Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan had no defense against Yang Ming at all. She nodded and said, yeah, I'm alone. I like the feeling of traveling alone. Hee, it's good to be alone. However, since you are a student, won't your family be worried if you go out alone? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible sadness. Yeah, being born in this kind of family, there are many things that are beyond my control. When I graduate from university, I will have to marry someone I don't like, and then I will probably have to live a very restrained life. My family is not around. They are very busy. They can't take care of me. Wang Xiaoyan's expression returned to normal in an instant, and she said faintly. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming certainly did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to tell the truth to him. And Wang Xiaoyan would not tell the truth to a stranger like him. Anyway, the current matter was both true and false. What Yang Ming wanted was the information that Wang Xiaoyan inadvertently revealed. These few days, I just happened to be on vacation. How about I be a tour guide for you? Yang Ming casually probed. He now wanted to figure out which side Wang Xiaoyan was on. Naturally, he had to find a way to get close to her first and gain her trust. This? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a request. She came to perform a mission this time, not to travel at all. How could she ask Yang Ming to be her tour guide? Why? Don't you believe me? Although I'm not a local, I've been living here for a while. At least, I won't get lost. Yang Ming was purely talking nonsense. If he didn't take a taxi when he went out now, he wouldn't be able to find anywhere. No, forget it. I don't want to trouble you, and I also like the feeling of being alone. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and rejected Yang Ming's kindness. It's okay. It is fate that we meet. My name is Lu Lei. What about you? Yang Ming smiled casually and did not continue to ask. If he did, it would arouse Wang Xiaoyan's vigilance and make her doubt his purpose. However, Yang Ming still used a pseudonym. He read a novel where there was a ruthless person named Lu Lei, so he used it on himself. Wang Yan. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. Wang Yan? Yang Ming laughed in his heart. Obviously, she was Wang Xiaoyan, but she changed her name to Wang Yan. However, Yang Ming did not expose it. He nodded and said, it's a very nice name. Right, why have you been sitting here? It has been more than an hour, right? Wang Xiaoyan felt a chill in her heart. Lu Lei, Yang Ming, was sitting there reading the newspaper, but she was aimless. It was not reasonable to say that she was sitting here listening to the MP3 and enjoying the scenery. The scenery here was not beautiful, and there were no scenic spots nearby. It was difficult not to arouse the curiosity of others. If she said that she was tired and came to rest, resting for more than an hour seemed to be a bit too long. Wang Xiaoyan's brain was thinking quickly. She regretted talking so much with Yang Ming. If she knew, she would have pretended to be cold. Pretended? Got it. Wang Xiaoyan stretched lazily, and then said with a slightly red face, it just so happens that I'm not feeling very well today. I walked a lot, so I took a break. There were many reasons why a person was not feeling well, but when it was said by a girl, and she specifically emphasized today and coincidentally, then there was only one situation, which was her period. When Yang Ming heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to give such an excuse. Yang Ming subconsciously looked between Wang Xiaoyan's legs, and unconsciously used his special ability. In the light pink underwear, a cluster of black forest was reflected in Yang Ming's eyes, and it made Yang Ming's heart suddenly move. Liar. Where did that come from? It was clean inside, and there was nothing padding. Yang Ming did not know why he peeked under Wang Xiaoyan's body. One of the reasons was to confirm the truth of her words, and the other was that there should be some impure motives. Wang Xiaoyan's figure was very good. Although she was petite, she was very pleasing to the eye. Yang Ming was lost for a moment, and quickly returned to normal, so that's the case. Because of Wang Xiaoyan's words, the two became awkward. Yang Ming could not expose her, right? If Wang Xiaoyan asked him, "How did you know?" Yang Ming did not know how to answer. Now, Wang Xiaoyan had a good reason to sit here, but Yang Ming, after reading the newspaper, it was a bit strange to sit here. However, Yang Ming did not care about this. He took out his phone and pretended to dial a number. Hello? Guoqing? I am Lu Lei, when are you coming? I have been waiting for you for almost half an hour. Zhao Yanyan and the others have already gone over, and you are the only one left. Okay, I am still waiting for you here, just hurry up. What? Who are you talking about? Ding Baosan? I don't know, who knows who he is? Okay, I won't say it. Yang Ming said a lot of nonsense, and also found a reasonable reason for himself to continue to stay, making Wang Xiaoyan mistakenly think that Yang Ming was waiting for someone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming continued to sit on the bench with peace of mind, but Wang Xiaoyan was a little impatient. If Yang Ming was here all the time, then it would be difficult for her to take the opportunity to make a move when the clubhouse was over. However, there was only one bench nearby for people to rest. There was no other place to rest. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't drive Yang Ming away, right? In desperation, she could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the security guard who was standing at the entrance of the clubhouse to suddenly become busy. Then, a group of people came out of the clubhouse and walked to the parking lot next to the clubhouse. These people were basically the directors of major casinos. They all came with their cars, so even if they were going to have a meal in a while, they would drive their own cars and then gather at the dining venue. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming next to her with the corner of her eyes. At this time, she had to move. If the restaurant was like this clubhouse where there were security guards and outsiders were not allowed to enter, then there would be no chance to make a move. Wang Xiaoyan had moved. Yang Ming had no reason to stay, but he couldn't move with her. He could only follow her and observe the changes. Yang Ming didn't want to stop Wang Xiaoyan. For him, Jing Xiaopeng's life and death had nothing to do with him. Whether Jing Xiaopeng was good or evil, and why there was a bounty on him for assassination, it didn't matter. The purpose of Yang Ming's trip was to figure out which group Wang Xiaoyan represented. If she really had a relationship with the Black Widow organization, then Yang Ming had to investigate carefully. The reason was very simple. The Black Widow had sent people to assassinate him and Bao Sanli. He didn't remember having a feud with the Black Widow. If he could start with Wang Xiaoyan, he believed that it would not be a big problem to solve this puzzle. However, just as Yang Ming was thinking about how to follow Wang Xiaoyan, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang Ben. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. Hello? What's the matter? Yang Ming answered the phone. Boss, something's wrong. Zhang Ben said anxiously. Something happened? What happened? Yang Ming asked. Wang Mei's parents were captured by the people sent by Lu Jihao. Zhang Ben said, when we arrived at Wang Mei's house, her parents were no longer there. They only left a note on the table, asking boss to pick her up. You want me to go and get him? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed a bit illogical to think about it. The kidnappers were Wang Mei's parents. He didn't ask Wang Mei or Zhang Ben to go, but he asked an outsider like me to go? Even if he guessed that the check was taken by me, then the person he was looking for should be Zhang Ben, right? He got the check from me through Zhang Ben. Why would he look for me directly? This made Yang Ming very puzzled, but it also made Yang Ming feel a little relieved. After all, this was a very special period. He still had important things to do, so it was impossible to spare time. If Zhang Ben and Lu Jihao's people were in conflict at the moment, then Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. But now, Lu Jihao had already captured Wang Mei's parents and asked him to pick them up. In any case, it avoided a direct conflict and gave Yang Ming some time. Since he asked Lu Jihao to pick them up, Lu Jihao must have a purpose, and his purpose was nothing more than money. He wanted to get the check. In this case, Lu Jihao would not embarrass Wang Mei's parents. Thinking of this, Yang Ming comforted, Lu Jihao must have figured out the check, but you don't have to worry. In order to get the money smoothly, he will not embarrass Wang Mei's parents. People who seek money will not create problems. You go back to the hotel first. Let's discuss countermeasures at night. Zhang Bin was originally overwhelmed by anxiety. At this moment, after listening to Yang Ming's analysis, he suddenly calmed down. Yang Ming was right. Lu Jihao should only be seeking money. If he simply wanted revenge, he would not leave this so-called note. I got it, bro. I will go back to the hotel with Wang Mei. Zhang Bin quickly promised. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bin told Wang Mei about Yang Ming's intention, and Wang Mei was slightly relieved. The two of them couldn't help here. They would go back to the hotel and wait for Yang Ming to come back before making a decision. While Yang Ming was answering the phone, Wang Xiaoyan had already stopped a taxi on the roadside and followed behind the motorcade in front. She would not pay attention to the content of Yang Ming's phone call. It was better to leave when Yang Ming was answering the phone. This also avoided the embarrassment of Yang Ming asking where she was going. Yang Ming saw that the car in front had gone far away. He quickly got into another taxi that was waiting at the roadside stop and asked him to follow the taxi that Wang Xiaoyan was in. Mister, can you please follow the taxi in front? After Yang Ming got in the car, he told the driver, don't follow too close, so that she won't notice. The taxi driver listened to Yang Ming's words, but he was vigilant. He hesitated and said, I'm afraid this is against the rules, right? Why are you following the car in front? Yang Ming didn't expect the taxi driver to be so upright. He would ask this question, but Yang Ming's reaction ability was super strong. His ability to talk nonsense was also far ahead. When he was in high school, he tricked Chen Mengyan all day long. Big brother, in fact, I don't want to hide it from you. In the car in front is my girlfriend. We came from the mainland to travel. We just quarreled because of differences in opinion. She didn't ask me to follow her. But this is an unfamiliar place. I was really afraid that she would get lost, so I wanted to follow far behind and not let her notice. Yang Ming said with a bitter face. So that's the case. The driver saw that Yang Ming was sincere and believed a little. But the most important thing was that when the driver was waiting for the customer, he did see a girl get into the taxi in front, and this girl was also sitting with Yang Ming before. As for whether the two people were boyfriend and girlfriend, and whether they quarreled, he didn't care. But according to what he saw and listened to Yang Ming's explanation at the moment, it was probably not far from the truth. So he said, well, young man, you can rest assured. My skills are not bragging. I promise to let you catch up with your girlfriend. Thank you, big brother. Yang Ming took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and put it on the dashboard of the car. This is a small thing. Seeing that Yang Ming took out yuan instead of patakas, the driver believed a little more. Yang Ming was a tourist from the mainland, so it was impossible for him to be a person with ulterior motives. In the motorcade in front, in a black Buick Boulevard sedan, Xing Xiaopeng was talking to a person on the phone. Boss, the seminar is over. I'm on my way to the restaurant. Xing Xiaopeng reported. Very good. Is that chick following you? A male voice asked from the other side of the phone. She is following. I saw a taxi following behind the motorcade. It should be her, said Xing Xiaopeng. Very good, act according to the plan. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down, said the male voice. Don't worry, boss. Xing Xiaopeng nodded solemnly. Hanging up the phone, Xing Xiaopeng took a long breath. To be honest, he was not very scared now. It could be said that he was very scared. The person he was facing was a professional killer. Although the boss had sent reliable people around him and said that they would deal with the killer, it was better to be safe than sorry. This was a matter of life and death. If he was not careful, he would be dead. But even so, Xing Xiaopeng did not hesitate to agree to the matter. Because this was what the boss asked him to do, he had to do it. Without the boss, there would be no Xing Xiaopeng, and there would be no achievements today. Of course, this boss was not the boss of Huawei Casino. Xing Xiaopeng's relationship in Huawei Casino was only an employment relationship. The boss of Huawei Casino had no right to dispatch him. 8 years ago, Xing Xiaopeng was nothing. he was just a gambler. In a gambling game, he cheated and was caught red-handed. Someone wanted to beat him to death. Just as Xing Xiaopeng was in despair, that person appeared and helped Xing Xiaopeng out of his predicament. That person was the boss on Xing Xiaopeng's phone call. The boss not only helped Xing Xiaopeng out, but also took a fancy to Xing Xiaopeng's technique and talent when cheating. He taught Xing Xiaopeng a lot of unique gambling skills. Of course, these skills were not important. What was important was the boss' unique training method. It allowed Xing Xiaopeng's technique to reach the limit. His ability to change cards was simply superb. Xing Xiaopeng didn't know the true identity of the boss, nor did he know what he did, but this was not important. The boss gave him a new life and gave him today's wealth and glory. It could be said that without the boss, Xing Xiaopeng would have died long ago. Even if he didn't die, he would still be a little gambler who was nothing. Now, he could call the wind and summon the rain in the gambling world. He enjoyed what he should enjoy, and he had the material life he should have. It was enough for a person to live to this realm. Therefore, when the boss found Xing Xiaopeng and told him his plan, Xing Xiaopeng almost didn't even think about it and decided to cooperate with the boss' plan. Xing Xiaopeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Success or failure would be decided tonight. Let's go all out. Although Xing Xiaopeng was wearing a bulletproof vest, the bullet could hit his head. If it was a close fight, Xing Xiaopeng would not be able to block it. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the two bodyguards around him. These two bodyguards were sent by the boss. They replaced the original two bodyguards around Xing Xiaopeng. These two people looked very ordinary, but Xing Xiaopeng knew that they were definitely not simple. How could the people around the boss be simple? Yang Ming's reason sounded funny and ridiculous, but it was the easiest to accept. It was normal for couples to quarrel. Everything became reasonable. Young man, don't be too calculative when you are outside. Women? It's not a big deal. The taxi driver said to Yang Ming as he drove. It's not a big deal. I know. After she calms down, I will talk to her. Yang Ming nodded. Now she is angry. She probably won't listen to anything I say. That's true. The taxi driver also thought so after listening. I can only help you follow her. You have to rely on yourself for other things. Wang Xiaoyan's attention was all on the motorcade in front of her. She didn't notice that there was a car following her. As for Wang Xiaoyan's reason for following her, it was even funnier. She told the taxi driver that her boyfriend was in the motorcade in front. She was afraid that her boyfriend would go to some bad place with others, so she wanted to secretly follow them to see what was going on. It was similar to Yang Ming's reason. It was ridiculous, but the taxi driver didn't doubt it. Little sister, I'm not talking about you, but you can't do this. The taxi driver said to Wang Xiaoyan helplessly, you are too strict with your boyfriend. It's not a good thing. Why? Wang Xiaoyan didn't have a boyfriend at all, but in order to act, she cooperated with the taxi driver. Looking at the motorcade of your boyfriend and his friends, they should be successful people, right? The taxi driver said, men, especially successful men, always have to socialize outside. It's inevitable to put on a show. Sometimes, we can just turn a blind eye to it. Wang Xiaoyan listened to the taxi driver's words, but she sighed faintly. She thought of her own life experience and her future. What kind of person will my future husband be? It's good to put on a show outside. As long as his heart is with me, it's enough. But, is this possible? Let me marry a man who has no emotional foundation with me. I don't like him, and he won't like me. Don't mention his heart. I probably can't see him more than a few times. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be silent. The taxi driver thought that Wang Xiaoyan was thinking about what he said. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. This kind of thing needed the person involved to think about it carefully. It was useless to say more. Sure enough, as Wang Xiaoyan expected, the motorcade drove into the gate of a villa. Obviously, this was a private place. The taxi driver. Wang Xiaoyan was thinking about how to do it. She was a little absent-minded. She gave the driver 100 patakas and got out of the car without waiting for the change. The taxi driver shook his head and drove away. The taxi that Yang Ming took also stopped a few hundred meters away from here. Young man, your girlfriend got off. I think you should stop here. I won't go forward. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, sorry to trouble you. Hee, what trouble? You are my customer. You should think about how to persuade your girlfriend. The taxi driver smiled. I know. Yang Ming got out of the car and waved to the taxi driver. After the taxi driver drove away, he was still thinking. What did that person look like? How did I forget in a blink of an eye? He carefully recalled Yang Ming's characteristics. That was, he had no characteristics. Yang Ming didn't have to go forward. He saw the motorcade enter the villa, and Wang Xiaoyan stood at the door. He understood that the situation here was similar to before. Strangers were not allowed to enter. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan came for nothing again. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny. An assassin and a terrorist organization were two different things. If it was a terrorist organization, they wouldn't care whether the security was safe or not. They would directly take a submachine gun and force their way in. If it didn't work, they would use tanks and bombers. It was completely reckless. But an assassin was different. An assassin emphasized secrecy. While killing the target, they didn't reveal their identity. Otherwise, even if the mission was completed, they would be finished here. Although Xing Xiaoping's purpose was to lead Wang Xiaoyan to kill him, it couldn't be too fake. Only when she felt that it was difficult, it would be more realistic. Therefore, according to the behind-the-scenes boss arrangement, he had to whet Wang Xiaoyan's appetite. Looking at the countless delicacies on the banquet, Xing Xiaoping had no appetite. It was nonsense to say that he was not afraid. Who was not afraid of death? But fear was fear, and he did not retreat. Xing Xiaoping was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. The boss taught him proud skills, and he also changed from a little punk to a senior consultant. Only Xing Xiaoping knew the difference between them. Mr. Xing, you can rest assured. We won't let anything happen to you. One of the two bodyguards seemed to see Xing Xiaoping's nervous mood and comforted him. It doesn't matter. Even if I die, I don't care. It's just that my mood is a little difficult to calm down. Xing Xiaoping smiled bitterly and shook his head. One of the bodyguards patted Xing Xiaoping's shoulder again and smiled. We are all people who work for the boss. However, if we have to die, it should be the two of us who die first. After listening to the words of one of the bodyguards, Xing Xiaoping's heart calmed down. He drank a mouthful of red wine, then clenched his teeth and nodded. It's almost time, right? One of the bodyguards looked at his watch and said, after 5 minutes, your phone will ring, and then we will act according to the plan. Xing Xiaoping nodded. He randomly picked up some dishes from the tray and started eating. 5 minutes later, Xing Xiaoping's phone rang as scheduled. Xing Xiaoping took a deep breath and took out his phone. Hello. Xing Xiaoping walked to a crowded place and said as he walked. Xiaoping, you can act now. On the other side of the phone, it was the boss's voice. Okay, I got it. Xing Xiaoping said firmly. After hanging up the phone, Xing Xiaoping went to the person in charge of this event to ask for leave. President Zhang, something happened at home. I have to go back now. You see. Okay, if you have something, you can go first. Anyway, the seminar is over. Now it's just a meal. Everyone is just chatting together. It doesn't matter if you don't participate. President Zhang just saw Xing Xiaoping answer a phone call, so he did not doubt it. Besides, there was nothing to doubt. Although he was the president in name, he was also recommended by everyone who respected his qualifications. He only played the role of calling and organizing. He was not qualified to care about other people's private affairs. After Xing Xiaoping asked for leave, he hurriedly turned and left. Several friends who were familiar with him greeted him. Old Xing, are you leaving? Something happened. I have to go first. Let's meet again next time. Xing Xiaoping smiled perfunctorily. Out of the villa, one of the bodyguards and two of the bodyguards went to the Buick Boulevard one after another. One of the bodyguards sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Two of the bodyguards and Xing Xiaoping sat in the back of the car. After starting the car, the Buick Boulevard slowly drove out of the villa's courtyard. Although the employer did not tell Wang Xiaoyan where Jing Xiaopeng appeared tonight, he told her the name and identity of the assassin in advance. Wang Xiaoyan naturally had to conduct an investigation first. She had already gotten Jing Xiaopeng's photos, and she also knew that he usually rode in a Buick Boulevard with the license plate number MMXXXX. There were 2 bodyguards around him, but their skills were very ordinary. What she didn't know was that the bodyguards around Jing Xiaopeng had been replaced by others. Looking at the photos in her hand and the Buick that slowly drove out of the villa's gate, Wang Xiaoyan's nerves immediately tensed up. Yes, it was this car. Wang Xiaoyan also saw the person sitting in the car clearly with the binoculars. In the car, 2 of the bodyguards also held 2 photos in their hands. One of them was of Wang Xiaoyan, and the other was of Yang Ming. For Yang Ming, the 2 bodyguards received the task temporarily. They were originally responsible for dealing with Wang Xiaoyan, and Yang Ming was added later. But it didn't matter. 1 sheep was still a sheep, and 2 sheep were still a sheep. They just didn't understand why the boss told them to be extra careful with Yang Ming. What is so great about this young man? Wang Xiaoyan stopped a taxi and followed. Yang Ming also stopped a taxi. Yang Ming didn't know what reason Wang Xiaoyan used to follow the car in front, but Yang Ming used another method this time. It was inevitable that the same method would be somewhat unnatural if it was used too many times. Yang Ming pretended to hold a mobile phone and said to the phone while getting in the car, "Okay, I'm getting in the car. You tell me. I will tell the driver how to go." When he got in the car, Yang Ming said to the taxi driver, "Mister, you drive forward. You follow my instructions." "Okay." The driver also heard Yang Ming's previous words. He thought that Yang Ming was going to a friend's place and was not familiar with the road. He could only listen to the phone and guide him to drive, so he didn't think much and started the car directly. "Turn right at the intersection in front." Yang Ming saw the taxi that Wang Xiaoyan was in turn to the right. Yang Ming also instructed the driver. The taxi driver thought that the person on the phone told Yang Ming how to go, so he didn't have any doubts at all. He directly followed Yang Ming's instructions and turned right at the intersection in front. The Buick Boulevard in front was not fast, but it couldn't be fast in the downtown area of Macau. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and stared at Jing Xiaopeng's car in front of her. This was the downtown area. It was difficult to have a chance to make a move. Even if she made a move, her chances of escaping were not high. There were policemen on duty patrolling the streets not far away. Now Wang Xiaoyan didn't know where Jing Xiaopeng was going, but it didn't take long for Wang Xiaoyan to smile. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jing Xiaopeng's car turned right at the intersection in front, and then drove in the direction of Kowloon Island. Of course, if it were someone else, going in this direction might not necessarily be going to Kowloon Island, but Wang Xiaoyan was sure that Jing Xiaopeng must be going in the direction of Kowloon Island. According to the previous investigation, Jing Xiaopeng had a total of 3 houses in Macau. In this direction, the closest one to here was the villa on Kowloon Island. Jing Xiaopeng rarely went here. He would only go there for a vacation on weekends. Today happened to be Jing Xiaopeng's vacation day. Kowloon Island belonged to the suburbs of Macau. There were not too many people at night, especially in the villa area. There were not many people. Moreover, Jing Xiaopeng lived alone. There was no one else at home except for his 2 personal bodyguards. It was just convenient to make a move. Of course, this was a facade deliberately created by Jing Xiaopeng. The purpose was to lure Wang Xiaoyan here. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill Wang Xiaoyan in turn. Jing Xiaopeng sometimes wondered why the boss didn't directly kill Wang Xiaoyan in Songjiang. Why did he have to lure the snake out of its hole to get Wang Xiaoyan to Macau to assassinate her? Although the boss didn't say it to him, Jing Xiaopeng probably guessed some reasons later. It was not so easy to kill a person in the mainland, but it was different here. Wang Xiaoyan appeared in Macau as an assassin, so she definitely wouldn't use her real identity to enter Macau through the normal channel. In this way, her identity would not be reflected in the entry and exit records, and she would become a real illegal resident. If an illegal resident died here, no one would notice it at all. The reason why he chose to use himself to lure Wang Xiaoyan was probably to be on the safe side. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't a fool. It was impossible for her to not investigate a person before she assassinated him. If she randomly grabbed a person to replace him or fabricated a person, it would be easy to reveal flaws and arouse suspicion. That was why they chose him, a well-known consultant in the gambling industry. It just seemed more reasonable. Xing Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and sat in the car. As long as Wang Xiaoyan didn't take action on the way, it would be easy to deal with after returning to the villa. At that time, there was no need to hide anything. The two bosses beside him would send people to deal with Wang Xiaoyan for him. Seeing that the villa was right in front of him, Xing Xiaopeng let out a long sigh of relief. He had just taken a detour from the gates of hell. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would shoot him in the back. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, but not his head. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan was also very anxious. The reason was very simple. She was sitting in the taxi and was unwilling to make a move on the road unless she killed the taxi driver as well. But Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to hurt the innocent. She had her own set of standards of good and evil. Although Xing Xiaopeng was engaged in the gambling industry, it was legal in Macau. However, even if it was legal, Wang Xiaoyan also hated this person. After taking over this business, Wang Xiaoyan investigated Xing Xiaopeng. He had been in the business for 8 years. There were countless small gambling games, but there were 76 big gambling games. More than half of them ruined the other party's family. They either committed suicide on the spot, or they were forced to death by loan sharks with no way out. It was gambling. The consequences of losing were naturally serious, but in Wang Xiaoyan's view, all of this was forced by Xing Xiaopeng. He could have left some leeway for others. Therefore, after figuring out Xing Xiaopeng's character, Wang Xiaoyan didn't have the slightest pity for him. She would just kill him. Xing Xiaopeng's Buick slowly drove into his villa on Kowloon Island. Xing Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that he should be safe. After the two bodyguards got out of the car, they went to arrange the things in their hands to prepare for the arrival of Wang Xiaoyan. Xing Xiaopeng hid in the villa and didn't dare to come out. His task was basically completed. As the bait, he was already in a cold sweat. He had to take a good bath and drink a cup of hot tea to calm down. Wang Xiaoyan naturally didn't know that someone in the villa had already prepared to welcome her. She still stupidly thought that no one knew. Wang Xiaoyan asked the taxi driver to park the car next to a vending machine not far from the villa. She said, "Just park here." The driver thought that Wang Xiaoyan lived nearby and went to the vending machine to buy something before going home. He didn't ask much. He parked the car, collected the fare, and left. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was holding the phone and pretending to be talking. Oh, I know. Here, right? Okay, I'm here. That's it. See you later. Driver, could you please stop here? The driver naturally thought that Yang Ming had arrived at the location mentioned by the friend on the phone, so he quickly stopped the car. Yang Ming put away the phone, paid the fare, and got off. Yang Ming didn't care about Xing Xiaopeng's life and death at all. He followed Wang Xiaoyan here just because he was curious about what organization Wang Xiaoyan belonged to. Then, he took the opportunity to see how Wang Xiaoyan's skill was. Wang Xiaoyan waited for the taxi to go away. She looked around again and found that no one else was around. Then, she carefully opened her backpack and took out a small lipstick silencer pistol and a dagger in her hand. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have a good assassination weapon. This lipstick pistol was already considered good. The mainland was the most difficult place to get guns. It was probably the place with the strictest gun control in the world. But to be honest, this lipstick pistol was the same as the dagger. It was a weapon for close combat. It had no effect if it was far away. After preparing all this, Wang Xiaoyan tiptoed to the villa. Yang Ming followed Wang Xiaoyan calmly. When he saw the two assassination weapons in Wang Xiaoyan's hands, Yang Ming shook his head. His vigilance toward Wang Xiaoyan was also reduced a lot. The assassin organization that Wang Xiaoyan belonged to was definitely not a large organization. This could be seen from the weapons she used. When a high-level assassin set out, he would either bring the best equipment or nothing at all. Of course, the best equipment referred to professional guns such as infrared sniper rifles, which were suitable for long-distance assassination. For close-range assassination, they generally didn't take anything. Yang Ming belonged to the latter. Anything in his hand could become a murder weapon. While thinking, Wang Xiaoyan had already arrived outside the villa. Although the villa had thick walls and strong iron gates, there was no monitoring system. This made Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be happy. The opportunity was rare. This was a good place to do it. The terrain was remote, and there was only one door. If something happened, it would be difficult to be discovered. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan began to inquire about the way to enter the villa. After walking around the villa, she found that the walls outside the villa were similar. However, behind the villa, there was a transformer box. From this transformer box, it was easier to climb into the villa. Wang Xiaoyan certainly didn't think that this transformer box was just a decoration. There was no transformer inside. It was completely an empty shell. Jing Xiaopeng deliberately set up an illusion here to facilitate Wang Xiaoyan to enter the villa. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know, but someone knew. This person was Yang Ming. It was also a coincidence. When Yang Ming saw Wang Xiaoyan lock her eyes on this transformer box, he knew that she wanted to use this transformer box to climb over the wall and enter the villa. Yang Ming subconsciously wanted to use his special ability to take a look at the situation in the villa. At this time, his gaze naturally passed through the transformer box. Yang Ming was surprised to find that the transformer box was empty. And it was very new inside. There wasn't even a trace of dust. This couldn't help but arouse Yang Ming's suspicion. How could there be no transformer in the transformer box? Well, even if it was an abandoned transformer box, there should be dust and rust inside, right? How could it be so clean? Obviously, it was impossible. With this layer of suspicion, Yang Ming carefully checked the situation in the villa. It didn't matter if he checked, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the walls of the villa, there were actually two guys waiting for him. This gave Yang Ming a huge shock. The villa's security is so tight. But then Yang Ming denied this idea. It was because these two people were the two bodyguards that Jing Xiaopeng brought back. Besides here, there was no one else. It seemed that these two people were waiting for Wang Xiaoyan. Could it be that Jing Xiaopeng had already noticed? He sent these two people here to wait for Wang Xiaoyan to take the bait. It seems unlikely. Yang Ming carefully recalled all of Wang Xiaoyan's behavior today. There was nothing suspicious. Most of the time, she was with him. She didn't even have any contact with Jing Xiaopeng. Unless Jing Xiaopeng was a prophet, it was impossible for him to know that Wang Xiaoyan would be unfavorable to him. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. There was another possibility that Jing Xiaopeng had long known that someone was unfavorable to him, and deliberately set up today's situation. The transformer box was the best evidence. Of course, even if Yang Ming was smart, he wouldn't think that all of this was self-directed by Jing Xiaopeng and his behind-the-scenes boss. It was because Yang Ming never thought that there would be any personal grievances between them and Wang Xiaoyan. In Yang Ming's view, the advertisement hiring the assassin had a certain degree of randomness and chance, so he simply didn't think that these people would target Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming thought that Jing Xiaopeng probably had already noticed that someone wanted to harm him. Of course, there were many sources of this information, or he himself knew that he had recently offended someone, so he had a hunch in this regard. So he deliberately set up today's situation to lure this assassin. As for how he would deal with Wang Xiaoyan after catching her, Yang Ming couldn't guess. Either he would kill her directly, or he would use a strategy of sowing discord to let the assassin go back and kill the person who hired her. However, Yang Ming would never allow Jing Xiaopeng's people to kill Wang Xiaoyan. Not to mention the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Zhao Ying, Wang Xiaoyan herself and Yang Ming were also friends, and they were neighbors. It was impossible for Yang Ming to ignore it. The most important thing was that Yang Ming suspected that Wang Xiaoyan was related to the Black Widow assassin organization. Yang Ming wanted to figure out why the Black Widow wanted to attack him, so he had to start with Wang Xiaoyan. If Wang Xiaoyan died, wouldn't the clues he just got be broken again? Therefore, no matter what, Yang Ming would not let Wang Xiaoyan die. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan had planned to climb up the transformer box, Yang Ming did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly ran over there. Because Yang Ming saw that one of the two bodyguards on the wall had already raised the iron bar in his hand. He was waiting for Wang Xiaoyan to jump down so that he could hit her with the bar. Yang Ming was shocked. If this bar hit her head, Wang Xiaoyan would be disabled even if she did not die. Yang Ming did not care much. He was not afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would find him. He ran directly to Wang Xiaoyan's leg and pulled her directly from the transformer box. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly felt that someone was pulling her, and she couldn't help but be shocked. When she fell to the ground, she looked back and saw that it was Yang Ming. She couldn't help but frown. Isn't this the Lulei that I met today? Why is he here? What are you doing? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming vigilantly and asked in a low voice. Saving you. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan's expression and found it funny. This chick not only did not accept his kindness, but she also acted as if he ruined her good deed. Save me? Wang Xiaoyan naturally did not believe it. Who are you? Are you following me? I don't have time to explain to you. Yang Ming glanced inside the wall with his special ability and said quickly, you are being schemed against. The two bodyguards on the wall saw that Wang Xiaoyan did not come in for a long time, and they were anxious. At this time, they heard someone talking outside. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen, and they were afraid that they could not complete the task given by the boss. They were anxious and wanted to climb over the wall. Wang Xiaoyan still looked at Yang Ming very suspiciously. His words were too confusing. However, in the next moment, Wang also realized the danger. Two people quickly jumped out from behind the wall. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked by how nimble their movements were. These two people were Xing Xiaoping's previous bodyguards, but through his own investigation, these two bodyguards were hired by Xing Xiaoping from ordinary security companies. Their skills were definitely better than the average person, but compared to the professionals, they should be far worse. But now it seemed that the skills of these two people should not be worse than her, or even better than her. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. She couldn't care about Yang Ming anymore. She took out a dagger from her body and looked at the two bodyguards with a dignified expression. After the two bodyguards climbed out, they did not stop. One held an iron bar in his hand, and the other was barehanded. They directly greeted Wang Xiaoyan. The two also saw Yang Ming, but they did not care at this time. The boss only asked them to kill Wang Xiaoyan. If they saw Yang Ming, they would also kill Yang Ming. But the man in front of them was not Yang Ming at all, so the two did not bother with him. Instead, they made killing Wang Xiaoyan the primary task. Although Wang Xiaoyan wore makeup, it was far worse than Yang Ming. As long as they looked carefully, they could distinguish it. On the other hand, Yang Ming had changed his appearance. He had completely transformed into another person. It would be strange if these two people could see through his disguise. Wang Xiaoyan's petite body was instantly surrounded by these two macho men. In just 2 moves, Yang Ming could see that the kung fu of these two people belonged to the kind of cross-training. One person used the iron bar to perfection, and the other person's fist was also powerful. Just by looking, Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan could not be the opponent of these two people, including himself. It was unknown whether he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with them head-on. Although Wang Xiaoyan was agile and her kung fu was not weak, most of her skills were skillful. When a killer killed, the main thing was to be fast, ruthless, and accurate, and to give the enemy a fatal blow when they least expected it. In such a close combat like now, let alone 2 against 1, even Wang Xiaoyan was not their opponent in a one-on-one fight. After only 2 moves, the sweat on Wang Xiaoyan's head came out. She was the person involved. She was more clear about the strength of these two people than Yang Ming. Let alone assassinating Xing Xiaoping, it was a problem whether she could escape from these two people in one piece. Come and help. Wang Xiaoyan shouted to Yang Ming in a hurry. At this time, regardless of whether Yang Ming was an enemy or a friend, just based on this point that he just reminded her, he was definitely not with the two people in front of her. Of course, Yang Ming would not leave her in the lurch. Otherwise, he would not have reminded Wang Xiaoyan just now. It was just that Yang Ming was waiting for the opportunity at the moment. Yang Ming was not stupid. He would not use his own disadvantage to meet the other's advantage. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to find the best time to give them a sneak attack, but Wang Xiaoyan's shout ruined his entire plan. Yang Ming couldn't help but be annoyed, but there was no way. Now, even if he didn't make a move, these two macho men would regard him as Wang Xiaoyan's accomplice. They would be vigilant against him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming no longer hesitated. He accelerated his run up. His body rose into the air, and a flying kick kicked the macho man with the iron rod. It was the first time that Yang Ming made a move. The macho man with the iron rod did not dare to be negligent. He raised the iron rod in his hand and blocked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was expressionless, but he smiled slightly in his heart. It seemed that he made the right bet. Yang Ming wanted this effect. It was his first move, and the other party did not know his depth. As long as people with a little brain would be cautious, it was impossible to fight with him head-on. Yang Ming grasped this point, so he made such a bold move. The macho man with the iron rod was just as Yang Ming expected. He only used the iron rod to block Yang Ming's attack and did not dare to fight head-on. Yang Ming kicked the iron rod. The macho man felt the strength of Yang Ming, and his heart suddenly relaxed. It seems that he is just SOSO? I thought he was a tough opponent. Compared to me, he is far worse. The macho man breathed a sigh of relief. He was preparing to teach Yang Ming a lesson after he landed. However, he did not expect that Yang Ming's other leg suddenly changed direction in the air and kicked toward the macho man's neck. Although the macho man realized that something was wrong, it was too late to resist. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. Now, it was useless to do anything. However, he didn't understand. Yang Ming had already kicked once in the air. How could he kick again without landing on the ground? This was not a movie. The macho man had never seen such a series of flying kicks in Kung Fu. But what if he did not know? He had no chance to know. The macho man originally felt the strength of Yang Ming. Although he was kicked by Yang Ming and was kicked by Yang Ming, he did not feel anything. The strength of Yang Ming's kick was only SOSO. Moreover, it was the second kick. The strength should be weaker than the first kick. The kick would definitely not hurt him. However, he was wrong. Although the strength of Yang Ming's kick did not bring a special impact to him, it also depended on where the kick was. He thought that his Kung Fu was superb, but he did not know that no matter how powerful the Kung Fu was, the human body was still made of flesh. There were still many acupuncture points on the neck. As the successor of Feng Tian, Yang Ming was particularly proficient in the acupuncture points. Yang Ming's kick hit his Yamen acupuncture point. The Yamen acupuncture point was one of the 36 death acupuncture points in the human body. It was the intersection point of the Du Meridian, and the Yang Meridian. After being hit, it would impact the medulla oblongata. The person would lose his voice, become dizzy, and fall unconscious. Yang Ming's kick was enough to make him unconscious for a few hours. Before the macho man could figure out what was going on, he fell to the ground in a daze. The other macho man who relied on his iron fist for a living thought that the macho man with the iron rod was more than enough to deal with Yang Ming. However, he did not expect to be defeated by Yang Ming in just one move. He did not know the depth of Yang Ming. He thought that Yang Ming's flying kick was like his iron fist, which had been practiced to the point of perfection. He did not dare to be negligent. In an instant, the situation was reversed. From the initial 2-on-1 to the current 1-on-2. I didn't expect that you have an expert around you. The macho man with the iron fist glanced at the macho man with the iron rod who fell to the ground. Judging from the rise and fall of his chest, he was only unconscious. There was no danger to his life. Wang Xiaoyan did not expect Yang Ming to knock out the macho man with the iron rod with one kick. She was surprised. She was more suspicious of Yang Ming's origin. However, at this moment, it seemed that Yang Ming and she were on the same side. Yang Ming did not speak. He just stared coldly at the macho man with the iron fist. He was thinking about how to knock him down. It was obviously useless to use the unexpected move just now. The macho man with the iron fist would definitely avoid a head-on confrontation with him. But when he understood the depth of his strength, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Let's practice. The macho man with the iron fist pointed at Yang Ming and said coldly. He could not wait for Yang Ming to answer. He waved his iron fist and smashed toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not stupid. How would he be willing to fight head-on? At the critical moment, Yang Ming inadvertently remembered something. Then, a smile appeared on his face. The macho man with the iron fist moved. Yang Ming also moved. Yang Ming passed by Wang Xiaoyan. He pushed Wang Xiaoyan and said, "You go to the side first." The macho man with the iron fist thought that Yang Ming wanted to fight with him alone. He did not care. After all, in the current situation, if he did not kill Yang Ming, this thorn in his side, he could not continue to kill Wang Xiaoyan. The macho man with the iron fist smashed his fist. Yang Ming also flew up from the ground and kicked over. The macho man with the iron fist had seen the power of Yang Ming's flying kick before. He did not dare to neglect. He was vigilant and carefully guarded while waiting for the opportunity to punch. Poof, a faint muffled sound. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the head of the macho man with the iron fist. You cheated." The macho man with the iron fist said the last sentence. His huge body fell to the ground. Cheated? Yang Ming took a deep breath. Only an idiot would fight head-on with you. Wang Xiaoyan was completely shocked at the moment. The two guys who practiced kung fu to the extreme were defeated by Yang Ming in an instant. Although it was all skillful and a bit suspicious of cheating, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much deception in war. What's more, the assassin played with skillful skills. This was killing people, not fighting in the ring. Especially Yang Ming's last sentence, "Only an idiot would fight with you head-on," made Wang Xiaoyan smile. Although it was a bit vulgar, the truth was indeed this. "Who are you?" Although Wang Xiaoyan admired Yang Ming's skill, she didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend. How could she take it lightly? This was her first time going out to perform a mission. Her social experience was obviously insufficient. She was still fantasizing about doing it beautifully, but she didn't expect things to become so complicated. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let's talk about it when we go back. The top priority is to leave here first." Yang Ming came here through the normal way. Although he had changed his appearance now, he didn't want to cause more trouble. After all, this was a murder scene. It was better to leave as soon as possible. "But I still have a mission." Wang Xiaoyan glanced in the direction of the villa. At this moment, she didn't think about hiding anything from Yang Ming, because no matter how she looked at it, Yang Ming seemed to be the same kind of person as her. Based on what Yang Ming said, he must know a lot of inside information. Mission? Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing it. Now you still want to perform the mission? The situation is already very obvious. This is a scam. Do you think there is any meaning in killing that Jing Xiaopeng? Ah! Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed. She had also realized the crux of the matter. Just now, her mind was thinking about how to complete the mission as soon as possible, but she didn't think of this. Now that she heard Yang Ming say it, she reacted. Yes, now it seems that Jing Xiaopeng definitely understands my assassination plan, so he should be fully prepared. Sure enough, Yang Ming was right. The sound of a car engine suddenly came from not far away. From the front door of the villa, the Buick Boulevard suddenly rushed out and drove away. Jing Xiaopeng ran away. Wang Xiaoyan sighed as she watched the car drive away. Since you have figured it out, let's go quickly. It will be troublesome when the police come. Yang Ming reminded Wang Xiaoyan. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the two people on the ground, nodded, and quickly disappeared into the night with Yang Ming. If this happened to Yang Ming, in other words, if Yang Ming was Wang Xiaoyan, then he would definitely take away the man who was still alive and unconscious on the ground and try to get something out of him. But he wasn't Wang Xiaoyan, so there was no need for him to do this. Yang Ming was concerned about whether the organization behind Wang Xiaoyan was related to the Black Widow. At present, this incident had no direct relationship with Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't be a busybody to do this. He just wanted to figure out which organization was behind Wang Xiaoyan. Where do you live? Yang Ming took Wang Xiaoyan's hand and asked as he ran. Xinhai Hotel. Wang Xiaoyan had no idea now. This was the first time she went so far to accept a mission alone, and she made a mistake. In the final analysis, no matter what her hidden identity was, she showed the helpless side of a little girl at this time. When Yang Ming asked, she said everything. Wang Xiaoyan was also very scared now. If it weren't for Yang Ming, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her today. Even if she didn't die, she wouldn't be able to leave easily. In any case, now it was Yang Ming who saved her. She naturally regarded Yang Ming as a person she could rely on. After the two people ran for a long distance, Yang Ming slowed down and whispered, "Let's take a taxi in a while. Don't go back to the Xinhai Hotel. Is there any other place nearby?" "Yes, there is a Xinhai shopping mall. It sells some new fashion," Wang Xiaoyan said. "Well, let's take a taxi to a random place, then go to the Xinhai shopping mall, and then walk back." Yang Ming told Wang Xiaoyan, "After a while, when we get in the car, you and I will pretend to be a couple. Don't say anything else, so as not to cause more trouble." Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised by Yang Ming's calmness. He just killed people, but it seemed that nothing happened. Wang Xiaoyan asked herself that she couldn't do what Yang Ming did. Her feeling of Yang Ming now was that Yang Ming was more and more like an assassin, a more professional assassin than her. However, Wang Xiaoyan knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Although Wang Xiaoyan had a lot of doubts, she was not stupid. She knew that if she asked too much now, it might cause Yang Ming to be disgusted. It was not too late to talk about it after they were safe. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She reached out and gently straddled Yang Ming's arm. The two looked like a couple. Yang Ming reached out and stopped a taxi, and then went to the back of the car with Wang Xiaoyan. "Ha, young man, have you made up with your girlfriend?" The taxi driver smiled and turned back. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. This driver was actually the one who dragged him to follow Wang Xiaoyan. Fortunately, the performance of Wang Xiaoyan and I now look like a couple with a good relationship, so I smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I have been persuading her all afternoon. Let's find a restaurant to eat something. We are all hungry." "Okay." After the taxi driver listened, there was no doubt at all. What Yang Ming said to him before was completely consistent with what he saw now. What was there to doubt? The taxi driver was not puzzled, but Wang Xiaoyan was very puzzled. She looked at Yang Ming strangely. She didn't know what he said to the taxi driver before, but although Wang Xiaoyan was puzzled, she couldn't ask. Otherwise, it would be bad. Yang Ming also saw Wang Xiaoyan's doubts. He put his hand on her shoulder and leaned her body to his side. He whispered in her ear, "I will tell you when we go back." Wang Xiaoyan grew up, and she didn't even have a boyfriend. When had she ever been so close to a boy? Her whole body trembled slightly, and her breathing became a little hurried. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that she was acting at the moment, but she couldn't help but look at Yang Ming. If she knew that the person in front of her was the person who sent her flowers every day, I wonder what she would feel? Yang Ming had told the driver before that the two of them were tourists from other places. They came here to travel, so Yang Ming didn't say where to eat. The driver drove the car to the door of a very special Macau snack shop and then recommended, "The food here is good. It is affordable and delicious. We are tired from driving at night, so we often eat here." "Okay, thank you," Yang Ming said as he took out the money to pay for the taxi fare. The taxi driver waved his hand and smiled. "Forget it. It's not far. The money you paid me before is enough. Just take it as a ride." Yang Ming listened to the taxi driver's words and smiled. He didn't argue with him again. He just said, "Thank you." He pulled Wang Xiaoyan out of the car together. The two walked to the snack shop recommended by the driver. "Are you hungry?" Yang Ming had been here all night. He hadn't eaten yet, so he was already very hungry. Wang Xiaoyan was actually the same. When Yang Ming asked, she really felt a little hungry, so she nodded and said, "A little. Let's eat something first." Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan, "We will talk about other things when we go back." "Okay." Wang Xiaoyan nodded subconsciously. In Macau, she had no relatives. With such a thing happening now, Wang Xiaoyan really felt helpless. She left home in a fit of anger. She wanted to make some achievements to show her family, but now. After so many years, she was still herself. After graduation, she had to listen to her family and go back to get married. Wang Xiaoyan imagined everything too ideally. She didn't consider this situation at all in the plan. In her opinion, as long as she was careful, she could complete this seemingly simple task. This was a franchise store that mainly served sirloin called Old Wu's Sirloin. There were only 2 flavors, curry sirloin and original sirloin. However, there were a lot of people eating. When Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan came, there was only 1 table left. The previous customer had just finished eating and left the table. Yang Ming ordered 2 servings of original sirloin rice noodles and ate 1 bowl with Wang Xiaoyan. The taste was really good, but Yang Ming, who was used to eating rice as the staple food, was really not very interested in rice noodles. It was okay to eat it occasionally, but he would naturally get tired of it if he ate too much. At this moment, a young man with a shaved head and a black leather jacket came in the food stall. Next to him was a teenage girl. The girl's dress was a typical non-mainstream style. Her hair was styled like an explosion, and her ears were pierced with a lot of earrings. The girl's original face couldn't be seen clearly. Like most non-mainstream styles, she seemed to be carved out of a mold. Yang Ming was very disgusted with girls who dressed like this. Natural beauty was the most beautiful. You didn't look like a human or a ghost. You thought you were very fashionable, but in fact, you were making a fool of yourself. The watermelon head looked at the full number of people and couldn't help but frown. He scolded, "Mother f***, why are there so many people?" Yang Ming was a little disgusted with this person's dirty mouth. Although Yang Ming sometimes said dirty words, it was only directed at some specific people who should be scolded. Usually, he wouldn't scold casually. There aren't so many people usually. The non-mainstream girl said coquettishly, "What should I do? Dear, can you think of a way?" The watermelon head was a master who was used to being arrogant. He was a famous punk on this street. At this time, when he heard his girlfriend acting coquettishly with him, a sense of heroism suddenly surged into his heart. He looked around in private and finally stopped at the table of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Although the watermelon head was very arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He specifically picked the soft ones to bully. After looking around in the store, he found that Yang Ming's table looked easier to bully. Both of them didn't look so fierce. They should belong to the relatively soft kind. Especially looking at Wang Xiaoyan's dress, she seemed to be a tourist here. He was thinking about how to drive the 2 away, but the girl next to him was a little impatient. "Hurry up. I'm starving. Don't you always say that you are the boss of this street? Why can't you do such a small thing?" The watermelon head was provoked by his girlfriend, and he was a little anxious. He pointed to the table of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and said, "Let's sit there." As he said that, he took his girlfriend and walked to Yang Ming's table. He patted Yang Ming's table with his hand and said, okay, don't eat. You haven't eaten before? Hurry up and get out of the way." Yang Ming looked up at the watermelon head and said faintly, "We haven't finished eating yet. Even if we finish eating, maybe we still want to order something else." If it were normal times, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. This little bastard dares to be cocky with me? But today, Yang Ming killed someone. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he endured it. He replied with a calm tone. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, but the watermelon head wasn't willing to settle the matter peacefully. He glared and said, "You mother f***, I give you face and talk. If I don't give you face, I will directly take you out. Don't you know who your grandfather is? My grandfather died long ago. If you are not afraid of bad luck, you can continue to pretend." Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, so he endured it and didn't make a move. But want to take advantage of Yang Ming's words? Not a chance. "Dear, he scolded you." The non-mainstream girl wasn't a good person either. She was afraid that things would be too troublesome, and it would ignite a fire in the already tense atmosphere. After the watermelon head heard it, he felt that he lost face. With a poo, he spat into Wang Xiaoyan's bowl and scolded, "Mother f***, I will give you 1 second to get out, or I will kill you." Wang Xiaoyan was eating with relish, but when watermelon head spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into her bowl, she was so disgusted that she almost vomited what she had eaten before. As such, it was obviously impossible to continue eating. Wang Xiaoyan almost exploded in anger. How did she know that Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble? She thought that they were just two punks. Yang Ming could take care of them with just one finger. Looking at Yang Ming's murderous look, she knew that Yang Ming was a ruthless master, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't make a move, but the watermelon head spat a mouthful of phlegm. How could Wang Xiaoyan think as much as Yang Ming? At this moment, she was angry. She directly picked up the bowl of rice noodles from the table. Whoosh, the bowl of rice noodles with soup mixed with thick phlegm was poured on the head of the watermelon head. This rice noodles was hot. When it was poured on the head of the watermelon head, it suddenly burned him. F***ck, he screamed and began to dance. He looked terrible. The owner of Old Wu's brisket shop also noticed the fight here at this time. He quickly ran over and saw that the watermelon head had become like this. He was shocked. Brother Kong. Brother, you mother*****. The watermelon head scolded, I will cripple this dog couple today. Aya, how did you offend Brother Kong? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Kong. The boss didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He quickly winked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. You are tourists from other places. Brother Kong is the boss of this street. You can't afford to offend him. Although Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Apologizing to a rascal was simply impossible. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have that thought. Instead, she wanted to continue to teach this guy called Brother Kong a lesson. Apologize? Hey, it's too late. The watermelon head took out a dagger from the waist of his pants. I will let you bleed today. As he said this, he stabbed at Yang Ming. Since things had already come to this point, Yang Ming had nothing to worry about. He directly picked up the stool under him and put it on the watermelon head from top to bottom. Then, he kicked the watermelon head's waist and directly kicked the watermelon head to the ground. He said disdainfully, you still want to pretend with me like this? I will also give you a second. If you don't disappear now, you don't have to disappear. Don't mention those means of killing. In terms of fighting, the watermelon head wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. The nickname Madman Yang was not casually called out. It was earned from fighting. The level of the watermelon head, compared with the two bodyguards who practiced thwart kung fu today, was like heaven and earth. The upper body of the watermelon head was still covered with a stool. His hands were tied inside. It was difficult to get up from the ground, but he now understood that he had encountered a tough opponent. The watermelon head was also a veteran of fighting. He could feel whether the other party had kung fu. Yang Ming's fighting posture was completely at ease. He was not in a hurry. This kind of person was a master who often fought. Unlike those who had never fought before, if they fought, they would fight with all their might. At the moment, he didn't speak. He quickly left the brisket shop with the help of his girlfriend. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't worried about Yang Ming at all. That little punk dared to provoke two professional killers. He was simply tired of living. When it came to fighting, both of them were the ancestors of fighting. Yang Ming pulled a chair from the side and sat down. He shouted to the stunned brisket shop owner, Boss, please give me 2 more bowls of rice noodles. And, try the curry flavor this time. The boss suddenly recovered from the horror. He looked in the direction where the watermelon head had disappeared. He quickly said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, Young people, do you know who the person you just fought is? Didn't you say it before? What boss of this street? Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Since you know, do you still dare to provoke him? The boss widened his eyes. You should hurry up and leave. If he brings people over, you won't be able to leave. This group of people are not ordinary people. They are gangsters. Why would they come out? Murder and arson are common in their eyes. Murder and arson? Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Saying that the little punks committed murder and arson was really flattering them. Compared with what Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan did, it was simply a small thing in the presence of a big one. It was nothing. Boss, don't bother with them. In broad daylight, do they dare to gather people to fight? Yang Ming smiled. Just give us 2 bowls of rice noodles. Ai. When the brisket shop owner saw that Yang Ming didn't listen to his advice, he couldn't help it. He thought that Yang Ming was a fledgling kid who didn't know the dangers of society. He shook his head and went to prepare the rice noodles. Why didn't you do it before? Couldn't you just throw him out directly? After the boss left, Wang Xiaoyan complained to Yang Ming in a low voice, now it's great. It's so disgusting. Little princess, you are causing trouble. Yang Ming said helplessly, do you know our current identities? Ah. Wang Xiaoyan realized that the two seemed to be in a state of escaping from murder. She suddenly lowered her head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Forget it. Let's leave after eating. Yang Ming thought about it. It didn't matter. His current appearance was changed, and Wang Xiaoyan definitely didn't enter Macau through the normal procedures, so he didn't have to worry so much. Wang Xiaoyan nodded obediently this time. She also knew that this time she could get away because of Yang Ming. Otherwise, she would be finished. After a while, 2 bowls of hot curry brisket noodles were served. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly finished eating, and then paid the bill to the boss. Yang Ming wanted to give the boss the money for 4 bowls, but the boss insisted on only receiving 2 bowls. After all, the unpleasantness just happened in his store, and he also had a certain responsibility, so the 2 bowls were exempted from the bill. After going out, Yang Ming stopped a taxi, and the two still sat side by side in the back seat. Yang Ming told the driver that the two were going to Xinhua Mall. As soon as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan left, a gray-white van stopped at the door of the old Wu's brisket shop. The watermelon head jumped down first, holding a bright machete in his hand, followed by 4 or 5 strong young men. They were either holding iron bars or knives in their hands. The watermelon head swaggered into the brisket shop and glanced inside the shop, but he didn't find Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He suddenly frowned. D*MN, did the 2 of them already run away? Boss? Where are the adulterous couple just now? The watermelon head shouted at the boss who was holding the brisket noodles. Brother Kong, they have already left. The brisket shop owner said carefully. Left? When did they leave? The watermelon head asked depressingly. They have been gone for 5 minutes. In fact, Yang Ming and the others had only left for 2 or 3 minutes, but the brisket shop owner deliberately said 5 minutes and said more. 5 minutes? D*MN, they ran quite fast, just like AF** King Rabbit. The watermelon head knew that he couldn't catch up when he heard it. They could go far in 5 minutes. Brother Kong, you and your brother should eat 2 bowls of rice noodles, my treat. The boss said with a smile. Eat my *SS. The watermelon head swung his hand and resentfully took his people out of the brisket shop. He wanted to bring people to teach the man and woman just now a lesson, but he let them run away. However, the watermelon head never thought that when he came back this time, it was equivalent to stepping into the threshold of hell. If he didn't have the idea of coming back to find trouble, he might be able to escape. But now, Yang Ming didn't find trouble with him, but there were others waiting for him. Watermelon head cursed as he got on the van, and the van slowly drove away from old Wu's brisket shop. Watermelon head nagged as he drove, he's AF** King coward. Why didn't he dare to wait for me? The van turned into an alley. This was Watermelon Head's base camp, an abandoned warehouse. Creak. Watermelon Head stepped on the brakes, and the van suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man stood in front of the van with a blank expression, and the van stopped in front of him. F***ck your mother, do you want to die? Watermelon Head shook open the glass and stuck his head out and scolded, hurry up and get out of the way. I don't care if you hit me to death. Although Watermelon Head said so, he still didn't dare to hit him. If he wanted to hit him, he would have hit him just now, and he wouldn't have stopped. Although Watermelon Head was a punk, he didn't dare to kill anyone. Even if he was a punk, it would be a big deal if he killed someone. The middle-aged man still stood in front of the van with a blank expression. He didn't even move or speak. Are you F** King deaf? Watermelon Head jumped out of the van as soon as he opened the door and reached out to push the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man dodged gently and avoided Watermelon Head's hand. Io? You're quite bad *SS, right? You still dare to dodge? Watermelon Head didn't find Yang Ming just now, so he was already angry. Now that the middle-aged man did this, he immediately became angry again. Brothers, come down and teach this idiot how to behave. As soon as Watermelon Head said this, several men in the van picked up their weapons and jumped down. They wanted to fix the middle-aged man who pretended to be bad *SS with their boss. In an instant, the middle-aged man was surrounded in the middle. Hee, I say, uncle? There is a road to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you walk in. Watermelon Head sneered. I was worried about where to vent my anger, and you came to me. If I don't fix you today, then I am sorry for myself. The middle-aged man didn't speak. He still stood there with a blank expression. This is a deaf man. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. Just beat him until he is disabled. One of the men impatiently raised the iron bar in his hand and was about to step forward to greet the middle-aged man. Just as the iron bar was about to fall, the middle-aged man moved, but no one saw how he moved. The man who was holding the iron bar flew out with the iron bar and fell heavily to the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, the middle-aged man moved again. He viciously stomped his foot on the underling's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The subordinate let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes rolled back. Blood kept spurting out from his nose and mouth. Watermelon Head was stunned by the sudden action of the middle-aged man. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. The subordinates who were about to make a move were the same, staring blankly at the middle-aged man. In the end, someone shouted, "Run!" Only then did these people recover from the shock and scramble to get on the bus. However, the middle-aged man suddenly snatched a knife from the hand of a small gangster. With a few strokes, several gangsters, including the Watermelon Head, all fell down, and blood flowed like a river. The middle-aged man glanced at the few corpses on the ground disdainfully and threw the knife in his hand aside. Do you think people like you deserve to find trouble with the young lady? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and dragged the corpses of several people to the van. Then he sat in the driver's seat of the van and drove the van away. In a secluded grove, the middle-aged man took a shovel and quickly dug a big pit. He threw the corpses of several people in, and then buried them with soil. Finally, he set up a small wooden tablet on top of the grave. There was nothing on it except for the word tombstone. This was the habit of the middle-aged man. After killing someone, if possible, he would set up a tombstone for the dead. In fact, many assassins had very strange habits. The middle-aged man was like this, and so was the Hawkeye Group assassin, Delay Man 001, brought by Ouyang Junwei's father. It was just that the habit of the middle-aged man was nothing, but the habit of Delay Man 001 made him die. After doing all this, the middle-aged man left the scene as if nothing had happened. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Butler Moo, it's me. The middle-aged man said to the other side of the phone. How is the situation? Did you figure it out? The person called Butler Moo on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. I figured it out. The person who came here is indeed the young lady, said the middle-aged man. Sure enough, you did a good job. Butler Moo breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, no matter what the situation is, you must ensure the safety of the young lady. I understand. The middle-aged man certainly understood, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken care of a few garbage. Okay, then you continue to follow up on this matter. If there is any situation, report to me at any time. Butler Moo said, is there anything else? If not, I will hang up the phone. I have to go and make coffee for the master. Wait a minute. The middle-aged man said, there is one more thing. What's the matter? Asked Butler Moo. Just now, the young lady was in danger when performing the mission. I wanted to take action, but another person took the lead. The middle-aged man reported. Who is it? Butler Moo asked with a tight expression. I don't know. It's a person I've never seen before, but judging from his skills, he's also a person in the same line. At that time, he only used 2 moves, so I couldn't see through his moves. The middle-aged man said. Where is he now? Asked Butler Moo. He is with the young lady. This was what the middle-aged man was most worried about. He didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Otherwise, there were so many assassins in the world. What did it have to do with him? He wouldn't care about it. What? Butler Mu was shocked. You must investigate his identity and his purpose. Don't let anything happen to the young lady. Otherwise, you and I have to apologize in front of the master with our heads. I understand, said the middle-aged man quickly. If there is news, call me immediately. Butler Mu said. Hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Such a guy who kills without blinking actually has a time when he is afraid. The young lady in the middle-aged man's mouth was naturally Wan Xiaoyan, and that person was Yang Ming. The task given by the master was to secretly protect the young lady, but not let the young lady find out about his existence. Therefore, the middle-aged man didn't dare to appear in front of the young lady. There was no way to directly find Yang Ming to find out. He could only wait for Yang Ming to break up with the young lady before making a plan. The middle-aged man didn't track Wan Xiaoyan and Yang Ming at the moment because he already knew where Wan Xiaoyan's hotel was. He would go there directly in a while. There was no need to track. Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan took a taxi to the Xinhai shopping mall. The two people walked around the mall for a while. Yang Ming didn't intend to buy anything, but Wan Xiaoyan was interested in a butterfly-shaped hair clip. It wasn't much money. Yang Ming simply bought it generously and gave it to Wan Xiaoyan. Wan Xiaoyan didn't thank him. She accepted it with peace of mind. In her opinion, the thrill that the two had just experienced was life and death, so they had some friendship. It wasn't far from the Xinhai Hotel. After the two left the mall, they walked directly back to the Xinhai Hotel where Wan Xiaoyan lived. The Xinhai Hotel was also a relatively large hotel. There were many people coming in and out every day. The waiter couldn't remember the appearance of the guests. Seeing that Wan Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were going to take the elevator, he just checked Wan Xiaoyan's room card and found that she was a guest of the Xinhai Hotel, so he let them go. Wan Xiaoyan lived in a couple's room. The room had a whole big bed. Wan Xiaoyan felt that it was more comfortable to sleep like this. She didn't like the narrowness of the small bed. After the two entered the room and closed the door, Wan Xiaoyan took her hand off Yang Ming's arm. The show was over. Lulei? Who are you? At the moment, Wan Xiaoyan no longer believed the words that Yang Ming said to her before. What work here? It should be completely fabricated by him, including the name Lulei. It should be fake. Wait. Yang Ming didn't answer Wan Xiaoyan's words, but he made a gesture to wait. He looked up and searched around the room for something. Wan Xiaoyan was somewhat inexplicable. She wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would harm her. If he were to harm her, he wouldn't have saved her before. So no matter what Yang Ming did, Wan Xiaoyan didn't have any vigilance. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned to Wan Xiaoyan not to be impatient. Then he walked to the desk, picked up the chair on the side, and put it next to the door of the room. After that, Yang Ming jumped on the chair and reached out to take a small black cube from the top of the door frame. After taking it down, Yang Ming threw it on the desk, took off his shoes, stood on Wan Xiaoyan's bed, and took a similar small cube from the chandelier. Wan Xiaoyan stared blankly at Yang Ming, her face full of disbelief. Then, Yang Ming found a total of 5 similar small black cubes in the hidden places of the entire room. Finally, he threw them on the ground and smashed them with the chair leg until all the small cubes were smashed, revealing the circuit chip inside. Yang Ming didn't stop until all the small cubes were smashed, revealing the circuit chip inside. Wan Xiaoyan knew what Yang Ming took down the first small cube. She was also an assassin, so this kind of small equipment was naturally not unfamiliar to her. This was a kind of wireless eavesdropping device that could transmit sound to a receiver within a radius of 300 meters. However, although Wan Xiaoyan understood this, she never dreamed that there would be such a thing in the room she lived in. Tapping device? Although Wan Xiaoyan had already confirmed the function of these things in her heart, she couldn't help but ask. Anne, it seems that your trip to Macau has long been within the calculations of others. Yang Ming smiled. It seemed that Wan Xiaoyan was still very immature. After she moved into the room, she didn't expect that someone would install a tapping device in her room. Did you choose this hotel early, or did you choose it at the last minute? I chose it at the last minute. As Wang Xiaoyan said this, she couldn't help but exclaim, so, when I just arrived in Macau, I was targeted? It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan was not stupid. She immediately thought of the key to the matter. It looks like this is the case. Yang Ming nodded. So, this whole thing should be self-directed by Jing Xiaopeng. The purpose is to deal with you. Deal with me? Wang Xiaoyan was obviously stunned after listening. Yes, did you offend someone? Asked Yang Ming. Even if I offended someone, I can't reach Macau. This is my first time here. Wang Xiaoyan was even more puzzled. Then I don't know. At least from the surface of the matter, it seems so. Yang Ming shrugged. You haven't said it yet. Who are you? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that Yang Ming hadn't told her why he appeared there today. Me? Hee, you can treat me as a curious person. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Curious person? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan didn't understand. Now there is no one, only the two of us. Can you say it? Wang Xiaoyan isn't your real name, right? Yang Ming didn't answer, but he looked at Wang Xiaoyan with a smile. No, I don't think your name is Lu Lei, right? Wang Xiaoyan smiled and said, in our line of work, we don't easily tell others our real name, right? But it doesn't matter. Since you have already guessed my identity, why ask me again? Yang Ming said, I am also an assassin, but I am a freelance assassin. I don't belong to any organization. Yang Ming didn't lie to her because the king of assassins was originally a solo assassin. He never listened to anyone. Then, why are you following me? Wang Xiaoyan didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming's performance was similar to hers in all aspects. They should be in the same line of work. Australian street shopping. I believe you are not unfamiliar with this magazine, right? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan and said. Wang Xiaoyan's face obviously changed. Yang Ming didn't care about her, but continued, I accidentally saw this magazine when I was drinking coffee in the coffee shop. It was also by accident. When I flipped through the content, I found a strange advertisement. It published some meaningless symbols. However, as an assassin's sensitivity, I felt that these words were still meaningful, so I took a picture of them in my mobile phone. I asked the waiter in the coffee shop for the previous issues of the magazine and did the same thing. After I went back, I sent these pictures to a friend of mine, and my friend happened to understand the meaning of these symbols, so she translated them to me. That's how I found out about your plan. Of course, Yang Ming didn't say that he knew this code, but he simply fabricated a person. Because Feng Tian said that this was the unique code of the butterfly family, and not just anyone knew it. But obviously, Yang Ming's efforts were in vain. When Wang Xiaoyan learned these codes, no one told her the origin of these codes, so she didn't feel strange that others knew this code. What made Wang Xiaoyan feel strange was that Yang Ming actually had this kind of leisure to care about this kind of thing. As a matter of fact, assassins were generally very indifferent. They belonged to the kind of people who didn't care about things that didn't concern them. Yang Ming just followed her because of his own curiosity? Is what you said true? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming, trying to see something from Yang Ming's face. It's true. Yang Ming said affirmatively, otherwise, why do you think I am here? If I were with Jing Xiaopeng, I wouldn't save you. If I were with you, this is obviously even more impossible. So, I can only be with myself. Wang Xiaoyan thought about it and felt that what Yang Ming said was very reasonable. It was indeed like this. Yang Ming didn't belong to either her or Jing Xiaopeng's gang. Then, thank you for saving me today. Wang Xiaoyan naturally knew how to repay kindness. Since it seemed that Yang Ming did save her accidentally because of curiosity, Wang Xiaoyan had no hostility to Yang Ming at all. It's just a small matter. Yang Ming said faintly, if there is nothing else, I suggest you leave Macau as soon as possible. Although I don't know what grievances Jing Xiaopeng or the people behind him have against you, they didn't succeed this time. It is likely that they won't give up. Since they can casually enter your room to set up a bug, it is possible that they can directly enter the room to harm you. Ah. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she suddenly became nervous. Well, I have other things. Do you have a contact information? Since we know each other, we are friends. Let's keep in touch in the future. Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated. In the end, she picked up the pen and paper on the desk and wrote down a phone number. She handed it to Yang Ming and said, if you are in Songjiang, you can call me at this number. The most taboo for an assassin was to tell others their identity, but Wang Xiaoyan was inexperienced, and Yang Ming was her savior, so Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and told Yang Ming her private number. How do I address you? Yang Ming took the card and asked with a smile. This phone number was really Wang Xiaoyan's private number. Yang Ming's mobile phone was now saved. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan's vigilance still needed to be improved. My surname is Wang. I didn't lie to you. Wang Xiaoyan didn't say what her name was, but she confirmed her surname. My surname is Yang. Yang Ming smiled at Wang Xiaoyan. Yang? Yang Lei? Wang Xiaoyan asked subconsciously. Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head. You will naturally know my name when you have more contact with me in the future. Well, I have other things to do now. I wish you good luck. On Yang Ming's side, he was still thinking about Zhang Ben and Wang Mei. Otherwise, he could accompany Wang Xiaoyan back to Songjiang and take the opportunity to explore the Black Widow organization. However, in contrast, Zhang Ben's matter was more important. Wang Xiaoyan's matter could only be put aside first. He had already said what he needed to say. Wang Xiaoyan would definitely leave Macau and return to Songjiang immediately. The middle-aged man wore headphones and held a very sophisticated instrument in his hand. He sat in a fish-white RV. The RV was parked in a very secluded place, surrounded by buildings, but the movement at the entrance of Xianxia Hotel could be clearly monitored through the gaps. Squeak. Kaka. Quang. A loud noise came, almost deafening the middle-aged man. He took off the headphones and kept rubbing his ears. Did the young lady find out? The middle-aged man said with a wry smile, it's over. I can't hear what the young lady said this time. How can I explain it to the master? Yes, the bugs in Wang Xiaoyan's room in Xianxia Hotel were all installed by the middle-aged man. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were both wrong about this. The middle-aged man sighed and turned to the rear compartment of the RV. The rear compartment of this RV was fully enclosed and completely isolated from the outside world. If the lights were not turned on inside, it would be dark. The middle-aged man turned on the switch of the lights inside the compartment, and the compartment immediately lit up. On the floor of the compartment, there was a person and a corpse lying on the ground. If Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were present, they would recognize that these two people were Xing Xiaoping's bodyguards. One of them was killed by Yang Ming with a gun, and the other was kicked in the acupoint and was in a coma. The middle-aged man turned on the RV's faucet and filled the basin with cold water. Then, he grabbed the unconscious bodyguard by the collar, lifted him up, and pressed him into the water. He repeated this several times. Cough cough. There was a violent cough, and the bodyguard was awakened by the cold water. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted and threw the bodyguard to the ground. The bodyguard had just woken up, and he looked around in horror, sizing up his surroundings. Say, who sent you? The middle-aged man did not wait for the bodyguard to recover and asked. What do you mean who sent me? Who are you? The bodyguard calmed down and looked at the stranger in front of him. Some words don't need to be said so clearly. I think. You know it in your heart. The middle-aged man sneered. Don't provoke me. My temper is not very good. When the time comes, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After Yang Ming came out of the Xianxia Hotel, he was preparing to stop a taxi on the road, but he suddenly stood on the side of the road. Someone seemed to be staring at him. Yang Ming had this feeling since this afternoon, but he couldn't find the person. Yang Ming's sixth sense was very sharp. This was not like an illusion, but he really felt that someone seemed to be looking at him and following him. But when he turned around, all he saw were ordinary faces. Even when he used his special ability to explore around, he didn't find anything special. Right. Yang Ming suddenly remembered something. During the Chinese New Year, when he was with Wang Xiaoyan, he had a similar feeling. Moreover, he also caught the person who was following them. Could it be that the person who was targeted at that time was also Wang Xiaoyan? And this time was the same? In other words, Wang Xiaoyan was already being targeted when she was in Songjiang? Forget it. These had nothing to do with Yang Ming himself. Yang Ming simply put it behind his mind. Sure enough, Yang Ming got in the taxi. After leaving the Xinhai Hotel, the feeling of being stared at suddenly disappeared. This time, it was completely certain that no matter who it was, the person who was targeting was Wang Xiaoyan, not him. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the hotel he rented. The middle-aged man was really annoyed. The guy in front of him was really unmoved. No matter what he asked him, he said he didn't know, or he didn't know. Many cruel methods were used on him, but the bodyguard still kept silent. However, he had trained in kung fu for a long time, and his skin and flesh were already very thick. He could still endure this kind of physical pain. Okay? Since you don't want to talk, then I will use this knife to cut off your flesh piece by piece. Let's see if you will talk or not. The middle-aged man really didn't know what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this move. Humph, the bodyguard snorted coldly. What did he want him to say? If he said it, even if the middle-aged man let him go, he couldn't escape death when he went back. It was better not to say it. Maybe there was still a way out. Thinking of this, the bodyguard looked at the structure of the RV with the corner of his eyes, waiting for an opportunity to escape. The middle-aged man's eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw the bodyguard's intention. He sneered and said, "Don't think about escaping. It's useless." The bodyguard delayed for so long because he was actually preparing for himself. He was kicked by Yang Ming, so he was really unconscious. Even if he woke up, he was still groggy. Now, he finally recovered some vitality. While delaying with the middle-aged man, the bodyguard was also estimating the strength of the middle-aged man. He didn't practice his kung fu for nothing. The previous punishments were simply trivial in his view. It didn't hurt at all. It couldn't hurt him at all. Although the middle-aged man also knew some interrogation methods, he didn't learn acupuncture points professionally like Yang Ming. He didn't have any other methods except for brute force. This kind of method was okay for ordinary people, but it was a bit difficult to deal with a bodyguard who was not afraid of being beaten. The middle-aged man was actually helpless. He wanted to get some valuable information from the bodyguard, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Just as the middle-aged man was thinking about giving the bodyguard a hard time, the bodyguard suddenly jumped up from the ground and punched the middle-aged man. This punch almost exhausted his strength. If it hit the middle-aged man, even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Just as he was rejoicing, an accident happened. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his head. The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully and raised the gun. "If you move again, I will kill you." The bodyguard had no choice but to stop his fist in the air, unable to move. He had been careless. He had thought that he could strike, but he hadn't expected the other party to have a gun. No matter how powerful his fists and legs were, he was no match for guns. In fact, if the middle-aged man took the bodyguard back to the headquarters, there were many ways to make him talk, but the difficult part was how to get back. It was not a problem for the middle-aged man to go back by himself, but it was a bit troublesome to bring someone with him. There was no other way except for smuggling. The middle-aged man didn't dare to make the decision. He first gave the bodyguard a shot of sleeping pills and let him sleep. Then, he called Butler Mu. After Butler Mu listened to this matter, he attached great importance to it. After consulting the master, he told the middle-aged man, "You first look after this person. Don't let him run away. Don't let anything happen. The master will arrange for someone to go to Macau to pick you up." "All right," the middle-aged man replied. Since the master personally arranged it, there should be no mistake. Xing Xiaopeng saw that Yang Ming was extremely brave and killed the 2 professional bodyguards sent by the boss in an instant. He was suddenly scared. He knew that even if he stayed, it was useless. The 2 powerful bodyguards were finished. It was useless for him to stay. Xing Xiaopeng walked into a very narrow room with fear. A man who couldn't see how old he was sitting in the room. He couldn't see his face because he covered it up. How did you come back by yourself? The man's voice was not loud, but it was very strict, which made Jing Xiaopeng very scared. Boss, the 2 bodyguards were killed by a Qingyao Jin who appeared out of nowhere. Jing Xiaopeng carefully told the story to the boss. What? They were all killed? The man's voice raised a few degrees as if he didn't believe Jing Xiaopeng's words. The 2 bodyguards were the 2 trump cards in his hand. They were actually killed just like that? These 2 people were traitors of the Shaolin Temple. They learned Kung Fu in the Shaolin Temple when they were young. Later, they did not abide by the rules of the temple. They fought and blackmailed outside and were swept out of the temple. If the 2 hadn't committed a crime, the man wouldn't have been able to easily subdue them. However, the man knew that Jing Xiaopeng would not lie to him. Although Jing Xiaopeng was not courageous, he was absolutely loyal to him, so he changed his tone. Who is it? I don't know, but it is definitely not that Yang Ming. Jing Xiaopeng said, maybe it is someone brought by Wang Xiaoyan. That's not right. When Wang Xiaoyan came over, I already checked. She was alone. The man frowned with some doubts and suddenly said, I understand. It turns out that there is a master hidden by Wang Xiaoyan's side. D***MN, did I say that? How can the miss of the Wang family not have someone to protect her? Jing Xiaopeng didn't know what the boss was talking about, but he didn't dare to ask. He just stood carefully by the side. Forget it. I don't blame you for this. It was my negligence. The man sighed. I thought this was a good opportunity, but now, let alone killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I didn't even do one thing. It seems that it won't be so easy to kill them in the future. Thank you, boss, for your forgiveness. Jing Xiaopeng said quickly. He could only say this because he didn't understand the rest of what the boss said, but he thought that it should be the boss's enemy. You go and do your consultant. You don't need to do anything in the future. The man waved his hand and said. Boss, you don't want me anymore? Jing Xiaopeng was shocked and asked hurriedly. You think too much. The man said faintly, you have been exposed. I definitely can't use you as bait next time, so you just work hard in the future. Jing Xiaopeng was relieved when he heard the man's words. It seemed that the boss didn't blame him, and he didn't have to do such dangerous things in the future. After Jing Xiaopeng left, the man slowly stood up, opened the curtains, looked out the window, and faintly sighed. I thought I could easily get rid of them this time, but it seems that I thought too simply. As for whether the 2 bodyguards were really dead, the man didn't want to care. If they weren't dead, they must be disabled. They had lost their value. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that these 2 people would fall into the hands of Wang Xiaoyan. These 2 people didn't know much, so it didn't matter if they fell into the hands of others. Yang Ming returned to the hotel. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were waiting for him anxiously. Wang Mei's parents were in the hands of Lu Jihao. She felt flustered in her heart no matter what she did. Bro, you are finally back. Zhang Ben saw that Yang Ming didn't come back. He wanted to make a call, but he thought about it again. If Yang Ming had nothing to do, he would definitely return to the hotel. It was useless to call. Anne, how is the situation? Yang Ming didn't rest. After taking off his coat, he sat on the bed and planned to study what to do about Lu Jihao. Brother Yang. Wang Mei also shouted timidly. The courage she had when she was joking with Yang Ming was completely gone at the moment. Don't call me Brother Yang. Zhang Ben and I are familiar with each other. He calls me bro. In fact, it's just a joke. Yang Ming waved his hand. You and Lele are sisters. You can call me Yang Ming in the future. N. Wang Mei nodded after listening. It seems that Yang Ming still values Huang Lele very much. Wang Mei couldn't help but be happy for Huang Lele. This is the note left by Lu Jihao. Bro, take a look. Zhang Ben said as he took out a note and handed it to Yang Ming. This was found on the table of Wang Mei's parents' house. Yang Ming took the note and read it. Wang Mei's parents are now in my hands. If you want them to be fine, ask Yang Ming to come to me personally. There was only one Lu on the note, but the 3 of them could guess that this Lu referred to Lu Jihao. Perhaps he didn't want to leave evidence that would be used against him by the police in the future. Ask me to go? Yang Ming looked at the note, baffled. Yeah, bro, what do we do now? Zhang Bin nodded and asked. Do you have Lu Jihao's phone number? Yang Ming asked, so, you give me the phone number. I'll call and ask first. His phone number is 6644. Wang Mei naturally remembered Lu Jihao's phone number. She quickly said and handed her phone to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the phone and nodded. He dialed Lu Jihao's number. After the phone rang 3 times, it was picked up. Lu Jihao's voice sounded, bitch, you finally turned on your phone? I am Yang Ming. If you have anything to say, just say it. Yang Ming ignored Lu Jihao and said directly. Yang Ming? Lu Jihao was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to really call him. In his opinion, although the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhang Bin was good, it didn't necessarily mean that Yang Ming was very good with Wang Mei. To be honest, if Wang Mei's parents were caught, it was really unknown whether Yang Ming could come or not. Lu Jihao was also forced to do this. Last night, he found a lot of people to check the hotels, but he didn't find Yang Ming. After receiving Ouyang Junwei's money, he couldn't not do anything, right? Early this morning, Ouyang Junwei called again and asked if he had found the whereabouts of Yang Ming. Lu Jihao could only say perfunctorily that it would be soon. Lu Jihao knew that if there was still no news from him today, then Ouyang Junwei would definitely doubt his ability to do things. In this way, he would definitely not take care of him in the future. So Lu Jihao was anxious. At this time, one of his men stood up and gave Lu Jihao such a bad idea. Lu Jihao could only do this with the idea of giving it a try. To be honest, Lu Jihao had no confidence in doing this. At least, if he were Yang Ming, he would not be stupid enough to go through fire and water for a woman that his friend just met. That was just too stupid. However, Lu Jihao had no other way. At least there was some hope. Now Lu Jihao could only hope that Yang Ming was a guy who was swayed by his emotions. At this time, he suddenly received a call from Yang Ming. Lu Jihao's inner excitement could be imagined. He even stuttered a little. After adjusting for a while, he said, Yang Ming? You finally called me. Humph, don't think that you can hide from me with that little trick. You took the check back, right? Yang Ming thought for a moment. He knew that Lu Jihao would guess it sooner or later, so he simply didn't argue. Even if he argued, it was useless. Lu Jihao wouldn't believe it. It was better to admit it. Yes, I took it. Humph. Good method. Lu Jihao sneered and thought, D**mn, as Ouyang Junwei expected, the check was taken away by Yang Ming. It seems that I really bet right. Maybe not only can I get Ouyang Junwei's bounty in business, but I can also get a sum of money from Yang Ming. Don't talk nonsense. What do you want? Yang Ming did not have time to beat around the bush with Lu Jihao. In his opinion, Lu Jihao was just a small character who was nothing more than seeking money. Now, it's not what I want. It depends on what you do. Since Yang Ming was willing to call, it meant that he still couldn't ignore Wang Mei's parents. Therefore, Lu Jihao had capital in his hands, and he spoke generously. You gave me the check and took it back. What do you think you should do? Where are you? I will return the check to you. Yang Ming had too many things to do in Macau this time. He had no time to care about this kind of small fry. If it were normal times, Yang Ming would directly make him disappear from the earth. Return it to me? Humph, just return it to me? Lu Jihao suddenly felt that he should extort more from Yang Ming, so he said, this time I changed my mind. I want 20 million. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny after listening. In fact, 10 million and 20 million were basically no different for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was just amused. Why didn't he ask for a little more to provoke him completely? However, Yang Ming was not too angry about the 20 million limit. Now was not the time to create new problems. Alright, I promise you. Yang Ming pretended to hesitate for a while before he said. Since you are so straightforward, I won't embarrass Wang Mei's parents. Call me tomorrow morning, and I will tell you where to trade. Yang Ming. In any case, Wang Mei's parents were fine. He would talk about other things later. How is it? As soon as Yang Ming hung up the phone, Zhang Ben asked in a hurry. Wang Mei's parents are fine, but Lu Jihao asked me for 20 million. Yang Ming said. Then you promised him? Zhang Ben's breathing was a little hurried. In fact, his own family had more than 10 million. I promised, but you, kid, don't have any psychological burden. Lu Jihao, I will get it back from him sooner or later. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and said. After listening to Yang Ming's advice, Wang Xiaoyan immediately set off for Hong Kong. Then, she took a bus back to Shenzhen from Hong Kong and returned to Songjiang from Shenzhen. The identity check for this trip was not as strict as the plane, so it was easy to fool with fake documents. In Macau, in the Huang family's villa, Huang Lele was lying on the bed, fiercely fighting Bubble Bobble with netizens on the laptop. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Come in. The door is not locked. Huang Lele said without looking up. She knew it was her second brother without thinking. Lele, why are you still playing on the computer? The person who came in was Huang Lele's second brother. In this villa in Macau, only the two of them were siblings. The rest were nannies and servants. Second brother, what's the matter? Huang Lele asked as she played. This Saturday, I am going to hold a small cocktail party in the villa. You have to participate. In fact, the purpose of second brother Huang's cocktail party was to find a young talent for Huang Lele. Last time, he heard Wang Mei say that Huang Lele liked a young man, but the young man stood her up. His sister was so angry. Second brother Huang thought that his sister was in love, so he held this cocktail party. I won't go, right? I don't like the people in your business. Huang Lele finally finished playing with Bubble Bobble. She raised her head and said. Although Huang Lele had tried very hard to play, she still lost in the end. Looking at Little Fox Fairy's smug smiley face emoji, Huang Lele was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If only Yang Ming was by her side. He would definitely be able to beat her to a pulp. How can you not go? This cocktail party, second brother invited a lot of young and promising handsome men. At your age, you should have a boyfriend. Second brother won't interfere. Second brother Huang hinted. Huang Lele was stunned. Boyfriend? She immediately thought of Yang Ming. Yang Ming is my lover. He should be considered a boyfriend, right? Hee, don't be embarrassed. It's okay. Second brother. Huang saw Huang Lele's expression and thought that she was shy, so he patted her head kindly. Then, he smiled and turned out of the room. However, Huang Lele didn't take it seriously. She was such a heartless person. As soon as second brother Huang left, Huang Lele and Little Fox Fairy fought again. Soon, Huang Lele was defeated again. She was so angry, and Little Fox Fairy began to squeeze Huang Lele again. Where are your masters? Why aren't they here? Let him come out. He is busy now. He has no time to play with you. Huang Lele said. I think you can't invite him, right? Little Fox Fairy sent a crooked face emoji. Nonsense. He is my boyfriend. If I ask him to come, he will come. Huang Lele sent a bomb over. Then you ask him to come? How could Little Fox Fairy believe it? She thought that Huang Lele was bragging. We are going to sleep now. I don't have time for you. Huang Lele was so angry that she directly forced the computer to shut down. Yang Ming had already thought about Wang Mei's matter. If she was willing to continue to be a flight attendant, he would let Ho Jinhan go to the local airline company and let her work there. If she didn't want to, there were other things that could be done. If it really didn't work, she could also take care of Zhang Ben. It was Huang Lele. Yang Ming had never thought about her arrangement. Huang Lele was different from Wang Mei. So far, Yang Ming still didn't know what Huang Lele's family was like, but judging from the scale of Huawei Casino, her family was not small. It was just that he heard that the Huang family's industry and headquarters were not in Macau or the mainland. Yang Ming couldn't investigate. After all, his power was not so big. But in any case, Huang Lele had a home in Macau. If he let her go back to Songjiang with him, would she agree? This was a problem that gave him a headache. Although Huang Lele flew the route between Macau and Donghai, the plane only stopped for a while in Donghai. It would not even stay overnight before it flew back to Macau. Huang Lele's vacation was also in Macau, so he would only see Huang Lele for a few hours. Yang Ming shook his head. He still had to study this matter with Huang Lele personally. It was useless for him to think about it. Lu Jihao got the news that Yang Ming would come back to find him tomorrow. He was so excited that he danced for joy. The task that Ouyang Junwei gave him was completed. As soon as Yang Ming hung up, Lu Jihao dialed Ouyang Junwei's phone number. "Brother Lu, it's so late. Why are you calling me?" Ouyang Junwei picked up the phone and asked with a smile. "Big brother Ouyang, I have news of Yang Ming here," Lu Jihao said excitedly. "What? You found him?" Ouyang Junwei was stunned, and then said happily, "Great. Tell me quickly, where is he?" "I don't know where he is." Lu Jihao said this and deliberately paused. "However, I know that he will definitely come to me tomorrow morning." "What do you mean?" Ouyang Junwei asked with some doubts. Things are like this." Lu Jihao told Ouyang Junwei about his kidnapping of Wang Mei's parents. "Well done." Ouyang Junwei laughed after listening and praised Lu Jihao. "You have made a great contribution this time. I will remember it in my heart. You can rest assured that there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. How can I not do my best for the task that big brother Ouyang gave me?" Lu Jihao said flatteringly, "Right, what about the check that Yang Ming sent tomorrow?" "That check is what you deserve. Just accept it." Ouyang Junwei said, "Not only that, but I will also give you another reward for your hard work." "Thank you, big brother Ouyang," Lu Jihao said excitedly. "This is 20 million yuan. Plus the money that Ouyang Junwei gave me before, and the reward for my hard work, I should be able to get 30 million yuan, right?" Lu Jihao felt happy when he thought about it. Moreover, once the matter was done, Ouyang Junwei would take care of a few more of his business. Then, he would have everything. Never mind the problem of the company's successor, even if he went out alone, it would not be a problem. Thinking about his beautiful future, Lu Jihao was a little bit on cloud nine. "Well, this time I must reward the man who gave me the idea. This is really a good idea. Father, my friend here just called and said that he had an appointment with Yang Ming. We will meet tomorrow morning." After Ouyang Junwei hung up the phone, he came to his father's room and spoke to his father respectfully. "That Lu Jihao? Is what he said true?" Ouyang Kenki's voice was very calm. "Yes, this person is very greedy. As long as I give him enough benefits, he can do anything." At the moment, Ouyang Junwei told his father, Ouyang Junwei, about Lu Jihao capturing Wang Mei's parents and forcing Yang Ming to come and deliver money. "Oh? Your friend is quite bad, but he is really good at being bad." Ouyang Kenki couldn't help but praise after listening. Seeing his father smile, Ouyang Junwei also smiled slightly. "I promised him that after the matter is done, I will take care of his company's business. And you can decide on these little things. You don't have to tell me." Ouyang Kenki was obviously not interested in these trivial matters. What he wanted most now was to give his youngest son a reward. Ouyang Juanyuan's finger was gone. Although it did not affect his normal life, it was still very ugly. With the Ouyang family's family background, this did not affect Ouyang Juanyuan's ability to pick up girls. However, this resentment was difficult to swallow. This Yang Ming was simply too much of a bully. Ouyang Kenki felt that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know how many eyes he had. Never mind the Ouyang family's status in Province P. As the leader of the Hawkeye group, how could he allow Yang Ming to be like this? He didn't put the Ouyang family in his eyes. He even dared to provoke the assassin group. He was simply tired of living. "But, Father, if our people kill Yang Ming tomorrow, Lu Jihao will definitely know about it. What should we do if he speaks about it?" Ouyang Junwei was a little worried. "If he speaks about it? Then he is an accomplice." Ouyang Kenki said indifferently, "Besides, he is a native of Macau. We will leave after we finish. If he speaks about it, he is the one who is unlucky." Ouyang Junwei nodded. His father was right. If Lu Jihao said this, it would not be good for him. First of all, the kidnapping incident was enough to make him suffer. Moreover, Yang Ming was lured here by him tomorrow, so he was an accomplice. After Ouyang Junwei returned to his room, Ouyang Kanki called his capable subordinate, Delay Man 001, to his room. "Boss, are you looking for me?" Delay Man 001 was eating mutton skewers in the room at the moment. When he received a call from Ouyang Kanki, he hurried over. "How is it? Are you confident tomorrow?" Ouyang Kanki glanced at Delay Man 001 and asked. "Hey, isn't he just a little kid?" Delay Man 001 said indifferently, "Tomorrow, I will definitely kill him in one move." After Ouyang Kanki listened, he frowned. "Don't underestimate your opponent. This Yang Ming has some kung fu." "So what if he has kung fu? No matter how powerful he is, can he be compared with the killer?" Delay Man 001 curled his lips. "You can't say that." Ouyang Kanki waved his hand. "This time I am avenging my little son. I don't want any accidents to happen and let this kid run away." "Don't worry, boss. No one can escape from me," Delay Man 001 said proudly. "And, it's good that you know. Go back and rest early." Ouyang Kanki waved his hand and let Delay Man 001 go back. On the way back to the room, Delay Man 001 thought with some disdain. The boss is really old. He has too many concerns. Isn't he just a little kid? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Not to mention me, even if my apprentice came, I would still kill that Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Delay Man 001 didn't put Ouyang Kanki's instructions in his heart. After returning to the room, he turned on the TV and continued to eat mutton skewers and drink xiaojiao. He watched the model beauty contest on TV happily. This night, Zhang Ben and Wang Mei both had insomnia. "Zhang Ben, it's good that you have such a boss." After these 2 days, Wang Mei was grateful to Yang Ming. First, he took out 10 million yuan to buy a house for her and Zhang Ben. Now, he did not hesitate to take out 20 million yuan ransom for Lu Jihao in exchange for her parents. "Hey, what kind of friendship do I have with my boss?" Zhang Ben said proudly, "We have been in high school for 3 years. We are as close as one person." "TSK, you just flatter yourself. Then why aren't you as good as Brother Yang?" Wang Mei turned around and snorted. "Whether I am good or not, you will know now." Zhang Ben turned over and lay on Wang Mei's body. "Yeah, what are you doing? Are you still in the mood to do this now?" Wang Mei screamed, but she soon began to moan. On the contrary, Yang Ming in the other room slept very well. After coming to Macau, the things that should be solved were almost solved. A small fish like Lu Jihao was not worth Yang Ming's worry. Su Yao's matter was solved, and Wang Xiaoyan's matter was basically solved. At least, he had established some kind of trust with Wang Xiaoyan, which was helpful for him to enter the interior of her organization. Huang Lele was a more troublesome problem. Lover. Hee, it seemed very fresh. Yang Ming had never thought that he would have that kind of relationship with a girl in a passive situation. This kind of legendary reverse push actually happened to him. And this trip to Macau, the biggest gain was that he knew the other secrets of his glasses, which was that he could change his appearance. This ability was simply not a small matter. If it was used properly, it could solve many big problems. But in contrast, Yang Ming also began to reflect on his abilities. All his abilities came from this pair of magical glasses. Although the glasses now seemed to be integrated with him, who could guarantee that the old man who gave him the glasses would not appear again one day and take back his glasses? Although Yang Ming was not willing to think in this direction, this situation was indeed possible. In this way, all of Yang Ming's superpowers would disappear, and he would become an ordinary person again. The difference between this could only be understood by the person involved. With such an idea, Yang Ming felt that he could not rely too much on his abilities. He could use it occasionally, but he could not treat it as a part of his life. In a crisis, it did not matter to use it. If he relied on it in his ordinary life, it would not be good. Once he lost this ability one day, he would become useless. Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt terrible. He secretly swore in his heart that the ability was only a stepping stone on the road to success, but it was definitely not indispensable. But these things, Yang Ming was just thinking about it at the moment. Suya had not taken back the pair of glasses for several years, and he had just used it for a year. What's more, the old man said clearly at the time that the glasses were compensation for him. In other words, it was a gift to him. If he took it back, it would be a bit unreasonable. However, it was not a bad thing to spur himself from time to time. People could not rely on some external forces. Only their own abilities were true abilities. After sleeping soundly until dawn, Yang Ming stretched. It was a new day. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei woke up much earlier than Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened the door and saw that Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were already waiting in the corridor. Sorry, I slept a little longer. Yang Ming nodded to Zhang Ben apologetically. The two of us couldn't sleep well because of something in our hearts. It has nothing to do with bro. It's only 7 o'clock. It's not late at all. Zhang Ben listened to Yang Ming's words and was even more embarrassed. You haven't eaten yet, right? Yang Ming smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the restaurant to eat something first. I will call Lu Jihao. Don't worry. Wang Mei said quickly. In fact, she was more anxious than anyone, but it was not good to rush too much. The three of them had breakfast in the hotel's restaurant. The accommodation fee here included the cost of breakfast. Nominally, it was a 50 yuan breakfast fee, but the breakfast was just ordinary porridge, steamed buns, and soup dumplings. Yang Ming ate a tray of soup dumplings. It was different from the big soup dumplings at home. The soup dumplings here were very small. There was only a small piece of filling, but it was also very delicious, especially when it was steamed using a bamboo steamer. The unique bamboo flavor was steamed into the soup dumplings. Zhang Ben ate almost the same as Yang Ming. Wang Mei had something on her mind, so she just drank a few mouthfuls of porridge. Too many things happened in the past 2 days. Wang Mei didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. However, from the moment she met Zhang Ben, her fate was completely different from the past. Yang Ming also saw Wang Mei's depression and comforted her. Don't worry. Your parents will be fine. I will call Lu Jihao in a while. I didn't mean that. I just didn't have an appetite in the morning. Wang Mei said with some embarrassment. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He walked out of the restaurant with the two, but he heard a burst of yelling behind him. Didn't you say that the breakfast price is 50 yuan? What are these things? How are they worth 50 yuan? Looking back, it was a man with glasses who was yelling at the restaurant's waiter. Beside him, a young girl stood, watching her man quarrel with the waiter. Sir, this is the hotel's regulations, we don't know. The waiter explained helplessly. You don't know? Are you a hotel employee? Your current behavior represents the hotel. The man said unrelentingly, if you refund me 50 yuan, I won't eat breakfast. This? The waiter was a little overwhelmed after listening. Yang Ming didn't care about this kind of thing. If they wanted to quarrel, they could quarrel. It had nothing to do with him. In a hotel, there were all kinds of strange people and things. What they thought was not something Yang Ming could control. Yang Ming also felt that 50 yuan for soup dumplings was a bit expensive, but the hotel sold the grade. This kind of thing couldn't be measured by value. It was like the same plate of spicy tofu, which was sold for 3 yuan at a street stall, was more than 30 yuan in a big hotel. It was the same principle. Yang Ming shook his head and was about to leave with Zhang Ben. Unexpectedly, the situation behind him changed a little. The waiter's hesitation made the glasses man even more arrogant. You group of East Asian sick men are like this. You like to cheat. No wonder there are counterfeit goods everywhere. These words were a bit unpleasant to hear. Yang Ming suddenly frowned and stopped his footsteps. He wanted to ask the glasses man which country he was from. However, before Yang Ming spoke, someone asked first, what is a sick man from East Asia? Which country are you from? I am a Japanese Chinese. The glasses man said proudly. *CK his mother, it turned out to be a traitor, beat him to death. I don't know who shouted, but the restaurant immediately became chaotic, the sound of ping-pong pots and pans became one, accompanied by the sound of the glasses man screaming. Yang Ming was stunned, and then he smiled. No matter where one was, one's patriotism would not change. Yang Ming wanted to continue to walk forward, but Zhang Bin wanted to join in the fun. But when he thought that Wang Mei's parents had not been rescued yet, he obediently followed Yang Ming upstairs. Back in the room, Yang Ming saw that Wang Mei was embarrassed to speak, so he took the initiative to ask for her phone and dialed Lu Jihao's cell phone. Lu Jihao also got up very early today. He also attached great importance to this matter. If it was successful, then he could be considered to have made a great contribution in front of Ouyang Junwei. In fact, Lu Jihao also thought about the consequences of Yang Ming coming here today. Lu Jihao was still very familiar with Ouyang Junwei's character and the forces behind him. Therefore, Yang Ming came here today, and he basically couldn't go back. And he, Lu Jihao, had become an accomplice to the murder. However, Lu Jihao weighed the pros and cons and felt that it was worth it. First, Yang Ming was just a foreigner. If he died, then he died. As long as it was well concealed, there would not be much of a problem. The melodious ringtone of the mobile phone. Is this Yang Ming? Lu Jihao picked up the phone. He knew that the person who called could not be Wang Mei. It must be Yang Ming. Anne, it's me. The check is ready. Yang Ming said. Check? Lu Jihao suddenly thought of a problem. If Yang Ming died today, wouldn't it be troublesome to cash his check? Thinking of this, he quickly said, I don't want the check this time. I'm afraid that you, kid, will cheat me again. I want cash. Cash? How can I bring so much? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Jihao to suddenly make such a request. You can change it to a face value of 1,000 yuan. It shouldn't be a problem to pack 200 stacks of banknotes in a larger leather case, said Lu Jihao. Yang Ming just remembered that the largest denomination of Macau's banknotes was 1,000, which was different from the mainland. The total volume of 20 million was the same as the 2 million in the mainland. Lu Jihao's request seemed to be somewhat inexplicable, but Yang Ming didn't think much about it because he could understand Lu Jihao's mood. He was played once last time. This time he had to be careful. Okay, I promise you. But you have to give me some time to prepare. Yang Ming agreed. Okay, but you have to be quick. If you are late, humph. Lu Jihao snorted. Call me when the money is ready. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to Zhang Ben and Wang Mei, Lu Jihao wants cash from me, not a check. I will go out and withdraw the money now. I will take your mobile phone. You and Zhang Ben wait for my news in the hotel. Don't go out and don't call me. I will call you if I have something. Okay, bro, you can rest assured. Zhang Ben nodded. He was moved, but he also knew that this was not the time to thank him. Yang Ming was a VIP user of the Union Bank of Switzerland. With the VIP card here, he could withdraw money directly in the VIP room. 20 million in cash was nothing for the world-famous Union Bank of Switzerland. In this big gambling city in Asia, the daily cash flow of the bank was amazing. It was not surprising that Yang Ming proposed 20 million at one time. Soon after the formalities were completed, Yang Ming went out of the bank and dialed Lu Jihao's phone again in a place where there was no one. Is the money ready? Lu Jihao saw that it was Yang Ming who called and asked with some excitement. No matter how good Ouyang Junwei's promise was, it was not fulfilled after all. Only now the 20 million was real, so Lu Jihao was excited when he thought that the money would be in his hands soon. Yes, I just withdrew it from the bank. Where is the transaction? Asked Yang Ming. You take a taxi now and come to the Xianxia mountain villa area on Kolon Island. Lu Jihao said, after you arrive, call me. I will naturally send someone to pick you up. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming now listened to whatever Lu Jihao said. No matter what, he had to rescue Wang Mei's parents first. Remember, don't play any tricks. It will be very disadvantageous to you. Lu Jihao reminded Yang Ming, only you can come here alone. Yang Ming didn't want to play any tricks. After all, Macau was not Songjiang. It was not Yang Ming's territory. After such a thing happened, Yang Ming was now trying to be safe instead of creating new problems. He took a taxi to the Xianxia mountain villa area on Kolon Island. It was a high-end villa residential area. Each villa was far apart. Yang Ming wondered. Is this Lu Jihao a little too cautious? After getting out of the taxi, Yang Ming called Lu Jihao and told him that he had arrived at the Fragrant Leaf Mountain Villa area. He also told him the building signs around him. Lu Jihao asked Yang Ming to wait for a while, and he sent a car to pick him up. After a while, a black Honda Accord slowly drove over and stopped next to Yang Ming. The driver opened the window and poked half of his head out. Mr. Yang Ming, right? It's me. Yang Ming nodded. Get in the car. Boss Lu asked me to pick you up, said the driver. Yang Ming didn't say much. He opened the back door of the car and sat in. The car slowly started and drove through the villas. Finally, it stopped at the edge of a villa that didn't look luxurious. This villa certainly didn't belong to Ouyang Junwei or Ouyang Kenki. This was Lu Jihao's villa. He bought it with his private money a few years ago. At that time, the price wasn't very high, and the location of this villa wasn't very good. At that time, there was a 10% discount. Lu Jihao regarded it as a real estate investment. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Having said that, Lu Jihao actually didn't want to lead Yang Ming here. He was very clear about what Ouyang Junwei wanted to do. This was his own house. How unlucky would it be if someone died in it? However, Lu Jihao really had no other way. Ouyang Junwei and Ouyang Kenki didn't have houses in Macau. If they met in a hotel or other places, it would be more troublesome. If people saw the process of Yang Ming being killed, it wouldn't be a normal f***ck. Therefore, for his own safety and for his own future, Lu Jihao had to contribute his villa. Fortunately, no one lived in this villa yet, and it would be sold in the future. If he didn't say anything, no one would know. Moreover, for the value of a villa, if Ouyang Junwei took care of him more in the future, this villa was really nothing. Therefore, in contrast, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jihao led Yang Ming here. Boss Lu is waiting for you upstairs. You can go up. This driver was also brought by Ouyang Junwei. The people on Lu Jihao's side simply didn't participate. Ouyang Junwei was also afraid that miscellaneous people would ruin things. Yang Ming nodded and walked into the villa with the suitcase. The door of the villa was not locked, and it opened with a push. Apparently, Lu Jihao prepared for his arrival. However, when Yang Ming entered, the door of the villa automatically closed and locked with a click. Yang Ming didn't mind. Perhaps Lu Jihao was afraid that he would bring someone, or he was considering other safety factors. Yang Ming went upstairs along the stairs in the villa hall. Just halfway up, he heard Lu Jihao's voice. Yang Ming, you are finally here. Did you bring the money? As for whether Yang Ming would live or die, Lu Jihao didn't care much. Yang Ming had no personal grievances with him. He cared more about the money in Yang Ming's hands, so when Yang Ming arrived, the first thing he did was to ask about this. I brought it. Where are Wang Mei's parents? Yang Ming looked up and saw Lu Jihao. You can rest assured. They are fine now. Lu Jihao said, give me the money, and I will let them go. Lu Jihao didn't intend to do anything to Yang Ming's parents. Now that the money was in his hands, of course, he would let go of Wang Mei's parents. Killing Yang Ming was also done by Ouyang Junwei, but if Lu Jihao were to kill someone, he wouldn't do it. Moreover, it was killing two dispensable people. He wouldn't do it. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, I will believe you once. The money is here. Yang Ming walked up a few steps and put the suitcase in his hand in front of Lu Jihao. Lu Jihao opened the suitcase greedily and looked at the banknotes in the suitcase. He was excited. The visual impact of a 20 million check and a suitcase of 20 million cash were completely different. Lu Jihao excitedly grabbed a stack of banknotes and turned them back and forth in his hand, trying to see if there was any adulteration. Don't worry. The money was just withdrawn from the bank. There is absolutely no problem. Yang Ming said. Lu Jihao checked a few more stacks of banknotes and found that there was no problem. He nodded with relief. In such a short time, Yang Ming had no chance to fake it. Pa, the suitcase was closed. Lu Jihao said, I will definitely let you go, but... But what? Yang Ming frowned and asked in confusion. However, since you are here, it won't be so easy to leave. After Lu Jihao finished speaking, he quickly took a few steps away with the suitcase. He was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on him. What do you mean? Yang Ming looked at Lu Jihao with some surprise. What does it have to do with me? At this time, the door of a room upstairs suddenly opened. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out from inside. The man was about 30 years old and looked very gentle. Yang Ming, do you know me? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses asked faintly. Yang Ming looked at the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. He looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Or he had never seen him before. At this moment, Yang Ming was really a little confused. Originally, he was sending the ransom to Lu Jihao for Wang Mei, but now, it seemed that someone was targeting him. Who is this man with the gold-rimmed glasses? What is the relationship between him and Lu Jihao? Yang Ming couldn't understand. My name is Ouyang Junwei. You should find this name familiar, right? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses saw Yang Ming's surprised expression and said with a slight smile. Ouyang Junwei. Yang Ming read the name silently and suddenly remembered a person. That was Ouyang Junyuan, who had a finger crippled by him. Ouyang Junwei, Ouyang Junyuan, these two names were so similar. Could this person in front of him be Ouyang Junyuan's older brother? Suddenly, he remembered that Sun Jia had told him that Ouyang Junyuan's father seemed to be the boss of some assassin organization. Are you Ouyang Junyuan's brother? When Yang Ming thought of this, he calmed down. Since he knew the origin of this person, there was nothing to worry about. Only the feeling of the unknown could make Yang Ming panic. Humph, you're quite smart. Ouyang Junwei sneered, stroked his glasses, and said, yes, Junyuan is my younger brother. You broke one of his fingers. Tell me, how should I deal with you? After listening to Ouyang Junwei's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. He laughed arrogantly. What do you think you can do to me? Yang Ming wasn't being arrogant, but he did have the ability to do so. Ordinary people really couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. Moreover, even if Yang Ming couldn't beat him, wouldn't he run away? Running away wasn't a shameful thing at all. Fighting head-on would be a mental illness. Now that there was only Yang Ming alone, Yang Ming didn't have any scruples. Young man, you are very arrogant, aren't you? At this time, a majestic and old voice sounded. Yang Ming looked up and saw an old man with a hooked nose coming out of the room just now. However, do you know? If you are too arrogant, it is easy to die, right? Puff. Yang Ming listened to the old man's words and almost burst out laughing. It was really funny for such an old man to say such words. Who are you? I am the father of Junyuan and Junwei. Ouyang Kenki looked at Yang Ming coldly. Young man, your words are very unpleasant. I just planned to teach you a lesson today, but you have angered me. Okay, let's not talk about those useless things. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh and wave his hand. What original plan? I think you are just looking for a way out for your behavior. I think you didn't intend to let me go from the beginning, right? Humph. Ouyang Kenki was embarrassed by Yang Ming's rebuke. His face was red and white, and it was very ugly. Enough. You and your father are trash. You want to keep me here? It is simply a fantasy. Yang Ming really didn't want to elevate himself and belittle others. In fact, these two people, Yang Ming was too lazy to teach them a lesson. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill them. Ouyang Kenki was a little angry after listening, but after all, he was such an old man. He wouldn't be easily angered by young people. Although his face was a little ugly, he still suppressed his anger and said, Young man, it seems that you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There is always someone better than you. Don't tell me you haven't heard of it? I have heard of it, but you two cowards are neither heaven nor human. Can I really not be afraid? Yang Ming shrugged and said. Do you know what kind of person I am? Do you know what I do? Ouyang Kenki sneered. He suddenly had a feeling that he had gotten over it. It seemed that Yang Ming was like a clown who said something ridiculous. I say, old man? Do you have amnesia? What do you do? You don't even know yourself, and you still want to ask me? Yang Ming curled his lips in disdain. You are so old. You don't retire at home, but you come out to find trouble. I really don't know what you are thinking. Humph. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with some pity. Young man, I am not afraid of you being stubborn now. You will cry later. I can tell you what I do, and I will let you know when you die. Okay, if you want to say it, then say it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You are saying a bunch of useless things. Do you think you are very bad *SS? Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted Xianxia's words. Do you think this satisfies your vanity? Xianxia was about to explode. This Yang Ming is really too infuriating. How can he talk like this? I tell you. The people under me are all assassins. Xianxia felt that he still needed to say his identity. At least, he would let Yang Ming be afraid for a while before he died. And I am the leader of the world-famous assassin group, Hawkeye Group. When this was said, Lu Jihao, who was hiding on the side, was shocked. He didn't expect the power of the Ouyang family to be so great. Xianxia was actually the leader of an assassin group. Ha 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 ha. This caused Yang Ming to laugh contemptuously. World-famous assassin group? Yang Ming really wanted to laugh his head off. This Xianxia is really shameless enough. When he said this, he didn't blush at all. If this was said to others, they might be intimidated by him. But if he wanted to lie to Yang Ming? He really lied to his ancestors. Who is Yang Ming? He is the apprentice of the king of assassins, the #1 assassin in the assassin world. The future king of assassins, how can he not be familiar with the assassin world? This Hawkeye group, not to mention world famous, may not even be ranked in Russia where it is located. This old man was really thick-skinned. What are you laughing at? How could Xianxia know Yang Ming's thoughts? He was somewhat inexplicable by Yang Ming's sudden laughter. Nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't even bother to say sarcastic words. This kind of person is really amazing in this world. Xianxia originally wanted to see Yang Ming's panic and fear before he died, but now, seeing that this Yang Ming was really a little arrogant, he suddenly lost interest. He was so angry that he just wanted to kill him as soon as possible to vent the hatred in his heart. Delayman 001. Xianxia shouted, the next thing is up to you. From the room just now, another person flashed out. This person looked very sinister, giving people a very bad feeling. Yang Ming was really depressed. In this small room, why do people keep coming out? He looked up curiously with his special ability. Fortunately, this Delayman 001 was the last person. Kid, I heard that you have martial arts? You are quite bad *SS, right? Delayman 001 looked at Yang Ming with some disdain. In his opinion, it was a waste of talent to let him kill such a nameless guy. I know a little bit of martial arts, but I should be more bad *SS than you. Yang Ming replied. Humph, Delayman 001 sneered. You just know how to talk fast. How about this? You make a move first. Let me see how bad *SS you are. Me? That's not very good, right? Yang Ming looked at Delayman 001 and made an embarrassed expression. Why? Delayman 001 wondered. Once I make a move, you have nothing to do. Yang Ming said casually, so you should make a move first. Otherwise, it will be boring if you don't die too quickly. The reason why Yang Ming teased him was because he knew the strength of the Hawkeye group in advance. Otherwise, even if Yang Ming didn't make the first move, Yang Ming would still make the first move. Delayman 001 almost exploded. Isn't this kid's words too insulting? What does he mean by once he makes a move, I have nothing to do? Isn't this obviously not putting me in his eyes? Okay, you are looking for death. Then don't blame me for killing you in one move. Delayman 001 gritted his teeth and pointed at Yang Ming. Come on, if you want to make a move, then hurry up. Don't waste time with those useless words. Who knows who will be killed in one move? Yang Ming mockingly waved his hand. Why are you the same as your master? You talk so much nonsense. Each of you is more pretentious than me. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. At this time Xianxia spoke. He had to admit that Yang Ming's eloquence was really good, but what was the use of being eloquent? Even if you are eloquent, you can't make a dead person come back to life. In the end, you will still be killed by me. In Xianxia's view, Yang Ming was just showing off and saying something to pressure him. Kid, this is what you asked for. I let you make the first move, but you gave up. When you see the King of Hell, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Delayman001 listened to Xianxia's order and said to Yang Ming. Oh, I let you make the first move. When you see the King of Hell, you can tell him that you didn't grasp the opportunity. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. Delayman001 sneered. He admitted that Yang Ming's mouth was very powerful. He couldn't beat Yang Ming. But it didn't matter. Since Yang Ming wanted to die early, then he would fulfill his wish. Delayman001 no longer cared about Yang Ming. His figure flickered, and he made a move. Delayman001 used a very sharp dagger. The dagger was hidden in his waist. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the dagger firmly in his hand, flashing a cold light. Yang Ming was joking, but when Delayman001 made a move, he didn't dare to be negligent. No matter how bad this Hawkeye assassin group was, there were always one or two pillars. This Delayman001 could be brought out by Xianxia, so he must have something extraordinary. Yang Ming stared at Delayman001's movements. When Delayman001 came over, Yang Ming wanted to dodge back because the blade was too sharp. If he confronted it head-on, he would definitely be injured. Surprisingly, Delayman001 actually stopped in front of him. The knife was half a meter away from him, and it was just hanging in the air. Yang Ming was surprised. Could it be that this person has epilepsy or something else? Or is his hand not working well? How could he know that Delayman001's usual killing habit was to have a 1-second delay before killing the target so that he could enjoy the panicked expression of the deceased before he died? Generally, normal people couldn't react at all in this situation. A short second passed in an instant. But Yang Ming was different. This second was enough for him to do a lot of things. Although Yang Ming didn't understand what happened to this Delayman001, Yang Ming would not give up such a great opportunity. Yang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed the dagger from Delayman001's hand. Then, under Delayman001's stunned expression, he stabbed the dagger into Delayman001's heart. How is it possible? This was the last sentence of Delayman001 before he died. He couldn't understand why Yang Ming's reaction was so fast. There was only a short pause of 1 second, and he was able to snatch the dagger. Yang Ming's skills were not weak, and he had undergone a long period of rigorous training. Even if he didn't pause for this second, Yang Ming couldn't be stabbed by him. However, this second pause gave Yang Ming a chance to grab the dagger. The moment the dagger was pulled out, Delayman001's blood gushed out like a fountain and sprayed all over the ground. I say, old man Ouyang, the next time you bring someone to kill me, can you find someone who has no problem? Yang Ming's casual tone didn't seem like he had just killed someone. Does this guy have epilepsy? Why is his action still pausing? Xianxia looked incredulously at Yang Ming and Delayman001 who fell to the ground. He didn't expect that Delayman001's abnormal habit would be the reason for his death. Although Xianxia used to think that Delayman001's problem was not very good, and it was easy to give the opponent a chance to breathe or escape, he never thought that the enemy could take advantage of this 1 second to counterattack. This was not a movie. How was it possible? This could only be said that his thinking was too narrow. He thought that his own assassin group was very powerful, but he didn't know that there were more powerful ones. Lu Jihao was so scared that he peed his pants at this time. He really regretted it. Why did I listen to Ouyang Junwei's words and participate in this matter? If I just blackmailed Yang Ming for some money, Yang Ming probably wouldn't do anything, but now. Lu Jihao found it hard to imagine what Yang Ming would do to the rest of the people after killing Delayman 001. Why did I believe Ouyang Junwei? He bragged about Delayman 001 to the sky, saying that his kung fu was unparalleled. As a result, he was still clamoring to kill Yang Ming in one move. Instead, he was killed by Yang Ming in one move. Ouyang Kenki was just about to speak, but Yang Ming spoke first. Oh, yes, there should be no next time. Leaving you old and young in this world is simply creating trouble for me. Humph. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you killed Delayman 001 by luck. If you have the ability, fight with me again. Ouyang Kenki snorted coldly. Although his heart was bleeding and he lost a proud general, he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. Fight with you? It wasn't that Yang Ming looked down on Ouyang Kenki, but Ouyang Kenki's body didn't look like a person who had practiced martial arts. Perhaps he was very good at fighting when he was young, but when it came to kung fu, it was obviously not good. People who often practiced kung fu, no matter how old they were, could be distinguished from ordinary people at a glance, but Ouyang Kenki was not the case at first glance. Not bad. Do you have guts? If you are a man, then fight with me one-on-one. As Ouyang Kenki spoke, he began to move his hands and feet back and forth as if he was warming up before the fight. However, Ouyang Kenki's movements were very funny in the eyes of Yang Ming. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Is this a warm-up? Why is he like a big toad? How could Ouyang Kenki know kung fu? He knew this best in his heart. Although he was the leader of the Hawkeye group, it didn't mean that he was also an assassin. He only provided the Hawkeye group with funds and a training environment. In fact, Ouyang Kenki didn't need to personally perform any tasks. However, he said this time to distract Yang Ming's attention and give Yang Ming an unexpected fatal blow. While Ouyang Kenki was dancing, his right hand slowly touched his chest. His movements were natural, and there was no feeling of pretense. However, Yang Ming had long felt that Ouyang Kenki was abnormal. He had been staring at the old guy's movements. When he saw his hand touching his chest, it immediately aroused Yang Ming's suspicion. Yang Ming directly looked at Ouyang Kenki's arms with his special ability. He found that there was a small Type 77 pistol hidden in his arms. Motherf *Ker, Yang Ming really wanted to point at Ouyang Kenki and scold him. He even said, "Do you have guts? If you are a man, then fight with me one-on-one." He really isn't afraid of losing his tongue. You want to play with me? That's fine. After Yang Ming noticed the old man's intention, he directly reached out and took out Wang Xiaoyan's lipstick pistol from his pocket. He directly shot Ouyang Kenki's heart. Ouyang Kenki's eyes widened. He gulped twice in his throat and fell to the ground unwillingly. Don't you want to play with me? Then I will fulfill your wish. Yang Ming put the lipstick pistol back into his pocket. Lu Jihao had almost rolled his eyes. What kind of person is this? He actually has a gun? Although Lu Jihao also belonged to the underworld, he was still far from guns. It was not surprising that Ouyang Kenki had a gun because he was the leader of an assassin organization. But Yang Ming actually has a gun? Lu Jihao complained. He couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. Now, it seemed that Yang Ming was obviously a ruthless person. What Yang Ming said in the coffee shop that day seemed to be true. When he was in the underworld, he didn't even know what to do. If he knew that Yang Ming was so powerful, Lu Jihao wouldn't dare to extort him even if he was beaten to death. Wasn't this taking his life as a joke? This Ouyang family was nothing. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. 2 of them were killed in an instant. It was estimated that the remaining one would be killed sooner or later. Ouyang Junwei didn't expect that Yang Ming actually had a gun, and he killed his father with one shot. Ouyang Junwei shouted in grief, "Dad!" Then he looked at Yang Ming with hatred. His eyes were full of anger. Ouyang Junwei knew that now was not the time to grieve. If he didn't get rid of Yang Ming, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go back today. You are the only one left. Who is that Ouyang Jun? How do you want to die? Yang Ming didn't ask Ouyang Junwei what the competition was, but directly asked Ouyang Junwei how he wanted to die. This tone was a bit big, but Yang Ming now had this capital. Ouyang Junwei suppressed his anger and stared at Yang Ming. He said a sentence, Taekwondo, do you dare? I don't know that thing. If you want to compete, I can only use something else. Yang Ming snorted. You can use anything, but you can't use a gun. Ouyang Junwei said what he meant in his heart. If Yang Ming used a gun, then there was no need to fight. There was no need to fight at all. Ouyang Junwei was also holding the idea of giving it a try. If Yang Ming was willing to let him go, it would be great. He would rather pretend to be a coward for a while. Anyway, it wasn't too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He would find a way to kill Yang Ming later. Okay, let's do as you say. Yang Ming found it funny. It turned out that this Ouyang Junwei was also a coward. I thought he was quite capable. If Ouyang Junwei didn't want to use a gun, then so be it. Yang Ming didn't intend to use a gun again. Wang Xiaoyan's lipstick pistol could only be loaded with 2 bullets. One was used yesterday, and the remaining one was given to Ouyang Kanki. Even if Yang Ming wanted to use it, he had to be able to use it. Come on. Ouyang Junwei took off his coat and made an inviting gesture to Yang Ming. I still have the same sentence. You make a move first. Otherwise, once I make a move, you will have nothing to do with it, said Yang Ming. Okay. Although Ouyang Junwei was angry, he didn't say anything more. It was great to be able to seize the opportunity. Ouyang Junwei was still quite confident in this one-on-one fair competition. He was a Taekwondo black belt. Most people were not his opponent. So far, Ouyang Junwei had rarely met an opponent. He was still quite confident in his skills. Ouyang Junwei still believed that Yang Ming killing Delay Man 001 and his father was a fluke factor. It could be said that Yang Ming was very clever, but it didn't mean that Yang Ming had real skills. For Yang Ming to have a gun, Ouyang Junwei didn't feel too surprised. What did the Donghai Sun family do? How could they not even have a gun? Ouyang Junwei was now thinking if he could kill Yang Ming in one move if he made the first move. If he could, it would be great. Therefore, after Ouyang Junwei said the word good, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he confronted Yang Ming, thinking about a perfect move to see if he could kill Yang Ming in an instant. If he couldn't kill Yang Ming in one move, then he couldn't guarantee that Yang Ming would play some tricks to kill him. Ouyang Junwei was really a little scared now. This Yang Ming seems to be quite cunning. I say, Ouyang Junwei, who are you? Can you hurry up? Yang Ming was a little impatient. What are you doing? If you don't make a move, I'll tell you that I may change my mind. Ouyang Junwei was concentrating on giving Yang Ming a fatal blow. When he heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked. Is this kid going to change his mind? Listening to his tone, he isn't going to play tricks, right? Ouyang Junwei was shocked. He didn't dare to delay any longer. With a shout, he kicked his foot out. This was a very standard kick in Taekwondo. The strength was also very strong. If it was kicked on a person's body, it was possible to be seriously injured. However, how could such a move hurt Yang Ming in the slightest? Yang Ming lightly dodged to the side, and Ouyang Junwei kicked the air. Alright, you're done, right? If you're done, then it's my turn. Yang Ming really didn't want to waste time with this Ouyang Junwei, but since he promised him to give him a fair chance, he couldn't go back on his words, right? And? Ouyang Junwei was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words, but then he was overjoyed. Originally, when two people were fighting, no matter who made the first move, the result would be two people tangling together. But now, listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he wanted to use the you move one move at a time method to compete. Ouyang Junwei was really afraid that after the two people tangled together, Yang Ming would use some tricks to deal with him. If he wasn't careful, he would fall for it. Now, according to what Yang Ming said, you move one move at a time, then he had enough energy to deal with Yang Ming's moves. He didn't have to worry about what tricks Yang Ming would use. Okay. Ouyang Junwei nodded and said, then you make a move. I will take it. Then you be careful. Don't kill me in one move. Then, we won't be able to play anymore. Yang Ming said with a smile. You can rest assured. I won't be killed by you in one move. Although Ouyang Junwei was very angry, he still said patiently. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'm going to make a move. Then, he learned from Ouyang Junwei. With a run-up, he threw a flying kick to Ouyang Junwei. Ouyang Junwei was suddenly amused. Is this Yang Ming just SOSO? I use a flying kick, and he also uses a flying kick. Can this kind of flying kick do anything to me? Thinking of this, Ouyang Junwei had a more free and easy action than Yang Ming. He touched his gold-rimmed glasses, then he flicked his hair and leaned his body to the side, avoiding Yang Ming's kick. Just as Ouyang Junwei was proud and wanted to say a few words to Yang Ming, he suddenly felt a fierce wind passing by his ear. Then, a very strong force hit his temple. It almost blew his head off. Ouyang Junwei only felt a boom in his brain, and then he felt that his skull seemed to be too small. The brain inside wanted to burst out. His headache was about to explode. Ouyang Junwei covered his head and knelt on the ground with a thud. He gasped for breath, and his eyes gradually bulged out. Finally, he twitched violently, then he lay on the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Yang Ming's move was simply a well-tested move. A series of flying kicks. No matter how cautious Ouyang Junwei was, he would not have thought that Yang Ming could kick again after this suspended kick. I told you to be careful. Be careful of being killed in one move. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Yang Ming glanced at Ouyang Junwei, who was lying on the ground, dead. He didn't seem to have mercy as he spoke. He turned his head and was about to continue dealing with Lu Jihao, a small shrimp, when he smelled a foul smell. He took a closer look and saw that Lu Jihao had been so scared that he had lost control of his bladder. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground with a frightened look on his face. Yang Ming held his breath and scolded, Are you dead? I'm dead. Ah, no, I'm not dead. After being yelled at by Yang Ming, Lu Jihao suddenly recovered. Brother Yang, Boss Yang, Ancestor Yang, please spare me. I don't dare to provoke you anymore. I don't want this 20 million. Please, don't kill me. I'm really wrong. Where are Wang Mei's parents? Yang Ming frowned and asked. In the basement of the villa. I didn't lie to you. Really, if you don't believe me, I can take you to see. Really, I didn't abuse them. I gave them enough food and drink. Lu Jihao said quickly. Really? As Yang Ming asked, he used his special ability to look at the basement of the villa. Sure enough, he saw 2 old people locked in a small room. Neither of them was tied with ropes. It seemed that they had not been treated badly. At this moment, the 2 were sitting on a chair, talking with a sad face. Yang Ming was relieved. It seems that Lu Jihao is still a person with humanity. Then, should I leave him a way out? However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be escaped. Yang Ming wondered if he should make this guy an idiot to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, God knows if this kid will become a hero after eating Viagra one day and want to deal with me. Lu Jihao saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, and thought that Yang Ming didn't believe him. He was scared to death. The 3 ruthless people who were awesome in his eyes were now turned into 3 corpses by Yang Ming. Lu Jihao asked himself that he didn't have any capital to compete with Yang Ming. Brother Yang, I really didn't lie to you. I will take you now. As Lu Jihao said this, he stumbled up from the ground and was about to go downstairs. But what he didn't expect was that maybe because he was too nervous, his body was not very coordinated. He accidentally stepped on his own feces and urine just now. He slipped and fell down the stairs. Lu Jihao screamed and rolled down the stairs. Then, there was no more movement. Yang Ming glanced down in confusion. He was suddenly depressed. This is good. I don't have to do it myself. He saw that half of Lu Jihao's head and neck had smashed into his body. Obviously, there was no saving him. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head. What is evil retribution? This is a typical example. Yang Ming took the pistol in Ouyang Kanki's arms and put it in his pocket. Carrying the 20 million yuan that he brought, Yang Ming bypassed Lu Jihao's body and came to the basement. He easily opened the lock of the outside door. This kind of lock was nothing for Yang Ming. You are. Seeing a young man suddenly break into the basement, Wang Mei's mother asked in horror. Are you Wang Mei's parents? Asked Yang Ming. We are. Who are you? Asked Wang Mei's mother. But her voice was a little calmer. When Yang Ming asked this question, he was sure that he was not with Lu Jihao because Lu Jihao's people knew their identities. I am a friend of Wang Mei. I am here to save you. Yang Ming said. Oh? You are a friend of Wang Mei? That's great, but how did you come in? Lu Jihao's people are very fierce. Wang Mei's mother said with some worry. There is a group of people outside who may be Lu Jihao's enemies. They are fighting upstairs. I sneaked in when they weren't paying attention. Yang Ming didn't tell them the truth, but simply made up such a reason. Let's go. We will talk about it when we get back. Well, old woman, this young man is right. Let's go first. Wang Mei's father said quickly. Yang Ming quickly left the villa with Wang Mei's parents. As for the bodies in the villa, it was not something that Yang Ming could control. He could do whatever he wanted. He stopped a taxi on the road, but he didn't go directly back to the hotel. Instead, he changed the taxi several times. Yang Ming did this because he was afraid that he would leave any clues that would make people suspicious. However, Yang Ming told Wang Mei's parents to change the taxi a few more times. He was afraid that Lu Jihao's people would follow them so that he could get rid of them. So Wang Mei's parents, who didn't know the truth, nodded and said that Yang Ming was careful. Seeing her parents standing in front of her safe and sound, Wang Mei's tears gushed out at once. She rushed to her parents' side. Dad, Mom, are you okay? Lu Jihao, that bastard, didn't trouble you, right? He didn't trouble you, but what happened between the two of you? Wang Mei's mother looked at her daughter with some worry. She knew that Lu Jihao was Wang Mei's girlfriend. But this time, Lu Jihao rushed in and directly asked his men to capture her and Wang Mei's father. He didn't even say a word on the way and locked them in the basement. It's a long story. Dad, Mom, I'll get a room for you. You should rest first. I will tell you in detail later, said Wang Mei. Alright, as long as it's okay. Wang Mei's parents were honest people. They nodded and listened to Wang Mei's arrangement. After getting a room, Wang Mei told her parents about her breakup with Lu Jihao and introduced Zhang Ben to them. Zhang Ben was well behaved. He looked good when he was serious. Wang Mei's parents praised that this boyfriend was 10,000 times better than Lu Jihao. Little Mei, it's good that you figured it out yourself. Wang Mei's father said, Lu Jihao is so rich, but that person's character isn't good. This time, he could do such a thing, which shows this point. Yeah, I think Zhang Ben is a good kid. Although he is simple, he is a good person. It's okay to have no money. Happiness is enough. Look at me and your dad. Although we don't have much money, aren't we very happy? Wang Mei's mother also said, and your friend is a good person. He actually risked his life to save us. Mom is really happy that you have such a good friend. Yang Ming just pushed the door open at this moment. When he heard Wang Mei's parents, he smiled and said, who said that Zhang Ben has no money? This kid is now worth 10 million. After that, Yang Ming gave Zhang Ben a look, indicating that he should not speak. Although money was not the most important thing, in today's society, it was impossible to do without money. When they heard Yang Ming say that Zhang Ben was worth 10 million, Wang Mei's parents were suddenly stunned. They did not expect that Zhang Ben actually had so much money. They were suddenly happy for their daughter. It could be seen that their daughter really liked the boy in front of her this time. This boy named Zhang Ben was also very good to their daughter, which was completely different from Lu Jihao. Zhang Ben, you come out. Let Wang Mei talk to her parents. Yang Ming waved to Zhang Ben. Wang Mei also wanted to talk to her parents about moving to Songjiang. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming walked out of Wang Mei's parents' room and stood in the hallway. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben's rooms were not available, so Wang Mei's parents' room could only be on the first floor. Boss, why did you call me out? Zhang Ben asked with a chuckle. Zhang Ben, I don't know what your attitude towards women is. Although there are some things that I shouldn't say to you, I still want to tell you my thoughts. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and said. Boss, why are you being so polite with me? It's all thanks to you this time. If something happened to Wang Mei's parents, then Wang Mei would definitely not spare me, Zhang Bin said sincerely. And, let's not talk about this. Yang Ming didn't tell Zhang Bin about Ouyang Junwei, and there was no need to tell him. If he said too much, it would make Zhang Bin uneasy. How long do you think your feelings for Wang Mei will last? Boss? Why do you ask this? Zhang Bin wondered. You answer me. Are you interested in Wang Mei for a while, or do you plan to have her for a lifetime? Yang Ming waved his hand and asked. It should be a lifetime, right? Zhang Bin hesitated and said. Your view of love may not be the same as mine. Yang Ming sighed. You see that I seem to have a lot of girlfriends. In fact, I just cherish each of them. I don't like one-night stands, so I never do that kind of thing. The reason why I asked you today is because I feel that Wang Mei has done a lot for you. Her own parents are threatened by Lu Jihao. This feeling should be very uncomfortable, right? Zhang Bin nodded silently. Yang Ming continued, originally, I thought that Wang Mei was a more casual and greedy woman, but later things made me change this view. What do you think? Boss, I know what to do. Zhang Bin nodded. I will take care of it. And Zhao Sisi, she is also very good to you. Don't let her down because of Wang Mei. Yang Ming reminded Zhang Bin. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Bin smiled. Boss, are you very disgusted with me having one-night stands? I can't say that I am disgusted, but I don't like it very much. Yang Ming also smiled. Zhang Bin was about to say something more when Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He glanced at the phone number. It was Suya calling. Hello, little ya. Yang Ming made a silent gesture to Zhang Bin and picked up the phone. Yang Ming. I am leaving Macau tomorrow. I really want to see you again, but the company's arrangement is too tight. Suya's complaining voice came over. Where are you going? I can go to see you. Yang Ming said comfortingly. The next concert location is Beijing, then Shanghai, but it won't stay for a few days. There shouldn't be much time. Suya said regretfully. Then are you free tonight? Yang Ming asked in a low voice. But I can't go out. I didn't sleep that night. I almost fainted on the stage the next day. Suya was a little moved, but she said helplessly. I will go to you. Yang Ming thought about it and said. There are a lot of people in the hotel. Can you come in? Asked Suya. Have you seen Spider-Man? I will climb in from the outside. Said Yang Ming. Don't. It's too dangerous. Suya was shocked and said quickly, or, I will ask Suli to go out and pick you up. That can't be done. If the reporters take pictures of me meeting you privately, then I will become the public enemy the next day. Yang Ming smiled. Don't you know how to disguise yourself? Suya complained. I'm afraid that it will have a bad influence on you. There will be rumors, said Yang Ming. I don't care. Let's just say it like that. I will ask Suli to pick you up. Suya finished and hung up the phone. Shuya? When Yang Ming hung up the phone, Zhang Bin asked curiously. Yang Ming nodded and said, there is nothing to do now. I will go to her in the evening. You stay in the hotel with Wang Mei. Bro, you are too bad *SS. Right, after returning to Songjiang, you have to tell me in detail about you and Suya. Zhang Bin said. As they were talking, Wang Mei pushed the door and came out, but her face was sad. What's wrong? Zhang Bin saw that Wang Mei had something on her mind. He asked, baffled. Wasn't it fine before? My parents don't want to go to Songjiang with us. Wang Mei sighed. Why? Zhang Bin asked quickly. My parents have lived here for a lifetime. They have been accustomed to the living environment here. Especially now that they are older, they are even more reluctant to live in other places. The old neighbors here usually chat together. They are afraid that it will be boring after they leave. Wang Mei explained. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod after listening. Fallen leaves return to their roots. Many people want to go back to their hometown when they are old. How could Wang Mei's parents leave their hometown? So he said, you persuade them again. If it doesn't work, then don't go. Just come back to see them more often. But Lu Jihao, Wang Mei was obviously still worried about whether Lu Jihao would retaliate against them again. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't worry. After Lu Jihao gets the money this time, he won't trouble you again. Yang Ming certainly couldn't say that Lu Jihao was dead. Otherwise, not only would it be difficult to explain, but his identity as an assassin might also be exposed. Okay, then I will persuade them again. You go back to your room first. Wang Mei nodded and went back to her room. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming also walked to the room upstairs. As they were walking, a man and a woman came to them. The man walked while reading the newspaper. When he came to Zhang Ben, he didn't look at the road and stepped on Zhang Ben's foot. Ah! Zhang Ben screamed, but the man reading the newspaper didn't care. He didn't even look at Zhang Ben and continued to walk forward. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ben was a little annoyed. He grabbed the man who stepped on his foot and said, you stepped on someone else's foot. Why didn't you even say a word of apology? At this time, the man reading the newspaper turned his face. Oh my God, it was the man who called himself a Japanese Chinese in the restaurant in the morning. Apologize? It was you who accidentally put your foot under my foot. I was reading the newspaper, but I couldn't see you. Are you reading the newspaper, too? Or do you not have eyes? The man looked at Zhang Ben with a face that deserved a beating and said with conviction. Do you King know how to speak? Zhang Ben was quite civilized, but when he saw this kid, he immediately became uncivilized. He spoke to whoever he wanted. This guy thought that he had forgotten his ancestors after joining another nationality. Can such a person still be called a person? Low quality. You people here have low quality. The man snorted and said disdainfully. *CK your grandfather, do you think you're the only one with good character? Do you believe that I will King kill you? Zhang Ben pointed at the man and scolded loudly. The people in the corridor gradually increased. They were all attracted by the quarrel here. Some of them participated in the incident of the man in the morning, and they all blamed the man. Forget it. Don't bother with this guy. Yang Ming shook his head and said to Zhang Ben. If it weren't for the boss, I would have killed you today. Zhang Ben glared at the man and said fiercely. Just as Zhang Ben and Yang Ming were about to leave, a person suddenly ran out of the crowd and slammed into Zhang Ben. Then, Zhang Ben and the man were knocked to the ground. Zhang Ben was lying on the body of the man, showing a standard push-up posture. It's King disgusting. Zhang Ben laughed as he got up from the man and pretended to vomit. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. The woman next to the man suddenly shouted, Murder! Murder? Zhang Bing was stunned, but he was surprised to find that there was a dagger on the body of the man who deserved a beating. It was inserted in the chest of the man who deserved a beating. How did this person die? Zhang Ben opened his mouth wide and pointed at the annoying man on the ground. He couldn't speak. Catch him. He's a murderer. The annoying man's girlfriend pointed at Zhang Ben and shouted. Me? Murderer? Zhang Ben was stunned. He looked at the girl who was shouting in front of him. Are you mistaken? Why would I kill him? If you didn't kill him, then who else could it be? The girl grabbed Zhang Ben's clothes and didn't let go. You just said that you wanted to kill my boyfriend, and then you killed him. Why would I kill him? If I said so, then I killed him. Zhang Ben also realized that the matter was a bit serious. After all, this wasn't something that he could just say. In fact, he was lying on top of the annoying man, and then he died. Even if it had nothing to do with him, it was somewhat related in the eyes of others. You pushed my boyfriend down, and then when you got up, there was a knife in his body. You still say that you didn't kill him? The annoying man's girlfriend spoke with a crying voice. Everyone saw it. Whether you killed him or not, it's useless for you to say it yourself. Isn't that right, everyone? Although the people present hated the annoying man who forgot his roots, now that it involved a human life, no one dared to say anything. If it were other things, for example, the annoying man was beaten up by Zhang Bin. As long as the annoying man didn't die, then no one would say that they saw Zhang Bin beat him up. But now it was different. A human life was at stake. Talking nonsense had to be legally responsible. It was just that most of the people present couldn't stand the annoying man, so at this time, although they didn't defend Zhang Bin, no one spoke to prove anything. Yang Ming believed that Zhang Bin killed someone impulsively, but if Zhang Bin killed the annoying man, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it. First of all, Zhang Bin didn't have any deep hatred for this man who deserved a beating. It was far from the point of using a knife. Even though Wang Jitao had harmed him and Zhang Bin hated Wang Jitao so much, he was very rational and didn't do anything excessive. What's more, it was just a few words. Secondly, Zhang Bin did not have a knife on him. Yang Ming came out of Wang Mei's house with him. How could Yang Ming not see what Zhang Bin took? What's more, why would Zhang Bin wander around the hotel with a knife? That was simply nonsense. Moreover, the most important point was that Yang Ming felt that the attitude of the guy's girlfriend was a bit too normal. Logically, her boyfriend was killed. It was normal to catch the murderer's suspect, but because it was too normal, Yang Ming had doubts. A woman, her boyfriend was killed in front of her eyes, and she could calmly and methodically analyze Zhang Bin as the murderer? It seems a bit wrong, right? Yang Ming believed that if the person who was killed was him, and Chen Mengyan was next to him, Chen Mengyan would definitely be devastated. She would either hug him and cry or fight the murderer. How could she speak so rationally? What the hell is going on? Is it a framing after the murder, or is it an accident? Yang Ming couldn't understand who would do this. Zhang Bin should have no enemies in Macau. The only one who could be regarded as an enemy was Lu Jihao, but Lu Jihao had fallen to his death a few hours ago. How could he frame someone? The only reasonable situation was that someone had a grudge with this annoying man, and Zhang Bing just happened to have a quarrel with the annoying man. That person took this opportunity to cleverly kill the annoying man, and then put the blame on Zhang Bing. Of course, all this was Yang Ming's guess. Other things could only be analyzed as the situation developed. How did you lie on this guy? Yang Ming asked Zhang Bin calmly. I didn't lie on him. Someone behind me pushed me, so I lay on him. Zhang Bin said with some grievance, otherwise, I was ready to leave. How could I lie on him? Listening to Zhang Bin, Yang Ming nodded. He just vaguely saw a man pass by here. He seemed to have pushed Zhang Bin, but he didn't pay much attention at the time, so he didn't see it clearly. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that this was the case. As for whether this knife was inserted by the man, it was hard to say. Yang Ming regretted not paying attention here, but what was the use of regret? Now things were already like this. Someone called the police. It didn't take long for the police to arrive at the scene, take photos of the body, and then arrest the suspect, Zhang Bin. According to the testimonies of most of the people at the scene, Zhang Bing did quarrel with the guy who deserved a beating. Then, he fell on the guy who deserved a beating. It was at this time that the knife was stabbed into the guy's body. Although Zhang Bin denied that he killed the person, the situation at the scene and the testimony were extremely unfavorable to him. Zhang Bin was invited to the local police station in the name of assisting in the investigation. Yang Ming was very good at killing people, but he was completely a layman when it came to investigation and reasoning. This kind of similar scene was only seen in cartoons like Detective Conan, but now it really happened in front of him. Yang Ming felt that his thinking was not enough. After all, solving cases was not his strength. Although Yang Ming was very good, and it was not a problem to kill a few people, he was at a loss when it came to Zhang Bin being taken to the police station. You are Zhang Bin's friend? Zhang Bin and the body were taken away. The rest of the police were doing a routine investigation. When they learned that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were together, they began to question Yang Ming. I am a friend of Zhang Bin's. Yang Ming nodded cooperatively. Yang Ming knew that if he did not cooperate, he would be suspected by the police. Now, the evidence was unfavorable to Zhang Bin. It had not reached the final stage yet. He believed that if he explained it properly, there should be no problem. Your occupation? Listening to your accent, you are not a local, right? What are you doing here? The police also asked casually. It was not a normal interrogation, so it was more casual. We are all college students from the mainland. We came here to watch Xia's concert. Yang Ming said, we are not locals. We are all from Songjiang. Oh, that's it. The police believed Yang Ming's words for the time being because the authenticity of this information could be known when it was checked. Yang Ming's words did not make any sense to lie to him. Did Zhang Ben and the victim, Nakino Masao, know each other before? What? Nakino Masao? This guy's name is quite unique. This name is too creative. Of course, we don't know him. We just saw the naked man in the restaurant in the morning. As Yang Ming said, he told the police officer what happened in the morning. The police officer nodded. Now it seemed that there should be no relationship between the two before. If it was determined that Zhang Ben was the murderer, then it should be an impromptu decision. Police officer, my friend can't kill anyone. Although Yang Ming knew that his explanation could not affect the police, he couldn't help but say it. We will investigate carefully, said the police officer. After the police left, Yang Ming really felt a little helpless. I can't go to the police station to rob people, right? Never mind that this is not possible. Even if it is really possible, then Zhang Ben and I will become wanted criminals in the future. At least, we can't stay in the country. This was not the result that Yang Ming wanted to see. Yang Ming did not immediately tell Wang Mei about Zhang Ben. Instead, after the police left, when Wang Mei came to the room upstairs to find them, Yang Ming told Wang Mei the truth. Ah. Wang Mei was shocked after hearing it. Zhang Ben can't kill people. I think so too, but the police don't believe us, but the evidence. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, but I guess there is nothing wrong. We don't have to panic. Just wait for the results of the investigation. Wang Mei had no idea. At this moment, she naturally listened to what Yang Ming said. Yang Ming now suspected the guy who hit Zhang Ben from behind. He was the most suspicious, and Yang Ming didn't pay attention at that time. The murderer was probably that person. Yang Ming patted his head with some annoyance. He didn't have any impression of the person's appearance. Even if he wanted to investigate, he couldn't start. Right. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked and stood up. In the corridor of the hotel, there was a surveillance video not far away. As long as the surveillance video was pulled out, wouldn't he know the person's appearance? It was even possible to see the process of the person committing the crime. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately got excited. He told Wang Mei to wait in peace, and he hurried out of the room. He simply found a waiter and asked for the location of the surveillance room, then he ran over. The surveillance room belonged to a department of the hotel security department. Yang Ming first came to the security room next to the surveillance room and knocked on the door. There was a voice saying, "Please come in." Yang Ming opened the door and entered the security room. There were 3 people inside. One of them was holding a walkie-talkie and directing something. The other 2 were sitting in their seats, either reading the newspaper or watching the news on the computer. "Hello, I am a guest in the hotel," Yang Ming said halfway, and a security guard recognized him. "I know you. I just saw you. You are a friend of Zhang Ben, right?" The security guard had just arrived at the scene, but there were too many people, so Yang Ming didn't notice him. But Yang Ming, who was with Zhang Ben, was recognized immediately. "Yes, since you know, then I will say it directly." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I want to check the surveillance video in the hotel, the location of the incident." Video. This can't be helped. The video has just been taken away by the police. The security guard shrugged and said, "We can't do anything." Yang Ming said, "Ah," and slammed his thigh. Yes, if I can think of it, the police can naturally think of it. If the video is really like what I think, it is done by the person who hit Zhang Ben, then the police will definitely prove Zhang Ben's innocence. Young man, if this person is not killed by your friend, then no one can wrong him. The security guard comforted him, although we also find that Nakino Masao is very unpleasant to the eye. After all, it is a matter of life and death, and we can't talk about it. I understand, thank you. Yang Ming nodded and left the security room. In the current situation, Yang Ming doesn't need to do anything, as long as Yang Ming quietly waits for the results. The police's preliminary investigation results came out quickly, but when Yang Ming learned the results, he was obviously stunned. Things were not as simple as he expected. The dagger inserted into Nakino Masao's body did not have any fingerprints. Although this is a suspicious point, in the surveillance video, the man who hit Zhang Ben from behind did not carry any knife in his hand at the time. After hitting Zhang Ben, he did not stop, but he kept striding past and disappeared from the video. In other words, this man is not the murderer. Although Zhang Ben's killing is very coincidental and there are many doubts, the possibility that Zhang Ben is a suspect cannot be ruled out. Hearing the results of the investigation, Yang Ming was a little disappointed, that is to say, Zhang Ben can't leave the police station for a while. What about that man? Yang Ming asked unwillingly, pointing to the man who hit Zhang Ben on the surveillance video. We have asked the hotel, this person has checked out, and it was not long after the incident. We speculate that he may have left in a hurry to check out. The policeman said, from the analysis of the video, although this person is reckless, he did not do anything. We feel that there is no need to investigate this person for the time being. Yang Ming nodded helplessly. The policeman saw that Yang Ming's mood was low, so he comforted him, if the time to assist in the investigation is over, and we have no new evidence to prove that Zhang Ben is the murderer, we will not continue to detain him. Yang Ming nodded and returned to the hotel, but he was still a little worried. Zhang Ben is currently listed as a suspect. Even if he is released, he will probably be restricted from leaving Macau for the time being. Macau, in a hidden place, in a dimly lit hut. A man was reprimanding another man. If you look closely, you will find that the man who reprimanded others is the boss that Jing Xiaoping mentioned. Have your eyes grown on your butt? The boss looked gloomy and stared at the man in front of him. I asked you to harm Yang Ming. Why did you harm that Zhang Ben? I didn't see it clearly at the time. I just walked by in a hurry and bumped into him. Who knew that the person was Zhang Ben? The man lowered his head and didn't dare to breathe. Humph, my big event is ruined by you group of trash. The boss snorted. Then, do you still want to continue the show? The man asked carefully. What's the point of acting? What good is it for me to frame Zhang Bing? When the boss heard the man's words, he was angry. You don't have to worry about this. You take the bedding and run. Don't let me see you again. Stupid pig. Yes. The man said carefully. When the man left the room, the boss frowned and sighed deeply. Yang Ming. Are you sent by God to deliberately go against me? Since you appeared, my efforts are all gone. This time, the boss planned to frame Yang Ming and send him to prison, but he didn't expect that a perfect chain plan went wrong in the first round. His stupid subordinate got the wrong person and ruined the whole situation. All his efforts were in vain, and Nakino Masao died in vain. He had to pay a high settlement fee. The boss was about to explode. It seemed that he had to be careful when using people in the future. He couldn't use this kind of idiot anymore. Back at the hotel, Yang Ming lay in bed alone and recalled the whole thing that happened today, especially the suspicious man who bumped into Zhang Ben. Yang Ming was particularly suspicious of him. This person seemed to do it unintentionally, but Yang Ming felt that this person had a lot to do with the case. He believed that the police would eventually investigate this person, but it was hard to say whether this person would still be in Macau at that time. If he disappeared, it would be bad for Zhang Ben. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. That was to find this man as soon as possible. Maybe it would help the progress of the case. Yang Ming had seen the appearance of this person from the video obtained by the police. Yang Ming had deeply remembered his appearance in his mind. However, in the big city of Macau, it was quite difficult to find a person. If it was in Songjiang, Yang Ming could mobilize a lot of forces to help, but in Macau, he could only fight alone. It was not that there was no way. Yang Ming thought of a foolproof way, but it was too complicated and the workload was too large. That was, Yang Ming did nothing. He closed his eyes and lay on the bed of the hotel. With the hotel as the center, he began to use his special ability to carry out an expansive carpet search in all directions. This was the most effective and safest way that Yang Ming could think of at the moment, but it did take a lot of time and energy. This could not be done in a short time. Yang Ming needed to carefully look at every person and every corner. If he wanted to look through the big city of Macau, the time spent could be imagined. However, Yang Ming really had no other way. This was his only choice. He could only use this method to find out the truth as soon as possible and restore Zhang Bin's freedom. It had to be said that sometimes Yang Ming's luck was still very good. If the person who went in this time was not Zhang Bin but Yang Ming himself, even if he had great abilities, he could only stay in the police station honestly. Prison break? Although Yang Ming had this ability, he didn't dare to do it. This was not a TV series. Prison break was not a joke. Since he had thought of a way, then he would do it. Yang Ming didn't want to delay the time. He wanted to do it as soon as possible. Yang Ming lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to use his special ability to check the movements around him. Through the walls of the hotel, it spread out little by little. Then, in the room, there were all kinds of things. Fighting, scolding, going to bed, having sex, sleeping, eating, defecating, peeing. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. However, Yang Ming didn't have time to look at these people's trivial matters. He just looked at their faces. If they weren't the people he was looking for, he just ignored them directly. In this way, unknowingly, an hour passed. Yang Ming had just explored the situation within a kilometer, and he was already tired. This is really a tiring job. Yang Ming's attention couldn't be relaxed at all. He had to be vigilant all the time. There couldn't be a trace of negligence. Otherwise, if he accidentally missed this person, then it would be over. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly thought that he couldn't continue to do it recklessly. At this speed, wouldn't it take 20 or 30 hours to explore the entire Macau? Although Macau wasn't very big, this workload was enough to kill. Moreover, even if he finished all the exploration, the target he was looking for might have left Macau long ago. No, I have to think of a better way. Yang Ming frowned and began to think. Soon, Yang Ming thought of a more secure way. He also used his special ability to search, but the difference was the order of the search. Yang Ming suddenly thought that if he searched from the border of Macau and surrounded his hotel little by little, he could prevent the target from missing or escaping. Although it may be a bit troublesome to implement, it could be more secure. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately devoted himself to the intense work. On a small dock in Macau, a speedboat was docked there. Lu Mingyue stepped on the motorboat with some unwillingness. This time, through the introduction of a friend, he said that he would work for a very rich boss. After the job was done, he could get 10 million patakas. But at this moment, things were screwed up. He only got 100,000 yuan for running away. 100,000 yuan? What is it enough for? Nothing is enough. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Now, not only did I not get the money, but I also have to run away. Where can I go with 100,000 yuan? The original route was to take a motorboat from here to Hong Kong, and then transfer to Canada from Hong Kong. But now it seemed that never mind Canada, it was unknown how long he could live in Hong Kong. Lu Mingyue felt vexed in his heart, but what was the use of this? Things had already come to this point. He had to find another way out. Did I do something wrong? This can't be blamed on me. In such an urgent situation, it is normal to get the wrong person. How can I be blamed for this? But although Lu Mingyue had a lot of grievances in his heart, he didn't dare to show it in front of the boss because he heard that the boss's power was amazing. He was afraid that if he showed any dissatisfaction, he would be killed on the spot. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to lock his eyes on Lu Mingyue's face. Yes, it is this person. Sure enough, he wants to escape from Macau. Yang Ming was very glad that he changed the search method temporarily. Otherwise, when he searched this dock, Lu Mingyue must have escaped. Since the target had been found, Yang Ming did not dare to delay. He quickly ran out of the hotel. After stopping a taxi at the door, he quickly drove to the dock where Lu Mingyue was. After Yang Ming threw out 500 yuan, the driver drove the car like a rocket. It didn't take long for the car to stop at the dock where Yang Ming wanted to go. But at this time, Lu Mingyue had already boarded the motorboat and sailed to the sea. Yang Ming quickly got out of the car and then walked to the boat rental office at the dock. I want to rent a motorboat. Yang Ming said to the person at the rental office. Do you have a driver's license? Asked the person at the rental office. No, but I have money. Yang Ming said straightforwardly, but I can drive a motorboat. You can rest assured. These rental offices were privately opened, so these rules were relatively light. When he heard Yang Ming's words that he had money, the person in charge of the rental office couldn't help but grin. That's not a problem, but you have to bear any risks yourself. Yang Ming nodded and said, Don't worry. I will sign an agreement with you. Yang Ming had a lot of cash today, so he directly threw a stack of 1,000 yuan bills to the owner of the rental office. The owner's eyes lit up. He put away the money given by Yang Ming, and then without saying anything, he began to instruct the staff, Go and find the best motorboat for this gentleman and fill it with fuel. This was 100,000 yuan. It was enough to buy another motorboat. How could the owner not be happy? Yang Ming signed a safety agreement hastily, took the motorboat key, and boarded the motorboat under the guidance of the staff. At this time, Lu Minggui had already run far away. Fortunately, Yang Ming had a special ability of telescopic vision, so he could quickly lock on to Lu Minggui's position. Yang Ming had already learned how to drive a motorboat when he was training in Europe. His operating skills were excellent. It didn't take long for him to start the motor at full speed and chase in the direction of Lu Minggui. Yang Ming was very fast, but Lu Minggui was not slow either. Lu Minggui had to drive by the side of the road with the GPS, but Yang Ming was chasing after Lu Minggui. Therefore, Yang Ming had the advantage in terms of speed, and the distance between the two gradually narrowed. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Lu Minggui seemed to have noticed that there was a speedboat behind him. He looked back, but he didn't pay much attention to it because this was the route to Hong Kong. It was normal for other people to pass by. 50 meters, 10 meters. Yang Ming saw the opportunity and jumped onto Lu Minggui's motorboat. A person suddenly flew over from the sky. Lu Minggui was immediately shocked and jumped in fright. He stared blankly at Yang Ming. You. Who are you? What? You don't remember me anymore? Yang Ming stepped on the side of the ship condescendingly and then looked down at Lu Minggui, which gave him a lot of psychological pressure. You. Who the hell are you? Lu Minggui naturally didn't remember Yang Ming. He just followed the boss's instructions to hit the person who had a conflict with Nakino Masao. After hitting him, he quickly left. How could he have time to look for people? Speaking of which, if Nakino Masao hadn't recognized the wrong person first and stepped on Zhang Bin's foot, Lu Minggui wouldn't have hit the wrong person. But Nakino Masao was already dead. He couldn't care about this with a dead person, right? So he could only admit that he was unlucky. You've just killed someone and framed my friend. Have you forgotten already? Yang Ming grabbed Lu Minggui's hair with his right hand and lifted him up. He pulled out the key on the motorboat with his left hand and extinguished the motorboat. You are that Yang Ming? Lu Minggui was shocked and shouted, but then he regretted it. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't know Yang Ming. If he knew Yang Ming, it proved that he had a problem. It was equivalent to confessing without being pressed. Well, as expected, how do you know that my name is Yang Ming? Yang Ming listened to Lu Minggui's words and immediately became excited, as if he had caught an important clue. Indeed, Lu Minggui didn't know him at all. He could suddenly call out his name. There was only one possibility. He knew him before, and that matter must have something to do with him. Lu Minggui struggled a few times, but when he saw Yang Ming's burly figure, he gave up struggling. He wasn't Yang Ming's opponent at all. Yang Ming could make him unable to move with one hand. It was better not to provoke this kind of person. Speak. Didn't you hear me? When Yang Ming saw that Lu Minggui didn't say anything, he grabbed Lu Minggui's hair and pulled it up with force. Lu Minggui screamed. He only felt that his scalp was being pulled off. He begged with a crying voice, Don't. I didn't kill anyone. It has nothing to do with me. T. Yang Ming suddenly shouted, It has nothing to do with you? Believe it or not, I will throw you directly into the sea to feed the fish now. As Yang Ming said this, he pretended to pull Lu Minggui up. Don't. Lu Mingyue was shocked. His voice changed. He regretted it in his heart. Why did I do this kind of thing for 10 million? Now, I didn't get 10 million. I can't afford to offend the boss, and this person named Yang Ming seems to be a ruthless person. I am simply not his opponent. Seeing Yang Ming's posture, he didn't doubt that Yang Ming could really throw him into the sea. I will count to 3. You say it clearly. Otherwise, you can go into the sea and enjoy the feeling of being fish bait. Yang Ming sneered and threatened. Lu Mingyue was so scared that he trembled. His breathing became rapid, and his heart was quickly calculating. If I say it, then Yang Ming will definitely send me to the police station to be dealt with by the police. But if I don't say it, then what awaits me will be. Looking at the blue sea, Lu Mingyue couldn't help but tremble. When I go to the police station, no matter how serious my crime is, I don't deserve to die. Besides, I didn't kill anyone at all. If I really want to be sentenced, I probably won't be sentenced for more than a few years. But if I don't admit it, then I will probably be thrown into the sea by Yang Ming immediately. Lu Mingyue wasn't a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively decided to admit it. I will say. Don't throw me into the sea. I will say everything. Humph, say it. Yang Ming snorted and said. I didn't expect this Lu Mingyue to be so cowardly. Originally, Yang Ming planned to use pressure points to punish him. He didn't expect this guy to say it with such a slight scare. Someone hired me to do this. Lu Mingyue said slowly, yesterday, a friend of mine found me and said that there is a big deal. He asked me if I want to do it. I am just a gambler. I don't have any source of income. When I heard that there is a big deal, I immediately became interested. So I asked him, what is the deal and how much can I earn? My friend said that after it is done, I can earn 10 million. I thought, this is good. 10 million. Even if you ask me to kill someone, I can take this money and run away. So I agreed without saying anything. After I agreed, my friend took me to see a boss. At that time, there was another person with me. It was Nakino Masao, who died today. The boss promised to give me 10 million and give Nakino Masao 50 million, but the price Nakino Masao had to pay was much more serious than me. He had to pay with his life, and I just had to push you. You mean that the boss gave Nakino Masao money and asked him to die? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect things to be like this. Nakino Masao and Lu Mingyue were actually on the same side. They both listened to a certain boss. However, this Nakino Masao was really a bit problematic. Give him 50 million, and he will die? So he wondered, he is dead. What is the use of 50 million? He has a terminal illness. Even if he doesn't die, he won't live for more than a few months. Wouldn't the 50 million be an unexpected fortune for his family? Lu Ming explained, he seems to have cancer. Yang Ming nodded. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he would die for 50 million. It was because he didn't have long to live. Continue. Yes. Lu Mingyue nodded and continued, originally, the boss's target was you. He asked Nakino Masao to step on your foot, and then he had a conflict with you. Then I pushed you from behind and pushed you onto Nakino Masao, so that I could frame you. How did Nakino Masao die? Yang Ming interrupted Lu Mingyue and asked. Nakino Masao died by himself. He committed suicide. Lu Mingyue's words were shocking. Ah! Yang Ming exclaimed. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming had been wondering where the knife came from. It turned out that the knife was Nakino Masao's own, and he killed himself. In this way, all the previous doubts were solved. But I don't know why. Nakino Masao recognized the wrong person and had a conflict with Zhang Bin. I couldn't see clearly from behind. The boss just asked me to push the person who had a conflict with Nakino Masao, so I pushed Zhang Bin. As a result, Lu Mingyue said with some depression. However, even if you succeeded in framing me, you have to know that there are many doubts in this case. Although I may be temporarily controlled, the police will find out sooner or later. Yang Ming asked with some puzzlement. Then I don't know, but listening to the boss's words, it seems that he wants to create a serial murder case. After you enter the police station, I will play a similar role again, and then let you kill a police officer. I don't know the specific plan. The boss didn't say, because the first part of the plan failed, and the rest is meaningless. Lu Mingui explained. Yang Ming nodded as if he was enlightened. Yes, one case may be suspicious, but if there were 2 or 3 consecutive murder cases happening around me, then it wouldn't be possible to explain the suspicious points clearly. At that time, I might really be caught up in it. Who is your boss? This was the most critical question, and it was also the question that Yang Ming was most concerned about. Boss? I don't know. I just met him yesterday. Lu Mingui said with a bitter face. Really? Yang Ming stared and grabbed Lu Mingui's collar. Really, how dare I lie to you? If I say one thing, 2 things are also the same. Why do I have to hide it? Lu Mingui said with trepidation. Yang Ming stared into Lu Mingui's eyes. Although Lu Mingui was very scared, he could also look at Yang Ming. There was no hypocrisy and fraud in his eyes. Yang Ming nodded slowly. It seemed that Lu Mingui didn't lie to him. This guy really didn't know the identity of the boss. But it was normal to think about it. If Yang Ming did this, he might be more careful than the boss. But in an instant, Yang Ming also understood that his previous thoughts were wrong. It wasn't that someone wanted to target Zhang Bing. In the end, this matter was still targeted at him. It was just that the person who carried it out recognized the wrong person, making some mistakes due to a combination of circumstances. What does your boss look like? Did you see him clearly? Yang Ming asked with a sigh. Although this question was basically nonsense, Yang Ming still asked. No, the boss's face was made up, and he wore a pair of big sunglasses. I couldn't see his face at all. Lu Mingui said carefully. What you said just now, tell the police again. Is there a problem? Yang Ming let go of Lu Mingui's collar and said slowly, of course, you don't have to rely on luck. It was not a coincidence that I could catch you. So, if I can catch you once, I can catch you twice or thrice. Lu Mingui listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but shudder. He didn't think about escaping at all, and he also expected that Yang Ming would definitely take him to the police station. However, Yang Ming's words still scared Lu Mingui. Lu Mingui didn't have time to think about how Yang Ming found him. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but be a little scared. He had already driven the boat so far away, and Yang Ming could still catch up from behind. It was conceivable how powerful Yang Ming was in Macau and how many eyes and ears he had. It was no wonder that Lu Mingui would think so because he couldn't think that Yang Ming had special abilities. He just thought that Yang Ming had a lot of eyes and ears and could easily find him. However, if he knew that Yang Ming had special abilities, he wouldn't dare to be rash. It was just that Yang Ming wouldn't say this to a small character like him. No, you can rest assured. I didn't kill the people. I won't be sentenced too heavily after I go back. If I go against you, isn't it purely courting death? Lu Mingui shook his head and said, I'm not stupid. Lu Mingui said as he shook his head. I hope you're not stupid. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Mingui, then he tapped his legs and said faintly, but I'm still not assured. I'll let you be disabled for a while. Disabled? What does that mean? Lu Mingui was somewhat inexplicable, but he immediately understood why Yang Ming said so. Because Lu Mingui suddenly realized that his legs couldn't move. It was as if he couldn't feel anything. It was impossible for him to even stand up. Lu Mingui was suddenly shocked. Yang Ming seemed to play it down, but he actually crippled my legs. Am I going to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair? Thinking of this, Lu Mingui almost burst into tears. Brother Yang, I was wrong. I went back to the police station with you honestly. Why did you cripple my legs? Don't waste time. If you are obedient, I will remove it for you in a while. Otherwise, you won't be able to take care of yourself for the rest of your life. Yang Ming glanced at him and said coldly. Then he inserted the key into the motorboat and started the motorboat. When Lu Mingui heard Yang Ming say this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly promised, No, I can't do anything irrational. I will listen to your arrangement. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Lu Mingyue didn't know that in fact, even if Yang Ming didn't remove it, the acupuncture points on his legs would automatically be removed in a certain time. However, he didn't know anything about acupuncture points. How could he know this? Moreover, Lu Mingyue was more and more afraid of Yang Ming. In his eyes, Yang Ming was an extremely ruthless person. He was a little depressed. Why did he choose to be an enemy of such a person? He complained about the boss in his heart. D'Mn, you let me, a small fry, be the vanguard in the battle between you big shots. You really don't pay attention. How can I participate in the conflict between people of your level? Lu Mingyue didn't have any thoughts of resisting or running away. He lowered his head and stayed there. He only hoped that he would be punished by the law when he returned. Otherwise, Yang Ming might do something to him on a whim. Where did you get this motorboat? When they were about to reach the dock, Yang Ming suddenly asked Lu Mingyue. Yes, the boss provided it to me. Lu Mingyue quickly replied. Oh. Yang Ming nodded and said, after we reach the shore, I will remove the numbness on your legs. You better behave yourself. Otherwise, humph. Brother Yang, don't worry. Unless I am an idiot, I wouldn't dare to disobey you. Although Lu Mingyue had a bitter face, he was overjoyed in his heart. Yang Ming was finally willing to remove the shackles on his legs. This also removed one of his worries. Yang Ming nodded and stroked Lu Mingyue's legs twice. Lu Mingyue immediately felt that his legs were back again. He almost burst into tears. Yang Ming docked the motorboat at the dock and then took Lu Mingyue off the boat. Lu Mingyue was honest and followed Yang Ming obediently. When Yang Ming took a step, he took a step. When Yang Ming stopped, he also stopped. He never crossed the line. Boss, I'm sorry. Your boat didn't come back. Yang Ming said to the owner of the rental office. Oh, forget it if you didn't come back. Although the boss felt that it was a pity, the money that Yang Ming gave before was enough to buy a new speedboat. After calculating it, he still profited. However, this motorboat is for you. It should be about the same price. Yang Ming said as he threw Lu Mingyue's motorboat key to the boss. The boss looked up and saw the motorboat on the dock over there. He almost shouted happily. Lu Mingyue's motorboat was brand new, and his original one was already old. How could he not be happy about this good thing of exchanging an old one for a new one? Yang Ming didn't care about him and walked away with Lu Mingyue. The boss only recovered and shouted at Yang Ming's back, "Thank you." Along the way to the police station, Lu Mingyue was well behaved. Yang Ming was satisfied with this. When they arrived at the entrance of the police station, he said to Lu Mingyue, "You are smart. The next thing depends on your performance." Lu Mingyue nodded. "Don't worry. I am ready to plead guilty." Lu Mingyue nodded, but he hesitated and said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, can I ask you for something? Are you still qualified to talk to me?" Yang Ming glared at him. Lu Mingyue almost sat on the ground in fear. Lu Mingyue said quickly, No. I am fine. You tell me. I will see what the conditions are." Yang Ming waved his hand and asked. "I won't say it. I am really fine." Lu Mingyue was scared. How could he dare to say it? "I asked you to say it. Do you still want to be disabled?" Yang Ming frowned impatiently. "Mom." Lu Mingyue almost rolled his eyes when he heard Yang Ming's words. He quickly said, "I will say it. I will say it. I just want to discuss it with you. When we reach the police station, can you consider it as me turning myself in?" "That's fine. It doesn't matter. You just say that I found you. You found your conscience and followed me back to turn yourself in." Yang Ming thought about it slightly and agreed to Lu Mingyue's suggestion. Yang Ming was also afraid that the police would ask him how he caught Lu Mingyue and how he made Lu Mingyue follow him back to the police station willingly. In this way, it was inevitable that it would involve the means he used on Lu Mingyue. He might even be questioned. Yang Ming didn't want to create more trouble, so he agreed to Lu Mingyue's opinion. "I know. Thank you." Lu Mingyue said gratefully. Turning himself in and being caught were two completely different concepts. If he turned himself in, the sentence would be much lighter. Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently. In fact, wasn't it Yang Ming himself who wanted to hide something? Of course, these couldn't be said to Lu Mingyue. After arriving at the police station, Lu Mingyue directly said to the policeman on duty at the door, "I'm here to turn myself in." Then he stood there honestly. The policeman on duty didn't dare to neglect. He quickly asked Lu Mingyue why he wanted to turn himself in. Lu Mingyue explained the matter from beginning to end, including that Yang Ming went to find him and persuaded him with reason and emotion. He found his conscience and decided to turn himself in at the police station. After the policeman on duty heard it, he quickly led Lu Mingyue to Police Officer Wang, who handled the Zhangbin murder case. Police Officer Wang was at a loss about the case. There were too many doubts. He couldn't determine whether Zhangbin was the murderer, so he was troubled. Suddenly, someone came to turn himself in. He was overjoyed. When Police Officer Wang came out, he saw Yang Ming standing with another strange man. He first greeted Yang Ming and asked the policeman on duty, who came to turn himself in. "It's this man. His name is Lu Mingyue." The policeman on duty pointed to Lu Mingyue. "Okay, both of you come with me." Police Officer Wang took Yang Ming and Lu Mingyue to the office. He let Yang Ming sit on his side, and Lu Mingyue sat in a separate seat on the other side. "Let's talk. Why did you turn yourself in?" Police Officer Wang said to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue had already been scared by Yang Ming. Naturally, he was very cooperative. He told Police Officer Wang what he had just said to the policeman on duty. Police Officer Wang listened to Lu Mingyue's words and was a little surprised. "You mean, Yang Ming suspected that there was something wrong with you, so he went to find you and persuaded you. Then you turned yourself in?" "This is the case." Lu Mingyue nodded quickly and said, "In fact, I don't think my crime is very big. Brother Yang Ming told me a lot of reasons. I think it's better to turn myself in, so I came with Brother Yang Ming." Police Officer Wang was overjoyed after hearing it. The case that was originally clueless actually turned around. He just didn't expect that Yang Ming, this kid, was really good. He was brave and resourceful. He dared to find the suspect alone and persuaded him to turn himself in. "Young man, you did a good job." Police Officer Wang said approvingly, "If the case is solved, I will personally give you a reward and award you the title of an outstanding security activist." "No need." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I just want to clear my friend's suspicion as soon as possible, and I am going back to the mainland soon. I can't stay here for a long time." "That doesn't matter. We can contact the police in Songjiang and give you the reward through them," said Police Officer Wang. Yang Ming no longer refused, but he asked anxiously, "Then, Police Officer Wang, when can my friend leave?" "He can leave soon. I will go through the formalities for him." Police Officer Wang said quickly, "Since the matter has been clarified, there is no need for your friend to stay in the police station, but you'd better not leave Macau before the case is concluded. Otherwise, you may be asked to come back." "This is not a problem. We can still stay for a few days." Yang Ming nodded. He also knew that although Zhangbin was not a murder suspect, he had a lot to do with the case. At least, he had to attend some of the testimonies. Lu Mingyue left with Police Officer Wang. When he left, he whispered thank you to Yang Ming, probably because Yang Ming agreed to let him turn himself in. It didn't take long for Zhangbin to come to Yang Ming's office accompanied by Police Officer Wang. "The investigation is almost done. Zhangbin, you can leave." Police Officer Wang said politely to Zhangbin. "Police Officer Wang, thank you." Being able to get away, Zhangbin breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he entered the police station. He was nervous. He was afraid that he would be wrongly accused of being a murderer. "You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Yang Ming." Police Officer Wang patted Zhangbin's shoulder and said, "If it wasn't for Yang Ming running around for you, finding the suspect and persuading him to come back and surrender, I'm afraid you would have to wait for a long time to get out." "Ah?" Zhangbin was stunned. He didn't expect that he could come out so quickly because of Yang Ming. "Yeah, you have a good brother." Police Officer Wang said with a smile, well, you guys talk. I still have things to do. You can leave directly in a while. Bro. After Police Officer Wang left, Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming very excitedly. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, bro, thank you. Yang Ming, thank you. Of course, Yang, of course, of course. That's true. Zhang Ben grinned. I thought I had to stay in there for 10 days to half a month. I didn't expect to come out so soon. Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel. Wang Mei is still worried about you. Yang Ming smiled. Wang Mei couldn't believe it when she suddenly saw Zhang Ben appear in front of her. However, after learning that it was Yang Ming who helped, Wang Mei was grateful in addition to joy. Zhang Ben was lucky to have such a bro. In fact, only Yang Ming himself knew that Zhang Bing's misfortune was completely undeserved. As for Lu Minggui, he mostly told the truth. He just ignored the fact that the boss asked him to deal with Yang Ming. He just said that the boss asked him to push the person who had a conflict with Nakino Masato. As for why it was Zhang Ben, he didn't know. Anyway, Nakino Masato was dead. If he wanted to know the truth, he could only find the boss behind the scenes. For such a thing, Police Officer Wang also knew that the possibility of finding the behind-the-scenes boss was not very high. There were many gangs in Macau, large and small. Many gang leaders wanted to kill people, so they sent their own followers. When something happened, the followers took the blame. It had nothing to do with the boss. Although Police Officer Wang also sent more people to investigate, the hope was slim. With Lu Minggui's testimony, everything became easy to explain. The direction and strength of the knife inserted were very strange in the eyes of the forensic doctor. Now it could be explained. The knife was inserted by Nakino Masato himself. As for Lu Minggui, because Nakino Masato committed suicide, Lu Minggui did not do it. He just framed Zhang Ben, but it was not a blatant framing. It was just a hint. This kind of crime was originally very vague, and Lu Minggui surrendered himself, and his attitude was very good. It was estimated that he would not receive a very serious sentence. However, these were not what Yang Ming cared about. At this moment, Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei were sitting in a restaurant near the hotel to celebrate. Lu Jihao was dead. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei did not have to continue to hide in the hotel. They could come out to breathe and relieve the previous depression. Although he talked and laughed with Zhang Ben, Yang Ming always had a knot in his heart. Who was it that wanted to frame him? The Ouyang family has been killed by me. It can't be them. Who else is there besides these people? Yang Ming thought for a long time and didn't feel that he had any deep hatred with anyone, but now it seemed that this person seemed to have an unresolvable hatred with him. Bro, I will toast you. Zhang Ben raised the glass and said to Yang Ming. Okay. Yang Ming withdrew his thoughts, raised the red wine in his hand, and said to Zhang Ben. The three of them were in a French restaurant, and the red wine was free. The three of them were not drunkards, and it could be said that they were all from grassroots backgrounds. They were not picky about the quality of the red wine. In Yang Ming's opinion, whether the wine was good or not mainly depended on who you drank with and under what circumstances. It was also refreshing to drink the local beer that cost 2 yuan a bottle with good buddies. Miss Wang Mei, what a coincidence. The three of them were talking and laughing, but they heard a fourth voice. Wang Mei turned her head and muttered in her heart, but her face still showed a professional smile. Mr. Zhu, hello. Zhang Bing and Yang Ming also looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a man in his 30s. He was dressed very well, but his appearance was not very good. He was walking towards them with a smile. Ha, I say, Zhang Ben, is this person your love rival? Yang Ming whispered. Who knows? Zhang Ben probably thought so in his heart, but because he didn't know him, in order to take care of Wang Mei's face, Zhang Ben also didn't say a word. Do you mind if I sit here? Mr. Zhu shamelessly pointed to the empty seat next to Yang Ming, and then without waiting for Wang Mei to answer, he sat down. These two are? After sitting down, Mr. Zhu acted as the host. He looked at Zhang Ben and Yang Ming, and then asked Wang Mei. Oh, Mr. Zhu, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Ben, and this is my friend, Yang Ming. Wang Mei smiled and introduced Zhang Ben and Yang Ming respectively. Nice to meet you. Mr. Zhu was very much the host and extended his hand to Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben didn't know what this guy was doing. For the sake of the situation, he had to shake hands with him perfunctorily. Next was Yang Ming, and he also shook hands with Mr. Zhu. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming were a little puzzled. Why doesn't this guy look like Wang Mei's suitor? Mr. Zhu gave 2 business cards to Yang Ming and Zhang Ben. Yang Ming glanced at the information on the business card, Donghai Yuhua Computer New Technology Development Company, Limited, Zhu Yuhua. No way? Fellow townsman? Yang Ming looked at this Zhu Yuhua suspiciously, guessing his relationship with Wang Mei. Zhang Ben was also puzzled. Zhang Ben was also very puzzled. What is this Zhu Yuhua doing? From his performance just now, he doesn't seem to be hostile to me, and his attitude toward Wang Mei is normal. There should be no improper relationship between the two. Where is Lei? Why isn't she with you? Zhu Yuhua's next sentence made Yang Ming and Zhang Ben understand that this guy came for Huang Lei. Yang Ming was depressed. Why are these guys coming for my woman? Can't they find a love rival for Zhang Ben to play with? However, Yang Ming immediately felt relieved. Who let all my women be so beautiful and exquisite? Lei is resting at home. When Wang Mei heard Zhu Yuhua ask about Huang Lei, she couldn't help but frown slightly, but she still said, "Hee, you are on vacation. That's a coincidence. Call Lei and ask her to come. I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her." Although Zhu Yuhua said it in a dignified manner, everyone knew his intention. Even Zhang Ben understood what was going on. Wang Mei looked up at Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming nodding slightly, she took out the phone and dialed Huang Lei's number. Huang Lei was bored at home. When Wang Mei called her, she readily agreed. Of course, Wang Mei did not say that Zhu Yuhua was here. Zhu Yuhua did not notice Wang Mei's little action. When he heard the news that Huang Lei was coming, he was very happy. He glanced at the red wine on the table and immediately said, "Why are you drinking this kind of low-grade wine? The restaurant gave it to us for free." Wang Mei said to Zhu Xiaohua faintly. "Oh? I will get a bottle of good wine and add a few dishes." As Zhu Yuhua said this, he stood up and walked to the bar. What kind of person is this guy? Where did he come from? When Zhu Yuhua left, Zhang Ben couldn't help it. What is low-grade wine? This is called simple. The boss of a small company dares to be pretentious in front of the boss? Let's just ignore him. I can't help it. Because of human relations. Wang Mei said with some helplessness. Once, Lei and I flew to Donghai. We met 2 little gangsters on the plane. They flirted with me and Lei. Boss Zhu helped us out. And he seemed to have some power in Donghai. When they got off the plane, the 2 little gangsters were beaten by a group of unknown people. We were worried that the little punks would retaliate against Lei and me when they got off the plane, but we didn't expect Boss Zhu to solve the problem for us first. Wang Mei said helplessly. After that, Boss Zhu invited me and Lei to eat. We couldn't refuse, so we had a meal together. He is pursuing Huang Lei? Yang Ming asked as he interjected. Yes, I only discovered it recently. Wang Mei said, previously, Boss Zhu just showed the friendliness between friends to us. He often took the same flight that Lei and I were on. After getting off the plane, Boss Zhu always invited me and Lei to eat. What is Huang Lei's attitude? Yang Ming didn't care about this. He just wanted to ask Huang Lei's thoughts. Although the 2 people were now lovers, the foundation of their feelings was not strong. Yang Ming didn't want someone to take advantage of the situation. After Huang Lei knew the meaning of Boss Zhu, she alienated him a little. Wang Mei said, Lei doesn't like people like Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu still doesn't know Lei's family background, so he always takes the opportunity to show off his wealth in front of Lei. This makes Lei feel that this person is very vulgar. Yang Ming was dumbfounded after listening. Although he didn't know what Huang Lei's family did, with such a big Huawei casino there, how could they be poor? Showing off his wealth in front of Huang Lei was like showing off in front of Guan Yu. But I am very puzzled. You can put on airs more than this, boss Zhu. How did Lele like you? Through the conversation at the dinner table and a few glasses of red wine, Wang Mei gradually opened up. In her opinion, Yang Ming was still very easygoing, but she thought too seriously of him, so now she could make a joke. I don't. You see that I'm drinking free red wine. How can I show off like that, Zhu Yuhua? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and pointed to the red wine on the table. Hee, I'm talking about other aspects of showing off, but to be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Ben, maybe I would have fallen in love with you. Wang Mei smiled. Don't spout nonsense. Tonight, Zhang Ben will come and chop me with a knife. Yang Ming also laughed. I can't. Boss, I don't want to go to the police station again. Zhang Ben said with a sad face. The three of them burst out laughing. Zhu Yuhua just came back from the bar with the waiter behind him. I say, what are you guys talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Tell me about it, too. Zhu Yuhua sat down as if he was very familiar with them. Nothing. Wang Mei shook her head. What do you want? Actually, you don't have to order too much. We're almost done. How can that be? It's my treat, so I have to ask for more. Zhu Yuhua waved his hand and said, I want a bottle of 2,000-year-old Lafite and a few desserts. You can order something for Lele. With that said, the waiter placed the menu in front of Wang Mei. Wang Mei flipped through the menu. Under Zhu Yuhua's persuasion, she had no choice but to order a few desserts that Huang Lele liked to eat. Then, she returned the menu to the waiter. Right, buddy, I want to discuss something with you. After the waiter left, Zhu Yuhua turned around and said to Yang Ming. Oh? What's the matter? Yang Ming was eating a piece of lamb chop. When he heard Zhu Yuhua's question, he spat out the bone in his mouth and said to himself, this lamb chop is grilled well. How about you sit at the table next to us later? Zhu Yuhua pointed to an empty table next to him. Go to the side? Why? Yang Ming pretended not to know and asked. He wanted to see what tricks this Zhu Yuhua was playing. I have a friend coming in a while. I can't sit here. Zhu Yuhua said. He had never seen Yang Ming before, and he had never heard Wang Mei or Huang Lele mention this person, so he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming must be a friend of Zhang Ben and didn't know Huang Lele. However, in fact, Yang Ming was a friend of Zhang Ben, but he couldn't be more familiar with Huang Lele. Oh, but I'm not full yet. Yang Ming continued to eat the lamb chop. That doesn't matter. You can eat at that table. Whatever you want to eat, just order. I'll pay the bill. Zhu Yuhua patted his chest and promised. Really? Can I order something else that I like to eat? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked. Of course, as I said, it's my treat. Zhu Yuhua said generously. Oh, it sounds like a good suggestion. Yang Ming swallowed the lamb chop in his mouth and then said with some concern, Are you really treating? Of course, it's true. Zhu Yuhua was a little dumbfounded. He thought that Yang Ming was a poor ghost and was afraid that he would ask him to pay the bill alone if he ate at another table, so he said, You ask Miss Wang Mei. When she ate with me, when did I not pay the bill? I just met Wang Mei not long ago. Yang Ming said, I still have some doubts. If you don't pay the bill later, wouldn't I be fooled? Hey, I have never seen such a careful person like you. Zhu Yuhua smiled and then pointed to the waiter. So, I will put my credit card with the waiter. Now, I will tell him that I will pay the bill for these 2 tables. As Zhu Yuhua said this, he took out his credit card and handed it to the waiter. That's good. I'm relieved. Yang Ming nodded and said with satisfaction. Zhu Yuhua had never seen such a petty person, but after thinking about it, Yang Ming probably wasn't a rich person. It was probably Wang Mei or Zhang Ben who would treat him to eat here. He just came to freeload. Seeing that he ate the lamb chop with relish, he couldn't be a rich person. Under the surprised eyes of Zhang Ben and Wang Mei, Yang Ming directly picked up his coat and sat at a 2-person table not far away, leaving the original 4-person table empty. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei didn't know what Yang Ming was doing. Could it be that there was something wrong with his brain? Huang Lele was Yang Ming's woman, and he actually gave it away? This wasn't like Yang Ming's character. In Zhang Bin's view, this guy actually dared to have ideas about Huang Lele. It would be good if Yang Ming didn't kick him out, but he actually gave him a seat. However, since Yang Ming was willing, what else could the two of them say? Yang Ming called the waiter and ordered again. Just now, the waiter also got Zhu Youhua's guarantee, so he directly opened the menu under Zhu Youhua's name. I want 2 pan-fried foie gras, 2 steaks with white bamboo shoots. Yang Ming directly picked the expensive dishes this time. When they were ordering, Yang Ming asked Zhang Ben and Wang Mei to order some expensive dishes, but the two felt that Yang Ming had worked hard enough for the two of them. They were embarrassed to ask Yang Ming to spend more money. Wang Mei took the initiative to pay the bill, so Yang Ming could only pick some cheap things. But now, Yang Ming didn't want to save money for Zhu Youhua. This guy pretended most of the time, so be it. Anyway, Yang Ming wouldn't be so kind to save money for him. Another bottle. Which year of red wine do you have? Do you have 1982? Asked Yang Ming. I'm sorry, sir. There is number 1982. The waiter said. Which year is the earliest? Asked Yang Ming. There is a 1990 Lafite. Is that okay? Asked the waiter. Okay, how much is it? Asked Yang Ming. 66,800. The waiter replied. Then give me a bottle. Yang Ming said. Okay. The waiter sweated. This guy can order too much. Even if others are treating, he can't do this. However, the more consumption, the more commission the waiter would get. He was too happy. How could he be a busybody? However, because he was afraid that Zhu Youhua would renege on the bill at the end, the waiter decided to greet Zhu Youhua. Sir, the gentleman over there just asked for these dishes. Do you want to take a look? The waiter came to Zhu Youhua and asked. Zhu Youhua was inquiring about Huang Lele's recent situation with Wang Mei and when Huang Lele would fly to Donghai recently. He would take that flight. How could he have time to deal with the waiter? So he said with some displeasure, Do I still need to look? My credit card is with you. What are you afraid of? I'm sorry, sir. The waiter thought, Mother ***, I kindly reminded you, but you were acting pretentious with me. Forget it. Just don't cry later. He apologized respectfully and left quickly, but his heart was full of disdain. Not long after, Huang Lele came. Today, Huang Lele was wearing a light blue Cheongsam-style cotton-padded jacket. She looked particularly cute, like a porcelain doll on TV who gave everyone a New Year's greeting. Although Zhu Youhua was talking to Wang Mei, the corner of his eyes had been glancing at the room at the door. When he saw Huang Lele coming, he was overjoyed. He stood up and waved to Huang Lele. Lele, here. After Huang Lele came in, she naturally looked for Wang Mei in the hall. When she saw Wang Mei, Zhang Ben, and Zhu Youhua's table, she frowned slightly. Why isn't it Yang Ming? She thought that if Wang Mei called her out for dinner, Yang Ming would definitely be there, but now. Huang Lele was puzzled. Suddenly, she saw a double table not far from Wang Mei's table. Yang Ming was sitting there. Huang Lele suddenly showed a happy smile and walked quickly to the table. When Zhu Youhua saw Huang Lele coming over, he stood up like a gentleman and pulled out the seat next to him, waiting for Huang Lele to come over. Zhu Youhua deliberately put on a pose that he thought was very handsome. He stood there and waited for the beauty to come. However, Huang Lele acted as if she didn't see it. When she passed by Zhu Youhua, she didn't stop at all. Instead, she went directly past him and came to Yang Ming's table. She pulled out the chair opposite Yang Ming and sat on it lightly. How? Zhu Youhua felt that his brain was short-circuited for a while. He didn't know what happened. What was going on? He could only watch what happened stupidly. I thought you didn't come. After Huang Lele sat down, she said to herself, Why are you sitting here? That guy asked me to come over. He said that he would treat me to food after I sat down. Yang Ming smiled and said, There is a spendthrift paying the bill. Of course, I have to follow his wishes. Although Huang Lele was very simple, she wasn't stupid. After listening to Yang Ming's words, she probably understood what was going on. It must be that Wang Mei called her, and Zhu Youhua wanted to sit with her, so he drove Yang Ming to the side. However, he promised to treat him to food as compensation. However, Zhu Yuhua probably didn't expect that she would sit directly with Yang Ming. Lei, why are you sitting there? Zhu Yuhua couldn't help but stand up and ask. He is my boyfriend. What's wrong with me sitting here? Huang Lei said very confidently. Your boyfriend? Zhu Yuhua was stunned after listening. He didn't think that Yang Ming and Huang Lei would have this kind of relationship because in his opinion, the gap between the two was too big. Yeah. Huang Lei nodded disapprovingly. When did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't I know? Zhu Yuhua's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Then I don't know why you didn't know. Huang Lei's answer was simply too creative. If it were an ordinary person, they might say, do I still need to inform you if I have a boyfriend? However, she wasn't an ordinary person. It was Huang Lei. Her answer was usually unexpected. Although it didn't feel as imposing as the sentence, do I still need to inform you if I have a boyfriend? The degree of depression was no less than this sentence. Zhu Yuhua was suddenly speechless. Yeah, she didn't know why I didn't know. Zhu Yuhua's face changed again. He hesitated and didn't know what to say. He also understood Huang Lei's temperament. Huang Lei spoke like this. If she changed, then she wasn't Huang Lei. Wang Mei, what the hell is going on? Zhu Yuhua turned to Wang Mei and asked. Wang Mei was a little embarrassed. In any case, Zhu Yuhua had helped her and Lei out, so her words couldn't be too harsh. She thought about the wording and said, Boss Zhu, some things can't be forced. Sometimes when love comes, you can't refuse even if you want to. Wang Mei had a deep understanding of this. Before meeting Zhang Ben, Wang Mei didn't feel anything, but after meeting Zhang Ben, Wang Mei understood what love was. Love? Shouldn't love be built on a financial foundation? Zhu Yuhua frowned and whispered, I'm not looking down on Lei's boyfriend. Does he have the ability to support Lei? Wang Mei found it funny. Yang Ming couldn't afford it? He could casually throw out tens of millions of yuan. What else could he not afford? On the contrary, although you can be considered to have a successful career, compared with Yang Ming, you are nothing. However, these words were a bit hurtful and couldn't be said. Wang Mei just advised, Boss Zhu, in fact, if you can't be lovers, you can also be friends. Zhu Yuhua's face was very ugly. He changed back and forth a few times as if he wanted to make a decision. In the end, he finally stood up and walked to Yang Ming and Huang Lei's table. Zhu Yuhua originally wanted to declare war on Yang Ming, but when he walked there, he saw that Huang Lei and Yang Ming didn't even look at him. He couldn't help but weaken his momentum. He coughed twice to attract the attention of Yang Ming. Cough cough. Zhu Yuhua coughed twice. Yang Ming and Huang Lei just looked up at him and then lowered their heads to study something. Zhu Yuhua listened carefully. It seemed to be some bubble dragon. He was suddenly angry. Am I not even as good as a bubble dragon? Cough cough, I have something to say. Zhu Yuhua couldn't bear it and finally said loudly. Oh, you say it. Huang Lei was talking to Yang Ming about little fox fairy winning her. She was interrupted by Zhu Yuhua. She seemed impatient and looked up. Lei, I don't care what means this kid used to pursue you, but I won't give up. As long as you don't marry him, I have the right to pursue you. Zhu Yuhua held his breath and said loudly. Oh. Huang Lei nodded indifferently. What else? What else? Zhu Yuhua was stunned, and then he was a little discouraged. No, nothing else. When he met Huang Lei, this kind of person, Zhu Yuhua really didn't have any temper. Huang Lei was so straightforward and pure. There was no way he could beat around the bush with her. Zhu Yuhua knew that standing here would only increase the awkwardness, so he simply didn't stay. Anyway, he had said what he needed to say, so he strode to the door, came to the bar, and said, Bill, please. The waiter who saw this scene had been laughing in his heart. This person is really a sucker. He spent money to treat others to a meal, but he still got rejected. However, he couldn't laugh. He had to hold back his smile and said seriously, Sir, you have spent a total of 201,638 yuan. After the discount, it is 220,000. Oh, by card. Zhu Yuhua said absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. How much did you say I spent? Sir, you have spent a total of 201,638 yuan. After the discount, it is 220,000. The waiter repeated again. What? Zhu Yuhua was stunned. He was puzzled. How is it possible? Did you calculate wrongly? In Zhu Yuhua's view, this meal was at most 10,000 yuan. How could it be so much money? There is no mistake, sir. We are all electronic bookkeeping. It is impossible to make a mistake. The waiter explained. Impossible to make a mistake? Zhu Yuhua suddenly became angry. How many impossible things in this world finally become possible? Where is the bill? I want to see what is impossible. Originally, Zhu Yuhua was already rejected. He had no place to vent his anger. Now, this waiter hit the muzzle. How could he not be angry? Did the waiter frown? Seeing that Zhu Yuhua's words were unpleasant, he was a little unhappy. As he printed the bill, he whispered, Why are you still pretending when you don't have money? It's like 20 to 80,000 yuan. What? What did you say? Did you say that I don't have money? When Zhu Yuhua heard this, he immediately exploded. He pointed at the waiter and said unforgivingly, You are just a little waiter. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you believe that I will complain to your boss? The waiter was just complaining. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to use his work to argue with Zhu Yuhua. He didn't answer. He just handed the bill to Zhu Yuhua. You can see it yourself. Zhu Yuhua was too lazy to argue with a waiter. He pulled the bill and looked at it. When he saw the 1990 Lafite, he was suddenly stunned. He pointed at the bill and shouted at the waiter, What is this? I ordered a 2,000-year-old Lafite. You are good. Even a thief has morals. You gave me 10 years in advance? And this, what is this pan-fried foie gras? Who wants it? There are 2 servings? Sir, you didn't ask for it, but the gentleman at the table over there asked for it. The waiter pointed to the table where Yang Ming was and said, Didn't you say that you would also pay for the expenses at that table? The waiter was very happy in his heart. He thought, Who asked you to pretend to be a big-tailed wolf? Now it's good, right? Take the money. He asked for it? He asked for these? Zhu Yuhua was stunned. He suddenly didn't know what to say. He did say that the expenses at Yang Ming's table would be paid by him, but the problem now wasn't this too outrageous? More than 200,000 yuan for a meal, even if Zhu Yuhua was rich, he couldn't afford it. This meal cost an entire car. Zhu Yuhua's company's annual profit was only a little more than 1 million yuan. It wasn't that he couldn't afford this money, but he was unwilling. He thought about it slightly, and his face sank. He said to the waiter, Since you asked for these things, why didn't you tell me before? I have the right not to pay. Sir, what you said is wrong. I wanted to tell you, but you said, Is there still a need to see? My credit card is with you. What are you afraid of? The waiter said in Zhu Yuhua's tone. Zhu Yuhua was stunned, and then immediately remembered that he did say such a thing. Could it be that this silent loss was something that he had to accept? No, he wasn't willing. It's okay to act cool, but I can't go bankrupt because of acting cool. Zhu Yuhua hesitated and walked to Yang Ming's table. Why are you back again? Yang Ming asked while knowing the answer. Yang Ming had seen what happened at the bar just now. What do you mean by asking for these dishes? Zhu Yuhua didn't say anything and put the menu in front of Yang Ming. You did it deliberately, didn't you? Do you think I'm a fool? You said it yourself. I can eat whatever I want. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Yeah, you can eat whatever you want. Zhu Yuhua sneered. That's fine. You pay the bill yourself. Oh, okay. Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently. Are you okay? If you are okay, you can leave. Don't yell in front of me in the future. With your appetite, you still want to pursue Lele. It's really funny. Zhu Yuhua wanted to see Yang Ming make a fool of himself. In his opinion, Yang Ming couldn't pay so much money. When Yang Ming ran out of money, Huang Lele would ask him to pay the bill, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say, okay. This was completely out of Zhu Yuhua's plan. Zhu Yuhua was stunned and said, "Are you sure?" "If you are sure to not appear in front of Huang Lele in the future, then I am sure," Yang Ming said. However, this sentence left Zhu Yuhua in a daze. Did she want him to give up pursuing Huang Lele? That won't do. Listening to Yang Ming's words, if you don't pay the bill, don't think about pursuing Huang Lele in the future. Therefore, Zhu Yuhua subconsciously thought that Yang Ming couldn't pay the bill, but for the sake of his face, he didn't dare to admit it. So, he used words to make Zhu Yuhua take the initiative to pay the bill. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuhua's heart calmed down a little. He increasingly felt that things should be like this, so he wanted to stay until the end to see Yang Ming's helpless look. After confirming his own thoughts, Zhu Yuhua didn't care about other people's eyes. He calmly said to the waiter, "Don't pay the bill first. Wait for this gentleman to say that he will pay the bill himself." The waiter didn't care who paid the bill. As long as he got the money in the end, everything was fine. The dishes were served one by one. Yang Ming and Huang Lele ate happily. Zhu Yuhua watched from the side, but his heart was bleeding. What they ate was his money. He was now very sure that Yang Ming was just bragging. In the end, he still had to pay the bill. The price was too high. Yang Ming and Huang Lele ignored Zhu Yuhua. He could do whatever he wanted. It had nothing to do with the two of them. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were also inexplicable. They looked at Zhu Yuhua and then looked at Yang Ming. They didn't know what these two people were playing. In fact, Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to this Zhu Yuhua. As long as he didn't go too far, then Yang Ming didn't need to interfere with him. Otherwise, there were many people pursuing his woman. If he took the trouble to settle everyone, wouldn't he not have to do anything else? Yang Ming ordered 2 servings, so Huang Lele didn't need to order when she came. She could just eat the ready-made food. When the two were almost done eating, Yang Ming called the waiter and said, "Waiter, the bill. Are these 2 tables paid together?" The waiter looked at Zhang Ben and asked. "Let's settle it together." Yang Ming nodded. Zhu Yuhua thought to himself, "Just keep pretending, keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. I won't fall for it." Zhu Yuhua thought that Yang Ming must have felt that he would stand up and pay the bill at the last moment, so he was not in a hurry. "Yes, sir. Your total bill is 221,638 yuan. After the discount, it's 220,000 yuan, the waiter said with a smile. "Oh, 220,000, right? Okay, by card." Yang Ming casually threw out a bank card and said to the waiter. The waiter took the card and respectfully walked to the bar counter. He despised Zhu Yuhua in his heart. What is the difference? This is the difference. Look at him, he paid the bill without hesitation. When Zhu Yuhua saw Yang Ming take out his bank card, he was stunned for a moment, but then he comforted himself in his heart. He must be pretending. Taking out a bank card doesn't mean that there is money in it. Hence, Zhu Yuhua stared at Yang Ming, waiting for him to make a fool of himself, waiting for him to beg him. Zhu Yuhua told himself that he must not compromise. Yang Ming must be pretending. It didn't take long for the waiter to come back with Yang Ming's card. Zhu Yuhua was proud. It must be that there is no money in the card, so the waiter came back to find him. However, the next thing made Zhu Yuhua a little stunned. He saw the waiter return the bank card to Yang Ming, then took out a receipt and said to Yang Ming, "Sir, please sign." Oh. Yang Ming took the bank card and signed the receipt after swiping it, then handed it back to the waiter. "Thank you for your patronage." After the waiter finished, he turned and left. Zhu Yuhua was stunned. After a long time, he pointed at Yang Ming and asked, You paid the bill?" "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded casually. "Can you afford it?" Zhu Yuhua asked with some disbelief. "I say, are you sick?" Yang Ming frowned impatiently. "You should not appear in front of Huang Lele in the future. I don't have time to waste with you." Blink. We are leaving. No, it's impossible. Zhu Yuhua couldn't figure it out. How could Yang Ming afford it? It was because the quality of the dishes on Yang Ming's table was not like the dishes of a rich person. You can think what you want. Yang Ming took Huang Leilei's hand and walked to the door of the restaurant. I know. You must have taken out all your savings to pay for this meal. Zhu Yuhua suddenly shouted and blocked in front of Yang Ming and Huang Leilei. Leilei, don't be fooled by this guy. This kid is just pretending to be rich. Then, he said to Yang Ming, Kid, you must feel very distressed now, right? You originally wanted me to pay the bill, right? For your face, you finally have to pretend to be rich. But your heart is bleeding, right? Yang Ming frowned. He thought, is this guy crazy? So, he said angrily, what I think has nothing to do with you. Yang Ming's words made Zhu Yuhua misunderstand. He thought that Yang Ming was suffering because of his face, so he said, I will give you the money. You don't bother Leilei anymore. I will give you 250,000 yuan, and I will let you earn 30,000 yuan. How about it? Oh, is that so? Yang Ming looked at Zhu Yuhua with a smile. I will give you 2.5 million yuan. How about you get out of here now? 2.5 million yuan? Zhu Yuhua was very tempted. It was worth it for him to get out, but he didn't believe that Yang Ming had the money. He thought that Yang Ming was scolding him for being stupid, so he sneered, okay, let's wait and see. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He went out of the Western restaurant with Huang Leilei, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei, leaving Zhu Yuhua behind. Humph, kid, you want to compete with me in terms of wealth? Let's see how long you can hold on. Zhu Yuhua had a preconceived notion. He felt that Yang Ming had been pretending to be rich. Bro, why don't you beat that guy up? Out of the restaurant, Zhang Ben said to Yang Ming with some dissatisfaction. Beat him up? Yang Ming shook his head. Not everything has to be solved with violence. It is good to let him know the difficulties and retreat. It is not good to beat people in public. At that time, we will be in the wrong. That's true, but let him pay the bill. It is good to cheat him. Zhang Ben said with some regret. I planned to do so at the beginning, but later I felt that if he completely gave up because of this, then the money for the meal didn't matter. Besides, it was not much. Yang Ming said. Not much? 220,000 yuan was not much? Wang Mei was a little shocked. When she was with Lu Jihao, she had never eaten such expensive food. Zhang Ben was even more curious about Yang Ming. Bro seemed to be different from the original Bro, especially the financial resources he showed in Macau this time. How was this the Yang Ming who only had a few dozen yuan in his pocket in high school? Huang Leilei had no concept of money. Whether Yang Ming was rich or poor, it didn't matter as long as she felt happy. Right, bro, there is nothing now. Lu Jihao is also settled. Let's go to the casino to have some fun? Zhang Ben was a little itchy. Last time, I didn't have enough fun. Something happened in a hurry. Yang Ming hesitated. He didn't want to go, but he thought that Zhang Ben was really depressed these 2 days. He was also implicated because of his own affairs. He was regarded as a murder suspect. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, then let's have fun. Bro, you are so good to me. Zhang Ben said happily after listening. After calling a taxi, Zhang Ben and Wang Mei sat in, and Yang Ming sat in Huang Leilei's Porsche Boxster. In the front passenger seat, Yang Ming felt a little awkward. Others were driving sports cars and carrying beautiful women, but he was lucky. A beautiful woman was driving him. However, this was not the first time. When he first met Sun Jia, it was a similar situation. Going to your family's casino won't cause you trouble, right? After getting in the car, Yang Ming said to Huang Leilei. No. Huang Leilei shook her head. He will always lose money. It is still the casino that earns money. It seemed that Huang Leilei was more thorough. 9 out of 10 gambles were lost. The casino was like this. People who came to the casino were basically here to lose money. Otherwise, how could the casino make money? But his chips were given by you. Yang Ming was a little amused. Huang Leilei's idea was really special. Then in the end, he will lose back to the casino. Huang Leilei said, that is not a loss. What if he wins? Asked Yang Ming. There is no way. Then give him money. Huang Leilei thought for a while and said this answer. After Yang Ming heard it, he couldn't help but smile happily. Every time he talked to Huang Leilei, he felt very relaxed and happy. Huang Leilei was such a person. She was unique and stood out from the crowd. Probably because she grew up in a big family, she was spoiled since she was a child. She had never been wronged, so such a peculiar character was formed. The beige Porsche Boxster was parked in the parking lot of Huawei Casino. A security guard had already come over and opened the door for Huang Leilei. Mississippi. This person was the security captain who took Zhang Ben to play last time. When Huang Leilei's car entered the entrance of the casino parking lot, he got the news from the walkie-talkie and rushed to the parking lot personally. I brought my friends to play. You accompany them later. Huang Leilei had no interest in gambling. It was no wonder. Her family ran a casino. She knew the rules and inside information. Naturally, she had no interest in gambling. In contrast, Huang Leilei was more interested in QQ games such as Bubble Bobble. Okay. The security captain glanced at the taxi behind and saw that it was the same person as last time, so he nodded. Anyway, it was arranged by the miss. It didn't matter who asked. Yang Ming didn't want to gamble. Instead of gambling, it was better to flirt with Huang Leilei in the room and improve their relationship. After several contacts, Yang Ming found that he had fallen in love with Huang Leilei, this maverick girl. Yang Ming asked Zhang Ben and Wang Mei to go to the casino to play. If there was anything, they could contact each other by phone. He and Huang Leilei went to Huang Leilei's room upstairs in the casino. Zhang Ben responded and happily followed the security captain with Wang Mei to the casino. In a while, you help me win that little fox fairy. Huang Leilei pushed Yang Ming from behind and pushed him into the room. Yang Ming thought, if you are so eager to push me to the bed, I will be very happy. However, Yang Ming's feelings for Huang Leilei were now not just a love for her body, but a love for Huang Leilei as a whole person. It's okay to win. What's the reward? Yang Ming smiled and sat in front of Huang Leilei's computer desk and turned on the computer power. Reward. Huang Leilei was stunned, but when she saw Yang Ming's bad smile, she seemed to think of something. She said with a red face, you say it. Can I say anything? Yang Ming looked at Huang Leilei's appearance and couldn't help but tease her. Aya, you have to win first. Huang Leilei did not answer and urged Yang Ming. Although Huang Leilei sometimes liked to be impulsive and silly, she also had some understanding of the matters between men and women. Especially after she pushed Yang Ming down last time, she went back and thought for a long time. Who took advantage of who? However, Huang Leilei was not the kind of person who was sentimental. She did not figure it out, so she no longer thought about it. However, she could still guess some of Yang Ming's thoughts. Anyway, when a boyfriend and girlfriend were together, it was nothing more than these things. Yang Ming smiled and logged into his QQ number. He entered the game hall. Huang Leilei's account and password were saved. He could log in directly by clicking on confirm. Before Yang Ming logged in, he paid attention to Huang Leilei's QQ number and secretly memorized it. As soon as Huang Leilei went online, Little Fox Fairy found Huang Leilei. Did you find the master? Is it because he doesn't want to talk to you? You're even boasting that he's your boyfriend. Aren't you ashamed? Is that master referring to me? Yang Ming replied with a message. You call yourself an expert? TSK. Little Fox very disdainfully sent a vomit emoji. Whether he's a master or not, we'll know after a match. Yang Ming sent a, covering mouth laughing, emoji over. Alright, come on, Fujian Telecom, Room X, Table X. Little Fox Fairy sent out an invitation. Yang Ming did not reply, but directly found the location according to the server and room number that Little Fox Fairy said. Little Fox Fairy was already sitting on the table. Yang Ming clicked on the seat, but the prompt for entering the password appeared. Yang Ming wanted to privately ask Little Fox Fairy what the password was, but Huang Leilei had already said, 1234. Yang Ming keyed in 1234 and successfully entered the room. It seemed that this password was the commonly used password between Little Fox Fairy and Huang Lele. For Bubble Bobble, Yang Ming had already played it to the point of perfection. After a while, he defeated Little Fox Fairy. Little Fox Fairy immediately sent a private message. "Are you really the master?" "Probably." Yang Ming replied. "Are you Lele's boyfriend?" Little Fox Fairy asked very nosily. She knew that she was not the opponent of Yang Ming. After confirming the identity of the other party, she gave up the idea of competing again. Yang Ming's speed was not at the same level as hers. Although she could win Huang Lele, it was also very difficult. She had to fight a protracted battle to win. Yang Ming was not the same as her. Little Fox Fairy didn't wait to see what was going on. Countless bubbles gathered on her computer screen until game over. "I am." Yang Ming returned the message. "AI, then it's over. With you, the master, teaching Lele, it won't be long before I have to admit defeat." Little Fox Fairy said with some frustration. "Teaching?" Yang Ming's heart moved. This word is very ambiguous. Yang Ming turned and glanced at Huang Lele next to him. He was a little restless. Yang Ming didn't wait for a reply. Huang Lele grabbed it and typed on the keyboard, "Yeah, see if I don't find you for revenge." Yang Ming smiled and reached out and gently stroked Huang Lele's hair. He smiled and said, "Now that I have won against her, what is the reward?" "And, then you say it?" Huang Lele was very happy, so she nodded readily. Yang Ming turned off the computer monitor, then he picked up Huang Lele and hugged her to the bed behind him. Huang Lele knew that Yang Ming probably wanted to do something to her, so she slowly closed her eyes. For Yang Ming's feelings, Huang Lele's heart was like Yang Ming's feelings for her. It was also very complicated. At first, Huang Lele only had some good feelings for Yang Ming, but it was not to the point of falling in love with him. She did those things to Yang Ming because she felt that Yang Ming was very pretentious. She wanted to kill Yang Ming's arrogance. However, since she agreed to be Yang Ming's lover, Huang Lele couldn't help but often think of Yang Ming. As the number of times increased, the initial good feelings turned into liking. Moreover, the two people had done everything. Although Huang Lele didn't feel anything, this had unknowingly narrowed the distance between the two people. When Yang Ming kissed Huang Lele's heart throbbed. The feeling of this kiss was completely different from the last time. Last time, Huang Lele only held the attitude of revenge. She didn't realize the pleasure, but this time was different. Huang Lele only felt that she was electrocuted, nervous and excited. Huang Lele was not the kind of girl who pretended to be reserved. When Yang Ming took off her clothes, she did not have the slightest resistance. She even deliberately turned sideways so that Yang Ming could take off her bra smoothly. However, when Yang Ming was about to enter her body, Huang Lele frowned a little nervously. "This time, it won't hurt so much, right?" Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele's nervous little appearance. He couldn't help but feel that it was very funny and cute. He couldn't help but tease, "Didn't you say that last time wasn't the first time? Why does it still hurt?" That. Huang Lele's lie was exposed, and she was suddenly embarrassed. Yang Ming didn't seem to let her go. He continued to tease in her ear, "And, since it's not the first time, you should know whether it hurts or not, right?" Huang Lele simply flattened her mouth and said with some frustration, "Can't I admit it?" "Then you tell me. Will it hurt this time?" "This time? Of course, it won't." Yang Ming smiled. "Oh, then you do it." Huang Lele seemed to put down her worries and breathed a sigh of relief. However, after that, she did frown. "Yeah, you are lying. Didn't you say that it doesn't hurt? Why does it still hurt?" "I didn't finish. I mean, of course, it won't hurt as much as the first time, but it will still hurt a little," Yang Ming said as he slowly moved. "You are so bad. You lied to me." Huang Lele just said halfway and couldn't help but gasp under Yang Ming's movements. She couldn't speak. After that, it really didn't hurt, and it felt pretty good. It was very comfortable. Huang Lele lay on Yang Ming's shoulder and said lazily, but now it's starting to hurt again. The previous few times were a little painful, but it will decrease gradually. Yang Ming smiled and stroked Huang Lei's skin. Then it will feel the same as after you every time. Really? Huang Lei asked with some doubt. You didn't lie to me this time? Don't you feel that the pain is much less than the first time? Yang Ming said with a smile. That's true. Huang Lei nodded, and then suddenly got up from the bed. Yang Ming, why don't we do it a few more times? Again? Yang Ming was shocked and looked at Huang Lei incredulously. Well, anyway, it's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Let's do it a few more times today. Won't it not hurt in the future? Huang Lei nodded seriously. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after listening to Huang Lei's words. What he meant was to wait for Huang Lei's body to recover every few days and then do it again. How could it be done in one day? If it continued like this, it would be strange if Huang Lei didn't die of pain. Maybe she wouldn't be able to walk the next day. Helplessly, Yang Ming had to give an example and told the story of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm to let Huang Lei understand that this kind of thing couldn't be remembered. Huang Lei gave up, but said with some embarrassment, "How would I know this? You didn't explain it clearly?" Yang Ming said in his heart, "Who would think that you are so impatient?" Impatient, this word is a pun. After lying down for a while, Yang Ming said, "We have to get up. If Huang Mei comes up in a while, we won't have time to wear clothes." When Huang Lei heard it, it was indeed like this. She quickly sat up and wore clothes, but the discomfort between her legs made her grimace when she wore pants. She couldn't help but stare at Yang Ming. "Right, your casino's consultant is called Jing Xiaopeng. Right?" Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Jing Xiaopeng was not dead yet, and this person was very suspicious. If he was in other casinos, Yang Ming wouldn't go back to care about him because it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. But now it was different. Jing Xiaopeng was the consultant of Huawei Casino, and Huawei Casino was the property of Huang Lei's family. As a result, Yang Ming had to remind Huang Lei. Yes. Why are you asking this? Huang Lei put on her clothes and lay on the bed again because she felt uncomfortable sitting. How did this person enter your casino? Do you have his information? Asked Yang Ming. Information, I can ask someone to get it for you. Do you want it now? Huang Lei was somewhat curious why Yang Ming was interested in this person. You haven't told me yet. Why are you asking this? This person's origin seems to be problematic. I don't know if he has any intentions for your casino, but he is definitely not innocent. Yang Ming didn't say it so obviously because he didn't know how to tell Huang Lei now. Things were too complicated. It couldn't be explained in a few words. Although Huang Lei didn't participate in the operation of the casino, she heard that someone in her casino had a problematic origin, and he was a consultant with authority. In the operation of a casino, in addition to the manager, the consultant also had a lot of say because the consultant might not be an expert in operation, but he was definitely an expert in gambling, so many opinions must be considered. Then I will ask someone to bring the information to you now. Huang Lei didn't dare to delay. After listening to Yang Ming's words, she quickly picked up the phone and called the manager of the casino. Uncle Zhang, this is Lei. Huang Lei said to the person on the phone. Uncle Zhang was the general manager of Huawei Casino, Zhang Guozong. When Yang Ming investigated Jing Xiaopeng beforehand, he learned about the other personnel structure of the casino and knew this Zhang Guozong. However, it had nothing to do with the whole thing. Yang Ming didn't investigate further. He just knew the name. Lei, what's the matter? Zhang Guozong heard that the caller was the young lady of the Huang family, so he didn't dare to neglect. Uncle Zhang, come to my room. I have something to look for you. Huang Lei instructed. At this time, Huang Lei was like a well-bred young lady who was ordering her subordinates. Yang Ming looked at her with interest. Huang Lei's appearance at the moment was really different from before. It was just that Yang Ming didn't know that although Huang Lei was simple, under the influence of the big family since childhood, she also heard and witnessed a lot of things. She knew how to talk to those who worked for the family. Well, the general manager here will be here in a while. You can ask him then. Huang Lei said to Yang Ming. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside the room. "Please come in." Huang Lele sat up from the bed and tidied the hair in front of her forehead to make herself look normal. The lock on the door had been unlocked by Yang Ming after the call, so when Zhang Guozong pushed it from the outside, the door opened. "Eldest miss, are you looking for me?" Zhang Guozong saw that there were other people in the room, so his address for Huang Lele changed from Lele to Miss in private. It was reasonable to say that he was Huang Lele's elder. Zhang Guozong had worked for Huang Lele's father a long time ago until now, so it was normal to call Huang Lele Lele. However, if there were outsiders present now, it was possible that others would laugh at him for not knowing the rules or even taking advantage of his seniority. Therefore, in front of outsiders, Zhang Guozong still respectfully addressed Huang Lele as Mississippi. "Yes, he's the one who has something to ask you. You guys can talk about the details." After Huang Lele finished speaking, she went to the computer table, turned on the computer monitor, and played on the computer by herself. "Hello, President Zhang, right? My surname is Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled, reached out, and shook hands with Zhang Guozong. Zhang Guozong could manage such a large casino. He had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. When he entered the room, he did not notice it, but now he somewhat understood the relationship between Yang Ming and Huang Lele. The relationship between the two people was definitely not shallow. It should be a kind of boyfriend and girlfriend. There was a reason why he was so sure. First, Huang Lele was casual in front of Yang Ming. If it were an unfamiliar person, it was impossible to leave the guest aside and play on the computer by herself, right? Second, after Huang Lele saw Zhang Guozong come in, she did not deliberately introduce Yang Ming's identity. Instead, she let Zhang Guozong talk to Yang Ming directly. In this way, if it was not a particularly good relationship, she would not treat him like this. Third, and the most important point, that was, after Zhang Guozong entered the room, he smelled an unusual smell. It was the unique smell that remained after the pleasure between a man and a woman. How could a person like Zhang Guozong not notice it? Looking at Huang Lele's face again, there was still a trace of redness that had not faded. Zhang Guozong was even more certain that the young man in front of him was the young lady's sweetheart. Zhang Guozong could stand in the Huang family's business for so many years. His ability to observe people's expressions was first class. Therefore, after speculating the identity of Yang Ming, Zhang Guozong was particularly careful to deal with the future son-in-law of the Huang family. No matter how capable Zhang Guozong was, he always worked for the Huang family. Now, Huang Lele's father basically did not care about the company's affairs, so the company's affairs would definitely be handed over to these juniors in the future. Although most of the Huang family's affairs were managed by Huang Lele's eldest brother, Zhang Guozong understood that the old man would not hand over all the industries to his eldest son in the future. He would give a small part of the peripheral industries to his second son and his most beloved youngest daughter. Even Huang Lele's family property might be similar to that of his eldest son. Because Zhang Guozong knew the old man's character too well, he had a daughter at an old age. Naturally, he treasured her. Even if the management rights were handed over to his eldest son, the shares given to Huang Lele would definitely not be small. As for the casino in Macau, to be honest, because of Huang Lele's work, the Huang family member who was in contact with the most was Huang Lele, so there was a 90% chance that this casino would be handed over to Huang Lele in the future. After all, Huang Lele was a girl, and she was not very interested in business matters, so the one who would have the final say in the future would be the son-in-law in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Yang." "What, President Zhang?" "Hee, it's not a business field. Lele calls me Uncle Zhang. How about you call me that too?" After guessing the identity of Yang Ming, Zhang Guozong removed the seriousness on the surface. Because in this case, a familial relationship was more useful than others. "Well, then I will call you Uncle Zhang. You don't have to call me Mr. Yang. Just call me Yang Ming." Yang Ming said with a smile. "Okay, I will call you Yang Ming." Zhang Guozong naturally didn't want the relationship to be too distant. This was what he wanted. "Yang Ming, why are you looking for me? We don't have to be polite. Just say it directly." "This is the case. I want to know about Jing Xiaoping's information," Yang Ming said straightforwardly. Xing Xiaopeng, he is the consultant director of our casino. Zhang Wuzong said, what kind of information do you want to know? When Zhang Wuzong spoke, he deliberately said Huawei Casino as our casino and used the word our. For example, when did this person enter the casino? What was his occupation before entering the casino? Yang Ming gave examples. Why, did he have any problems with you? Zhang Wuzong smiled after listening. If this is the case, I will fire him. With the reputation of Huawei Casino, I don't have to worry about not finding a good consultant. That's not it. I don't have any personal grievances with him. I just saw this person before. He was involved in other bad things, so I suspect that his character is very problematic. Yang Ming shook his head and said. That's the case. Zhang Wuzong nodded after listening and said, in fact, when we hire consultants, most of them just look at his talent. There is a saying that we don't ask where a hero comes from, especially in the gambling industry. Many of these masters are secrets, and we can't ask too much. However, I have a record of when he came to the casino. It was 8 years ago. At that time, he was very famous? Yang Ming didn't expect Xing Xiaopeng to actually stay in Huawei Casino for 8 years. Did he have a plan for the casino? No, he just came to apply for the position of a dealer. He didn't want to apply for the position of a casino consultant. Zhang Wuzong said, the requirements of a dealer are not high. He only needs to know how to gamble and be nimble. Xing Xiaopeng passed a simple assessment and came to work in the casino. After that, with his excellent skills, he quickly rose to the position of foreman, deputy consultant director, and consultant director until now. It was a very ordinary work path. Yang Ming shook his head. There was nothing special. Is he in the casino now? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, when the casino is open, if there is nothing else, he stays in the casino except for the holidays, said Zhang Wuzong. He took a few days off? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, he just took a few days off. Zhang Wuzong replied. Well, arrange a room for me. I want to meet this Xing Xiaopeng alone. Yang Ming said, don't have any monitoring equipment in the room. You can rest assured. There is no problem. In our own territory, we have the final say. Zhang Wuzong used the word we for the second time. Xing Xiaopeng didn't know what Zhang Wuzong asked him to do, and he didn't go to the general manager's office, but to another room. Although it was strange, Xing Xiaopeng quickly put down the things at hand and rushed over. There was no one in the room, only Zhang Wuzong's secretary. When he saw Xing Xiaopeng, he stood up and said to Xing Xiaopeng, Consultant Xing, you wait in the room for a while. Zhang Wuzong will come soon. Okay. Xing Xiaopeng nodded. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he couldn't ask Zhang Wuzong's secretary. Yang Ming pushed open the door. The moment he entered the door, he changed his face to the one that appeared outside Xing Xiaopeng's villa that day, and then closed the door. Xing Xiaopeng heard someone come in and thought it was Zhang Wuzong. He stood up and was about to say hello, but he saw a stranger standing in front of him. You? Who are you? Xing Xiaopeng asked Yang Ming in confusion. Xing Xiaopeng, don't you recognize me? Yang Ming smiled coldly and took a step closer to Xing Xiaopeng. You? I don't know you? Xing Xiaopeng looked at Yang Ming in surprise and shook his head. Looking at Xing Xiaopeng's reaction, Yang Ming was stunned. This guy doesn't recognize me? How is it possible? How could Xing Xiaopeng not see the fight outside his villa that day? In fact, Xing Xiaopeng did use binoculars in the villa to watch every move outside the villa. After discovering that Yang Ming appeared and killed the 2 masters sent by the boss, he fled. However, Yang Ming's appearance at the moment was too ordinary. Once he blended into the crowd, he might not be recognized in the blink of an eye. Xing Xiaopeng really didn't have any impression of such a common face. You can't be so forgetful, right? Yang Ming frowned. Last night, we should have met at the door of your villa. I also took care of 2 thieves for you. Ah. When Xing Xiaopeng heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and stared at Yang Ming in disbelief. You are the person who was with Wan Xiaoyan. Although Yang Ming's face was very ordinary, after Yang Ming's reminder, Xing Xiaopeng still remembered the scene last night. The two masters couldn't even make a move under Yang Ming's hands. What a frightening scene. It was also because of the appearance of Yang Ming that Jing Xiaopeng quickly fled the villa to avoid being caught in the crossfire. You remember? Yang Ming said coldly, it seems that your memory is not that bad. What are you going to do? Jing Xiaopeng was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to come to the casino. What am I going to do? Yang Ming smiled faintly. That depends on how cooperative you are. How can I cooperate? Jing Xiaopeng said in a panic. It's very simple. What I ask, you answer me. Otherwise, humph. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he paused and said, you are someone who has a bounty on your head. I can kill you now. When Jing Xiaopeng heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked. With Yang Ming's skills, wouldn't killing him be a piece of cake? He stammered, no. I'm afraid you won't get the reward for killing me. I don't like you, can't I just kill you? Can I not accept the bounty? Yang Ming threatened with a glare. Jing Xiaopeng immediately lost his temper. That's right. Do people need a reason to kill people? To Yang Ming, whether he was rich or not, killing him was a piece of cake. What do you want to know? Jing Xiaopeng asked carefully. Just answer my questions. Yang Ming glared at him and said, what's your name? Jing Xiaopeng. Jing Xiaopeng answered honestly. Is that your real name? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaopeng. Jing Lai Zi. Jing Xiaopeng was scared and quickly said, my previous nickname was Jing Lai Zi. When did you get your nickname? Yang Ming continued to ask. Jing Lotzi? I didn't expect this guy to have such a funny name. Before I came to work in the casino. Jing Xiaopeng's fear of Yang Ming was deep-rooted. He was afraid that Yang Ming would kill him to vent his anger, so for these unimportant questions, he told the truth. What did you do before you came to the casino? Yang Ming continued to ask. I was a gambler. Jing Xiaopeng didn't have the majesty in the casino at this moment. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Jing Xiaopeng didn't have any thoughts of escaping or resisting because Yang Ming's skills were too strong. Jing Xiaopeng was afraid that if he made any move, he would be dead on the spot like the two masters. Yang Ming frowned. Gambler, Jing Xiaopeng's experience was nothing special. From a gambler to a dealer, then to a foreman, etc. Everything seemed to be logical. Wait. No. Yang Ming suddenly thought of a key point. That was, since Jing Xiaopeng could become a casino consultant, his gambling skills must be very high. If such a person was a gambler before, he must be very powerful. How could he not have a name before entering the casino? Yang Ming remembered Zhang Guozong's words. Jing Xiaopeng had no reputation before he entered the casino, so he started from the lowest level of dealer. Then, if Jing Xiaopeng had not been engaged in gambling-related matters before, it was normal not to have heard of this person. However, Jing Xiaopeng was a gambler, so it was not normal not to have heard of his reputation. Where did your gambling skills come from? Yang Ming thought of the key point of the matter and immediately asked. What gambling skills? Jing Xiaopeng was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to ask about his key point. He was shocked and stuttered a little. What gambling skills are you talking about? As the consultant director of the casino, your gambling skills must not be bad, right? Where did you learn this gambling skill from? Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Jing Xiaopeng from talking, but he interrupted him sharply. I used to be a gambler, so I know more about gambling. Jing Xiaopeng wanted to hide it. Don't tell me those useless things. I hate people who pretend to be confused. Yang Ming sneered. Don't force me. My temper is not good. You will be the one who suffers. I really didn't lie to you. Although Jing Xiaopeng was very afraid of Yang Ming, he couldn't say anything about the boss. He didn't want to betray the boss because of his own life. Are you sure that you are telling the truth? Yang Ming asked again. I am telling the truth. How would I dare to lie to you? Jing Xiaopeng made up his mind and said. Really? Yang Ming's face suddenly sank, and then he said, well, if you don't want to say it, I will say it for you. Your gambling skills were taught to you by a person with ulterior motives, and then you sneaked into the casino. Do you want to scheme against the casino? No, it's really not like that. This time, Xing Xiaopeng was really wronged. Xing Xiaopeng didn't have any ulterior motives for the casino. He just treated the casino as a career, a place to settle down. Humph. Yang Ming was a little impatient. Since this guy was so untactful, then Yang Ming didn't need to be polite with him anymore. He suddenly reached out and poked Xing Xiaopeng's body. This was Yang Ming's acupoint sealing technique, the unique secret of the king of assassins, Yang Ming. Then you can enjoy yourself for a while. When you have thought it through, tell me again. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he didn't care about Xing Xiaopeng anymore and sat on the chair next to him. Xing Xiaopeng already had the idea of dying. Anyway, he couldn't say anything about the boss. The boss was kind to him, and his life these years were equivalent to the boss giving him. In the past 8 years, the days in the casino were very comfortable. He enjoyed a lot more than he did in the first half of his life. Therefore, he felt that it was enough. When Yang Ming said these words, Xing Xiaopeng closed his eyes and began to wait for Yang Ming to torture him. In the past, Xing Xiaopeng was still vivid in his mind when he was caught cheating. He was tortured until he was half dead, but he endured it. Therefore, Xing Xiaopeng felt that if he gritted his teeth, everything would be over. At most, he would die. However, Xing Xiaopeng waited for Yang Ming to do something to him, but he only felt that Yang Ming gently touched him. There was nothing special, right? However, it was different immediately after that. Xing Xiaopeng suddenly felt that his body seemed to be bitten by countless locusts. There was an indescribable feeling. Was it itchy? Was it painful? In short, this feeling made Xing Xiaopeng a little crazy. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Xing Xiaopeng scratched his body with his hands and panted, but it didn't have the slightest effect. The feeling on his body was still very strong, making him feel so painful that he wanted to die. Ah! Xing Xiaopeng really couldn't stand it. He screamed and began to roll on the ground. What did you do to me? Xing Xiaopeng's voice changed because the pain on his body made it impossible for him to speak normally. Yang Ming just sneered and didn't answer. He didn't even look at Xing Xiaopeng. Xing Xiaopeng was still howling at the beginning, but later, he didn't even have the strength to howl. He just kept rolling on the ground, and his face was full of sweat. Yang Ming saw that it was about time, so he stood up and kicked Xing Xiaopeng with his foot to unseal his acupoints. Do you want to say it now? I. Xing Xiaopeng felt that his whole person seemed to have died once, and it was even more painful than death. This was the first time he saw this kind of torture. The fear in his heart for Yang Ming was even stronger. Do you want to say it or not? Do you want to feel good for a while? Yang Ming said with some impatience. No. Xing Xiaopeng was scared when he heard it. He almost fainted. I will say it, okay. In the face of morality and pain, Xing Xiaopeng chose to betray morality to reduce the pain. It was because he really didn't want to experience the feeling just now again. It wasn't something that people could feel at all. He didn't want to experience it for the rest of his life. Even when he thought of that feeling, he had a lingering fear. Say it. Yang Ming sat back in the chair and said with some regret, I wanted to make you feel better, but it seems that it is not necessary for the time being. But it doesn't matter. If you are not honest in a while, you can continue to try. Feel better? Xing Xiaopeng almost peed in his pants. Wasn't that good enough? Is there anything more good? I was about to die just now. What is more good? Xing Xiaopeng didn't dare to imagine. He was afraid that Yang Ming would change his mind and give him a better one. He quickly said, my gambling skills were taught by a master. What master? Who is it? What is his name? Yang Ming thought, sure enough, someone taught him gambling skills. Who is the master? What is his name? He didn't say. He just asked me to call him boss. Xing Xiaopeng said, he didn't tell me anything else. Seeing that Yang Ming frowned, Xing Xiaopeng was shocked. What I said is true. I don't dare to lie now. Continue. What does that person look like? Yang Ming continued to ask. That. The boss's face was covered with makeup, and he wore a pair of big sunglasses. I couldn't see his face clearly. Xing Xiaopeng said carefully. Makeup? Yang Ming's brows frowned deeper. Xing Xiaopeng was scared out of his wits, and he almost cried. Big brother, I'm really telling the truth. I don't dare to lie to you. Xing Xiaopeng quickly added. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned to Xing Xiaopeng to be patient. He didn't doubt Xing Xiaopeng's words anymore because under Feng Tian's pressure point technique, no one could lie. Yang Ming frowned because he thought of a person. At that time, I remember that Lu Minggui also said something similar. Lu Minggui's boss seemed to look like this too. Could it be that these two people are the same person? Yang Ming naturally thought of this point. However, if this was the case, then things would become even more confusing. From Xing Xiaopeng's matter, no matter which angle was analyzed, whether it was the behind-the-scenes boss or Xing Xiaopeng, the person they were targeting was Wang Xiaoyan. It wasn't me. Although I also participated in it, I participated in it with a different identity now. It had nothing to do with my Yang Ming. Lu Minggui's matter was completely targeted at me, including Lu Minggui himself. He also personally admitted that the behind-the-scenes boss's target was Yang Ming. Zhang Ben was just a victim of a strange combination of circumstances. So, it seemed that behind these two things, if it was the same boss, wouldn't it be a bit weird? How could two completely unrelated things be linked together? If they were all targeting me, then it would be weird. My relationship with Wang Xiaoyan is just an acquaintance. Even if the behind-the-scenes person killed Wang Xiaoyan, it wouldn't have any impact on me. On the contrary, if they were targeting Wang Xiaoyan, then killing me wouldn't have any impact on Wang Xiaoyan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that I was thinking too much. Even if the two bosses had makeup and wore sunglasses, they might not be the same person. Generally, people who hide behind the scenes and don't want others to know what they look like, don't they dress like this? Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was thinking too much. He waved his hand and continued to speak to Xing Xiaopeng. Then you tell me. What is the purpose of you coming to Huawei Casino? I really don't have any purpose in coming to Huawei Casino. The boss taught me gambling, but he just let me have a skill to eat. He didn't let me use it for anything. Xing Xiaopeng explained, the boss just felt that I was pitiful, so he taught me the skill. He didn't ask for anything in return. I took the initiative to ask for something in return. The boss said that there might be something in the future that I need, but there might not be. He hoped that I wouldn't refuse at that time. At that time, I agreed without thinking. In fact, I also thought so. If there was no boss, I wouldn't be who I am today. So, Wang Xiaoyan's matter, is it your idea or your boss' idea? Yang Ming saw that Xing Xiaopeng didn't seem to be lying, so he believed his words for the time being. Do you know who Wang Xiaoyan is? I know, that's the boss idea. Since he had already said part of it, Xing Xiaopeng didn't care to say it all. Otherwise, I don't know Wang Xiaoyan. Why would I harm her? Yang Ming nodded. He also expected that things would be like this. If Xing Xiaopeng wanted to harm Wang Xiaoyan, it was impossible to use himself as bait with great fanfare. This could only mean that Xing Xiaopeng himself was a chess piece. Well, then you tell me. What did your boss teach you? Yang Ming now basically didn't expect to know anything from Xing Xiaopeng's mouth. If Xing Xiaopeng was just a chess piece, then he basically wouldn't know anything. Xing Xiaopeng told Yang Ming what the boss taught him in detail. It was nothing more than some training methods about techniques. Yang Ming nodded after listening. What Yang Ming had to consider now was how to deal with Xing Xiaopeng's problem. Kill him? Keep him? Or continue to let him stay in the casino? Yang Ming was not worried. After he left, Xing Xiaopeng would say that Yang Ming was looking for him. Xing Xiaopeng was not stupid. He also knew that this kind of thing was not good for him. However, Yang Ming was now considering whether killing Xing Xiaopeng would anger the behind-the-scenes boss. The behind-the-scenes boss was targeting Wang Xiaoyan. If Yang Ming killed Xing Xiaopeng, the behind-the-scenes boss would definitely think that it was done by Wang Xiaoyan or Wang Xiaoyan's group. In this way, would he be crazier to retaliate against Wang Xiaoyan? Now, Yang Ming still had to investigate the Black Widow organization through Wan Xiaoyan. He would not allow anyone to harm Wan Xiaoyan, so after thinking about this, Yang Ming decided to keep Xing Xiaoping's life first. However, it was okay to keep his life, but it was not Yang Ming's style to not do anything else. Okay, now I will give you two options. Yang Ming looked at Xing Xiaoping and said, first, you will die immediately. Second, you can barely live. Which one do you choose? Xing Xiaoping was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to give him a chance to live. Xing Xiaoping originally thought that Yang Ming would kill him after asking what he wanted to know. Now, Xing Xiaoping didn't expect to live at all. He just hoped that when he died, Yang Ming could give him a quick death and not torture him with the wonderful means just now. Of course, I don't want to die. Nonsense, a good death is better than a bad life. Who wants to die for nothing? Xing Xiaoping was not a fool. Of course, he chose the second option. That's good. You can live, but you have to pay a price. Yang Ming looked at Xing Xiaoping and said. Okay. Xing Xiaoping listened to the meaning of Yang Ming's words. It seemed that he wanted him to pay something. Was it a hand or a foot? If one of his hands was crippled, then the position of the casino consultant would be lost. In fact, he relied on his hands to make a living. However, it didn't matter. The money earned in the past few years was enough for Xing Xiaoping to live the rest of his life in peace. It didn't matter even if he didn't work. Do you know about the infernal affairs? Yang Ming asked. Just pretend that I didn't look for you. If your boss looks for you again, you have to inform me in time. How about it? No problem, right? No problem. Xing Xiaoping said dejectedly. Although he had to betray his boss, at this moment, did he have a choice? Besides, he had already betrayed once before, so it didn't matter if it happened again. Now, this situation was 10 times or 100 times better than what he had imagined. He thought that Yang Ming would remove some parts of his body. However, to be on the safe side, I have to wrong you. Yang Ming reached out and took out a small box from his arms. He opened the lid and took out a small pill-like thing. Then he said to Xing Xiaoping, open your mouth and eat it yourself. Xing Xiaoping didn't know what Yang Ming gave him, but at this moment, even if it was poison, he could only bite the bullet and eat it. At least, it was better to be poisoned to death than to die in pain like just now. Besides, Yang Ming had already said that he wouldn't take his life. Obviously, it couldn't be a lethal drug. At best, it was a slow-acting poison. He probably wouldn't die after eating it for a while. So, when Xing Xiaoping thought of this, he took the pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. In order to prevent Yang Ming from not believing it, he deliberately opened his mouth and showed it to Yang Ming. Then he asked, what did I eat? Voodoo. Yang Ming said faintly. What? Drum? Xing Xiaoping didn't hear it clearly. Voodoo, have you heard of it? Yang Ming explained, voodoo, you know what it is, right? Voodoo? This time, Xing Xiaoping heard it clearly. He was shocked. He had seen similar things in movies and novels, but it was the first time he encountered it in reality. Could it be that, when Yang Ming touched him before, his whole body was itchy and painful? It was also a kind of voodoo? And, it is very possible. Xing Xiaoping didn't know anything about acupuncture points. He subconsciously thought that what Yang Ming gave him before was also a voodoo. Yes, it is voodoo. You have to take the antidote once in a while. I will send the antidote to you regularly through special delivery. Of course, if you are not obedient, the antidote will be gone. When the voodoo is activated, you will feel better than before. Yang Ming threatened him. In fact, Yang Ming didn't know what this voodoo would be like when it was activated. He didn't even know if this voodoo was effective. This voodoo was configured by Yang Ming when he was bored a while ago according to the voodoo introductory book that Lan Ling gave him. He didn't know if it was successful. For the time being, he used Xing Xiaoping as a test subject. Okay, I will be a good spy. Xing Xiaoping felt better than before when he heard it. He quickly promised Yang Ming. This is the antidote for 3 months. You just have to take it once. Every month. Yang Ming gave the rest of the pills to Xing Xiaopeng. Xing Xiaopeng carefully put it away. This was his life-saving thing. If he lost it, he would really feel good. Today's matter, don't mention it to anyone. Yang Ming said, otherwise, you know the consequences. Brother, don't worry. Xing Xiaopeng now listened to whatever Yang Ming said. He didn't want to feel good anymore. If President Zheng looks for you in a while, you know what to say, right? Asked Yang Ming. I will say. I won't say anything. Xing Xiaopeng said. That's good, but he won't ask you. Yang Ming would naturally instruct Zhang Guozong. After coming out of the room, Yang Ming restored his original appearance. In Huang Leilei's room, Zhang Guozong was anxiously waiting for Yang Ming to come back. If others said that his consultant had a problem, then Zhang Guozong might laugh it off or think that others were trying to sow discord. But the person who spoke now was Yang Ming. Who was Yang Ming? He was Huang Leilei's boyfriend. Zhang Guozong also knew that a big family like the Huang family was stricter on the discipline of their children, especially girls. Since Huang Leilei and Yang Ming had that relationship, then things were basically settled. Yang Ming was the son-in-law of the Huang family. Therefore, Zhang Guozong had to be cautious about what Yang Ming said, so he had been anxiously waiting for the result of the meeting between Yang Ming and Xing Xiaopeng. Huang Leilei was very heartless. After telling Zhang Guozong about the matter, she played computer games on her own. Little Fox Fairy saw that Huang Leilei had a master at Bubble Bobble, so she simply didn't play Bubble Bobble with her. Instead, she changed to another game called Pocket Money Battle. Yang Ming pushed the door and came in. Zhang Guozong couldn't wait to stand up. How is it? Hee, Uncle Zhang, maybe I am too sensitive. I figured it out. That matter has nothing to do with Xing Xiaopeng. Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh? Really? That's good. Zhang Guozong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the people in his casino really had problems, and they were people who had stayed here for 8 years. It was hard to guarantee that Yang Ming would not think that there was a problem with his ability. Yeah, it's best that nothing happened. Yang Ming nodded. I have asked some things clearly. Uncle Zhang, you don't have to mention this to him again, lest he have any ideas. Okay, I understand. Zhang Guozong said, then you play with Leilei. I will go to work first. If there is anything, call me at any time. And, you go ahead, Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming said. Zhang Guozong was about to get up and leave when there was a rush of knocking on the door of Huang Leilei's room. Zhang Guozong suddenly frowned. This room was dedicated to Huang Leilei. The people in the casino were not allowed to disturb her casually. Now that they were knocking on the door so loudly, Zhang Guozong was naturally angry. Who is it? Director Zhang, it's me. Secretary Lu's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Guozong was stunned. Only Secretary Lu knew that he was in Huang Leilei's room. It seemed that Secretary Lu came to find him. Secretary Lu had been with him for many years and was very steady in his work. He would not knock on the door so rashly. Now that he was in such a hurry to find him, it must be something important. Thinking of this, Zhang Guozong quickly opened the door. Little Lu, what's wrong? Is there something urgent? Director Zhang, the people from the Nanjing Casino are here to pick a fight. Secretary Lu said anxiously. What? Zhang Guozong frowned after hearing it. Who are they? He is the consultant of the Nanjing Casino, Yu Dai, said Secretary Lu. Why? Did he come in person? Zhang Guozong frowned and hesitated for a while. Then he said, what is he doing now? When he came in, he bought 100,000 yuan of chips. Now he is playing casually in the hall, but the chips in his hand have doubled to 4 million yuan, said Secretary Lu. Don't worry about him, but you immediately inform Xing Xiaopeng, Consultant Xing, to be ready to fight at any time. Zhang Guozong instructed Secretary Lu. Okay, I will go now. Secretary Lu did not dare to delay. After receiving Zhang Guozong's order, he immediately went to prepare. Uncle Zhang, what happened? Yang Ming heard Secretary Lu say something about picking a fight and asked. Curiously. It is the people from the Nanjing Casino. The Nanjing Casino is the nearest casino to the Huawei Casino. At first, the Huang family's business was not focused on the gambling industry, so they did not invest much in the casino here. But in recent years, the gambling business has been booming. Chairman Huang felt that the gambling industry had a lot of profit to be made, so he re-expanded the Huawei Casino. As a result, the corresponding contradiction appeared. That is the problem of competition. When the Huawei Casino developed, the business of the Nanjing Casino would be affected. Therefore, there was a gap between our two casinos from the beginning to the present. I didn't expect that this time, they actually openly sent someone to challenge us. Zhang Guozong didn't expect that the Huang family would send such a big challenge. Is that so? What are the consequences of the challenge? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know yet, but since they came to challenge, they must be prepared. They must put forward some harsh requirements. Zhang Guozong said, what are the specific requirements? We can only see it when the time comes. I don't know. Lele, someone is making trouble at your casino. Let's go down and see. Since Yang Ming had accepted Huang Lele's identity, then Huang Lele's business was his business. Someone was making trouble at Huang Lele's casino. Yang Ming naturally could not stand idly by. Oh, then let's go and see. Huang Lele, as a member of the Huang family, certainly could not ignore the family business. Now that her second brother was not here, she could only go and see by herself. Zhang Guozong's heart was a little relieved. Now the situation was very complicated. If the Nanjing Casino really put forward an excessive bet, it was not appropriate for him to act on his own initiative. However, it was different with Huang Lele and Yang Ming. They could make decisions on major matters. No matter what the result was, they would not blame him. So the three of them went downstairs together. At this time, the hall of the casino had begun to be lively. A group of people surrounded Yu Dai in the middle. Yu Dai was playing blackjack at the moment. The chips in front of him were close to 6 million. That is Yu Dai, the consultant director of the Nanjing Casino. He is a gambling master. Zhang Guozong pointed to the person in the middle of the crowd and introduced him. Yu Dai's winning speed was quite fast. Just as Yang Ming looked at him for a while, he won more than 1 million. At this moment, his chips were already 7 million. However, he did not win every game, but the probability of winning was higher. At this moment, Jing Xiaopeng appeared and strode over. He said to Yu Dai while walking, Brother Yu, what do you mean? Although there were contradictions between casinos, there was no personal grievance between the casino consultants. At yesterday's gambling exchange, Jing Xiaopeng and Yu Dai talked and laughed together. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. Yu Dai looked up and saw Zhang Guozong. He smiled. Everyone has their own master. I can only offend you. Jing Xiaopeng nodded. Yes, everyone has their own master. Now, Yu Dai represents the Nanjing Casino, and I represent the Huawei Casino. It is inevitable that the two people will become opponents, so he said with a sullen face, since this is the case, show me what you have. I will accompany you. Well, I still lack 3 million. When I have 10 million, let's start. Yu Dai pointed to the chips in front of him. Give him 3 million. Make 10 million. Jing Xiaopeng waved to the dealer next to him. The dealer quickly gave Yu Dai 3 million chips, so that he had 10 million in his hand. In this way, thank you. It saves me time. Yu Dai did not refuse. He originally came to pick a fight. Why would he be polite? From the moment he entered this door, Yu Dai knew that his relationship with Jing Xiaopeng could not be as harmonious as before. Although they had different masters, the relationship between the two would definitely have a gap. Let's go upstairs to the VIP room. Jing Xiaopeng said to Yu Dai. Yu Dai nodded and picked up the chips on the table. He stood up and followed Jing Xiaopeng. The two walked to the second floor together. As for Zhang Guozong and Yang Ming, they also followed behind. When the crowd saw that they had all gone upstairs, they dispersed. The second floor was a VIP room, which was not open to the public. Therefore, they did not have the luxury to watch these masters' duels in person. Bro. You are here. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei naturally watched Yu Dai gamble. Zhang Ben was a gambler. When he saw the masters, his heart was naturally itchy. He wanted to see it to the end. At this time, he happened to see Yang Ming and Huang Lele. Then, there was no problem. The casino was opened by Huang Lele's family. It should be no problem to watch the battle. "Anne, how are you?" Yang Ming looked at the empty Zhongbin in his hand and knew that this guy must have lost everything. "Hee, I've already lost." Zhongbin laughed twice and said, D*MN, 1 million. "I am a little distressed, but fortunately, it is all Lele's family." In the end, it returned to Lele's family's casino. "Okay, your stinky hand. Don't play anymore in the future." "How many people can win money in gambling?" Yang Ming said to Zhongbin, "Don't be addicted to it." "I understand, but you saw that guy just now. He is really powerful. 100,000 yuan became 7 million in a while." Zhongbin said with some envy. "People rely on this to make a living. It is useless for you to be envious." Yang Ming said, "Besides, those are skills. Don't think that if others can win, you will definitely win. Don't worry, bro. I am not that stupid." Zhongbin smiled embarrassedly. "I just think that the feeling is so cool. I just sit there and the money will come." Yang Ming smiled and patted Zhongbin's shoulder. "Let's go upstairs and see." Zhongbin couldn't ask for more. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he followed upstairs. The group of people went into the innermost luxurious VIP room on the second floor. It was usually not open. Only important games were held here. Xing Xiaoping and Yu Dai entered the VIP room first. Yang Ming and Zhang Guozong followed behind. Then Secretary Lu closed the door at the end. Yu Dai glanced at the people in the room. He knew Zhang Guozong, and Zhang Guozong's secretary, Xiao Lu. He had not seen the rest of the people, but he thought that they were people related to Huawei Casino. "Yu Dai, what is your purpose? Just say it." Xing Xiaoping's address to him changed from Brother Yu to Yu Dai. "Since President Zhang is here, then I will say it directly." Yu Dai sat at the end of the VIP room table and said straightforwardly, "Let's gamble to determine the winner. The loser has to close the casino for a month." "Close the casino for a month?" Xing Xiaoping was stunned, and Zhang Guozong was even more stunned. As a matter of fact, the casino was open 24 hours a day. If there were no special events, it would not close for 365 days a year. If the casino was closed for a month, how serious would that be? Never mind closing for a month, even if it was closed for a day, it would be a heavy loss. If it was closed for a month, many of the old customers would be lost. The biggest beneficiary would naturally be Nanjing Casino. Of course, the risk was relative. If Yu Dai lost, then Nanjing Casino would be closed for a month. The biggest beneficiary would be his own Huawei Casino. How about it? Do you dare to compete? Yu Dai said calmly, "Of course, if you refuse, you can automatically admit defeat. Then, it will be closed for half a month. But I can't guarantee that I will challenge you in the future." Zhang Guozong's face became pale. "Admit defeat? Don't even think about it. If I admit defeat, I won't be able to mingle in Macau's gambling world in the future. But if I compete with him, what should I do if I really lose?" Yu Dai obviously came prepared. Moreover, it was said that Yu Dai's gambling skills were better than Xing Xiaoping. But now, it was already impossible to back down. Of course, there was another trick, which was to play rogue. Nanjing Casino was not the Macau government. If he did not close the casino, Yu Dai could not force him to close the casino. But in this way, he would also lose his foothold in the entire Macau gambling industry. Because he broke the industry rules. There was an unwritten rule in the gambling world. When a consultant from another venue came to challenge you, you had to accept the challenge. If you took the initiative to admit defeat, then the bet would be reduced by half. However, he had never acted shamelessly. If he went to other casinos to challenge them, he would receive the same treatment. Zhang Guozong really couldn't make this decision, so he turned his gaze to Huang Lele. But Huang Lele didn't know much about these things. When she saw Zhang Guozong looking at her, she said, "Uncle Zhang, you can make the decision." Zhang Guozong listened to Huang Lele's words and secretly complained. "How can I make the decision? Was this kind of thing so easy to decide? Normally, Zhang Guozong would be very happy to hear such words. Who didn't want the leaders to delegate power to their subordinates? But now, just agree with him. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had done some research on the gambling industry. This was also a necessary course for an assassin. He had to dabble in all walks of life. Seeing Zhang Guozong's embarrassed appearance, he could also think of the key to the matter, so he simply spoke up to help him out. Zhang Guozong breathed a sigh of relief. Well, since Yang Ming has spoken, then everything is easy to handle. Zhang Guozong looked at Jing Xiaoping and said, "Okay, Consultant Xing, you can compete with him." Jing Xiaoping nodded and sat solemnly at the gambling table. His gambling skills were indeed worse than Yu Dai's. He was a midway novice, so he was definitely worse than Yu Dai, who had been immersed in gambling since he was a teenager. But now, he had to accept the challenge. This represented the honor of the casino. It was no longer a matter of personal gains and losses. Jing Xiaoping could only do his best. In fact, when he just entered the door, Jing Xiaoping noticed that Yang Ming was also on the spot. He had some doubts in his heart. He still knew Yang Ming. He had seen Yang Ming's photo in the boss's place before. He was also the person the boss wanted to kill. The association knew that the mysterious man could find him at the top of the casino. It was not surprising that Yang Ming came in with President Zhang. Probably these people knew President Zhang, and now Jing Xiaoping had decided to betray the boss. He had eaten the voodoo, so whether Yang Ming appeared here or not had little to do with him. What are we competing on? Jing Xiaoping asked seriously after sitting down. Since I am the one who came to challenge, and I proposed the bet, then you should naturally decide what to compete on. Yu Dai said, otherwise, it will be unfair. Jing Xiaoping nodded. He had some confidence in winning in his heart. After all, if he had to choose, he could choose what he was best at. Now was not the time to be modest. Jing Xiaoping did not back down. He thought about it and said, in this case, let's play 5-card stud. 5-card stud was a gambling event with both luck and skill. Another point was that at the critical moment, Jing Xiaoping wondered if he could use the advantage of technique to change cards. Okay, but first, we have to say that this is a fair competition. That is to say, cheating is not allowed. Yu Dai seemed to have known Jing Xiaoping's idea for a long time. He blocked Jing Xiaoping's way of changing cards in one sentence. Of course, I won't cheat. Jing Xiaoping's face was a little sullen. And, of course, I believe in your character. But for the sake of safety, we still have to take some measures. As Yu Dai said this, he took out a camera from the small leather case he brought and placed it on the gambling table. Then, he said, this is the latest high-definition 1080p camera. It can record every detail very accurately. No matter who cheats, no matter how fast the cheating is, it will be recorded. Good. I agree. Jing Xiaoping said bitterly. In this way, his advantages were all gone. However, since it was already like this, what else could he say? Well, since there is no problem, let's start. Yu Dai nodded and said. The dealer began to deal the cards, and the competition officially began. D***MN, bro, it can't be. Why are there so many rules? Zhang Bin stared in surprise and watched Yu Dai's performance. I thought that those god of gamblers won by secretly changing cards. That's in TV series and movies, right? Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. Now the high-tech is so advanced. How can those little tricks be hidden from the camera? That's right. Isn't it entirely dependent on personal luck and ability? Zhang Ben sighed. What do you think? Yang Ming asked, so gambling is not what you think. There is no god of gamblers. Everything depends on luck and true ability. Zhang Bin grinned and continued to watch the game. In the beginning, both of them won and lost. Basically, the chips were almost the same. When it came to the level of the two people, naturally, they were very careful and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. However, gradually, the gap slowly widened. In any case, Jing Xiaoping was slightly inferior in terms of skill. Yu Dai's chips were already 1 million more than Jing Xiaoping. Don't underestimate this 1 million. In the battle between two masters, it was already good to widen the gap of 1,000,000. Both of them were old foxes. When your cards were good, I wouldn't follow. When my cards were good, you wouldn't follow. Only when both of them felt that their cards were about the same, then they would fight. So if they wanted to widen the gap, it was difficult to mention. However, after all, Xing Xiaopeng had only begun to study gambling in recent years. He was worse than Yu Dai. No matter how cautious Xing Xiaopeng was, the gap between the two people slowly widened. 1,000,000, 1. 1,000,000, 1. 2,000,000. 1, 5,000,000. 2,000,000. 2,000,000. Yu Dai already had 5,000,000 more than Xing Xiaopeng. Seeing that his chips were gradually decreasing, and the other party's chips were getting more and more, Xing Xiaopeng's face began to sweat. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. Even if he didn't follow in every round, his base bet could drag him to death. Losing was only a matter of time. Xing Xiaopeng is going to lose. Looking at Xing Xiaopeng's performance, Yang Ming sighed and said to Zhang Guozong, who was sitting next to him. Yeah, the hope of winning is not big. Zhang Guozong could naturally see the key to the situation. Yang Ming could help. He had X-ray vision. Even 100 Yu Dai were not his opponent. The key was how to help. It was definitely impossible for him to give advice on the side. That would break the rules. Now, it was even more impossible to change the person. Who gambled halfway and changed the person when they saw that they couldn't win? If this was spread out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Yang Ming frowned. He wanted to help Huang Leilei's family get through this difficult time, but he didn't know how to start. To be honest, when Huang Leilei was with him, she never cared about her family background and ability. Although Huang Leilei didn't care about these and didn't mention it, Yang Ming couldn't do nothing. Sometimes, there was always a difference between ideals and reality. Leilei didn't care about these, but what about Leilei's family? Would they allow Huang Leilei to follow a man who was useless? Therefore, in order not to let Huang Leilei have trouble in the future, he simply had to do something for Leilei's family to show his ability. Since I can't play now, it is better to take drastic measures. Didn't Yu Dai come to challenge Huawei Casino? Then I will go back and challenge their Nanchang Casino. At that time, let's see if they still have the mind to deal with Huawei Casino. The worst result was a draw. Even if there were any masters in the Nanchang Casino, Yang Ming was not afraid. The east wind blows, the war drums beat. I have special abilities. Who am I afraid of? Do you want to see what is the god of gamblers? Yang Ming suddenly turned his head and whispered to Zhang Bin. God of gamblers? Zhang Bin was stunned, then he pointed to Yu Dai and said, You mean him? Him? He is still far from being the god of gamblers. Yang Ming smiled and said, Let's go. Follow me. Now? Zhang Bin looked at the gambling game in front of him with some reluctance. Although he wanted to continue to watch, since the boss called him, he stood up quickly and said, Let's go. When Zhang Bin left, Wang Mei would naturally follow him. Huang Leilei was also pulled by Yang Ming and walked out of the VIP room. Yang Ming, where are you going? Zhang Guozong was anxiously watching the gambling game, but he saw that Yang Ming and the others were leaving, so he asked with some confusion. Picking a game. Yang Ming said faintly. What? Picking a game? Zhang Guozong was stunned. He wanted to continue to ask what was going on, but Yang Ming and the others had already left the VIP room. Zhang Guozong shook his head. What Yang Ming and Huang Leilei wanted to do was not something he could control. Now, I should pay more attention to the gambling game. Although the current situation is more of a loss than a win, I have to hold on until the last moment. Zhang Bin was very puzzled as he followed Yang Ming out of the Huawei Casino. He couldn't help but ask, Boss, where are we going to see the god of gamblers? God of gamblers? Naturally, it is your boss. Yang Ming smiled and said, We are going to the Nanchang Casino to pick a game. What? Boss? You are the god of gamblers? Zhang Bin opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Yang Ming. How is it possible? Boss, are you serious? Nonsense, when did I lie to you? Yang Ming smiled and said, "Your boss is powerful in many ways. I just don't make a move easily." "Yeah, Yang Ming plays Bubble Bobble. It's amazing." Huang Lele interrupted. "Bubble Bobble?" Zhang Ben was almost petrified when he heard this. How could games and gambling be the same thing? Wang Mei, on the other hand, had already begun to cover her mouth and snicker. At this moment, Yang Ming's head was full of black lines, but seeing Huang Lele's serious appearance, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that Huang Lele's original intention was to praise him. It was just that Huang Lele was too simple. Her way of speaking was also quite unique, so the way she praised others was also different. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care. Wasn't it a kind of happiness to find such a good wife? By the way, does anyone know where the Nanchang Casino is? After leaving the Huawei Casino, Yang Ming thought of a key problem. He didn't know where the Nanchang Casino was. "I know," Wang Mei said quickly, "I used to go there with Lu Jihao." After that, she looked at Zhang Bin's face. Seeing that Zhang Bin's expression was normal, she was relieved. Zhang Bin was not a stingy person. He also knew about Wang Mei's past, so he didn't care much. "Then let's go. You lead the way," Yang Ming said. "Do you need to take a taxi?" "No, it's just 2 streets. It's not troublesome enough to take a taxi," said Wang Mei. Yang Ming nodded. Under the leadership of Wang Mei, he walked to the Nanchang Casino. Sure enough, it was not too far from here. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 people arrived at the Nanchang Casino. The 4 people were very young, and they walked to the casino, so after entering the lobby of the Nanchang Casino, they did not receive the casino's attention. However, immediately afterward, it was impossible for Yang Ming not to be noticed. "Exchange 100 million chips." Yang Ming directly signed a check of 100 million yuan and threw it on the casino's service desk. "Okay, The waiter who exchanged chips was obviously stunned. Although many of the people who came here to gamble were rich people, and there were many people who lost hundreds of millions of yuan here, it was really rare to see a one-time exchange of 100 million yuan of chips. "Sir, are you sure you want to exchange 100 million yuan?" The waiter took the check and glanced at the number on it to confirm. Hurry up." Yang Ming was now in a hurry. He hoped that he could turn this Nanchang Casino upside down before the result of Xing Xiaopeng and Yu Dai's bet came out. "Okay." The waiter saw that Yang Ming showed an impatient look, so he didn't dare to say more. He quickly asked the casino staff sent by the bank next to him to check the authenticity and validity of the check. "No problem. This is our bank's check. It is real and valid." After checking, the staff said to the casino's waiter, "Sir, you have exchanged so many chips at one time. You can directly upgrade to our casino's VIP. You can have a separate VIP lounge. Do you want to apply for a VIP card?" The waiter took the check and didn't dare to neglect. He quickly began to help Yang Ming with the exchange procedures. "No need. Hurry up. Maybe I will come here once." Yang Ming waved his hand and refused. Yang Ming was right. Originally, it was enough to come here to pick a fight. How could he come here every day? "Okay." The waiter quickly handed the exchanged chips to Yang Ming. They were the kind of chips of 10 million yuan. Of course, if Yang Ming needed them, he could find the waiter in the casino at any time to exchange them for small chips. The waiter didn't find it strange that Yang Ming didn't want to apply for a membership. There were all kinds of people who came here to gamble. Some were even the young masters of celebrities and politicians from various countries in Asia. They naturally didn't want to apply for a membership and leave behind any evidence. Yang Ming picked up the chips, and a special waiter came over. "Sir, do you want to go to the VIP room upstairs? There is better service there." "Why? Can't I play downstairs?" Yang Ming frowned and glanced at the waiter. "Of course not. It's just that, sir, your chip limit is too big. For your safety and a better gambling experience, we suggest you go upstairs." The waiter quickly explained. "No need. I will play here." Yang Ming waved his hand and said. "Then, well, I wish you a good time." Seeing that Yang Ming's tone was not good, the waiter naturally didn't say anything more. Bro? Are you kidding me? You bought 100 million chips? Zhang Bin's eyes were popping out at the moment. Is it a lot? Hee, but there will be more in a while. Yang Ming said with a smile. Wang Mei was even more secretly shocked. Who is this Yang Ming? How is he so rich? Wang Mei already felt that it was a lot when he threw out tens of millions before. She even secretly speculated that Yang Ming's net worth was already more than 100 million. But now it seemed that she had underestimated it. Yang Ming was more than 100 million. He just casually took out 100 million to exchange for gambling chips. This was simply unimaginable. It turned out that when she followed Lu Jihao, Wang Mei felt that she had stepped into the life of the upper class. She already had a lot of spiritual and material enjoyment. Now, she knew that this was simply a small fry in front of a big one. Yang Ming's group was the real rich people. Now it seemed that this Yang Ming's net worth should be no less than Huang Leilei's family. Bro, didn't you say that gambling is not good? Why do you still exchange so many chips? What if you lose? Fortunately, Zhang Bin didn't lose his mind. He knew that he was distressed about money. There is a kind of person who won't lose. Yang Ming said seriously. Who? Zhang Bin asked subconsciously. It's your boss, me. Yang Ming pointed to himself and said pretentiously. Ah? Zhang Bin was stunned. Because your boss, I, am the god of gamblers. Yang Ming nodded and said with an unfathomable look. Yang Ming didn't care about Zhang Bin's reaction. He took Huang Leilei's hand and walked into the casino. Huang Leilei wasn't surprised by Yang Ming's move. Her family was originally very rich. Hundreds of millions of yuan wasn't a rare thing. What's more, Huang Leilei didn't care whether Yang Ming had money or not. She was happy. Anyway, Huang Leilei felt that Yang Ming, this boyfriend, was still very good. He gave her a feeling that she hadn't had since she was a child. Yang Ming casually glanced at all the entertainment projects in the casino. Because he was in a hurry, he had to find a project with high odds and a quick turn-based project. In the end, Yang Ming's eyes stayed on the project of Kaida and Kaida. Yang Ming went straight to Kaida and casually found a place to sit down. Place your bets. After the dealer shook the dice, he said to the people who were betting around him. Yang Ming glanced at the dice points in the bowl. 1, 1, 3, 5 points small. Yang Ming directly threw 100 million yuan of chips on the table and bet small. Ah! The crowd suddenly exclaimed. 100 million yuan of chips, isn't it like a joke? In the hall downstairs, the most seen chips were 1,000 yuan. Even chips of 100,000 yuan were rare. The chips that Yang Ming threw out were actually 10 of 1,000 yuan. The dealer also widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Sir, this is the hall. You should go to the VIP room. Why? You don't want to accept bets because you have more money? Yang Ming sneered. Or you can't afford to lose? The most taboo in the casino was for guests to say that they couldn't afford to lose, so when Yang Ming's words came out, the dealer's face suddenly turned red. He quickly explained, of course not. It's just that your chips are too big. Why? You can't make the decision? Then find someone who can make the decision. Yang Ming snorted coldly. In fact, there was no need for the dealer to find someone. The foreman manager in the hall had already noticed this and was walking over quickly. He glanced at the chips on the table and understood what was going on. The rule of Nanjing Casino was 1, 1. 5, that was to say, if you bet 1,000 yuan, and you win, you will be given 1,500 yuan with interest. So no matter what, it was basically the casino making money. After all, there were both big and small bets every time. Basically, it was almost the same. It was a tie. However, it was rare to see a situation like Yang Ming's. Not to mention it was a chip of 100 million yuan. Yang Ming's move scared Wang Mei and Zhang Bin. It was rare to see such a huge gamble in any casino. Including Huang Leilei, they were a little surprised. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Are you sure you can win? Huang Lele asked Yang Ming in a low voice. Probably. Yang Ming said vaguely. Because he couldn't use a positive tone, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. In order to divert Huang Lele's attention, Yang Ming pulled her over and let her sit in his arms. Now Yang Ming was very much like the bold gambler on TV. He had a beautiful woman and spent a lot of money. Sir, you see, such a big chip. Shouldn't you go upstairs to play? There are too many people here. It will affect other people's entertainment. The foreman manager came over and said very respectfully. Don't say so much useless things. I have already placed the bet. Where is the rule that I can't play downstairs? Yang Ming said impatiently, are you afraid to open it? The foreman manager listened to Yang Ming's words and was somewhat helpless. Indeed, there was no rule that said that people couldn't play downstairs. So, he gave the dealer a look and said, you open it. When the dealer saw that the foreman manager agreed, he opened the lid with trepidation. 1, 1, 3, 5 small. Sure enough, it was the same as what Yang Ming had seen before. Changing the number of the dice when the lid was opened was only seen on TV. It was almost impossible to do in reality unless it was done with high-tech means. But once it was found out, the casino's credibility would fall to the bottom. It might even go bankrupt, so no casino would risk playing these things. The dealer's face suddenly changed. Although the foreman manager was shocked, he did not show too much emotional fluctuation. He just said, Sir, you won. There was a burst of cheers in the crowd. They won 50 million at once. They all looked at Yang Ming with envy, but they only saw the benefits in front of them. They never thought that if Yang Ming lost, this 100 million yuan would be wasted. Oh, let's continue. Yang Ming took the chips that he won and said to the dealer who shook the dice. The dealer looked at the foreman manager with some embarrassment. The foreman manager nodded to him, and the dealer continued to shake the dice. Okay, place your bets. The dealer put the lid on the table and shouted to the gamblers in all directions. But his voice was obviously trembling. 2, 2, 5, 9, small. Yang Ming glanced at the dice in the lid and threw the 150 million chips that he just got on the small side. The dealer opened the lid. Obviously, Yang Ming won again. 225 million chips were in Yang Ming's hand. The foreman manager looked at this quietly. This kind of betting big or small basically had no skill to speak of. It was completely based on luck. Those who listened to the dice in the lid with their ears on TV were completely fabricated. In reality, such people did not exist. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming continued to bet, there would always be a round where he would be completely wiped out and lose all of a sudden. Therefore, the foreman manager did not panic. He did not believe that Yang Ming would not lose. However, in fact, Yang Ming did not lose. Whether it was big or small, the final result was that Yang Ming won. Seeing that the chips on Yang Ming's table were going to exceed 1 billion, the foreman manager couldn't stand it anymore. He walked to the dealer and whispered a few words to him. Then, the dealer nodded and left in a hurry. Okay, it's time for the dealer to get off work. I will take over here first. The dealer who changes shifts hasn't come yet. The foreman manager said to everyone. In fact, he was talking to Yang Ming. Because since Yang Ming started to bet, no one followed to bet. Instead, they gathered here to watch the fun. Yang Ming smiled disdainfully. He naturally understood what was going on. What's more, Yang Ming could read lips. Even if the foreman manager spoke in a low voice, Yang Ming could hear it clearly. The foreman manager had realized that Yang Ming's luck was too good, so he wanted to play in person. Probably, this foreman manager had a superior technique in shaking dice. Yang Ming had heard about the skill of shaking dice. As long as he practiced diligently, he could basically master it. In the end, he could get whatever number he wanted to shake. But once the bowl was buckled, it couldn't be changed. All the skills were done in the air. Whatever. Then, you do it. Yang Ming glanced at the foreman manager and said indifferently. The foreman manager's ability to control the dice had reached a very high level. Although he was not as free as Yu Dai, he rarely made mistakes if he concentrated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of the foreman manager. This time, the foreman manager tried his best and threw a 3, 3, 4. 10 points, the biggest number in small. He now doubted whether Yang Ming could hear the number of the dice, but he didn't believe it because he had never seen anyone who could hear the numbers of the dice. Yang Ming glanced at the foreman manager, who was shaking with sweat, and looked at the number in the bowl. He casually pushed more than 1 billion chips directly to the small position. The head manager was shocked. It can't be, right? Is there such a coincidence? He frowned, braced himself to open the bowl and announce the news of Yang Ming's victory. In the casino, the crowd of onlookers cheered again. This person was simply an ever-victorious general. For so many rounds, he didn't lose once. Zhang Bin couldn't speak now. Yes, he finally understood Yang Ming's previous sentence. Let me show you what the god of gamblers is. Yu Dai wasn't in the casino. Only the foreman manager's skill in shaking dice was the highest. At this moment, he couldn't drive away Yang Ming. Yang Ming came into the casino and was a guest. If he wanted to drive him away, wouldn't he be driving away the guest? In this case, he really couldn't make the decision. Just now, he asked the dealer to inform the casino's general manager, Wang Dianxue. At this moment, Wang Dianxue was sitting comfortably in the big leather chair in the general manager's office, drinking the coffee in his hand. His mood today was very smooth. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Finally, Yu Dai felt that his strength could surpass Xing Xiaopeng, so Wang Dianxue let him go to Huawei Casino to kick the floor. Today's result was foreseeable. That was, Huawei Casino would be closed down within the next month. With this 1-month buffer, it was difficult for his own Nanjing Casino to not do well. The opponent who had competed with him for many years was going to fall like this. Wang Dianxue was very happy. At this time, there was a knock on the door. He asked very briskly, "Who is it?" "Please come in." The dealer carefully opened the door and said, "President Wang, I am the dealer on the first floor. There is a master in the casino." "Master? What master?" Wang Dianxue was stunned and asked. "A man came downstairs and took 100 million yuan of chips to gamble. As a result, he won many times in a row. When I was there, he had won more than 1 billion yuan. Now the foreman has changed. I quickly came up to inform you." The dealer told Wang Dianxue in detail what happened downstairs. "What? 100 million yuan? He won more than 1 billion yuan? Wang Dianxue widened his eyes after listening. In fact, the casino's daily profit was between 10 million and 15 million yuan. A person downstairs actually won more than 1 billion yuan at once. Then, half a year's profit was lost just like that? When I was there, I had already won these. Now I don't know if the foreman can win against him." The dealer explained with a bitter face. "He put all the chips in every time." Wang Dianxue was a courageous person. He quickly woke up from the shock. "Yes, every time, he put all the chips in with interest." The dealer said. "Then in this case, if he loses once, he loses all the chips," said Wang Dianxue. "That's the case, but the problem is that he has never lost once," said the dealer. "Let's go. Let's go down and see." Wang Dianxue frowned. He thought, what's going on today? Why did someone come to mess with my casino when I just sent someone to mess with someone else's casino? And it seems that the person who came to mess with my casino is a master. Together with the secretary, he followed the dealer downstairs and came to the casino hall. At a glance, he saw a crowd of onlookers standing around the gambling table. "Do you know that person?" Wang Dianxue saw Yang Ming sitting there at a glance, but this person's face was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. If this person was in the gambling world, there was no reason for him not to know. Could it be that another casino found a master from somewhere and deliberately came to mess with my casino? Or is he a master who is running a solo gang and came here to make a fortune? Of course, if it was the second case, it would be easy to handle. He would directly call him into the office, threaten him, and give him a lot of money. Basically, it could be settled. If it was the first case, it would not be easy to handle. "I don't know." There is no such person in Macau's gambling world, and he is not another casino's consultant. Wang Dianxua's secretary's ability to remember people was first class. After looking at Yang Ming, he shook his head. Wang Dianxua nodded silently to show that he knew, but he was thinking about how to deal with this matter. He just glanced at the table casually, and he was shocked. The chips on Yang Ming's table were actually tens of billions. If he lost it all at once, his profits for several years would be gone, and his efforts would be in vain. However, since Yang Ming put all the chips every time, then there was still room to maneuver. After hesitating, Wang Dianxua's face flashed a ruthless smile. He told the secretary next to him, "Go and tell Foreman Qian. Get him a leopard." In the rules of the casino, the so-called big or small bet was based on the number of 3 dice. First, shake the dice and then place the bet. 4 to 10 points were small, and 11 to 17 points were big. If the bet was right, the dealer would pay. If the bet was wrong, the gambling money belonged to the dealer. However, there was an extremely special and rare situation, and that was if the dealer rolled all the dice, that is, if all 3 dice had the same number of points, which was commonly known as a leopard, then the dealer would win all. Therefore, as long as the dealer rolled 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, all the way up to 6, 6, 6, it would be considered a leopard point. At this time, no matter whether the player bet big or small, it would be considered a loss. Wang Dianxua, at this moment, let Foreman Qian shake out a complete dice to eat all the chips on Yang Ming's table. Otherwise, let him lose more than 10 billion? That was simply a joke. It was better to take his life. The secretary quickly walked to Foreman Qian and bowed her head to whisper a few words to him. Foreman Qian was suddenly shocked. This kind of deliberate shaking of the complete dice was really damaging to the casino's credibility, so he had been shaking the big or small irregularly, but it seemed that Yang Ming could bet correctly every time. However, since it was instructed by President Wang, then Foreman Qian didn't care so much. He collected his thoughts and decided to shake out a complete dice. After the secretary finished speaking, she was about to turn and leave, but her eyes stopped on Huang Lele in Yang Ming's arms. Her eyes suddenly shrank, and she looked at Yang Ming again. She nodded thoughtfully and quickly returned to Wang Dianxua's side. "How is it? Did you tell Foreman Qian?" Wang Dianxua couldn't wait to ask. "I told him, but I found a very important thing." The secretary whispered, "I know which force this person represents." "What? You know?" Wang Dianxua was shocked and asked, "Who are they?" "If I didn't guess wrong, they are the people of Huawei Casino," the secretary said with certainty. "Why do you say that?" Wang Dianxua asked with some doubts. "It can't be, right? Yu Dai is challenging the Huawei Casino. How can they have the time to come here to make trouble? You can't even take care of yourself now, right? Besides, with such a master, how could Huawei Casino be like this now? You've already won first place in the annual consultant exchange competition between casinos." "I don't know about this, but President Wang, do you know who the chick in the man's arms is?" The secretary pointed to Huang Lele in Yang Ming's arms and said to Wang Dianxua, "That chick? How do I know who she is?" Wang Dianxua frowned. "Get to the point. Don't say these useless things." "President Wang, I also saw the chick and made the judgment." The secretary explained, "The chick is called Huang Lele. She is the daughter of the chairman of Huawei Casino." "What?" Wang Dianxua was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Huang Lele and said in surprise, "Are you from the Huang family?" "Who is that man?" "Yes, she is from the Huang family, but I don't know who the man is, but it seems that he should be the chick's man," the secretary said. While the two were talking, Foreman Qian had already shaken out a leopard and 3 ones. He closed the lid and said to Yang Ming in a very plain tone, "Okay, place your bets." Yang Ming was not in a hurry to bet, but looked at Foreman Qian with a smile. He said faintly, "It seems that I am the only one left to bet." Foreman Qian didn't know what Yang Ming meant, but he still nodded. "Now only you, sir, are betting." "Oh, that is to say, if I don't bet, then no one will bet." Yang Ming shrugged and didn't wait for Foreman Qian to continue to say anything. He continued, "Then I will play with you." Foreman Qian thought that Yang Ming didn't want to continue to play, then he would have wasted his effort. When he heard Yang Ming say to continue to play, he was relieved. This time, Yang Ming didn't bet all of it. Instead, he simply took out 2 chips with the smallest face value from a pile of chips and threw them on both sides of the big and small table respectively. 20,000? Foreman Qian was stunned and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Sir, why did you bet 20,000 yuan of chips? Can't I? Yang Ming asked. How much I want to bet is my business. Can your casino force me? That's not it. I just feel strange. Foreman Qian said with some embarrassment. Strange? What's so strange about this? Yang Ming said indifferently, you should be happy. This time, whether it is a big or a small one, you will earn. At most, you can compensate me 15,000 yuan. You still earn 5,000 yuan. Of course, if you get a leopard, then the 20,000 yuan is all yours. The smile on Foreman Qian's face suddenly froze. How is it possible? Did he know in advance that I was going to get a leopard in this round? Could it be that he heard what the secretary said to me? That's not right. After the secretary finished talking to me, I casually opened a few rounds of big and small before I got a leopard. Yang Ming had no reason to know which round I was going to get a leopard. Now it seemed that there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming was a master, a real master. Perhaps he could listen to the dice. Foreman Qian was surprised. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were equally surprised. Even Huang Lele, who didn't like gambling, was also surprised. Yang Ming was like a prophet. If this round was still the same as before, then he would lose everything. Wang Dianxue over there was even more surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to not be fooled at all. Now, it could be confirmed that Yang Ming was a real master. It was impossible for him to defeat him with these tricks. Looking at Yang Ming's table, the chips piled up like a mountain. There were 70 to 80 billion yuan. Wang Dianxue really wanted to cry but had no tears. This was a big loss. If he really wanted to cash in, he was afraid that he would have to throw away all his assets. Call Yu Dai and let him come back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself over there. Wang Dianxue sighed. His tone was not very good as he instructed the secretary. Yes. The secretary also knew the current situation. Whether Yu Dai won or lost in Huawei Casino had no meaning. Even if he won, so what? The Nanjing Casino was going bankrupt. Yu Dai looked at his own chips on the table and looked at the chips on Jing Xiaoping's side. The smile on his face was getting stronger. Jing Xiaoping had less than 1 million yuan left. As long as he worked harder, he could win. It seemed that President Wang would definitely give him a high bonus this time. Yu Dai was complacent, and the phone suddenly rang. Sorry, I need to answer the phone. Yu Dai didn't want to be distracted to answer the phone at this time, but when he saw that the caller number was from President Wang's secretary, he really had to answer it. Hello? Consultant Yu? President Wang wants you to come back immediately. The phone was connected, and the secretary said to Yu Dai. Go back? Yu Dai was stunned. Now? I will win against Jing Xiaoping soon. Yes, now. Don't worry so much. Winning or losing is not important. Something happened in the casino. You should come back quickly. The secretary instructed. But the gambling game is not over. How can I go back? I can't admit defeat, right? Yu Dai was a little unhappy. What the hell is going on? I will win soon, but you want me to go back. Then admit defeat. The secretary glanced at Wang Dianxue and said with a bitter smile. What? Admit defeat? Whose idea is this? Is it yours or President Wang's? Yu Dai immediately became angry. You ask President Wang to answer the phone. Okay. The secretary helplessly handed the phone to Wang Dianxue. President Wang, you should talk to him. Yu Dai, you come back to the casino now. If you admit defeat, just admit defeat. The casino is going to go bankrupt. Wang Dianxue also lost his mind at the moment. After that, he hung up the phone. What do you mean? F***ck. Yu Dai was so angry that he cursed. But since it was Wang Dianxue who said it, he could only do it. He stood up, pushed his chips to the middle of the gambling table and said, "I admit defeat." After that, he walked out of the VIP room without looking back, leaving behind Xing Xiaopeng and Zhang Guozong with a baffled look. "Sir, I am Wang Dianxue, the general manager here. I hope you can be magnanimous and let us go." The situation was pressing. He had to bow his head. Wang Dianxue had to speak softly. "Be magnanimous? How is that magnanimous?" Yang Ming sneered. "Your casino is open for business, and I'm here to gamble. How can there be such a thing as being magnanimous?" "Sir, let's not beat around the bush. Miss, you are the daughter of Huawei Casino." Wang Dianxue looked at Huang Lele and said. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Lele to be recognized. He wanted to continue to play. Now that her identity was exposed, there was no need to play. The other party had admitted defeat, so it was time to talk about the conditions. Since you know, it's nothing." Yang Ming said faintly, "Your consultant came to our casino to play. Of course, I can play here. Sir, it was our fault before. I have asked Yu Dai to admit defeat. Please let us go." Wang Dianxue had to bow his head under the eaves. "I let you go?" Yang Ming said with some amusement, "Well, in this case, I will go." "Thank you." Wang Dianxue was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so straightforward. "There is nothing to thank. The money I won, just put it in my card." Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table. "Ah?" Wang Dianxue almost fell to the ground. What was the difference between this and not letting it go? If the money was lost, then the Nanjing casino could only go bankrupt. "Why? Do you still want to renege on your debt?" Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table and snorted. "Could it be that you can't afford it? This? Sir, look. Shouldn't we be lenient when possible?" Wang Dianxue endured his resentment and said carefully. "What do you mean by being lenient when possible? I have already let you go now." Yang Ming said disdainfully, "If I continue to gamble, your casino will go bankrupt in an hour at most. But, if we compensate you with the money, what is the difference between this and bankruptcy?" Wang Dianxue smiled bitterly. "Really? So you don't want to pay? Then I will call the Gambling Supervision Bureau to complain now." Yang Ming's voice was very calm, but it made Wang Dianxue shocked. The Gambling Supervision Bureau was the management, supervision, and monitoring organization of the gambling industry. When Yang Ming was gambling, there was no cheating or violation, so once the bureau intervened, the result of the arbitration would be Yang Ming's victory. Ordinary tourists rarely knew how to complain, but in Wang Dianxue's opinion, Huang Lele's family ran a casino. How could her boyfriend not know this? However, Yang Ming really didn't know this from Huang Lele, but from the CD that Fang Tian gave him before. "Sir, since everyone has pointed out their identities, let's talk about something practical. Your purpose isn't the bonus, right?" Wang Dianxue said carefully. "Oh, well, I am a soft-hearted person." Yang Ming looked at Wang Dianxue and said faintly, "Let's do it this way. There are two conditions. If you think it is okay, you can accept it. If not, I can't do anything." Seeing that there was still room to maneuver, Wang Dianxue quickly asked, "What are the conditions?" "The bonus, I can choose not to take it all, but I definitely can't not take it." Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table and said, "I basically don't make a move easily, but once I make a move, I can't go back empty-handed." "I understand." Wang Dianxue nodded. "Sir, you say it. How much do you want?" "Half. That's the most I can accept." Yang Ming roughly estimated the number of chips on the table and said, "Right now, it's about 80 billion. I want half of it, 40 billion. Wang Dianxue took a deep breath. 40 billion, this was enough to take his life. However, at most, he would have to give away his years of savings. It would not affect the normal operation of the casino. Where there was life, there was hope. Once Yang Ming went back on his word and complained to the gambling bureau, it would no longer be a matter of 40 billion. "Okay." Wang Dianxue nodded and agreed. What is the other condition? Move 5 kilometers away from Huawei Casino. Yang Ming said lightly. What? Move the casino? Wang Dianxue was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Ming's second condition would be like this. Well, these are my 2 conditions. If you agree, then so be it. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. Yang Ming put Huang Lele down from his body, stood up and said. Okay, I promise you. Wang Dianxue clenched his teeth and said. Compared to the reduced 40 billion, how much would it cost to move a casino? Although he might have to choose a new place and reaccumulate popularity, it was worth it in comparison. Since you are straightforward, then we don't have to sign any agreement. However, if you don't keep your promise, it doesn't matter. I will come to your casino to play every few days. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a threat. Wang Dianxue was silent. If the other party comes, I can only accept it. There isn't even a person who can deal with the situation. If I also go to other people's casinos to pick a fight, not to mention that Xing Xiaopeng himself can deal with it. If this person in front of me appears, then it will be a losing situation. Deposit the money for this gentleman. Wang Dianxue instructed the secretary. Okay, sir, please show your ID card. I will help you with the bank card, said the secretary. Lele, use your ID card. Yang Ming turned to Huang Lele and said. Oh, okay. Huang Lele took out her ID card and handed it to Yang Ming, but she was not happy because the money was deposited in her name. Now it could be said that as long as Yang Ming was willing, he could get money from many ways, but now the money in his bank account was completely enough. There was no need to find ways to accumulate money. Yang Ming directly handed Huang Lele's ID card to Wang Dianxue's secretary. The secretary nodded and went to do it. In addition to being surprised, Wang Mei was envious of Huang Lele. Yang Ming took out 40 billion and deposited it in Huang Lele's name without blinking. Originally, Wang Dianxue thought that Yang Ming and Huang Lele were together because of the Huang family's business. Now it seemed that they were simply dismissive of tens of billions. Thinking about it, would a gambling master like Yang Ming be short of money? Miss Huang, this is the bank card. 40 billion has been transferred in. The secretary handed the bank card to Huang Lele. Huang Lele took the bank card and was about to give it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, just leave it with you. Even if Huang Lele didn't care about money, she also knew that 40 billion was a large number. Yang Ming could put it with her, which showed that she was still very important in his heart. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. At this time, Yu Dai came back with a gloomy face. When he saw Wang Dianxue, he walked over. President Wang, what is going on? I am about to win against Xing Xiaopeng, and Huawei Casino can be closed for a month. Wang Dianxue smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said in his heart, if you win the Huawei Casino today, then this grudge will be big, and it won't end well here. At least, the more than 80 billion yuan will definitely not be less. They have a master. We admit defeat. Wang Dianxue also understood Yu Dai's mood. He was about to win, but he was called back. However, even if he won, it was also a kind of irony. The real master was here. Yu Dai was not an opponent at all. Master? Where? Yu Dai asked with some dissatisfaction. Sir, you just won more than 80 billion yuan, but you only took 40 billion yuan. There is a request. Let our casino move 5 kilometers away from here. Wang Dianxue was not afraid of being ugly. Anyway, these things would be told to Yu Dai sooner or later. What? More than 80 billion yuan? Yu Dai was stunned, then he turned to look at Yang Ming. He had never seen such a strange face before. Yu Dai was sure that the person in front of him had never appeared in the gambling industry in Macau. His face immediately showed some dissatisfaction. While I am not here, you come to pick a fight. What kind of ability are you? Do you have the ability to compete with me? Yu Dai. Wang Dianxue was a little angry. Isn't this causing trouble? He also knew that Yu Dai might be kind and wanted to save the situation, but Wang Dianxue knew best in his heart how strong the young man in front of him was. Yu Dai was stubborn. He was about to win, but he admitted defeat, which made him very dissatisfied. Now, he was holding his breath. How could he let go of the opportunity? So he pointed to Yang Ming and said, "Do you dare? Let's compete once. The bet is the 40 billion yuan in your hand, and your Huawei casino must move 5 kilometers away from here." "Oh? Why should I bet with you?" After Yang Ming heard it, he found it funny. "What are your chips? What if I win again?" Yu Dai was speechless for a while. "Yes, the bet of the game is based on fairness. If I win, I can ask Yang Ming to pay this, but what if I lose? Compensate Yang Ming with 40 billion yuan? And move the Nanjing casino 10 kilometers away from here? But in order to make you give up, I can bet with you again." Yang Ming looked at Yu Dai's appearance. He knew that if he didn't completely admit defeat today, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't go to the Huawei casino to find trouble in the future. If he wasn't there, it was really not easy to deal with. If he challenged in his own name, the Nanjing casino didn't need to take any responsibility. "Well, if you lose, you promise not to go to the Huawei casino to find trouble in the future." "Ah?" Yu Dai was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming's condition to be so simple. With such a simple condition in exchange for the 40 billion yuan in Yang Ming's hand and the relocation of the Huawei casino 5 kilometers away, it was simply unconditional. "I have a big advantage." So, he didn't even think about it. "Well, if I lose, not only me, but also my disciples, will not step into the Huawei casino again." "Well, then let's bet. I have to hurry back, so let's just bet a simple one." Yang Ming looked around and then moved to the blackjack table not far away. He pulled out a poker card from the discarded card box under the table and said, "You guess what this card is. If you guess it right, I will lose." The poker cards in the casino were only used once, and then they would be thrown into the discarded card box. So, under every table related to poker cards, there was a box of discarded poker cards. "You are making things difficult for me." Yu Dai was still very grateful to Yang Ming for giving him such an opportunity. After listening to Yang Ming's words, his face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Yang Ming angrily. "Making things difficult? I don't think so." Yang Ming shrugged. "You can also draw a card and let me guess." "You guess? Humph, do you think I don't understand your little tricks?" Yu Dai roared angrily. "At that time, I am afraid you will say that you can't guess what it is, and then the two people will be considered a draw, right?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Dai to association for this. Yang Ming didn't mean this, but now listening to Yu Dai, it really seemed to be the case. If he said that he couldn't guess it, then wouldn't it be a draw? Since it was a draw, then no one would pay the bet. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seems that this Yu Dai is really careful. He even thought of this situation. However, Yu Dai couldn't be blamed for being careful. This was his last chance to make a comeback. If it were anyone else, they would. Be careful. Well, if it's a tie, the 40 billion yuan in my hand will be considered as a loss to you. How about it? Yang Ming smiled at Yu Dai. Are you serious? Yu Dai was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say this. Didn't he get a big bargain? Of course, I will keep my word. Yang Ming nodded. Good. It's a deal. Yu Dai said with some excitement. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the Nanjing casino eventually had to move out of here, it would be great to recover the loss of 40 billion yuan. Then, can we start? Yang Ming pointed to the poker card in his hand. You guess. I admit defeat. I can't guess. Yu Dai said straightforwardly. This was simply impossible to guess. Casually drawing a card from the discard box, I'm afraid that only X-ray vision can guess it. Hee, well, then it's your turn. Yang Ming said and consciously retreated to the side, 10 meters away from the discard box. Okay, it's my turn. Although Yu Dai felt that Yang Ming couldn't play any tricks in the Nanjing casino, he still cautiously changed the discard box on the table. He casually drew a card from it and put it on the table. This is it. Guess what it is? 5 of hearts. Yang Ming glanced at it casually and said, In fact, Yu Dai didn't know what this card was. He didn't even look at it. He directly put it on the table. He didn't think that Yang Ming could guess it right. When he heard Yang Ming casually say 5 of hearts, he thought that Yang Ming was just talking nonsense. Yu Dai didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "You let me win. Although I don't deserve this 40 billion yuan, the Nanjing casino needs this money very much." "What are you talking about?" Yang Ming heard Yu Dai's words and asked, baffled. "Didn't you say before that if it was a draw, you would lose 40 billion? Yu Dai thought that Yang Ming was pretending to be stupid, and he was a little annoyed. "Do you want to go back on your word? Are you going back on your words?" "When did I go back on my words?" Yang Ming figured out what Yu Dai meant. Obviously, he misunderstood. "You didn't go back on your words. Why don't you admit it when it's a tie?" Yu Dai questioned. "You haven't even flipped your cards, how do you know it's a draw?" Yang Ming originally had some sympathy for Yu Dai, but now seeing him so arrogant, there was a sense of disgust in his heart. He took Huang Leilei's hand and said to Zhang Ben, "Let's go." Since the boss spoke, Zhang Ben naturally followed immediately. Although he was curious about what the card in Yu Dai's hand was, he couldn't look at it. "Are you kidding me?" Yu Dai suddenly blushed. "You want to renege after losing? Stop them." Wang Dianxue didn't speak, so the people in the casino naturally wouldn't make a move easily. The security guards looked at Wang Dianxue. When they saw Wang Dianxue shake his head, they didn't move. Yang Ming, Huang Leilei, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei walked out of the casino together. Yu Dai was still yelling angrily, "What do you mean? Why did you let him go?" "Yu Dai, don't get too excited. If you saw the scene of him gambling, you wouldn't say that." Wang Dianxue shook his head. He didn't doubt whether Yang Ming could guess the number on the poker card. "President Wang, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige," Yu Dai said with some dissatisfaction. "Let's see how many cards this poker card is before we talk about other things." Wang Dianxue waved his hand and pointed to the poker card that Yu Dai had drawn on the table. "Do you still need to see? It's definitely not the 5 of hearts." As he said that, he flipped the poker card on the table and threw it on the table. "Ah!" The onlookers in the casino suddenly let out a burst of exclamations, because that poker card was a 5 of hearts. "How is this possible?" Yu Dai stared at the poker card on the table and almost couldn't speak. Wang Dianxue patted Yu Dai on the shoulder and then sighed. "Do you know why I didn't help you stop him?" Yu Dai nodded absent-mindedly. "I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I miscalculated. I thought that Jing Xiaopeng of Huawei's casino was not your opponent, but I didn't expect that they had such a master." Wang Dianxue said dispiritedly, "But fortunately, they left us some leeway. Let's change to another place and start all over again." "Bro, are you sure that card is the 5 of hearts?" Walking on the road, Zhang Ben couldn't help but ask curiously. "What do you think?" asked Yang Ming. "How do I know?" Zhang Ben scratched his head. "We have walked so far, and no one chased after us, so it must be the 5 of hearts." Huang Leilei, who had been silent, suddenly interjected at this moment. "Ah? That's right." Zhang Ben suddenly realized. If not, that Yu Dai will definitely not give up. Yang Ming smiled after listening. He didn't expect that sometimes Huang Leilei was very accurate in seeing the problem. She was not the kind of silly girl he always thought. "But, bro, how do you know that the card is the 5 of hearts?" Zhang Ben was still very curious. "I said. I used to be the god of gamblers." Yang Ming said very seriously. "God of gamblers? F***ck, it can't be, is it for real?" Zhang Ben remembered that before Yang Ming went to high school, he seemed to be in the underworld, so he asked, "Then, bro, you used to be an underworld boss, right?" "Probably." Yang Ming smiled. "Okay, don't be curious. Curiosity killed the cat." Zhang Ben snorted and thought, "I'm not a cat." But obviously, Yang Ming didn't want to say more now, so Zhang Ben no longer asked. Zhang Ben thought it was because Wang Mei and Huang Leilei were there, so Yang Ming couldn't say too much. Everyone in the Huawei casino was very puzzled. Yu Dai was about to win. why did he give up? Not only did he give up, but he also directly admitted defeat. This made Zhang Guozong and Jing Xiaopeng puzzled. At this time, seeing that Yang Ming and Huang Lele came back, they quickly greeted them. Yang Ming, Lele, you Dai suddenly admitted defeat. It's really strange. You weren't here just now, so you didn't see the weird scene. He was about to win, but he admitted defeat after receiving a call. Oh? Really? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled after listening. Yeah, it's really unexpected. But no matter what, our casino doesn't have to close, but Nanjing Casino has to close for a month. Zhang Guozong said with some excitement. They had been suppressing their competitors, and now they were going to close. This was a very happy thing. It is estimated that closing for a month is not enough. Yang Ming said indifferently, it will take at least 3 months, right? 3 months? What do you mean? Zhang Guozong was stunned. He was somewhat inexplicable. Bro won the Nanjing Casino. He won more than 80 billion in a while. After that, Wang Dianxue couldn't do anything. He had to ask the bro to let him live. Finally, the bro was merciful and only asked him for 40 billion, but he gave him a condition. He asked him to move the casino 5 kilometers away from Huawei Casino. Zhang Bin excitedly told what happened at the time. What? Your bro is? Zhang Guozong listened for a long time and asked in disbelief. My bro is Yang Ming. Zhang Bin said very proudly, as if he won the Nanjing Casino. 80 billion? I didn't hear it wrong, right? Zhang Guozong looked at Yang Ming and Huang Lele suspiciously. Uncle Zhang, Yang Ming really beat them. Huang Lele said affirmatively, 40 billion is in my card. Oh my god. Zhang Guozong felt like he was dreaming. The competitor who had always been on good terms with him was gone just like that. He even lost 40 billion? Is this true? However, before Zhang Guozong could recover from the shock, his phone rang. The news in the gambling world spread very quickly. It didn't take long for the other casino owners to know the news today. They all called to congratulate Zhang Guozong. However, most of these congratulations were against their hearts, but they had to show goodwill to Zhang Guozong. It couldn't be helped because there was a peerless master in other people's casinos. After hearing the deeds of Yang Ming, in addition to being surprised, they were secretly shocked. If Yang Ming went to their place to find trouble, then no one was his opponent, so instead of being enemies with Zhang Guozong, it was better to show goodwill to him and have a good relationship with each other. Anyway, they were far away from the Huawei Casino, and there was no conflict of interest. President Zhang, congratulations. You fought a beautiful battle. The person who called was the boss of XX Casino. President X, hee, this is not my credit, it is the boyfriend of our chairman's daughter. Zhang Guozong's reaction was also very fast. He understood in an instant that all this was true. It was not a dream. The competitor who had troubled him for a long time was really going to leave. Then, this kind of phone call continued. All of them congratulated Zhang Guozong. While Zhang Guozong was excited, his heart began to be full of awe for Yang Ming. 100 million to win 80 billion. What kind of speed is this? It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the god of gamblers. Looking at Huang Lele's usual innocent and lovely appearance, he didn't expect her boyfriend to be so powerful. Before that, Zhang Guozong was still thinking about how Yang Ming pursued the miss of the Huang family. Now it seemed that he was indeed not an ordinary person. With Yang Ming's gambling skills, if he wanted to develop in the gambling world, it would be difficult for Huawei Casino not to do it. Of course, this incident only caused a sensation in the gambling industry. Yang Ming did not say his name at the time, and the Nanjing Casino was also very professional. It did not announce Yang Ming's appearance. They were now trying to avoid trouble. They did not dare to cause trouble again. Otherwise, if Yang Ming came to the door again, then the trouble would be big. Therefore, only the same industry knew the real reason for the relocation of the Nanjing Casino. The spectators in the Nanjing Casino gave a lot of hush money. The whole thing was carried out in a low-key manner. After bidding farewell to Huang Lele, Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei returned to the rented hotel. Wang Mei did not tell her parents that Zhang Ben was regarded as a murder suspect. She was afraid that they would be worried. When they returned to the hotel, Wang Mei's parents were watching TV in the room. "Dad, Mom, are you hungry? Let's go eat something together," asked Wang Mei. "No, you go ahead. If there is nothing else, let's go home." "We are not used to living in the hotel," said Wang Mei's father. "You are not going with us?" Wang Mei knew that it was difficult to change her parents' minds, but she still asked regretfully. "No, we are used to it here." Wang Mei's father said, "If you are free, you can come and see us." "Okay." Wang Mei was helpless and knew that it was useless to say anything more. As they were talking, Suya's phone call came in. Yang Ming's heart moved. He made a gesture to Zhang Ben, then turned out of the room and picked up the phone. "Littleya, are you done with your work? Come to me in a while. I will ask Suli to pick you up," said Suya. "Okay, then I will go now." Yang Ming sighed in his heart. He always had an inexplicable impulse or excitement for Suya. Every time he received a call from Suya, his heartbeat was very fast. This feeling was like first love, but it was not entirely. Yang Ming himself didn't know what kind of feeling this was. In short, every time he thought of Suya's name, his mind couldn't help but flash back to his second year of junior high and the bits and pieces of his time with Suya. Good memories were always unforgettable. Yang Ming put away his thoughts, said goodbye to Zhang Ben, and hurried out of the hotel. His trip to Macau was coming to an end with the departure of Suya. He stopped a taxi and went directly to the door of the hotel where Suya was located. At this time, there is still someone in Suya's room. Although Yang Ming was not such a narrow-minded person, there were other men in Suya's room at this time. It inevitably made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. Not long after, Suli came out of the hotel and saw Yang Ming. She waved to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, come with me." Suli smiled and nodded to Yang Ming. She had already been instructed by Su Haikua to be respectful to Yang Ming. In fact, after knowing the identity of Yang Ming, Suli immediately understood that this person was Suya's little boyfriend. Suli was also kind to Yang Ming from the bottom of her heart. Suli was very familiar with the Su family. Su Haikua also regarded her as one of his own, so he did not hide Suya's identity from her. It was just that she didn't know so much in detail. She only knew that Suya learned to disguise herself under the guidance of a master. Of course, the so-called disguise, in her understanding, was actually using some supplementary cosmetics to put on makeup. She had never thought that it could be done directly through thought. "Is there someone else in Little Ye's room?" Yang Ming asked tentatively. He is the young master of Macau's Flying Eagle Entertainment. He is also the organizer of Xia's concert in Macau this time. Suli nodded and introduced. "I see." Yang Ming thought it was a work matter, so he didn't think much about it. They went upstairs and came to the door of Xia's room. Suli knocked on the door, and Xia's clear voice came from inside, "Please come in." Suli pushed the door open and entered the room with Yang Ming. In the room, Xia and a man in his 20s sat face to face on the sofa in the living room. There were two other men standing on the side. Obviously, they were with the man. Xia saw that Yang Ming came, so she stood up and smiled at the man. "Mr. Li, I have a friend here." This Mr. Li was the young master of Macau's Flying Eagle Entertainment Company, Limited, mentioned by Suli. "Oh, it's okay. Then if you have something to say, just say it first. I will wait for you here." Li Jiaoliang didn't seem to hear the intention of Xia to send him away. "It's already very late today. Why don't we talk later?" Xia frowned slightly and said with a smile. "It's okay. I'm not sleepy," Li Jiaoliang said after listening. "Then let's talk first. The matter between me and my friend can't be finished in a short time. I don't know how long you have to wait," Xia said with some helplessness. "Well, let's continue to talk." Li Jiaoliang didn't mean to be modest at all. He boasted shamelessly and directly ignored Yang Ming on the side. "Just now, what do you think of the suggestion I said?" "Sorry, I have already said that I have no plans to change companies," Xia said with a smile. "I have already said that if you come to our Flying Eagle Entertainment, then you are our flying eagles #1. With my support behind you, it won't be difficult for you to become popular all over the world, said Li Jialiang. Thank you for Mr. Li's love. I think it's better to do well in the Asian market first. Xia said. Little Ya, don't you understand my intentions? Li Jialiang suddenly changed his tone and became passionate. He stepped forward to grab Xia's hand. His address for Xia also changed to Little Ya. Xia had seen a lot of people like Li Jialiang. How could she not understand his ulterior motive? Letting her sign a contract with his company was just an excuse to pursue her. Xia quietly avoided Li Jialiang's hand and said faintly, Mr. Li, please conduct yourself with dignity. Little Ya, I said so much just to prove how much I love you. Li Jialiang reached out to grab Xia's hand again. I say, are you sick in the head? Yang Ming grabbed Li Jialiang's collar and pulled him up. He stared at him and said, do you want to be a hooligan? In front of me, I can tolerate it if you show your love to my woman. After all, human rights are important now. People have the right to like others. But if you act like a hooligan in public, it can't be tolerated. You are the one who is sick. Li Jialiang was showing off his passion, and it was suddenly destroyed. He was very upset. Don't F***king pull me. Take your hand away. You are really F***king meddling in other people's business. Li Jialiang said F***king 3 times in one sentence. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When this guy goes out, he brings his mother with him. Does he have an Oedipus syndrome? Although Yang Ming sometimes swore, he didn't do it as often as he did. She has obviously rejected you, yet you are still trying to annoy her. Do you want to die? Yang Ming glared at him and shouted. You two are stupid. Pull this guy away. F***ck, are you crazy? Who the F***ck cares about other people picking up girls? Li Jialiang impatiently ordered the 2 men. Before, the 2 men didn't make a move because they didn't get Li Jialiang's permission. People who could appear here were definitely not small characters. They didn't know Yang Ming's identity, so they naturally didn't dare to make a move. Now that the young master had ordered, there was no problem. Anyway, if there was a problem, the young master would be responsible. As soon as the 2 came up, they wanted to pull Yang Ming away from the left and right. Su Li was suddenly anxious and shouted, what are you doing? Your young master was rude to our Miss Xu. Miss Xu's friend stopped your young master. But how could the 2 bodyguards care so much? Their duty was to listen to Li Jialiang's arrangement. They simply turned a deaf ear to Su Li's voice. However, how could Yang Ming be dealt with by 2 bodyguards? Xia didn't doubt Yang Ming's skill at all. She had some sympathy for Li Jialiang in her heart. This rich family's young master really didn't suffer. He didn't know the dangers of society. Yang Ming killed people without blinking. You still dare to challenge him? Sure enough, when Yang Ming saw that someone was pulling him, he impatiently used his empty left hand to slap each of them. He directly beat the 2 bodyguards until they were dizzy. As for Yang Ming, he directly carried Li Jialiang to the window, opened the window with his hand, and pushed half of Li Jialiang's body out. Aya! What the F***ck are you doing? Li Jialiang was shocked and cried out in horror. Yang Ming found it funny. This guy never forgot his mother no matter what. When Li Jialiang's 2 bodyguards heard their master calling for help, they immediately woke up and rushed towards Yang Ming. Stop, as soon as you come over, I'll let go of my hand and your young master will fall. Yang Ming pointed at the 2 bodyguards and said. The bodyguards were shocked and immediately stopped in their tracks. Who could bear this responsibility? Do you believe that I won't let go and you'll fall to your death? Yang Ming turned his head and asked Li Jialiang fiercely. I King believe you. Li Jialiang was about to cry. What kind of person is this? So violent, he's simply King madman. If you believe me, then hurry up and **ck off. Yang Ming pulled Li Jialiang back and pushed him towards the 2 bodyguards. The 2 of them quickly caught the young master and the 3 of them left the room dejectedly. In the corridor, Li Jialiang cursed with lingering fear, what **king person, he's a madman. I almost fell. Young master, do you want us to find someone to fix this guy? The two bodyguards said flatteringly. They didn't do anything just now, causing their young master to almost be thrown down the stairs. The two bodyguards were still very guilty. Fix my ass. Li Jiaoliang said with lingering fear, didn't you see that guy is a madman? It's better to stay away from this kind of person. To be honest, Li Jiaoliang was a very timid person. Although he sometimes had a lot of bad ideas, he was very afraid of death. Seeing how terrifying Yang Ming was, he naturally didn't want to provoke trouble. Oh. The two bodyguards naturally knew Li Jiaoliang's character. They were just saying it to show their loyalty. They didn't want to go even if they were asked to. Who would want to provoke a madman? Let's go pick up the young lady of the Huang family on the weekend. That Huang Lele is also a beauty. It's not bad to get her. Li Jiaoliang forgot the pain after the scar healed, and a lewd expression suddenly appeared on his face. What the hell is this birdman doing? Do you want me to kill him? Yang Ming was angry when he thought of Li Jiaoliang. After Su Li tactfully left the room, Yang Ming said snappily. Hee hee. Suya smiled and said, that's not necessary. There are so many people chasing me. Can you kill them all? It's not impossible. Yang Ming smiled and said, I think you'd better not be a star. Otherwise, there are so many flies around you. I'll be worried. Well, I have this plan, but I can't just quit the music industry. Sometimes, I have to think about the feelings of the fans. They support me so much. I can't bear to make them too sad. Suya said with a sigh. I'm just saying it casually. I won't interfere with your thoughts. Yang Ming smiled, by the way, can you change back to Suya's appearance? It looks a little awkward. I don't think so. There are too many people in this hotel. I'm afraid someone will come in a while. Suya smiled and said, but it's great that you have 2 girlfriends. You seem to have more than 2 girlfriends? Jealous? Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Suya's tone. Of course not. Suya smiled and said, how can I eat so much? I think it's fine now. If you didn't transfer back then how would we be now? Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps if Suya didn't transfer, then there wouldn't be Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. I feel very satisfied to be able to meet you again. Suya shook her head. Yang Ming, do you know? I once thought that I would never be able to be with you in this lifetime. How is that possible? Yang Ming was stunned, but he smiled and said, I'm still in Songjiang. If you really want to find me, it shouldn't be difficult. I'm not talking about this. Suya shook her head. I'm referring to your heart. I'm afraid that you no longer have me in your heart. Let's not talk about such a heavy topic. Yang Ming felt that Suya seemed to be a little sentimental today. Are you okay? No, it's just that we just met, and we have to be separated again. I feel a little uncomfortable. Suya said with some sadness, I don't know why, but I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that your feelings for me are just the passion of your youth. After a long time, it will cool down. After listening to Suya's words, Yang Ming's heart trembled. Yeah? What kind of feelings do I have for Suya? Is it really like what Suya said? Is it just the passion of my youth? It shouldn't be. Every time I see Suya, I will be moved. This is not a passion, but a kind of love. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled and said, what about your feelings for me? Is it also the kind of passion of your youth? Me? Of course not. Suya denied with certainty. That's it. What you think is what I think. Yang Ming gently hugged Suya and said in her ear. After Suya listened, her body trembled, and then there was a gentle smile in her eyes. Yes, sometimes you care too much. If you think about it from another perspective, you can easily get the answer. Time is always short in front of lovers. Yang Ming was afraid that if he stayed in Suya's room for a long time, it would have a bad influence on her. Nowadays, entertainment reporters were everywhere. If I have time, I will go to Hong Kong to see you. If I have time, I will go to Songjiang to find you. The two people said goodbye almost in unison. Yang Ming hugged Suya for the last time, then turned and strode out of Suya's room. Are you leaving? In the corridor, Su Li had already been waiting there. Take care of Littleya for me. Yang Ming nodded and said to Suli, even if you don't say it, I will take care of her. Suli smiled. If there is another garbage like that, if you and Littleya can't handle it, just call me. I will definitely rush over as soon as possible. Yang Ming said. That's not necessary. We are all following bodyguards. Even if you didn't come, I would call the bodyguards if that happened, said Suli. At night, Yang Ming couldn't sleep. He quietly leaned against the window of the hotel and recalled the past. Today's mood was the same as when he held hands with Suya for the first time. He was excited and couldn't sleep, but there was also some sadness of parting. Looking at the distant sky, the planes with navigation lights flashing slowly rushed into the dark sky. Yang Ming wondered if Suya would be on one of them. In the early morning, Suya would leave by plane. He took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one and put it in his mouth. Yang Ming rarely smoked. He would only smoke one when he had something on his mind. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. He looked back at the mobile phone on the table. He didn't know when he received a message. It was from Suya, telling him that she had boarded the plane. There was a knock on the door and Zhang Bin's voice. After washing his face, Yang Ming returned to his usual look. He opened the door and laughed, it's so early in the morning. Can't you let me rest? Bro, look at you. You are quite awake. You don't look like you are sleeping. Zhang Bin laughed. I didn't sleep at all. Yang Ming said, what's the matter? Tell me. We have been in Macau for so many days, but we haven't played around yet. I was thinking, why don't we let Wang Mei be a tour guide today? Let's walk around. Zhang Bin said. Alright, where are we going? You tell me. Yang Ming wanted to ease his mood and free himself from the sadness of parting. Let's eat first. Ask Wang Mei later. Zhang Bin said. The three of them hurriedly ate in the restaurant. Yang Ming called Huang Lele and told her that he wanted to walk around in Macau. Huang Lele naturally agreed to come to the hotel to find them later. Today, Huang Lele drove the Toyota Priva commercial car. All of them could sit down, so they didn't have to take a taxi. Huang Lele was dressed very brightly today. She wore a light green windbreaker and her hair was tied up. She looked like a female student who came to travel. Seeing her, it also made Yang Ming's gloomy mood become sunny. Where should we go first? Wang Mei was worthy of being a flight attendant. At this time, she played to her advantage. The most things in Macau are temples and churches. This is a city with the integration of Chinese and Western cultures, so people have many beliefs. I heard that the scenery of Nanwan Park is good. Let's just walk around. We don't need to go to churches and temples. They are everywhere. Yang Ming suggested. Alright, there are really not many scenic spots in Macau. To be honest, Macau is a tourist city. Most people come here just to see this gambling city known as Asia's Las Vegas and feel the pleasure of gambling. Wang Mei said. Forget about the casino. Zhang Bin knew that he couldn't catch up with his boss since he saw Yang Ming's extraordinary skills yesterday. His previous superstition about whether he could have an outburst of luck and win 10 million yuan had faded. Luck and character were important, but Zhang Bin also saw that Yang Ming did not rely on these two things. No matter how good his character was, it was impossible to not lose. So there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming did not rely on these things, but his real skills. Although Yang Ming did not specifically elaborate, Zhang Bin also understood that this thing was definitely not something that could be learned overnight. Those casino consultants who studied gambling all day were not as good as Yang Ming, let alone himself. Huang Lele drove the car to Nanwan Park. The number of cars in Macau was more than double that in Songjiang. Driving on the main road, the speed basically could not go up. It was normal to stop and go. Right, my second brother said that he is going to have a party at home tomorrow. Are you all coming? Huang Lele suddenly remembered this, so she asked Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. As for Yang Ming, he had promised to go last time. Let's go, okay? After all, Zhang Bin was not familiar with Huang Lele's family. The two only knew each other through Yang Ming and Wang Mei. What's wrong with it? My second brother said that I can bring a few of my friends. Huang Lele said indifferently, you all should come. In fact, I don't really know those people. If you don't come, it will be boring for me. Okay, then I will accept your invitation. Zhongbin was worried that there was no place to play. Since Huang Lele invited him, he naturally did not refuse. Didi. The car behind them honked impatiently. Huang Lele looked up and found that the signal light had already turned green. She turned back to speak, but she forgot to look in front. She stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and quickly started the car. The car behind Huang Lele, after Huang Lele started the car, quickly passed in front of Huang Lele. It gave Huang Lele a hard goodbye, and then left quickly. After all, Huang Lele was a girl. She was shocked. She stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped in the middle of the road. Her face was pale with fright. Who are these people? They are so uncultured. Wang Mei frowned and scolded. Although the car in front was already far away, Yang Ming could see it clearly. It was a red Porsche Cayenne. There was a man and a woman in the car. They were dressed very differently. After overtaking the car, the young man who drove the car raised his middle finger and gestured to the back. However, their speed was too fast. Huang Lele couldn't see it clearly. Yang Ming frowned slightly. No matter where, there would be annoying people doing some annoying things. How about I drive? Yang Ming saw that Huang Lele was scared, so he smiled and comforted her. It doesn't matter. We will be there soon. Huang Lele said with a sigh of relief. At this time, a patrol passed by and saw Huang Lele's car parked in the middle of the road, so he came over and asked, what happened? Do you need help? It's nothing. Someone just overtook the car and scared me. Huang Lele waved her hand and said. The patrol nodded and told Huang Lele to drive carefully. He didn't care about those immoral people. Nanwan Garden was located in front of the Gasico barracks near the Hotel de Lisboa. It was also known as the Gasico Garden. The garden was divided into two parts. The lower part was located between Nanwan Street and Jiala Street. The higher part was divided into two levels connected by stone steps. It was located between the Jiala Street Barracks, Gasico New Road, and Dongwengyang New Street. The higher part of the Nanwan Garden was at the foot of Dongwengyang Mountain. There was a rather unique cylindrical building with 2 floors. It was the European War Memorial Hall, commemorating the Portuguese Army of World War I. There were round arched doors and windows on all sides of the hall. The walls were sculpted with a round pattern. The top was built with a crown-shaped decoration, which was eye-catching. However, it had now been changed to the Disabled People Association. Huang Lele parked the car in the parking area near the park. Coincidentally, the red Porsche that had overtaken them from behind was also there, but the people in the car had already left. But at that time, Huang Lele didn't see the license plate number, so she didn't know much about the association. There were many similar cars, and it was not necessarily the same one. The 4 people entered the park together and strolled on the stone road in the park. Wang Mei brought a camera. Yang Ming took a lot of photos for Zhongbin and Wang Mei. Zhongbin wanted to take photos of Yang Ming and Huang Lele. Zhongbin was shocked. He almost threw the camera to the ground. He turned his head and saw a young man dressed very differently. He was smoking a cigarette. He was holding a high-end SLR camera in his hand. He was taking photos of a young woman dressed in the same way. What does it have to do with me if you are taking photos? Zhongbin heard that the young man was very rude. Suddenly, he was a little unhappy. Find your own angle. Is the park owned by your family? You are taking photos. I am taking photos. Che, you are taking photos with your broken card camera. Don't you find it shameful to take it out? Don't ruin art. The young man glanced at the card camera in Zhongbin's hand disdainfully. Then, he said with a look of contempt, come on. I don't have time to waste with you. Just stay where you are. What are you talking about? Are you the only one who is an artist? Zhongbin was unhappy, especially when he was despised in front of Wang Mei. I'm too lazy to explain to a non-professional like you. But since you don't find it shameful, I will let you know what a professional is. The young man walked in front of Zhang Ben and pointed to his camera. Do you see it? Canon 1D Mark III, full SLR. You won't understand even if I tell you this. Look at the broken thing in your hand. Don't embarrass yourself here. Oh? Is your camera good? At this time, Yang Ming greeted him with a smile and asked the young man. Of course. It is the top full SLR camera. It is the best in the Canon series. The young man said proudly, only a top photographer like me deserves to have such an artifact. Oh, can you lend me your artifact? Yang Ming pointed to the camera in the young man's hand and asked. The young man didn't want to agree, but when he heard that Yang Ming also said that the camera in his hand was an artifact, he was happy. He handed the camera to Yang Ming and then said to Zhang Ben contemptuously, You see, you don't know as much as your friend. Yang Ming took the camera and pretended to show an appreciative look. Then, he fiddled with it twice in his hand. The young man stared at Yang Ming's hand without blinking, fearing that he would break it. Okay, you just need to look at it. You are not a photographer. You can't understand it. Okay. Yang Ming handed the camera back to the young man and smiled. Thank you. Okay, you guys hurry up and leave. Your friend's words are good. The young man glanced at Zhang Ben, took the camera, turned and left. Perhaps he was a little tired from the shoot, so he called his female companion over. The two sat together in the pavilion in the park, took out 2 cans of beer and some snacks from his backpack, and the two ate facing each other. Zhang Ben and Huang Lele didn't know these two people, but Yang Ming had a deep impression of them. These two people were driving the red Porsche Cayenne before and stopped Huang Lele's car. Bro, did you take the wrong medicine just now? Why are you so friendly with that idiot? Zhang Ben was a little puzzled. In his opinion, these two people actually pretended to be bad *SS in front of Yang Ming. Weren't they looking for a beating? Hee, look at what this is? Yang Ming handed the thing in his hand to Zhang Ben. Memory card? Zhang Ben took the thing in Yang Ming's hand and suddenly realized. Bro, it can't be? You stole the memory card in that idiot's camera? Isn't he an artist? Let's see what he can do without the card. Yang Ming said with a smirk, You don't know, right? These two guys are the two guys who drove the red Porsche Cayenne to overtake us. D*MN, bro, you saw this clearly? I'm impressed. Zhang Ben sighed, but he was a little curious. I say, bro, when did you become a godly thief? Last time, you stole the check from Lu Jihao. This time, you stole the memory card. I didn't see how you did it. If you saw it, then others saw it too. Yang Ming said with a smile, If you want to learn, I can teach you, but I'm afraid you can't persevere. Then forget it. When Zhang Ben heard something like persevere, he understood that this thing couldn't be learned overnight. Huang Lele saw the memory card in Yang Ming's hand and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Huang Lele felt that she seemed to have earned a lot. Her boyfriend seemed to be very powerful. He was so powerful in all aspects. Although Huang Lele didn't care about these, who didn't want to be better? Originally, the two people came together by accident. Huang Lele didn't expect anything from Yang Ming. Now it seemed that. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard the strange cry of the young man not far behind her. D*MN. Why is this camera broken? There's no memory card? The card isn't inserted, right? It's normal. The young woman said indifferently. Oh. N? D*MN, where's the card? The young man screamed again. This camera eats the card? Are you sure you put the card in? Asked the young woman. If I don't put the card, how can I take a picture of you? Take a dick picture? The young man glared and asked, The camera was placed here just now. Did anyone touch it? How would I know? Isn't the camera by your side? Said the young woman. Yeah, but I didn't see anyone move it. D*MN. The young man was anxious. Isn't it just a memory card? What can you do? Now that the memory card is so cheap, just buy another one. The young woman curled her lips and was very disdainful of the young man's stinginess. D*MN, what do you know? There are nude photos of me in it. The young man shouted. Nude photos? You still have the hobby of playing with selfies? When the young woman heard it, she was very amused. If this spreads out, I will be famous. The young man began to rummage through the things in his bag. What's wrong with that? You'll become a pornographic man. The young woman said indifferently and even laughed twice. Laugh, laugh, laugh your mother. Yesterday, the XX photos of us in the hotel are also in the card. The young man scolded. What did you say? You are shameless. The young woman slapped him. The young man was not easy to provoke. The two people immediately fought together. You are willing to have XX with me. Smelly bitch, you deserve it. Not far away, Zhang Ben, Wang Mei, and Huang Lele had already laughed and almost fainted. Only Yang Ming was still watching the two people continue to perform with interest. Bro, you are really ruthless. Zhang Ben smiled and raised his thumb. This move is too bad *SS. How do I know that there are pornographic photos in this card? Yang Ming shrugged innocently. Hey, go back to the hotel at night and see. Zhang Ben said wretchedly. Forget it. What is there to see about this kind of person? Yang Ming shook his head and threw the memory card on the ground. He stepped on it and crushed it. The chip inside was broken. Obviously, there was no possibility of repair. Let them be scared for a few days. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Zhang Ben looked at the memory card that had turned into pieces on the ground with some regret. He said disappointedly, I was thinking about giving them internet access. Come on, don't do those useless things. Yang Ming said, let's go. Don't worry about them. At noon, the four people went out of the park together, but they saw that the young man and the young woman were still arguing, but both of them were sitting in the car at this time. They ate something casually in a nearby restaurant and returned to the parking lot. The young man and young woman had already left. They didn't know where they were arguing. However, they probably wouldn't stop for a few days. They would probably be frightened for a long time. In the afternoon, under Wang Mei's suggestion, the four people came to Macau's famous new 800 department store. In fact, they mainly accompanied Wang Mei and Huang Lele. Girls liked to shop, and Huang Lele was no exception. However, Zhang Ben, when passing by the camera counter, stared at the Canon 1D Mark III on the counter. After Yang Ming saw it, he smiled and said, Do you have any psychological shadow? Boss, do you think I should grit my teeth and buy one? Zhang Bing said seriously. Then buy it. It's not like you can't afford it. Yang Ming smiled. So, Zhang Ben swiped the card quickly and held the new camera in his arms happily. He just said with some disappointment, if the memory card wasn't crushed, it can still be used now. Huang Lele and Wang Mei's attention was on fashion and cosmetics. Yang Ming was naturally not interested in these, but he also bought some casually. He planned to give them to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun as gifts when he went back. After thinking about it, he bought a pair of sunglasses for each of them. After hesitating, Yang Ming also chose a gift for Zhao Ying. Although she was not his woman, there was already some ambiguity between them. He couldn't leave her out. Looking at Yang Ming buying things, Wang Mei smiled and reminded Zhang Ben, Don't you want to buy something for your first wife? Zhang Ben was a little embarrassed after hearing it. He scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Wang Mei said, I won't say anything. Why aren't you as open and honest as Yang Ming? Zhang Ben shouted that he was wronged. Yang Ming has several girlfriends. How can you call that open and honest? I am not open and honest just to avoid suspicion. Finally, under Wang Mei's suggestion, he bought a handbag and a pair of jeans for Zhao Sisi. Zhang Ben was naturally clear about Zhao Sisi's size, so he didn't need someone to try it on. Wang Mei was still relatively smart at this point. Although she was completely sure that Zhang Ben would love her more, and in fact, it seemed to be the case, she was very low-key. She still maintained the proper respect for Zhao Sisi, whom she had never met. It was not because of anything else. Wang Mei was afraid of Yang Ming. She was afraid that Yang Ming would think that she was the kind of woman who was spoiled and arrogant, and let Zhang Bing abandon her. Wang Mei didn't doubt this at all. Yang Ming's influence on Zhang Ben was incomparable to anyone else's. Wang Mei saw this very clearly. After seeing Yang Ming's extraordinary strength, Wang Mei didn't doubt this even more. Although she sometimes wondered why Zhang Bing couldn't be as powerful as Yang Ming, she sometimes wondered why Zhang Bing wasn't as powerful as Yang Ming. The person she liked was still Zhang Ben. Moreover, she felt that as long as Zhang Ben and Yang Ming were together, then Yang Ming would definitely not treat him badly. Judging from the recent events, Yang Ming was indeed like this. He was really good to his brother, Zhang Ben. Wang Mei just didn't know that when Yang Ming was in poverty in high school, he always ate Zhang Ben and drank Zhang Ben's food. Even the taxi was paid for by Zhang Ben, and Zhang Ben didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. Between brothers, whoever had the ability would pay more. This was normal. When Wang Mei bought things, naturally, Zhang Ben used his card, but Huang Lele used her own card to buy things. In fact, she didn't care about this at all. Yang Ming could deposit 40 billion in her card, so he definitely wouldn't care about this. It was just that Huang Lele was used to using her card to buy things. Time passed quickly during this shopping trip, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Each of the 4 people carried a fairly large shopping bag in their hands, and they directly piled up the back of the business car. Tonight, go back to the hotel with me. Otherwise, I can't find where your house is tomorrow. After getting in the car, Yang Ming grabbed Huang Lele's hand and whispered. Although Huang Lele and Yang Ming had that kind of relationship several times, it was the first time for Huang Lele to spend the night with a man. It was inevitable that she was a little flustered. However, Huang Lele was Huang Lele after all. Her thinking was very simple. Since the two of them were lovers, it was normal to live together, right? Therefore, Huang Lele nodded normally and said, "Well, can you go online in your hotel room?" "Yes, I can." "What's wrong?" Yang Ming was amused by Huang Lele's jumping thinking. "I have an appointment with Little Fox Fairy tonight to play the pocket money battle," Huang Lele said. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. This Huang Lele, she is so good that I really have nothing to say. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei didn't need to discuss at all. The two of them lived together, so the business car drove to the hotel rented by Yang Ming without any hesitation. Yang Ming's hotel was originally for 2 people. The hotel wouldn't care if one more person stayed in it. Huang Lele originally lived in a small single apartment near the Huawei casino, so she didn't have to inform anyone when she came out. Back at the hotel, Huang Lele and Wang Mei happily tried on the clothes that they had just bought today. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben sorted out the things that they would bring back. They planned to send them back by express delivery tomorrow. Otherwise, if there were too many things, it would be inconvenient to carry them on the plane. As they were sorting out the things, Yang Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming said to Zhang Ben, "You tidy up first. I will answer the call." "Hello? Hello." Standing up and coming to the windowsill, Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Brother Yang Ming, I am Huang Rongjin." Huang Rongjin's hearty laughter came from the phone. "Brother Huang? Hello, what can I do for you?" Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Rongjin to call him. Although he didn't have much contact with Huang Rongjin, they were very congenial. Since he met Huang Rongjin in Macau, it was appropriate to find an opportunity to meet up. "Hee, brother Yang Ming, you haven't forgotten what I told you last time, right? I just want to give you a reminder." Huang Rongjin laughed. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't remember what Huang Rongjin asked him. "It seems that you really forgot." Huang Rongjin was somewhat helpless, but he also knew that Yang Ming must have something to do in Macau, so he specifically called to remind him. "When we met last time, didn't I give you an invitation? Tomorrow, I will hold a small party. If you are free, come over. Let's have a good chat and introduce some friends to you." Yang Ming remembered that Huang Rongjin did tell him at that time that he was going to hold a party on the weekend and asked him to go. He quickly pulled out the invitation from the pocket of his coat and looked at the date on it. It was written tomorrow. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. "Brother Huang, I'm afraid I can't go tomorrow." "What's wrong? Are there still things to do?" asked Huang Rongjin. "No, I have already promised another friend of mine to attend her family party tomorrow." Yang Ming explained very apologetically. If that's the case, then forget it. Huang Rongjin said disappointedly, then let's have another chance to meet in private. That's the only way. I'm really sorry, Brother Huang. Yang Ming looked at the invitation in his hand and smiled bitterly. He actually forgot all about it. But Huang Lele really had no way not to go. Who let Huang Lele be his girlfriend now? Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming put the invitation back in his pocket and continued to pack the luggage with Yang Ming. In the evening, after Huang Lele took a shower, she sat in front of the computer in pajamas, concentrating on playing the pocket money battle with Little Fox Fairy. Yang Ming was lying in bed, watching TV casually. Yang Ming, you come over and replace me for a while. My hair is almost dry. I'm going to iron it. Huang Lele turned back and shouted to Yang Ming. Can't you just play it later? Yang Ming was a little lazy. He had been shopping for the whole afternoon. Although it was nothing for Yang Ming's physical strength, people were lazy. I'm competing with Little Fox Fairy. I can't stop. Huang Lele said coquettishly, when I go to bed later, I won't feel pain. Yang Ming suddenly laughed after listening. He sat up and came to the computer, but he said, I'll play with you. Don't blame me if you lose. I don't care. I'm going. It won't be easy to do it when my hair is dry. As Huang Lele said this, she quickly ran to the bathroom. Yang Ming looked at the chat history of the two on the screen. Little Fox Fairy was already impatient. She sent it several times, Lele, what are you doing? Hurry up and start, and so on. Yang Ming smiled and clicked the start button. For this game, Yang Ming was not familiar with the rules. When he was basically familiar with the rules, it would be game over. What's the matter, Lele? Why? Can't you play? Little Fox Fairy asked with some surprise. Although she and Huang Lele just started playing this game, the level of the two people was on par. How could Huang Lele die so quickly? The network is stuck. I'm in the hotel. The network speed is not very good. It's no problem now. Yang Ming replied. Oh, is it okay now? I was wondering why you were so slow to start before. Little Fox Fairy said with realization. It's okay. Probably someone just downloaded it. It's okay now. Yang Ming made up a story. In this round, Yang Ming mastered the gameplay and rules of this game. It was similar to Bubble Dragon. In fact, it had a high requirement for people's reaction ability, so Yang Ming was still able to play. Little Fox Fairy almost didn't get into the state, and the game was over. No way? Lele, did you take stimulants? How are you so powerful? Little Fox Fairy asked suspiciously. Are you still coming? Yang Ming didn't answer her directly, but asked. Yang Ming wanted her to back off, and then Yang Ming could continue to watch TV. Of course, I'm coming. We agreed to win 3 out of 5 games. Now we have won 2 games each. The last game is crucial, said Little Fox Fairy. So, Yang Ming pressed the start button again. Little Fox Fairy was still defeated by Yang Ming without any suspense. You're not Lele. Little Fox Fairy finally figured out the key to the matter. She went to do her hair. Let me play for her for a while. Yang Ming didn't deny it. It was a game. There was no need to deny it. How are you so good at playing any game? How long have you played this? Little Fox Fairy said in surprise. I played it for the first time today. Yang Ming replied truthfully. No way? First time? You played it so well? I don't believe it. Little Fox Fairy sent a staring emoji. That wasn't a network card. In fact, I wasn't familiar with the rules of the game. Yang Ming sent a smiling emoji. Compared to playing games, Yang Ming was more willing to chat casually because Yang Ming wasn't very interested in these small online games. Isn't it too cruel? Handsome, give me your QQ. I will ask you for advice when I have time. Little Fox Fairy said. My QQ? I don't play it often. Yang Ming said. No way? So stingy? Are you a man? Little Fox Fairy said. Hehe, okay. My QQ number is 19,132XXXX. Yang Ming helplessly told his QQ number to Little Fox Fairy. At this time, Huang Lele had finished her hair and walked out of the bathroom. Yang Ming typed, "Lele is back. You guys play. 88, handsome." Little Fox Fairy sent a goodbye emoji. "Did you win or lose?" Huang Lele leaned down and asked impatiently. She didn't care at all. Inside the bathrobe, her tender white breasts were already reflected in Yang Ming's eyes. "We won, but we were seen through." Yang Ming pointed at the chat history on the computer screen. "Haha, don't worry about that. It's good that we won." Huang Lele smiled and sat on Yang Ming. She wanted to type to Little Fox Fairy, but because she was sitting on Yang Ming's lap, her body was a little high. It was not very convenient to type, so she sent a voice invitation directly with QQ. Soon, Little Fox Fairy accepted the invitation. A girl's voice came from the computer speaker. "Lele, are you back?" "Anne, it's me." Huang Lele said, "I just finished taking a shower. I was afraid that it would be difficult to do the hair when it was dry, so I went to do my hair first." "You are shameless. Find someone to play for you." Little Fox Fairy said, "I don't care. The previous one doesn't count. Let's start again." "Okay, then let's do it." Huang Lele adjusted her posture. "Is it still 3 out of 5 games?" Still. Little Fox Fairy said, "Right, Lele, I added your husband's QQ. Are you jealous?" "What's wrong with that?" "He won't help you." Huang Lele said as she pressed the button to start. The level of the two people was about the same. One game took a long time. In the end, Huang Lele finally dragged Little Fox Fairy to death. She was so happy that she danced and twisted on Yang Ming's body. "Haha, I won. Little Fox Fairy, you should admit defeat. It's just one game. What is there to be happy about? I just made a mistake." Little Fox Fairy said unwillingly. Yang Ming did not care about who won or lost between the two people, but Huang Lele's twisting on his body made Yang Ming have a physiological impulse. Huang Lele still twisted on Yang Ming's body without any self-awareness until she felt that her buttocks were uncomfortable by something. Then, she suddenly realized it. She blushed and glared at Yang Ming. Because the voice was turned on, Huang Lele couldn't say anything. She hoped that her glare would make Yang Ming not disturb her and Little Fox Fairy's game. Yang Ming also thought of this, but the evil interest in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Yang Ming reached out and slowly pulled Huang Lele's nightgown to the side. Because she had just taken a shower, Huang Lele did not wear underwear. Her entire lower body was in a state of vacuum. Yang Ming gently hugged Huang Lele's body, and then he easily put the erection under his body into Huang Lele's body. Huang Lele was shocked. She almost screamed "ah." She turned back and stared at Yang Ming, but she suddenly remembered that she was competing with Little Fox Fairy, so she quickly turned back and began to tap on the keyboard. However, because of the turn back just now, she had lost the advantage, and Little Fox Fairy took the initiative. Not long after, Huang Lele ended up losing. "How is it? I won this game, right? Every dog has its day," Little Fox Fairy said proudly. Huang Lele was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to bite Yang Ming to death. However, Little Fox Fairy had already clicked to start. Huang Lele had no time to scold Yang Ming, and she quickly continued to fight. At this time, Yang Ming didn't care if Huang Lele was competing with Little Fox Fairy. He picked up Huang Lele's body and began to move up and down. How could Huang Lele not understand what Yang Ming was doing? Although the feeling of numbness came, Huang Lele still bit her lip and fought with Little Fox Fairy with difficulty. However, how could this be tolerated just because he said so? Finally, under Yang Ming's attack, Huang Lele groaned, "Ah." Huang Lele was so scared that she quickly turned off the microphone volume on QQ. "Lele? What's wrong with you?" Little Fox Fairy still heard Huang Lele's cry, but she didn't think otherwise. She thought that Huang Lele only screamed because of the game. "What are you doing?" "When I screamed, Little Fox Fairy heard it," Huang Lele said angrily. Then wouldn't you not scream? Yang Ming smiled evilly. Nonsense. You are messing with me. Can I not scream? Huang Lele said angrily. Then, let's finish the call and then compete. Yang Ming smiled, picked up Huang Lele, and carried her directly to the bed. Over there, the computer allowed Huang Lele's pocket money to continue to increase, until game over. Lele, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Lele? Little Fox very curiously shouted Huang Lele's name over there. Huang Lele on this side was already panting. After a long time, Huang Lele sat back in front of the computer and turned on the voice chat. Little Fox Fairy, Little Fox Fairy? Are you still there? I'm here. Lele, what happened to you just now? Did something happen? Little Fox Immortal asked with concern. No. Huang Lele naturally couldn't say that it was because Yang Ming was messing with her. She was quick-witted and found a reason. Just now. I saw a big cockroach, so I was shocked. Oh, so that's the case. You scared me to death. Little Fox Fairy breathed a sigh of relief. I thought something happened to you. Then, let's not count the game just now. Let's start again. Okay. Huang Lele said guiltily. Last night, Huang Lele and Little Fox Fairy fought until 1 o'clock in the morning. After going to bed, Yang Ming and Huang Lele couldn't go to sleep immediately. After doing what they loved, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, so when they woke up the next morning, it was almost noon. Fortunately, the party at Huang Lele's house was at night, so they didn't have to worry too much. Therefore, the two were lazy in bed for a long time before they got up. On the other side, Zhang Ben just got up not long ago. It was estimated that he was about the same as Yang Ming. He fought fiercely for half the night last night. The four people casually ate something in the hotel's restaurant, and then went back to their rooms to prepare for the party in the evening. Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were afraid to embarrass Huang Lele, so they carefully dressed themselves up. Yang Ming was still wearing casual clothes, but Huang Lele was not very formal. She wore a pure-looking woolen suit, which was quite a match for Yang Ming. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the four people set off from the hotel on time. They still took Huang Lele's Toyota business car. Unexpectedly, Huang Lele's villa was also on Luhuan Island. It seemed that many rich people liked to buy villas there. Yang Ming was already familiar with the terrain here. He often appeared in this area a few days ago. On the way, when they passed by Lu Jihao's villa, Yang Ming deliberately paid attention to the situation inside the villa. He didn't know if the police had found the bodies inside, but looking at the situation, it seemed that they had not been found yet. The bodies were still lying coldly in the villa. Because it was winter, the corpses did not rot very quickly, so they did not emit any smell. But then again, even if the corpses rotted and emitted a smell, it was difficult to smell anything unusual outside the villa. In other words, if no one went to Lu Jihao's villa, then these corpses would lie here forever. Yang Ming even thought that the next time he came to Macau and passed by here, would he see a few skeletons in the villa? Finally, Huang Lele drove the car into the courtyard of a villa. At the door of the villa, there were 2 security guards on duty. However, after seeing Huang Lele's car, they did not stop and check it like other cars. It must be because this car belonged to the Huang family. Even if they didn't recognize the car, how could they not recognize the Miss Huang sitting in the driver's seat? In the courtyard of the villa, there were already many cars parked, including many expensive cars. It seemed that the people who usually contacted Huang Lele's family were either rich or noble. Huang Lele did not park the car in the courtyard of the villa. This was her home, so Huang Lele naturally drove the car to the underground parking lot. After coming out of the parking lot, the 4 of them walked to the front door of the villa together. Most of the people who came here had an invitation in their hands. Occasionally, there were people who didn't have an invitation, but they were introduced to the villa by people who had an invitation. However, Huang Lele obviously did not need these. The security guard who checked the invitation at the door saw Huang Lele and naturally smiled and greeted, "Mississippi, these are my friends." Huang Lele pointed to Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei and said to the security guard, "Sir, madam, welcome." The security guard quickly said to Yang Ming, In this regard, Yang Ming did not find it strange. These people were paid by Huang Leilei's family. It was normal for them to be respectful to Huang Leilei. The respect to these people was all because of Huang Leilei. Yang Ming did not think that he would have any domineering aura. The first floor of the villa was very large. It was a whole hall, which was very suitable for parties, banquets, and the like. At this time, many people had come to the hall. Most of them were young people, talking in groups of 3 or 4. You wait for me first. I will go find my second brother. Huang Leilei said to Yang Ming and Wang Mei. You go ahead. Yang Ming knew that Huang Leilei must have her own things to do after returning home. So Yang Ming and the other 2 people found a seat in the corner of the hall and sat down. Huang Leilei, on the other hand, quickly ran upstairs. Leilei. Someone in the crowd saw Huang Leilei and immediately greeted her. When Huang Leilei turned around, she saw a friend she was familiar with. Li Yu, you are here too? I came with my brother. Li Yu smiled and said, my brother can't forget you. After listening to Li Yu's words, Huang Leilei's face suddenly sank. She hated Li Yu's brother from the bottom of her heart. He was a typical prodigal son. Don't joke around. Huang Leilei said perfunctorily. I'm not joking. Wait, I'll call him over. Li Yu said. Let's talk about it later. I have to go upstairs to find my brother. Huang Leilei quickly responded and turned to go upstairs quickly. Li Yu shook her head. She knew what kind of person her brother was, but no matter what, he was still her brother. That was why Li Yu had to help him speak in front of Huang Leilei. Xiaoyu, who were you talking to just now? Just as Li Yu was thinking about it, she heard a voice calling her from behind. When she turned around, it was her brother, Li Jialiang. Leilei came just now, but he went upstairs. Li Yu pointed upstairs and said, Oh? Are you helping me, your brother? When Li Jialiang heard Huang Leilei's name, his eyes immediately lit up, and there was a lustful light. Help. Li Yu was a little disgusted by her brother's eyes. Brother, do you really like Huang Leilei and want to marry her as your wife, or something else? Of course, I want to be a girlfriend first. Isn't it too early to think about marriage? Li Jialiang said in surprise. Sigh. Li Yu sighed. She knew that her brother had this kind of attitude. He was too unserious about emotional matters. In this way, she couldn't help him at all. Li Yu and Huang Leilei had a good relationship. Naturally, it was impossible to harm her. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Li Jialiang felt that it was normal and said, I haven't played enough yet. At most, I can be a girlfriend first. It won't hinder me from picking up other girls. Li Yu really wanted to kick Li Jialiang. What kind of attitude is this? With this kind of attitude, it would be strange if he could be in a relationship. Yeah. Isn't this young masterly? How was it? Was the little star from last time good? A fat man with a greasy head and powdered face came over and patted Li Jialiang's shoulder. Hey! Don't mention it. It was really F***ing good. That ass was twisted and flew to the sky. When Li Jialiang heard it, he immediately showed a lewd smile. Next time you have good stuff, you have to tell me, said the fat man with a greasy head and powdered face. No problem. Li Jialiang patted his chest and promised. Li Yu was really angry. How can this brother be like this? He mixed with a group of bad friends all day long. He didn't learn anything good. After Huang Leilei went upstairs, she saw that her second brother was busy ordering the butler to prepare the dishes for the evening. She shouted from a distance, Second brother. Leilei. When second brother Huang heard Huang Leilei's voice, his face immediately showed a smile. He waved to Huang Leilei and said, Come here. How about looking at these dishes with your second brother? You can do it. Huang Leilei didn't care about these things. She came up just to say hello to her second brother and tell him that she had arrived. Oh, that's fine. Right, Leilei. You are the protagonist today. Why are you wearing these clothes? You should change into something more formal, right? Second brother Huang saw the clothes on Huang Leilei's body, so he said. I think it's pretty good, right? Huang Lele said indifferently. That won't do. Second brother Huang looked at the menu in his hand and said to the butler, okay, just prepare according to these. Okay, second young master. The butler took the menu and hurriedly went to prepare. Lele, be obedient. Go and change your clothes. After second brother Huang waited for the butler to leave, he whispered to Huang Lele, today's party is mainly for you. How can you not dress more formally? For me? Huang Lele frowned. Yeah, didn't we agree on it? I will introduce you to a young talent. My little sister has reached the age of love. Second brother Huang said with a smile, haha, second brother neglected it before. When I heard Wang Mei say that you were attracted to a boy on the plane, I remembered that my little sister is already 19 years old. Ah? Huang Lele was stunned, and then she stuttered, that. Second brother, I already have a boyfriend. What? You have a boyfriend? This time, it was second brother Huang's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect that in just a few days, his little sister had a boyfriend? Where is he? Bring second brother to meet him. If he is not excellent, second brother will not agree. Second brother Huang was just stunned, and then he returned to normal. He loved Huang Lele very much since he was a child, so the boyfriend that Huang Lele chose herself, he still supported it from the bottom of his heart. He is just downstairs. Huang Lele's face was red. She remembered the absurd love process between herself and Yang Ming. It was really amazing. Oh? Then I have to take a good look. Second brother Huang didn't expect that Huang Lele had actually boldly brought her boyfriend back. This showed that the relationship between the two was already extraordinary. It was no wonder that second brother Huang didn't hear about it. Although Yang Ming was already a household name in the gambling world, and many casino owners knew that the god of gamblers was Huang Lele's boyfriend, this was only in the gambling world. As for Zhang Guozong, he was not a person who liked to gossip. It was impossible for him to call second brother Huang to talk about this. He felt that Huang Lele would definitely talk to second brother Huang personally. If he said it himself, it would be annoying. Therefore, until now, second brother Huang still didn't know that Huang Lele's boyfriend had become famous in the gambling industry, and he even drove Huawei Casino's rival, Nanchang Casino, 5 kilometers away. However, no matter what, you still have to change your clothes. It is hot at home. You are wearing a girl's coat. You are not comfortable. Second brother Huang suggested. That's fine. Huang Lele thought about it and agreed. So, she nodded and walked to her room. She was going to change into something like a sleeveless jacket. Second brother Huang watched Huang Lele return to her room, and then he went downstairs. Many guests had arrived downstairs. He couldn't just ignore them. He had to take care of all aspects of the situation. Most of the people downstairs were second brother Huang's friends. After seeing him come down, they all greeted him. Yang Ming sat in the corner and chatted with Zhang Ben and Wang Mei. Suddenly, he saw a commotion not far away. He looked up. Probably an important person came. Yang Ming didn't care about these abilities, but he was surprised to find that the person standing in the crowd over there was actually an acquaintance of his. Brother Huang. Yang Ming got up and walked over, shouting loudly. Brother Yang Ming? Second brother Huang heard the sound and looked up, but he was surprised. Why are you here? This person was Huang Rongjin, a friend that Yang Ming met in Songjiang. At this time, most people had already greeted Huang Rongjin. They dispersed from his side and were busy with other things. Therefore, after Huang Rongjin saw Yang Ming, he immediately walked over. Me? I came here with my friends to attend the party of the owner here. But you, brother Huang, aren't you also going to hold a party? Why are you attending someone else's party? Yang Ming asked suspiciously. Me? Huang Rongjin pointed to himself and then smiled bitterly. I am the owner here. Today's party is organized by me. Your friend shouldn't have not told you. Ah? You? Yang Ming was shocked after hearing it. Huang Rongjin is the owner here? Then Huang Lele. Both of them have the surname Huang. This person shouldn't be the second brother that Huang Lele mentioned, right? What's wrong with me? Huang Rongjin saw Yang Ming's surprised look and was somewhat inexplicable. You wouldn't be Huang Leilei's second brother, right? Asked Yang Ming. Do you know Leilei? Huang Rongjin listened to Yang Ming's question and looked at Yang Ming with a strange expression. Yes, and she brought me here. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Huang Leilei's second brother was actually Huang Rongjin. This was a bit messy. When Huang Rongjin was in Songjiang, he saw Chen Mengyan, so he knew that I had a girlfriend. Now, I am with Huang Leilei. Huang Rongjin wouldn't think that I deceived his sister's feelings, right? Leilei brought you here? Huang Rongjin suddenly thought of what Huang Leilei said before and immediately guessed something. Yang Ming knew that this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Instead of Huang Leilei coming over and adding to the awkwardness, it was better to make things clear now. Therefore, Yang Ming simply nodded. Yes, Leilei brought me here. Then, you are Leilei's boyfriend? Although Huang Rongjin was a friend of Yang Ming, and the two of them were also very congenial, this matter involved his sister. Huang Rongjin couldn't just consider these friendships, but he had to plan for his sister's future happiness. Therefore, his tone of speaking also became serious. Yang Ming nodded again and admitted it. Yang Ming, I remember. Don't you have a girlfriend? After Huang Rongjin got a positive answer, his face suddenly became a little angry. What the hell is going on? Brother Huang, there are many people here. Let's go over there and talk. Yang Ming pointed to the position in the corner and said. Huang Rongjin naturally didn't want to air his dirty linen in public. Moreover, with his friendship with Yang Ming, he had to give some face to Yang Ming no matter what. So the two people walked side by side to the position in the corner. Now, tell me. What the hell is going on? Huang Rongjin just sat down and couldn't wait to speak. He didn't have the calmness when he met Yang Ming in Songjiang. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. It was related to his sister. Of course, Huang Rongjin would be a little anxious. How should I say it? It's a bit hard to explain. Yang Ming touched his chin, then hesitated and said, I met Leilei on the plane. Therefore, Yang Ming told Huang Rongjin about the process of meeting Huang Leilei. Because Huang Rongjin was not an outsider, Yang Ming simply said that Huang Leilei pushed him down. Hearing his little sister being so fierce, Huang Rongjin couldn't help but widen his eyes like two big light bulbs. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief, and then, you two got together? I've never been one to abandon a woman. Since I already have that kind of relationship with Leilei, then. Yang Ming shrugged innocently. It could be seen that Huang Rongjin was no longer angry. No matter how one looked at the current situation, Yang Ming could not be blamed. Instead, it was his mischievous sister who did not know how to control her actions. She could even do such a bold thing. Huang Rongjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little sister of his had never been wronged since she was young. Now that she had been wronged by Yang Ming, it was normal for her to seek revenge. However, it was hard to say whether she was taking revenge on Yang Ming or benefiting Yang Ming. So, Leilei knows that you have a girlfriend? Huang Rongjin was very surprised. Why didn't his little sister have any resentment? I knew it from the beginning. Yang Ming confessed. However, at the beginning, we agreed that we were only lovers, but after a few days, we developed feelings for each other, and we became boyfriend and girlfriend. Ha 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 ha. After Huang Rongjin heard it, he laughed heartily. You too. Forget it. Since this is the case, I won't bother anymore. It is Leilei's own decision. Then, as her second brother, I naturally won't interfere anymore. Brother Huang, you really don't blame me? Yang Ming didn't believe that Huang Rongjin actually let him go so easily. Why should I blame you? Huang Rongjin smiled and said, it is Leilei's own choice. I can only support it. In fact, it was not that Huang Rongjin was open-minded. The key problem was that he had always been obedient to his little sister. Now, this matter really couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. Yang Ming had already said that he had a girlfriend, but his little sister forced him to XX. How could this mess be blamed on Yang Ming? Brother Huang, thank you for your support. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely. Okay, you don't have to call me Brother Huang in the future. Just like Lele, call me second brother. I have an elder brother above me. Huang Rongjin corrected, now the relationship between the two of us has to be re-evaluated. Second brother. Yang Ming's second brother was from the bottom of his heart. Huang Rongjin was older than him, and he was Huang Lele's second brother, so no matter what, Yang Ming would not suffer a loss. Hehe, it seems that I have wasted my effort this time. I still want to use the opportunity of the party to find a young and handsome boyfriend for Lele. Huang Rongjin smiled and said, but to be honest, if you didn't already have a girlfriend, I would like you to be with Lele. But what can I do if I don't want to now? My little sister has already cooked the rice with you. It is too late to regret. Yang Ming looked at Huang Rongjin speechlessly. Why is this statement so awkward? Right, second brother, let me introduce you to my two friends. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were still waiting for him over there. Okay, let's go. If they are your friends, then they are my friends. Huang Rongjin said, I won't thank you for the Songjiang matter. If there is anything in Macau, just tell me. Hehe, I haven't encountered any trouble for the time being. Yang Ming smiled and walked with Huang Rongjin to Zhang Ben. That is Lele's second brother. Over there, Wang Mei was pointing to Huang Rongjin and whispering to Zhang Ben. Hey! How does the boss know him? Zhang Ben looked strangely at Yang Ming, who was talking and laughing with Huang Rongjin. How do I know? He is your boss. Wang Mei was also very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that these two people should not know each other. But it seemed that they were very familiar with each other. She originally thought that Yang Ming would not be able to get past Huang Rongjin, but now it seemed that it was not a problem. As the two people were talking, they saw Huang Rongjin and Yang Ming coming over together. Second brother, let me introduce them to you. This is my good buddy, Zhang Ben. That is his girlfriend, Wang Mei. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Ben and Wang Mei. Wang Mei? Huang Rongjin was more than a little surprised today. Why do I feel that things are all messed up? Yang Ming became the boyfriend of his younger sister, Huang Lele, and Lele's good friend, Wang Mei, actually became the girlfriend of Yang Ming's friend. What the hell is going on? Isn't Wang Mei and Lu Jihao a couple? Huang Rongjin was still very familiar with Wang Mei. He often asked Wang Mei to be a spy around his younger sister, so he had met Wang Mei's boyfriend several times. Second brother. Wang Mei stood up with some embarrassment and greeted Huang Rongjin. It's really you, Wang Mei. Why are you? Huang Rongjin thought that he had an illusion. Now that he heard Wang Mei greet her, he confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed his younger sister's good friend, Wang Mei. I broke up with Lu Jihao. Wang Mei said softly. Oh. Huang Rongjin nodded suddenly, but he didn't ask much. After all, it was not appropriate to ask this at this time. Wang Mei's current boyfriend, Zhang Ben, was also present. Wouldn't it be more awkward to talk about this topic? Hello, Huang Rongjin. Huang Rongjin reached out to Zhang Ben. Hello, brother Huang. I am Yang Ming's good friend, Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben also reached out and shook hands with Huang Rongjin. Everyone will be friends in the future. If there is anything, we can help each other. Huang Rongjin patted Zhang Ben's shoulder enthusiastically. Here, don't be polite. If there is anything you need, call me at any time. Zhang Ben said, you're too polite. Wang Mei was more familiar with Huang Rongjin, so the two people didn't exchange many pleasantries. Brother Huang, if you have something to do, just do it. I have no problem here. Seeing that more and more guests were coming, Yang Ming couldn't continue to talk to Huang Rongjin. After all, there were many aspects of the banquet that needed Huang Rongjin to take care of. Huang Rongjin did have to go and take care of things, so he nodded to Yang Ming and walked to the many guests. In fact, many rich children were not very arrogant and condescending. Only a small number of people who were extremely arrogant would do something very flamboyant. For example, Huang Rongjin, whether it was his conduct or his character, was excellent, and he didn't have any bad habits. Now it seemed that most of the people who came to this party were like this. They dressed generously, and many people were already accompanied by female companions. They didn't come here to pursue Huang Lele. They just wanted to use this party to communicate with their friends. However, no matter what class, there would be some black sheep. Many times, people hated the rich because some rich people were too flamboyant, but after all, they were only a minority. But because of the identity of these people, even if it was a minority, it would make people feel disgusted with the rich when it was exposed. If the identity of the rich person who did bad things was replaced by a poor person, it was estimated that even if people knew, there wouldn't be much reaction. This was also the conclusion that Yang Ming came to after dealing with some people. For example, Wang Jitao was very flamboyant when he did things, but Tian Donghua, who also had an extraordinary family background, was much more mature and never showed off. Suddenly, Yang Ming's gaze stopped on one person, Li Jialiang. This very unpopular person. Yesterday, Yang Ming intimidated him. Yang Ming didn't expect him to show off today. Looking at his lecherous look, he probably came for Huang Lele. Looking at the fat man with a greasy face next to him, he probably wasn't a good person. Birds of a feather flocked together. These two guys met together, and they seemed to be very congenial. They were talking about their experiences as little stars. Of course, although it was far away, the content of the conversation between the two fell into Yang Ming's eyes without missing a word. Bro, how do you and Huang Lele's second brother know each other? After Huang Rongjin left, Zhang Bin couldn't wait to ask. He was very curious. How could Yang Ming have a relationship with Huang Lele's second brother? Hehe, it's a coincidence. On Valentine's Day a few days ago, Chen Mengyan and I went to the gambling ship on the high seas. We met second brother Huang, who was traveling there. At that time, we were with Tian Donghua. Your arm was not recovered, so I didn't call you on Valentine's Day. Yang Ming smiled and said, at that time, Tian Donghua and second brother Huang gambled. The result was that they naturally lost several rounds. This is for sure. Second brother Huang's family runs a casino. How can he lose to Tian Donghua? Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. So, I went up and gambled a few rounds with second brother Huang. As a result, before Yang Ming finished, he was interrupted by Zhang Bin. The result must be that you won, bro. Haha, there is no need to think about it. Zhang Bin laughed. Okay, you don't have to flatter me. I still know what I am like. Yang Ming waved his hand and continued, so we got to know each other. The two people talked quite happily. Later, a friend of second brother Huang named Ji Xiaohe encountered some trouble. I came forward to help solve it, so our relationship was closer. A few days ago, I met second brother Huang in a coffee shop near the hotel. He said that this weekend, which is today, he was going to hold a family gathering. He invited me to attend, but I had to refuse because I promised Huang Lele. But I didn't expect that in the end, I still came. He is actually Huang Lele's second brother. After that, Yang Ming took out the invitation from his coat pocket and handed it to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin opened it and saw that it was an invitation to Yang Ming to attend a family gathering today. The signature was Huang Rongjin. No way, it is such a coincidence. Zhang Bin couldn't help but exclaim. I also think it is a coincidence. I didn't expect it. Yang Ming took back the invitation and put it in his pocket, but this invitation were no longer useful. However, since second brother Huang saw you and Chen Mengyan, why would he agree to your relationship with Huang Lele? Zhang. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. There were some things that were naturally no problem to say to Huang Rongjin, but it was not appropriate to say too much to Zhang Bing and Wang Mei. He couldn't say that it was because Huang Lele pushed him down, right? The impact on Huang Lele was not very good. Therefore, Yang Ming thought about it for a long time and figured out the wording. Then, he said, this. Second brother Huang is not a conservative person. He has several wives himself. So if you want to discipline others, you have to discipline yourself first. We are all in the same boat, so he can't ask others to do the same. Oh. Zhang Bin nodded. He had a look of understanding. Heh, that's also true. It seems that he has nothing to say now. Wang Mei was a bit baffled. Huang Rongjin usually didn't look like such a person, but it was just a thought. Wang Mei couldn't ask, right? ask if you have several wives? That is simply a psychopath. Therefore, the unlucky second brother Huang didn't know that Yang Ming had put a bucket of sh*t on his head. He just sneezed. Huang Rongjin wondered, what is going on? Is someone talking about me behind my back? Brother Huang, what's wrong with you? Did you catch a cold? I have cold medicine here. A woman dressed coquettishly saw Huang Rongjin sneeze and immediately went up to him with concern. Huang Rongjin immediately frowned. This woman was a widow. She would usually flirt with this group of young masters. But don't look at this woman's character. Her dead husband left her a company. Many of the people present had business dealings with her family's company, so naturally, they couldn't lose face and scold her. They could only brace themselves to deal with it. Sister Hong, don't joke around. I am 2 years younger than you. Aya, you are too dishonest. How can you say that? I am so sad. Am I very old? Sister Hong rubbed her chest on Huang Rongjin's body. Huang Rongjin felt a chill, but he had to deal with it. Sister Hong doesn't seem to be much older than Lei. You still know how to talk. How about it? After the banquet tonight, come and sit with me. Sister Hong said as she began to wink at Huang Rongjin. How could Huang Rongjin be hooked up with this kind of woman? It was said that this woman had sex with hundreds of men. Let's not talk about whether she was disgusting or not. Who knew if she had a hidden illness? Although Yang Ming saw the conversation between the two clearly, Wang Mei and Zhang Ben couldn't see it, so Yang Ming wouldn't expose it. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Ben and the others wouldn't believe it. Now, there was a living evidence. D***MN, it really is like this. He hooked up with another one? Zhang Ben looked at Huang Rongjin enviously. Of course, the widow sister Hong still looked very tempting. But if Zhang Ben knew her reputation, would he still feel envious? Wang Mei also nodded in agreement. It seemed that Yang Ming wasn't lying. The facts were in front of them. They couldn't not believe it. It didn't take long for Huang Lei to change her clothes and come down from upstairs. Her elegant and refined appearance immediately attracted many people in the venue. Especially Li Jiaoliang and the pink-headed fat man, their eyes were fixed on her. Today is a family gathering. There is no other meaning. It is just for us business friends to communicate with each other and promote cooperation. Seeing that Huang Lei came down, Huang Rongjin walked to the temporary stage, picked up the microphone and said to the people below. Anne? Didn't you say that you are going to find a boyfriend for Huang Lei? The pink-headed fat man was more stupid. When Huang Rongjin's words just fell, he said the question in his heart in a puzzled voice. It suddenly attracted a burst of laughter from the people in the venue. They naturally knew this pink-headed fat man. He was the young master of the famous brisket store chain in Macau. However, he belonged to the nouveau riche. His father used to be a butcher and had no culture. This pink-headed fat man didn't go to school for a few days. He was very vulgar when he spoke. Only Li Jiaoliang could mix with him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Is this really the case? Do you dare to say that you are not here for Huang Lei? The pink-headed fat man shouted in dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter in the crowd. Indeed, there were several young talents who really admired Huang Lei. If they had the opportunity to hug the beauty, it would be good, but they were not as direct as this pink-headed fat man. They were all gentle. If there was an opportunity, they would naturally not let it go. If there was no opportunity, they would not force it. What are you laughing at? The pink-headed fat man was so angry that his face turned red and purple. What are you laughing at? Even if people have this intention, they can't say it directly. Some people really couldn't watch it, so they whispered to remind the pink-headed fat man, how can this kind of thing be said on the table? Does the girl have any face? Oh, that's true. The pink-headed fat man suddenly realized. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him before. As for Li Jiaoliang, he was also a fool who had no schemes. When he saw that he and the pink-headed fat man had become the focus of the crowd, he was suddenly delighted. This was a good opportunity to increase his image. Huang Lei should be paying attention here at this moment, so Li Jialiang quickly held his hair with his hand and made a very handsome gesture. Hee, I think some people may have misunderstood. I don't know how the news spread, but I don't mean to find a boyfriend for my little sister, Lei. Huang Rongjin looked at the people under the stage and said with a smile, I have said before. This is just a private party. Everyone is together to exchange feelings and promote business. That's all. I don't know. How did it become that I want to find a boyfriend for my little sister? But we heard that this is the case. Isn't it? Li Jialiang was afraid that the pink-headed fat man would take the lead this time, so he quickly asked first, fearing that he would not be able to steal the limelight. You also said that it's just hearsay. Huang Rongjin smiled. As for this hearsay, who said it? It can't be that you heard it from me, right? This? Li Jialiang really didn't hear it from Huang Rongjin himself, but the person who sent the invitation implied it at the time. Moreover, my little sister, Lei, is not ugly to the point that no one wants her, right? What's more, she already has a boyfriend. Huang Rongjin continued. F***ck. What is this? The pink-headed fat man threw the invitation in his hand and said, I thought there would be a girl to pick up. If I knew it would be like this, it would be better to sleep with that little star. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed again. When Huang Rongjin sent him an invitation, it was also out of courtesy. He didn't expect this guy to be so unruly. She has a boyfriend? Li Jialiang was even more upset. He had always coveted Huang Lei, but Huang Lei had never mentioned looking for a boyfriend. She even ignored him, so Li Jialiang had to give up. But now that he heard that Huang Lei actually had a boyfriend, he was suddenly very upset. It was as if something that originally belonged to him was taken away by others. He was immediately angry. Where is her boyfriend? Can he be better than me? Where is he? Do you dare to come out and compete with me? In terms of family background and appearance, I am invincible. Most of the single young talents who wanted to get the beauty heard Huang Rongjin say that Huang Lei already had a boyfriend, and the rumors outside were purely false, so they let go of that thought. Although they felt some regret, it was impossible to go to the point of using force, so they all put away their thoughts and reconsidered the purpose of this party. At this party, there were many rich second generation in the business world. In the future, the business world of Macau would be their world, so it was rare to have such an opportunity. They would communicate with each other more and pave the way for their future successors. At this moment, when they saw Li Jialiang actually stood up and shouted so shamelessly, they felt that the quality of this person could not be described in words. While casting a contemptuous look, they also secretly remembered this person in their hearts. They planned to have a cooperative relationship with this person as little as possible in the future. Hey, are you talking to me? Yang Ming walked straight behind Li Jialiang and patted Li Jialiang's shoulder. What's the matter? Say it. Who the F***ck are you? Li Jialiang had tried very hard to restrain himself just now. He did not use his classic mother in his mouth, but at this moment, he was suddenly patted from behind, and he subconsciously blurted out mother. I am Huang Lei's boyfriend. Aren't you looking for me? Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh, okay, I want to see who is better between you and me. When Li Jialiang heard that it was Huang Lei's boyfriend, he turned around casually, but when he saw Yang Ming's appearance, he was stunned. How could he forget such a look? After seeing this, Li Jialiang's first reaction was to throw himself down from the stairs. So, Li Jialiang's body froze in an instant. He pointed at Yang Ming and stuttered, why is it you? Why isn't it me? Aren't you looking for me? Yang Ming did not use force, but patted Li Jialiang's shoulder very gently. I heard you call me, so I came. I heard that you want to compete with me. Tell me, what do you want? I don't want to compete. Li Jialiang didn't dare to compete with Yang Ming. At this moment, his heart was already shocked. He cursed in his heart. Why am I so unlucky recently? For 2 consecutive days, I met this madman when I went out. Li Jialiang was a coward. Would he dare to clamor like a madman? The answer was obviously no. Although they were now on the first floor, Li Jialiang was afraid that Yang Ming would do something to him that he would regret for the rest of his life. Besides, he didn't bring any bodyguards with him to the party today, so he was no match for this person in front of him. If you don't want to compete, why did you call me? Yang Ming said politely. There was no hint of intimidation in his words, but in Li Jiaoliang's ears, it was different. Li Jiaoliang already had a phobia of Yang Ming. Every time Yang Ming said a word, his heart would jump for a long time. I'm wrong, okay, let me go. When Li Jiaoliang said this, everyone was stunned. Yang Ming didn't do anything to Li Jiaoliang at all. Li Jiaoliang asked him to come out, and he came out. He even talked to you with a pleasant face. Why? Are you begging him to let you go in a blink of an eye? Could it be that this Li Jiaoliang was originally a coward? He usually only knew how to talk. He could clamor, but when he saw that Huang Leilei's friend was tall and strong, he suddenly became a coward? Why should I let you go? If you don't want to compete, then don't compete. Who can force you to compete with me? Yang Ming said very indifferently. But why did this sound so harsh in Li Jiaoliang's ears? It seemed like sarcasm? It must be like this. Li Jiaoliang thought of this and didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, I will go now. I will go now. After that, Li Jiaoliang turned around and rushed to the door of the villa like a rabbit. Everyone was surprised and inexplicable. They didn't know what had happened. Mother ****. I'm really ***king unlucky. Li Jiaoliang went out of the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, if I knew this madman was here, I wouldn't have come. I'm not an idiot. What's the difference between this and a minefield? I might have blown myself up. Most people thought that Li Jiaoliang was a coward and was scared away by Yang Ming's tall figure. Even the pink-headed fat man thought so. He felt that Li Jiaoliang was afraid of Yang Ming, but he didn't have to be afraid. In terms of size, he wasn't bad. He was even wider than this Yang Ming in front of him. Moreover, he was born as a butcher, so he was even more powerful. He didn't believe that he would lose to him. Therefore, the pink-headed fat man stood up arrogantly and patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a very cool look. However, he was shorter than Yang Ming, so it was very difficult to pat him. I say, this brother, you look very cool, right? But it's useless to be strong. It doesn't mean anything if you scare brotherly away. Who are you? Yang Ming pushed the pink-headed fat man's hand away from his body and asked with a frown. I'm a person who can't stand it. The pink-headed fat man said in a very cool manner. But he didn't expect that after Yang Ming asked him a question, he didn't wait for him to answer at all. He turned and left. The pink-headed fat man became a self-performance and became the laughingstock of everyone. He immediately became angry and pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, You stop. What are you so arrogant about? What do you mean? Yang Ming ignored him and continued to walk in the direction of Huang Leilei. When the pink-headed fat man saw that Yang Ming didn't care about him at all, he felt that he had lost face. He became angry and grabbed Yang Ming's clothes from behind. Don't go. You have to make it clear today. Are you looking down on me? What's with your attitude? Yang Ming turned around and looked at the emotional pink-headed fat man. He casually removed the hand that was grabbing his clothes and said faintly, Are you sick? Not sick? Of course, I'm not sick. The pink-headed fat man was stunned, and then he reacted. Yang Ming was scolding him for being sick, so he said angrily, You are sick. If it weren't for Huang Rongjin's territory, and these were all guests invited by Huang Rongjin, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Forget it. I don't have time to care about you. You can think whatever you want. I really don't understand. With your quality, how did you enter this villa? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Quality? What quality? The pink-headed fat man was born in a nouveau riche family. Now that his family had money, he thought that he could be on equal footing with those rich people. He was usually afraid that others would say that his temperament, quality, and so on were lower than others. So at this moment, when he heard Yang Ming mention the scar in his heart, he immediately exploded. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, I want to duel with you. Yang Ming really didn't know what to do with this idiot. He didn't expect that a simple sentence would cause such a big reaction from this guy. Consider it as my fault. Is that okay? Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him, so he apologized to him perfunctorily, hoping that this guy would stop. No. What do you mean by consider it as my fault? I want to duel with you. Do you dare? The pink-headed fat man was unforgiving. If you lose, give Brotherly a chance to compete fairly and let him pursue Huang Lele. Right, there is also me. Brotherly? Could it be Li Jialiang? Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused. He didn't notice that this pink-headed fat man was quite loyal. In this case, he still knew to help Li Jialiang. Now it seemed that although this person was a bit silly, he didn't have a bad heart. He was much better than Li Jialiang, so Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him too much. Let's not duel. There are so many people in this villa. It's not good to meet anyone. No, then let's not duel. We have to compete in something, right? Said the pink-headed fat man. What are we competing in? You say it. Yang Ming was really helpless because of this guy. Let's compete in killing cows. The pink-headed fat man thought about his strengths for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything particularly powerful. Since he didn't fight, then he was only good at killing cows. The words of the pink-headed fat man suddenly attracted a burst of laughter from the people present, but before Yang Ming could answer, the villa door was pushed open. 2 security guards ran in first and said loudly, "Mr. Huang." Mr. Zhang Kentao broke in with people. As soon as the security guard's voice fell, a young man pushed him away and scolded, "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." Zhang Kentao's family and Huang Rongjin's family were actually family friends, and Zhang Kentao's experience was somewhat similar to Huang Rongjin's. There was an elder brother in the family who held on to the power of the company. Zhang Kentao became a veritable prodigal son. It stood to reason that the two people's experiences were similar. They should empathize with each other and become better friends. However, Zhang Kentao was not as open-minded as Huang Rongjin. His enthusiasm for power was far greater than Huang Rongjin's. Because the two people's personalities were not compatible, the two people would not become good friends. But even if they were not friends, the two people should not be enemies, right? But the situation was not like this. Huang Rongjin loved to collect. He was famous in Macau's collection world, combining the titles of collector and connoisseur. Zhang Kentao was also very fond of collecting, but his name was ranked behind Huang Rongjin. No matter what, Zhang Kentao was unwilling to be a person who was inferior to others. Because of the difference in age, he couldn't take charge of the company, which made him feel very vexed. Now, he couldn't win against Huang Rongjin in the collection world, which naturally made him feel even more uncomfortable. It was also because the security guards knew the relationship between Zhang Kentao's family and Huang Rongjin's family, so if Zhang Kentao wanted to break in, they didn't dare to stop him. Everything could only be decided by Huang Rongjin. "Younger brother Huang, why are you looking down on me as your brother? Why didn't you inform me about the banquet?" Zhang Kentao walked into the hall of the villa with 2 followers behind him. One of the followers was carrying a large package in his hand. Huang Rongjin's face changed slightly, and he squeezed out a smile. "Brother Kentao, what are you talking about? I thought that you are usually very busy. This is just an informal family banquet, so I didn't send you an invitation. However, with the relationship between our 2 families, there is no need for an invitation. Can't you just come directly?" Although Huang Rongjin's words were polite, they were neither soft nor hard. There were thorns in his words. How could Zhang Kentao not hear it? However, the 2 people were accustomed to arguing. Moreover, it was Zhang Kentao who spoke first with thorns in his words, so at this moment, he said indifferently, "That's true. We don't care about those superficial things. When I heard that younger brother Huang is holding a banquet here, I hurried over to cheer you up." "Really?" Huang Rongjin looked at Zhang Kentao. Since he came, he couldn't drive him out. At least on the surface, the 2 people were still acceptable. "Then, please take a seat. The banquet is about to begin. Before the banquet starts, I have a rare treasure that I want to ask younger brother Huang to help me appreciate it." As Zhang Kentao said, he waved his hand and let the follower behind him pass the thing in his hand. Oh, then I have to appreciate it. Huang Rongjin said with a fake smile. Both of them mingled in the collector world, and they had some reputation. However, Huang Rongjin's reputation was slightly bigger, so Zhang Kentao often took some tricky and strange things to let him guess what they were. It was to embarrass him, but it was glorified as appreciation. For example, last time, Zhang Kentao got a bronze cup from the Song dynasty and let Huang Rongjin guess which year it was made. Fortunately, Huang Rongjin had a master around him at that time. He guessed correctly, so Zhang Kentao left resentfully. This time, Yang Ming didn't know what tricks Zhang Kentao wanted to play, but one thing was certain. This guy was definitely up to no good. In front of so many people, he must be thinking of ways to make Yang Ming look bad again. Of course, although he knew it would be like this in his heart, he did a good job on the surface. Huang Rongjin pretended to be surprised and walked quickly to Zhang Kentao. Most of the people present knew the grievances between Huang Rongjin and Zhang Kentao, but people always had the mentality of watching the fun. Even though they knew that the two people didn't get along, they were very curious to see what high-end things Zhang Kentao's this time. This time, I bought a vase from the Ming dynasty. I want younger brother Huang to help me identify the authenticity. With that said, Zhang Kentao opened the package in his hand, then took out a box from it. He opened the box and carefully took out the things inside. This was a celadon vase with exquisite workmanship and exquisite design. The people present more or less had a certain understanding of antiques. When they saw such a beautiful vase, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zhang Kentao proudly put the vase on the table in the center of the villa and then said to Huang Rongjin, "Younger brother Huang, it is said that you are very accomplished in the study of porcelain from the Ming dynasty. Today, I will ask you, an expert, to help me identify the authenticity of the vase." Huang Rongjin glanced at Zhang Kentao coldly. The identification of the authenticity of this antique was a great knowledge. Although Huang Rongjin had put a lot of effort in this area, antiques were antiques after all. Unlike other things, it still took a lot of effort to identify the authenticity. Not to mention, in such a short period of time, even an expert would need to use some high-tech tools to identify it. However, even if this was the case, if Huang Rongjin didn't say anything today, Zhang Kentao must have prepared a lot of sarcastic words. There was no doubt about it. "How is it, younger brother Huang? This vase is good, right?" Zhang Kentao saw Huang Rongjin's appreciative gaze and said proudly. It's really good." Huang Rongjin nodded and appraised the vase. No matter from which angle, whether it was the pattern on the top or the rust spots, it could prove that this was a vase from the Ming dynasty. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy Huang Rongjin's heart was. Zhang Kentao took such a vase to me to appraise. He must have a trick up his sleeve, but what does he want to do? Huang Rongjin couldn't guess, so he didn't dare to speak. He just looked at the vase carefully and looked at some details on the vase that were easy to ignore. The contradiction between Yang Ming and the pink-headed fat man was interrupted by Zhang Kentao as soon as he came in. The pink-headed fat man knew that he couldn't make trouble for a while, so he had to give up and look at the vase on the table with everyone. The pink-headed fat man couldn't see anything. He just thought that it was just a vase, but Yang Ming noticed something from the tit-for-tat dialogue between Huang Rongjin and Zhang Kentao. "Lele, who is that Zhang Kentao?" Yang Ming walked to Huang Lele and asked in a low voice. "He's a friend of my second brother, but he always likes to mock my second brother. It should be the same this time. If my second brother can't tell whether this vase is real or fake, he might say something unpleasant again." Huang Lele hated this Zhang Kentao, but she also understood the relationship between the two families. Her second brother couldn't do anything to him. Huang Lele naturally couldn't do anything. Yang Ming nodded after listening. He probably understood the relationship between the two people. It seemed that this Zhang Kentao came with ill intentions. Without understanding Zhang Kentao's purpose, Huang Rongjin naturally wouldn't speak easily, but Zhang Kentao was a little impatient. "How is it, younger brother Huang? You are an expert in this area. Is this vase real or fake?" No matter how he looked at it, this vase was very much like a real one. But it was precisely because it was too real that Huang Rongjin didn't dare to make a conclusion easily. Because the current technology was so developed, the technology of counterfeiting was very powerful. It was not rare to be able to make something that looked like a real thing. Zhang Kentao took such a real vase to test her. How could he be so kind? If this vase was really a counterfeit, then after he said that this vase was real, Zhang Kentao would definitely take the opportunity to make fun of him. But such a simple and easy to understand truth, would Zhang Kentao not understand? If he took something that was not very easy to identify and had a poor quality ambiguous thing for him to identify, then it would be really difficult for him to judge. But with such a real thing for him to judge, how could he not be suspicious? However, from another perspective, if this was just a strategy of sowing discord, Zhang Kentao deliberately took a real vase to confuse him and make him mistakenly think that it was a fake. This was not impossible. In this way, Huang Rongjin really couldn't back down. As if he knew Huang Rongjin's thoughts, Zhang Kentao shook his head and stood by calmly. I say, expert, aren't you a bit too slow? Even if you can't look at it carefully, at least give a preliminary opinion, right? Huang Rongjin was a little annoyed. He thought, if I say a preliminary opinion, you will definitely come to bombard me, right? But he couldn't not say it. So many people were looking at him. Huang Rongjin really had to say a result today. Well, even if he said that this vase was fake, if Zhang Kentao insisted that this vase was real, then he couldn't do anything. It was better to say that it was real. He could still gamble. At least if the vase was fake, he had to say why it was fake, right? There must be a flaw, right? At least Huang Rongjin didn't see any flaws. So, Huang Rongjin nodded, took a deep breath and said, after my preliminary judgment, it seems that this vase is real. Before Huang Rongjin's words were finished, he was interrupted by Yang Ming. Yang Ming patted Huang Rongjin's shoulder and said, it seems that this vase is really made. But it is still fake. Is this what Brother Huang meant? After hearing Yang Ming's words, Huang Rongjin was obviously stunned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming said that the vase was fake, Huang Rongjin knew that Yang Ming himself was outstanding. He must have his reason for saying so. Instead of guessing on his own, it was better to listen to Yang Ming this time and gamble. Anyway, he was not sure about it. At most, he would be ridiculed by Zhang Kentao. It was not a big deal. Is it real or fake? Zhang Kentao looked at Yang Ming with some dissatisfaction. He thought, who is this guy? Why is he interrupting? What Yang Ming said is what I mean. Huang Rongjin nodded affirmatively. Zhang Kentao's face changed in an instant, but it immediately returned to normal. If one didn't look carefully, it couldn't be seen at all. But it could hide from other people's eyes, but it couldn't hide from Yang Ming's eyes. Humph. Zhang Kentao restored his previous smug expression. Brother Huang, I am afraid that you guessed wrong this time, right? How can this vase be fake? I bought it at an auction in the United Kingdom for £3 million. Huang Rongjin was stunned and didn't know how to answer, but out of his trust in Yang Ming, he still looked at Yang Ming. Sure enough, Yang Ming disappointed him. Really? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Kentao with a smile. Are you sure that this vase is real? Of course, I am sure. The vase is mine, and I have found an expert to authenticate it. It must be real. Zhang Kentao nodded with certainty. But in his heart, he was very upset with the person in front of him. What does it have to do with him? Then, what if I insist that it is fake? Yang Ming looked at the vase and looked at Zhang Kentao. Who the hell are you? Zhang Kentao was more and more upset with Yang Ming. Do you think it is fake just because you say it is fake? Well, then you tell me. Why is this vase fake? Since you say it is fake, then show me the evidence. In fact, this vase was indeed fake, but it was too realistic. Zhang Kentao took this fake vase to a very authoritative institution to identify it, and the answers he got were ambiguous. Moreover, this vase was not bought at an auction in the United Kingdom, but it cost £3 million. It was just that the money was used to hire a professional counterfeiter. Before coming, Zhang Kentao carefully analyzed Huang Rongjin's mentality. The final conclusion was that the possibility of Huang Rongjin saying that this vase was real was higher. Although this vase was very similar to a real one, it was still fake after all. Zhang Kentao naturally had a way to distinguish it. At that time, Huang Rongjin's face would be ruined. Using 3 million pounds to make a fake vase just to embarrass Huang Rongjin, the price was indeed a bit high. However, in the eyes of Zhang Kentao, a rich young master, this money was nothing. Compared to making Huang Rongjin lower his head, this money was still worth it. However, even if Huang Rongjin said that this vase was fake, he would not admit it. He would say that the vase was real and let Huang Rongjin show evidence that the vase was fake. However, in that case, it was obviously different to let others show evidence than to directly show evidence. It was much stronger to show evidence than to let others show evidence. However, if this situation really happened, then there was no other way. He would insist that the vase was real. If Huang Rongjin said that it was fake, he had to show evidence, right? Zhang Kentao did not believe that Huang Rongjin could find any strong evidence. But even so, he couldn't say that this vase was real evidence. Then, he would not achieve the purpose of humiliating Huang Rongjin. So when Huang Rongjin said that this vase was real, Zhang Kentao was very excited, but he did not expect Yang Ming to interfere and destroy the previous advantage. What if I take out evidence? Yang Ming asked calmly with a smile. What if you can't produce evidence? Zhang Kentao asked. If I can't produce evidence, I'll eat this vase. Yang Ming pointed at the vase. Huh. Sure. Zhang Kentao was unhappy with Yang Ming. Since Yang Ming was looking for trouble, then he couldn't blame Zhang Kentao. So, Zhang Kentao said, if you take out the evidence, I will eat this vase. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly reached out and knocked over the vase on the table. Pa! The vase was suddenly smashed into pieces, breaking into pieces. What are you doing? Zhang Kentao was shocked, and then angrily stared at Yang Ming. Why did you break my vase? Aren't you being too arrogant? Seeing that the master was angry, the two followers behind Zhang Kentao immediately rushed to Yang Ming. They wanted to capture Yang Ming. They didn't dare to make a move on Huang Rongjin, but they didn't have so many scruples about Yang Ming. For this person who ruined the master's plan, they naturally had to teach him a lesson. These two people just came to Yang Ming's side. Just as they were about to reach out and grab Yang Ming, they were slapped by Yang Ming. They were seeing stars. Is there a place for you two to be cocky here? After that, he turned to Zhang Kentao and said, your two followers are too unruly. I'll teach them a lesson for you. Yang Ming's two slaps were a lot of strength. In an instant, the two people's faces were beaten into steamed buns. They were dizzy and almost fell. It was obviously impossible to deal with Yang Ming again. Zhang Kentao saw that his men were beaten. Although he was angry, he had nothing to say. Yang Ming was indeed right. He didn't order his men to teach Yang Ming a lesson, so he had to suffer this loss. But the matter of Yang Ming breaking his vase must be mentioned. Humph, thank you for your trouble. But my vase was broken by you. What should I do? This was bought for 3 million pounds. Even Huang Rongjin was inexplicably surprised. He didn't know what Yang Ming was doing. Why did he suddenly smash the vase? As he was puzzled, he suddenly saw Yang Ming give him a look that said, don't be impatient. Huang Rongjin swallowed the words he wanted to say and quietly watched the development of the matter. Yang Ming didn't answer Zhang Kentao's words. Instead, he bent down and picked up one of the pieces from the pile of vase fragments. Then, he put it on the table and said to Zhang Kentao with a smile, this is my evidence. Zhang Kentao's face suddenly became pale. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually discover the secret of this vase. Logically speaking, it was impossible. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, the facts were in front of him. Yang Ming took out his evidence. At the moment when Yang Ming put the fragments of the vase on the table, everyone's eyes followed Yang Ming's hand and focused on the fragments of the vase. They saw that on the fragments of the vase, a few words were clearly written in graphite, hidden swordsman, copied in London in 2009. This sentence naturally couldn't be written by the people of the Ming dynasty. At least the people of the Ming dynasty didn't know where London was, unless someone traveled through time, but this was basically impossible. Especially the last two words, copied, which meant that this vase was undoubtedly a fake. I don't know. Is this considered evidence? Yang Ming pointed to the fragments of the vase on the table and asked Zhang Kentao. This? Zhang Kentao was suddenly embarrassed on the spot and couldn't speak. Just now, he swore that this vase was real. Now, he really lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. Originally, the biggest secret of this vase was that Zhang Kentao intended to use it to deal with Huang Rongjin. If he said that the vase was real, then he would smash the vase on the spot and show the handwriting inside to Huang Rongjin. But now, he didn't use it, but it was used by others to deal with him. Huang Rongjin didn't expect the final result to be like this. He couldn't help but like and admire Yang Ming. It seemed that his brother-in-law was indeed a strong person. Now, Huang Rongjin's face had been earned enough, and Zhang Kentao was already very embarrassed. Huang Rongjin didn't want to push too much. After all, the relationship between the two families was there. This was also related to Huang Rongjin's character. He was more generous. If it were replaced by Zhang Kentao, he would never let Huang Rongjin go so easily. Well, eat the vase. I think we should forget about it. Huang Rongjin laughed and mediated. But, Brother Kentao, next time you buy something, you have to open your eyes. Don't be cheated again. Zhang Kentao lowered his head and couldn't speak. He had nothing to say. At this point, it would be shameful to say another word. However, I think this vase is quite exquisite. It is not a loss to spend 3 million yuan. Huang Rongjin smiled. Since the vase is broken, then I will pay for the vase. No need. This money doesn't matter. Zhang Kentao shook his head and said with some frustration, Today, I have learned a lot. I will leave now. After saying that, he quickly left the villa with his 2 followers who were still in a daze. After they all left, Huang Rongjin ordered the people to clean up the fragments of the vase, and then patted Yang Ming's shoulder. I didn't expect it. I just thought you were a gambling master. Why? Are you also very accomplished in appreciating antiques? I can't say that. My godfather is Lu Weishan. When I was with him, I learned some knowledge from what I heard and saw. Yang Ming had to push his godfather out. Otherwise, it was really hard to explain. Ah. Your godfather is actually Lu Weishan. Huang Rongjin was surprised and said, I also bought a piece of jade carved by him. Hehe, is it the Hong Kong auction? Yang Ming smiled. I also went that time. What a coincidence. Huang Rongjin nodded with emotion, and then asked curiously, Then how are you sure that there is forged information in this porcelain? This, actually, I don't know. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that he saw it directly with his special ability, but he had just thought of an excuse, so he said, I just like to observe people's expressions. When you just said that this vase was real, I found that Zhang Kentao's eyes suddenly lit up, so I felt that there must be a problem with this vase, so I interrupted your words and said that the vase was fake. Sure enough, the moment I said that the vase was fake, I saw Zhang Kentao's expression become very ugly for a moment. Although he quickly returned to normal, I still realized that I may have said what was in his heart. As for how I knew that the secret of this vase was inside, it could only be said that it was a gamble. Because I once heard from my godfather that there was a person called the Hidden Swordsman who was very proficient in making fake antiques. However, when he made fake antiques, he would write his name inside the antique to show the difference between it and the real thing. So at that time, I suddenly thought of this point, so I broke the vase. But even if my guess is wrong, then it's nothing. It's just more than 3 million pounds. I can still afford to pay for this. Everyone had an expression of understanding, but they admired Yang Ming's decisiveness. He dared to take the risk of breaking the vase to verify his idea. In Huang Rongjin's heart, he favored Yang Ming even more. He also supported the matter between him and his little sister, Huang Lele. Such a talent was really rare. Well, everyone, let's disperse. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Let's start the party. Everyone, please. Huang Rongjin announced to everyone after the servant cleaned up the fragments of the vase on the ground. When everyone dispersed, Yang Ming looked back and found that the pink-headed fat man was still standing beside him, so he smiled and said, Why? Do you still want to compete? No, no more. The pink-headed fat man said firmly, I give up. You are very powerful. You are good at both civil and martial arts. You are indeed worthy of Huang Lele. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard the words of the pink-headed fat man. Your nature is not bad. Don't mix with Li Jiaoliang in the future. The pink-headed fat man shook his head and said, Brother Li is a very good person. Everyone looks down on me. He is the only one who hangs out with me. Yang Ming sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations. Just let him be. After all, it was the day to return to Songjiang. The things in Macau were done. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, Wang Mei, and Huang Lele boarded the plane to Donghai. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei were passengers. Wang Mei had quit her job at the airline here, so her identity had also become a passenger. But Huang Lele still had the identity of a flight attendant. Huang Lele couldn't give up her job and stay with Yang Ming in Songjiang because her second brother was still in Macau. There was also the family business. Huang Lele couldn't ignore these. Fortunately, her flight was flying back and forth from Donghai and Macau. As long as she wanted to, she could still see Yang Ming often. Separation was inevitable. When Huang Lele really saw Yang Ming boarding the plane with his luggage, her heart suddenly became empty. Unknowingly, the feelings of the two people had become difficult to part with. Hey, Yang Ming, every time I fly to Donghai in the future, will you come to see me? Huang Lele kicked Yang Ming's calf with the tip of her foot and asked softly while helping him put down the luggage. As long as I have time, I will definitely go. Yang Ming was also reluctant to part with Huang Lele, so he nodded solemnly. Then I'll remember it. Let me tell you, I haven't adapted yet. When I did it with you, it still hurts a little. If you don't see me, I'll find someone else to adapt to it. Huang Lele threatened. You dare. Although Yang Ming knew that she was joking, he still glared at Huang Lele. Hee, Huang Lele giggled twice and helped Yang Ming and the others put away Yang Ming's luggage. There were other passengers who needed help. Huang Lele naturally couldn't always stand by Yang Ming's side, so she gave Yang Ming a smile and went to help others. To be honest, are you willing to be separated from Lele? After sitting down, Wang Mei began to gossip. So what if I can't bear to? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Everyone has their own way of life. Huang Lele has a family business in Macau to take care of. It's impossible to stay in Songjiang and not go back, right? Just like your parents, if they want to stay in Macau, you can't do anything about it. That's true. Wang Mei nodded and said with some emotion, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, my life and Lele's life have undergone huge changes. Have you thought about it? What are you going to do after returning to Songjiang? Yang Ming asked Wang Mei. You definitely can't go to Zhang Bin's jewelry company. You probably can't hide your matter from Zhao Sisi. That girl is very smart, but it's not very good for you to meet. Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's words and laughed twice. I have already talked to Wang Mei. After returning, I will give her a computer so that she can learn how to trade stocks and foreign exchange. Then, it's not bad to do some financial investments. Yang Ming nodded and said, this is also good. It seems that Chen Mingyan also said when she was in high school that she was very interested in stocks. Let them learn together. Who is Chen Mingyan? Wang Mei naturally didn't know who Chen Mingyan was. Boss's first wife, first girlfriend, our high school classmate, and the campus belle of our school. Zhang Bin explained. Ah. Wang Mei was delighted when she heard it. Yang Ming let his girlfriend accompany her to trade stocks. Obviously, he supported her. With Yang Ming's support, Wang Mei was not afraid of losing money. Anyway, she would ask Chen Mingyan for advice in the future. Even if she really lost money, Yang Ming would not blame her. When Huang Lele had nothing to do, she would come to the first class to accompany Yang Ming and others. The people on this flight were Wang Mei's colleagues. Now that Wang Mei had resigned, Huang Lele, her best friend, would accompany her. No one would have any opinion. In the end, the plane landed at Donghai International Airport. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Wang Mei carried their luggage and said their final goodbye to Huang Lele. Lele, we will come to see you often. Wang Mei's mood was also a little excited. After all, this was her best friend. D***mn, Huang Lele rarely comes back. Boss still has to be intimate with her. Why are you going to be the third wheel? Zhang Bing's words immediately lightened the atmosphere. The four of them laughed out loud. Come and find me. Huang Lele quickly kissed Yang Ming's face and then ran back to the plane. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei got off the plane and walked to the airport corridor. Brother Yang. Walking out of the airport, they saw Bao Sanli's sunny smile. I finally returned to my own territory. The moment Yang Ming set foot on the land of Donghai, he suddenly had a warm feeling. This was the first time that Bao Sanli called Yang Ming brother Yang in front of Zhang Bin, but Zhang Bin didn't know who Bao Sanli was, so he didn't find it strange. He thought that Bao Sanli was a friend of Yang Ming. The car carried the four people and drove quickly to Songjiang City. It was the first time that Wang Mei came to Songjiang. Although the plane landed in Donghai, she had taken advantage of her free time to go to the nearby shopping mall. However, it was the first time that she really walked so far. Baozi, let me introduce you. This is my good buddy, Zhang Bin, my high school classmate. Our relationship is very close. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Bin and said to Bao Sanli. Hello, my name is Bao Sanli. Just call me Baozi. Bao Sanli turned his head and nodded to Zhang Bin in a friendly manner. In the future, if there is anything in Songjiang, just tell me. Look at my mouth. You are Brother Yang's close buddy. You don't need me to do anything. Zhang Bin nodded with some doubts. Although he knew that his boss seemed to be very powerful, he didn't know the identity of Bao Sanli at this time. However, Zhang Bin had been with Yang Ming for a long time, so he didn't think much about it. However, Wang Mei on the side immediately noticed that the identity of the driver who drove Yang Ming in front was not ordinary. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he could settle a lot of things in Songjiang. Then, isn't Yang Ming even more powerful? So she asked Zhang Bin curiously in a whisper, Zhang Bin, what does your boss do? Is he really an underworld boss? My boss. Zhang Bin had received too many surprises from Yang Ming in the past few days. When he was asked by Wang Mei, he didn't know how to answer. If it was before, Zhang Bin would say, Boss and I are close buddies in high school. Who doesn't know each other well? But now, Zhang Bin found that Yang Ming seemed to have become another person. Of course, this referred to Yang Ming's identity and ability. The only thing that didn't change was his feelings for himself. From the two things that Yang Ming went to save Wang Mei's parents and tried to help him clear the suspicion of murder, the boss regarded him as a good brother from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Yang Ming's phone rang. Zhang Bin just took the opportunity to shut his mouth because he also had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello, Yang Ming? I'm the big sister. Have you gotten off the plane? Yang Li's voice came over the phone. Oh, it's big sister. I just got off the plane. I'm now on the way back to Songjiang from Donghai. Before Yang Ming came back, he had a phone call with Yang Li. He knew that Yang Li had an urgent matter to look for him. That's great. Yang Li said, my dad is worried to death these days. An engineering company in Phoenix City ordered my dad's construction machinery, but when we were preparing to deliver the goods, we received a threat from the construction machinery company in Phoenix City. They told us that as long as we dared to bring the machinery to Phoenix City, they would smash it on the spot. Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. Isn't this person a bit too arrogant? I have such a big force now, but I don't use any improper means to suppress my competitors. Where are you? Wait for me to come over in a while. We'll talk when we meet. I'm at home. My dad is also there. This is the first business that my dad is responsible for. As a result, it ended up like this. My dad was so worried that he didn't eat for a day. Yang Li said. Okay, I got it. You wait for me. Yang Ming said. Baozi, send Zhang Bin and Wang Mei back first. Then, take me to my uncle's house. Something happened to him. Hurry up. Yang Ming instructed Bao Sanli. Okay. I got it. Bao Sanli said and sped up the car. Bro, we're not in a hurry. Wang Mei doesn't have a house here yet. We will be arranged to stay in the hotel later. Why don't you do your business first? You can send us back later. Zhang Ben said. Yang Ming hesitated. That's fine. As long as you're not in a hurry. Why are we in a hurry? There's nothing to do anyway. Zhang Ben said indifferently. After entering the Songjiang city, the speed of the car slowed down. Bao Sanli was already trying very hard to overtake, but there were too many traffic lights. The speed still couldn't go up. What kind of quality is this? Bao Sanli looked at the facade in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Yang Ming's uncle's house just happened to turn right at this intersection, and the facade in front was going straight, but it occupied the right turn lane. Although there was some space on the side, a small car could pass by. Bao Sanli's Jinbei van was enough. End of chapter 885. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.